Chapter 1. The Unfortunate Beginning. Just a repository for thoughts. Merely indulging in novels who needs intellect when one can simply enjoy. The Real Ascent will commence after 10 chapters. On the Empire Xian continent, in Tianling Prefecture, within a certain mining site of the Yuanwu Kingdom. Oh heavens, this is truly unfair. Not only am I subjected to transmigration, but my cheat has also been sabotaged. This is utterly intolerable. A boy, covered in wounds, knelt on the ground, gazing despondently at the sky as he yelled. But the only response he received was a lash. The pain was excruciating. Lu Jiyuan, what are you barking about? Today's quota is set at 200 jin. If you fail to meet it, you shall not dine. The boy lifted his head to see the overseer standing nearby, brandishing a whip with a menacing expression. Despite his anger, the boy could do nothing but lower his head and continue to toil at his work. His name was Lu Jiyuan, once a model youth on Earth, but one fateful day, while returning home, he was struck by an out-of-control truck and sent flying several meters. In that moment of near death, Lu Jiyuan successfully bound to a system, which informed him that in order to survive, he must traverse to another world to gather primordial energy to heal his injuries. Reluctantly, Lu Jiyuan chose to transmigrate, but during the process, it seemed that some mysterious force interfered, diverting him from the low-tier world he was meant to enter to a high martial world instead. Moreover, the system appeared to malfunction upon awakening. It emitted a constant buzzing sound, ignoring all of Lu Jiyuan's calls. After an entire day of hard labor, Lu Jiyuan ultimately failed to excavate the required 200 jin of coal and was left without a meal. Dragging his weary body, Lu Jiyuan returned to his quarters, though termed a quarters. It resembled a prison more closely. He lay on the bed, despondently staring at the ceiling, while his stomach growled incessantly. "Brother Lu, have you not eaten yet? I have a bun here, would you like to take it?" A simple-minded boy poked his head out from the side. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jiyuan recalled the boy's identity from his memories. "Xiao Tai, thank you very much. Brother Lu, when I first arrived here, it was your care that helped me endure. Perhaps in 20 years, we might leave this place." Xiao Tai, with his dark complexion, scratched his head as he spoke. When he first came to the mine, he was just a child, having lost his parents and with 2 younger siblings to care for. He had no choice but to sell himself into the mine, hoping to support his siblings. "Rest assured, once I take flight in the future, I will not forget you," Lu Jiyuan replied earnestly. It was no jest as a transmigrator. How could he possibly spend his entire life confined to this meager coal mine? In Lu Jiyuan's memories, the original owner had been sold to this bleak mine after his family was annihilated. The exact location of the mine remained a mystery to him, as the original had never ventured outside. Any attempt to escape would only result in a severe beating. "Then I shall borrow your good fortune, Brother Lu." Xiao Tai flashed a bright smile, his teeth gleaming white. At merely 16, he was already significantly taller than the 20-something Lu Jiyuan, which was understandable given that this was a high martial world. After Xiao Tai left, Lu Jiyuan lay alone on the bed, contemplating his grim future. Alas, with a malfunctioning system and the original owner rendered useless before being sold to the mine, it was indeed a dismal beginning. "System, if you do not lend me some support, I may truly meet my end." Lu Jiyuan ate the bun Xiao Tai had given him, and the gnawing hunger in his stomach subsided somewhat. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! This system has sustained severe injuries during the traversal and is on the verge of destruction. If you say such things, Lu Jiyuan shall no longer feel drowsy." With a start, Lu Jiyuan sat upright in bed. "Wait, are you joking with me, system?" he exclaimed hurriedly. As a mere waste in this high martial world, without the system, wouldn't he be doomed? He could not fathom rising from nothing, especially since a formidable golden core cultivator guarded the mine's entrance. Escaping under their nose was no laughing matter. However, no matter how much Lu Jiyuan called out, the system remained unresponsive, and despair began to overwhelm him. "System, I implore you, even if you are to perish, at least grant me the novice gift pack first. Without it, am I not courting death?" As Lu Jiyuan's words fell, the system finally reacted. "Ding! Opening novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have acquired handsome luck, a superior background, and extraordinary comprehension. Ding! The three attributes will persist even after the system's destruction. With no time to ponder, Lu Jiyuan hurriedly opened the novice gift pack to examine the rewards of the three attributes. Handsome luck. As a top-tier handsome individual, your fortune exceeds that of everyone else in the world. Superior background. When encountering enemies with deeper backgrounds, you will gain an even more formidable background. Extraordinary comprehension. Your comprehension surpasses that of others, enabling you to grasp concepts that elude most. I'm not particularly handsome, am I? Lu Jiyuan mused, stroking his face in doubt. However, compared to cultivators, he was indeed lacking among ordinary people. He would undoubtedly be a top figure. If he were to embark on the cultivation journey, after the tempering of qi, Lu Jiyuan's looks might even improve several notches. However, does this superior background truly hold any weight? Hasn't my background already been annihilated? Lu Jiyuan recalled the earlier destruction of his family and let out a sigh. Just then, the system, on the brink of destruction, kindly reminded him. Ding, the divine attribute will randomly generate a background for the host, but it requires 1 day's time. I see. Lu Jiyuan understood at once. As for the extraordinary comprehension, he knew without explanation that it would likely allow him to excel in cultivation compared to others. At that moment, ding, system destruction imminent. Wishing the host good luck. Farewell. With that, regardless of how Lu Jiyuan called out, the system remained silent, leaving him with only those three attributes. P.S. The beginning may be a bit slow, do not fret. Levels, body refinement, qi training, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, tribulation crossing, great ascension, human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor. A new book has commenced. Please bestow a 5-star rating. Chapter 2. Am I being noticed by a beautiful princess? Yet another day dawned, but surprisingly, Lu Jiyuan was not awakened by the sting of a whip. Reflecting on this, he attributed it to the system's influence. However, considering the system's demise, Lu Jiyuan couldn't help but sigh deeply, then rose from his bed, preparing for a day of labor. Though his luck might be slightly improved, Lu Jiyuan dared not assume that the whip would spare him just because of his looks. Meanwhile, at the only exit of the mine, an elderly man with waist-length white hair sat cross-legged with his eyes closed before a small building. Shortly thereafter, a series of light footsteps echoed from outside the mine. The elder opened his eyes to see a maid clad in azure entering through the door, followed closely by a young lady veiled in white. Although her face remained hidden, her demeanor suggested a person of high status, and her voluptuous figure indicated that her beauty was likely breathtaking. Upon seeing the lady, the elder hastily rose and bowed. This old servant pays his respects to the princess. Please, no formalities. The young lady raised her hand gently, prompting the elder to lift his head, curiosity evident in his gaze. Princess, this mine is a filthy place. A lady of your stature ought not to be here. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Does the princess need to report her affairs to you? Before the lady could respond, the maid beside her huffed coldly, her mere disdainful sound causing the elder to break into a cold sweat. Following that, he was met with the oppressive aura of a nascent soul expert. Enough, Xiao Qing, do not bicker with Su Lao. I have come merely to seek a few laborers from this mine to serve in my princess residence. The lady shook her head and proceeded into the depths of the mine, and the elder dared not impede her. As a mere golden core cultivator, he could not possibly obstruct a princess. Once the princess entered, Su Lao could only shake his head helplessly. The princess is indeed a pitiful soul, as the most cherished daughter of King Li. She has awakened only a yellow-tier superior talent and has been relegated to this remote place as a princess. Yet even though this princess was cast aside here, she was certainly not someone he could provoke after all. The maid standing beside her was also a nascent soul cultivator, was she not? Even a tiger, when fallen to the plains, ought not to be bullied by dogs. Miss, this mine is exceedingly filthy. If you desire laborers, you could easily have someone from your estate arrange it for you. There is truly no need for you to come here personally in search of them. Amidst the chaos of the mine, Xiao Qing stood beside the princess, shaking her head in confusion as she spoke. Xiao Qing, you are unaware. This princess, upon passing through this place, was suddenly beset by an intense premonition, a feeling akin to the belief that within this mine lies an extraordinary opportunity for me. The woman shook her head, a hint of fatigue gracing her features. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing nodded in partial understanding, while the woman smiled and shook her head in return. She was the most cherished daughter of King Li, named Li Qingping. However, contrary to the rumor circulating outside, Li Qingping was not cast away by the king. Rather, she had willingly come to this place. Perhaps it was a reflection of her own sense of inadequacy as the daughter of King Li. Li Qingping observed her siblings, noting that even her least gifted brother had reached the earth stage, while her father boasted a celestial-grade talent. If all went well, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become a formidable being in the realm of immortals. Let us wander here. Perhaps we might encounter something of use to this princess. With that, Li Qingping began to meander through the mine, and Xiaoqing closely followed her, for her mandate from the emperor was to ensure the safety of the young lady. Simultaneously, the overseers of the mine were alerted to the prince's presence, instantly becoming anxious, fearful of committing any misstep that might incur her displeasure. They cast wary glances at their subordinates, concerned that any mischief might implicate them as well. Why does this pickaxe feel so remarkably light today? In stark contrast to the struggles of others, Lu Jiyuan appeared exceptionally at ease, wielding a hefty iron pickaxe with effortless grace, while the quantity of coal in his bamboo basket increased at an alarming rate. This commotion naturally drew the attention of the overseers. Is this lad on some sort of stimulant? How can he dig with such ferocity? As a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, the overseer could not discern the truth. Lu Jiyuan was on the brink of creating a martial technique. Look! At that moment, Li Qingping and Xiaoqing found themselves at the edge, witnessing Lu Jiyuan deftly swinging his pickaxe. As a nascent soul stage cultivator, Xiaoqing could easily recognize that Lu Jiyuan was on the verge of crafting a martial skill. I see him. He may indeed be the individual this princess seeks. However, it is not the right moment to rouse him. Let us wait until he is finished before approaching him. Li Qingping shook her head, pausing slightly as she beheld Lu Jiyuan's visage. Even among the mortals she had encountered, his countenance was unparalleled. Should he embark on the path of immortality, how remarkable would that be? Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught someone's attention, entirely engrossed in the process of creating a martial technique. He sensed that the pickaxe in his hand could unleash an even greater power, and the speed of his swings quickened. This spectacle prompted the overseer to intervene. Lu Jiyuan's actions had begun to disrupt the work of others, and just as the overseer prepared to act, a voice floated into his ear. Let him continue. Turning to look, the overseer realized that the princess had somehow arrived. With her command given, how could he dare to interrupt? All shall heed the princess' orders. On the other side, Lu Jiyuan, through relentless effort, finally reached a pinnacle in his swinging speed, to the extent that even the overseer felt a slight pressure emanating from him. This youth was indeed formidable. Ah, refreshing! Lu Jiyuan exclaimed with delight, suddenly remembering he was still in the mine. He lifted his gaze, only to find his fellow workers staring at him in astonishment, while the overseer wore a complex expression as he announced, "The princess requests your presence." What? Chapter 3. Departure from the mine. Do you need something from me? Lu Jiyuan inquired, fidgeting slightly. This scene elicited a light chuckle from Li Qingping across from him. Why, dear sir, there is no need for concern. It is merely that my lord's manor is in need of additional attendance. You seem quite capable, and I thought to invite you to serve on my lord's estate, where the treatment will surely be far superior to that of this mine. Upon hearing Li Qingping's words, Lu Jiyuan's eyes brightened with excitement. The capabilities bestowed upon him by the system were indeed remarkable. Could he truly be extricated from this dire plight so swiftly? Observing Lu Jiyuan standing there in a daze, the ever-eager Xiaoqing assumed that he was simply in disbelief at such fortuitous news. Hey kid, my lady is asking you a question. Will you accept or not? Xiaoqing, do not be rash, Li Qingping interjected, halting her. It was only then that Lu Jiyuan regained his composure, that he realized that if he did not seize the opportunity to leave the mine now, he might find himself waiting an eternity for another chance. Grateful for the Lord's kindness, I would never refuse such an offer. I am Lu Jiyuan, Paying my respects to the Lord, that Liu Jiyuan promptly knelt, bowing deeply out of respect, for he understood that a wise person recognizes the right moment, and escaping this place was of utmost importance. After welcoming Lu Jun into her fold, Li Qingping felt a peculiar sensation within her dissipate, and she became convinced that Lu Jiyuan was indeed the one destined to alter her fate, that if you are willing, then let us depart at once, Li Qingping stated, rising to her feet in preparation to leave the mine. Lu Jiyuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head that, my lady, may I bring one more person along? Rest assured, he is quite capable, and remaining in the mine would only stifle his talents, Lu Jiyuan hastily explained. Referring to Xiao Tai, whom he had promised to remember once he found success, that it was only right to take him along as well. Seeing no significant issue with this request, Li Qingping acquiesced. Go then, we shall wait for you here, but you have only 1 hour. With that, Lu Jiyuan expressed his gratitude repeatedly and sprinted back towards the mining area. Once Lu Jiyuan had departed, Xiao Qing leaned towards Li Qingping. My lady, is this person merely handsome and possesses a basic understanding of a low-level martial skill? He hardly seems of great utility to you, in response. Li Qingping merely smiled and shook her head. Xiao Qing, you do not comprehend that I sense an extraordinary aura of fortune surrounding him. This individual is destined to soar to great heights, and our best course of action is to forge a strong bond with him now. Xiao Qing scoffed at her words, thinking it absurd that someone who had been sold into a mine could possess such fortune. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan remained blissfully unaware of Xiao Qing and Li Qingping's opinions of him. After grasping a low-tier yellow-level martial technique, he felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. As he jogged through the crowd, Lu Jiyuan soon spotted Xiao Tai busy at work. Approaching him from behind, he gently patted Xiao Tai on the back. You go, aren't you supposed to be working? Why are you looking for me? Noticing that the overseer had not reprimanded Lu Jiyuan, Xiao Tai inquired with curiosity. Your Lu Gu has been favored by the Lord, and is now to become a part of the Lord's household. I have secured a spot for you to leave with me. I have not forgotten the promise I made to Liu Jiyuan, declared proudly, his smile warming Xiao Tai's heart. However, a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face as he pondered at Liu Gu. Wouldn't that place a burden on you? After all, she is a lord. Though Xiao Tai had limited knowledge of the outside world, he understood the immense stature of the Lord's household. The thought that Lu Jiyuan would humble himself to secure a place for him left Xiao Tai feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Do not worry. It is merely a matter of asking, Lu Jiyuan reassured him. Finally, Xiao Tai set aside his tools, preparing to return to his quarters to gather his belongings and accompany Lu Jiyuan. The overseer had already received Xiao Qing's telepathic message and did not impede their departure. Soon, Xiao Tai finished packing and followed Lu Jiyuan out to Liu Jiyuan, having brought nothing with him to the mine. Left with nothing but the clothes on his back. Are you ready? Let us depart, Li Qingping said as she moved towards the mine's exit, with Xiao Qing by her side, that Liu Jiyuan and Xiao Tai hurried to catch up. As they reached the mine's entrance, Elder Su noticed Lu Jiyuan following closely behind Li Qingping, a look of surprise flickering across his face. However, he made no attempt to stop them, considering Lu Jiyuan merely a mining slave. If the Lord wished to take him, so be it. Once Li Qingping and her companions had exited, Elder Su shook his head with a smile that I never imagined that this lad from the Lu family would be taken by the Lord. I wonder how the Chen family will react upon learning of this. That it was the Chen family that had previously annihilated the Lu family. It was Chen Feng, the young master of the Chen family, who had brought Lu Jiyuan to the mine, even gifting Elder Su a token to ensure Lu Jiyuan remained imprisoned, out of respect for Chen Lei, the head of the Chen family, who was a golden core cultivator. Elder Su had complied. But now that Lu Jiyuan was being taken by the Lord, how could he possibly intervene? It seemed that the Chen family would soon face dire consequences. Unbeknownst to Lu Jiyuan, as he stepped outside the mine, a blinding light forced him to squint, and Xiao Tai did likewise. Li Qingping observed this and simply shook her head. The mines were perpetually shrouded in darkness, and the miners rarely saw daylight, so it was understandable that they would struggle to adjust. After about 3 minutes, Lu Jiyuan and Xiao Tai finally acclimated to the brightness and bowed to Li Qingping. Thank you, my lady. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Let us return to the Lord's manor first, she replied, leading the way back. Liu Jun and Xiao Tai promptly followed, unbeknownst to even Xiao Qing. A cloaked figure in black was lurking in the shadows, observing every detail of their departure. Having confirmed Li Qingping's whereabouts, The next step was to capture her. The mysterious figure murmured, but just then, another voice interrupted it. "Oh, which faction do you belong to?" daring to harbor intentions towards Princess Li Qingping. Upon hearing this voice, the mysterious figure's expression changed drastically. As a transformation stage cultivator, he was astonished that someone could sneak up behind him. Turning, he saw a young man leaning against the wall, casually chewing on a blade of grass, and watching him with a disinterested gaze. This person must be extraordinarily powerful. Without hesitation, the mysterious figure exuded a strange black mist and attempted to vanish. Yet, the young cultivator would not allow him to escape. "You should stay. Let the master handle this." With that, the youth conjured a massive hand that ensnared the mysterious figure, rendering him immobile as he felt the pressure emanating from the youth. The demonic cultivator could hardly believe his senses. What? How could there be a refining void stage expert in such a remote area? However, he soon realized that this young man was likely sent by the Li family to protect Li Qingping. Understanding this, the mysterious figure wasted no time in unleashing his own power. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from within him. Seeing this, the youth furrowed his brow slightly. Planning to self-destruct? Very well, just a bit of information lost. Initially, he had not anticipated that the mysterious figure would resort to self-destruction. By the time he sought to intervene, it was already too late, and he could only allow the self-destruction to occur. Nonetheless, with his refining void stage cultivation, he could certainly withstand the energy unleashed by an early-stage transformation cultivator's self-detonation. On their way back, Xiaoqing furrowed her brow, glancing towards a distant alley, but saw nothing. Li Qingping noticed her unease. "Is something the matter?" "It's nothing, perhaps just my imagination," Xiaoqing replied, shaking her head. In another alley, the young man continued to observe Li Qingping and her entourage, though his attention was drawn to Xiao Tai. "This lad is quite the promising body cultivator, and if the opportunity arises, I might introduce him to the Batian sect." After watching Xiao Tai, the young man finally noticed Lu Jiyuan, a trace of astonishment appearing in his gaze. "This lad is quite handsome, and he has yet to embark on the path of immortality. What might become of him should he step onto that path?" Chapter 4. Entering the Lord's Manor. Assessing qualifications. At this moment, Lu Jiyuan sensed an inexplicable feeling as if someone was watching him, and he turned to glance towards another alley. "What's wrong?" Xiao Tai noticed Lu Jiyuan's movement and curiously turned to look. But Lu Jiyuan stopped him. "Nothing, just a bit of stiffness in my neck," Lu Jiyuan replied, shaking his head. However, this only heightened the unease of the hidden young man, sensing that Lu Jiyuan might have discovered his presence. However, the young man did not dwell on the matter for long. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the mysterious monk reduced to ashes and shook his head in dismay. "Sixth Princess, the Yumo sect has been in a state of conflict with His Majesty as of late. Now that they are aware of your whereabouts, I fear that tranquility will elude this place." With that, the youth vanished into the void, stealthily following Li Qingping and her companions. After approximately an hour, Li Qingping's group finally returned to the princess's residence. "What an impressive sight. Constructing a house like this must have cost a fortune," remarked Xiao Tai, gazing in awe at the princess's estate. Noticing Xiao Tai's dazed expression, Xiaoqing couldn't help but boast with pride. "I suppose you've never seen such grandeur before. This opulent manor is certainly beyond the reach of someone like you." Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Xiao Tai felt a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Standing beside him, Lu Jiyuan comforted, "Xiao Tai, do not pay heed to this woman's foolishness. I genuinely believe you possess the potential for greatness. In the future, a house like this will be nothing to you. You go. Please refrain from flattering me. You know my true worth." Sighed Xiao Tai to Lu Jiyuan, realizing there was little more to say, thought that if Xiao Tai desired such a residence, he could simply gift him one once he achieved success. While the house appeared grand, it would hardly impress those within the realm of cultivation. Princess, you have returned." Upon the appearance of Li Qingping, the two guards at the entrance of the princess's residence bowed respectfully. "Yes, call Li Bo to me, that I have a matter to discuss with him," Li Qingping replied in a calm tone. As her words fell, an elderly man materialized before her. "Princess, is there something you wish to see this old servant about?" It was Li Bo, one of the guards who had accompanied Li Qingping to this place. "I have recruited 2 capable servants at the mine. Please take them to assess their qualifications. After all, they are part of my princess's residence, and if they are bullied due to lacking cultivation, it would reflect poorly on our house. Understood, princess. You two follow me, Li Bo instructed, gesturing to the two individuals behind Li Qingping before leading them away. Meanwhile, Li Qingping turned to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, let us return and rest for a while. With that, Li Qingping returned to her chambers. Though she had embarked on the path of immortality, she remained merely at the qi refining stage, maintaining a routine akin to that of mortals. Things would improve considerably once she reached the foundation establishment stage. Lu Jiuan and Xiao Tai followed Li Bo into a room. Along the way, Xiao Tai curiously inquired, Elder Li, may I ask where you are taking us? Just follow along, Li Bo replied nonchalantly. Noticing the elder's apparent reluctance to engage in conversation, Xiao Tai decided against pressing further. Once inside the room, Li Bo turned to face Lu Jiuan and Xiao Tai, pointing to two stones nearby. This one is the Qualification Assessment Stone, a genuine treasure of the immortals. Simply place your hand upon it, and it will reveal your qualifications. The qualifications are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Above the Heaven tier, there are the Immortal, Saint, and Divine levels. However, should a prodigy of such caliber emerge, even immortals would be moved. And what of the other stone? Lu Jiyuan asked, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the second stone. This one is for detecting special physiques that if you possess a unique constitution. The stone will emit a radiant glow, revealing the name of your special physique within that light, Li Bo explained slowly. These 2 stones are true treasures of the immortals, blessed by the heavenly Tao. Oh, I see. Can we begin now? Xiao Tai and Lu Jiyuan asked in unison. Who shall go first? Li Bo inquired, looking at the two. Lu Jiyuan, understanding his own circumstances, held little hope. Xiao Tai, you go first. That MY foundation has long been ruined. Lu Jiyuan said with a hint of resignation that he wondered if he might obtain some rare treasures to restore his talent. After all, mere mortals have a lifespan of only about 100 years, after which they would turn to dust. All right, Lu go. Xiao Tai, not one to refuse Lu Jiyuan's suggestion, stepped confidently towards the Qualification Assessment Stone. As he stood before it, he felt a surge of nervousness. However, upon meeting Lu Jiyuan's determined gaze, he resolutely placed his hand upon the stone. Yet, to his embarrassment, the stone remained completely still, showing no sign of reaction for an extended period. The naive Xiao Tai initially thought the stone might be broken. While Lu Jiyuan and Li Bo exchanged helpless glances, indicating that Xiao Tai possessed no talent for the path of immortality. All right, you may return. You lack the talent for the immortal path, Li Bo stated coldly. He had witnessed such occurrences many times. In the vast expanse of the Emperor Xian continent, not everyone possessed the innate ability for cultivation. In reality, the majority were still mortals, while cultivators were a rare breed. Do I truly lack any celestial affinity? Xiao Tai murmured, somewhat lost as for Lu Jiyuan's situation. Li Bo was already apprised, so further testing was unnecessary. Just as Li Bo prepared to lead them out, a voice reached his ears. Have the younger one assess his physique. Li Bo froze momentarily, recognizing the voice of that esteemed individual. How could they have arrived? Yet he understood that before such a figure, he could only acquiesce. Wait, you have yet to assess your physique. Just as Lu Jiyuan and Xiao Tai were about to leave, Li Bo called out to them. But I lack the talent for cultivation. Surely, there is no need to assess my physique. Xiao Tai hesitated. Li Bo feigned profundity. You may not be aware, but on the Emperor Xian continent, there exist other physiques that do not require cultivation talent. And those physiques alone can attain considerable levels of mastery. Can one achieve immortality through such means? Initially despondent, Xiao Tai's heart ignited with a flicker of hope upon hearing Li Bo's words. Immortality is certainly possible, but it requires a very high level of attainment, Li Bo affirmed. Without exaggeration, he noted that his own lifespan had reached a millennium, rendering him a veritable immortal in the eyes of mortals. With newfound determination, Xiao Tai returned to the Physique Assessment Stone. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand upon it once more. Chapter 5. Diamond Body, Passive Activation, before the eyes of Li Bo and Lu Jiyuan. Xiao Tai placed his hand upon the stone, and in an instant, the assessment stone began to tremble violently. Moments later, it erupted with a radiant light. From that dazzling glow, 3 significant characters gradually emerged. Diamond Body. Upon witnessing the revelation of the Diamond Body, Li Bo was taken aback, astonished. It is truly the Diamond Body. Even among heaven-tier physiques, it ranks among the finest. Li Bo, are you familiar with the diamond body? Lu Jiyuan asked, surprised that Li Bo regarded Lu Jiyuan as if he were a fool. He then retrieved a thick tome from his storage ring and tossed it into Lu Jiyuan's hands, where 4 prominent characters adorned its cover. Physique Compendium. Meanwhile, Li Bo continued to elaborate. The diamond body is said to be a heaven-tier physique born for physical cultivation. When cultivated to its peak, one could even survive the tribulations of the Great Ascension, becoming a formidable human immortal. Of course, if cultivated correctly, the diamond body guarantees at least a powerful being at the integration stage. This thought. Li Bo looked at Xiao Tai with fervent eyes that a talent of such caliber must be befriended while the opportunity still existed. As the radiant light faded, Xiao Tai stood in stunned silence when a young man suddenly appeared before him, causing him to freeze in shock. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the alarm he caused, introduced himself. Young friend, I am the Sifong Taoist, a genuine cultivator at the void refinement stage that I wish to recommend you to the Batian sect. What say you? The young man was none other than the esteemed Sifong Taoist of the Yuanwu Kingdom, a pinnacle cultivator at the void refinement stage. However, Xiao Tai evidently lacked understanding of the significance of the void refinement stage. He turned to Lu Jiyuan with a plea for assistance. Lu Jiyuan, a former heir of a Golden Core family, comprehended the terror of a void refinement expert and urged, Xiao Tai, accept this opportunity. It is a decision that can only bring you benefit. Lu Jiyuan of the Batian sect is indeed well known, a force that stands on equal footing with the Yuanwu Kingdom. Were it not for the absence of formidable physical cultivators within Yuanwu, perhaps the Taoists from all directions would be vying to keep Xiao Tai, as his future achievements would certainly reach the stage of integration. However, considering the current situation of Yuanwu Kingdom, it may be wiser to let Batian sect owe Yuanwu a favor. The combined strength of these 2 factions would undoubtedly alleviate much of Yuanwu's pressure. With Lu Jiyuan speaking, Xiao Tai finally consented, but before doing so, he hastily inquired, if I join Batian sect, can I bring my younger siblings along? Given your talents, it would not be a challenge to bring your kin with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tai felt completely reassured and turned to Lu Jiyuan with a smile, saying, Brother Lu, why not give it a try yourself? Seeing Xiao Tai's successful experiment, Lu Jiyuan pondered whether he too might possess a unique constitution. With this thought, he approached the constitution testing stone and pressed his hand upon it, only to be met with disappointment as the stone did not react. Well, although you may not cultivate immortality, it does not mean you cannot practice martial arts. Reaching the pinnacle of martial cultivation could rival even immortals, Li Bo comforted, noting the apparent camaraderie between Lu Jiyuan and Xiao Tai. Rival immortals? How powerful are these immortals? Those at the foundation establishment stage. After bidding farewell to Lu Jiyuan, Xiao Tai followed the Taoists from all directions and left. Xiao Tai, originally named Li Tai, took his younger siblings with him as they departed. Watching Xiao Tai's retreating figure, Lu Jiyuan couldn't help but sigh. Ah, Xiao Tai, you have found your path to longevity. I wonder where my own lies. With a heavy heart, Lu Jiyuan considered that provoking enemies could lead to a backdrop even more formidable than that of his adversaries. Uncertain if such a background could alter his fate. With the princess's residence as his support, it seemed unlikely that he would face immediate annihilation for stirring trouble. Perhaps he should contemplate summoning a more powerful ally. Meanwhile, outside, the Qin family had already received the news. Damn it, that bastard Lu Jiyuan has actually been taken away by someone from the princess's residence. Qin Feng, the young master of the Qin family, vented his fury by smashing objects in his room. Yet he found himself at a loss, for the princess's residence was not to be trifled with. Even sending a mere servant could spell doom for the Qin family. However, Lu Jiyuan, your foundation has been destroyed by us. How much of a storm can you stir up now? With this thought, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. When the Lu family still stood, he had always been overshadowed by Lu Jiyuan, who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage at merely 20 years of age. Qin Feng himself had only achieved that milestone 5 years later, becoming the subject of ridicule in Qingfeng Town. Little did Lu Jiyuan know that his passive circumstances had been unwittingly set in motion. The ruins of the Lu family, completely annihilated by the Qin family due to past events, remained as mere remnants. Who is responsible? Who has destroyed my Lu family? An elder stood amidst the ruins, his expression furious, as the aura of a nascent soul cultivator erupted from him, causing a commotion that drew the attention of the entire Qingfeng town. That direction. Is it the Lu family? But the Lu family was already annihilated by the Chun family. The presence felt was unmistakably that of a nascent soul cultivator. That night, the inhabitants of Qingfeng town were left in shock by the elder's aura. While within the Qin household, the family head, Qin Lei, gazed into the distance as a golden core cultivator. He could naturally sense that the aura belonged to a nascent soul cultivator. Such a powerful being must be befriended, not antagonized, Qin Lei thought to himself, promptly deciding to approach the source of the aura to make the acquaintance of this esteemed individual, unaware that the aura emanated from the ruins of the Lu family. Chapter 6. Lu Jiyuan's grandfather. In Qingfeng town, 5 prominent golden core families existed. Had the Lu family not been obliterated, they would have formed a 6th. The families included the Qin family, Li family, Quan family, and Peng family. The heads of these 5 families, all at the initial stage of golden core, were far more attuned to the aura of the nascent soul cultivator than ordinary cultivators. Upon sensing it, they wasted no time in heading towards the source that the princess's residence. Xiao Qing, upon sensing the aura, was taken aback that I never imagined there would be such a powerful nascent soul cultivator in Qingfeng town. Xiao Qing discerned that the presence was at the same initial stage of nascent soul as herself, yet significantly stronger. Should they confront one another, she dared not claim to be a match. Li Lao, too, sensed this aura. What is it, elder? Lu Jiyuan curiously asked as he observed Li Lao lost in thought. Li Lao snapped back to reality, replying, no worries. For now, let's focus on you reaching the 9th layer of the body refinement stage. Oh, Lu Jiyuan nodded eagerly. Though you may lack the fortune of immortality, the body refinement stage does not require innate talent. With the right materials, your physique can be tempered. After saying this, Li Bo grasped Lu Jiyuan's hand, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. You have reached the 5th layer of the body refinement stage. Although Lu Jiyuan had previously attained the foundation establishment stage, Qin Feng's actions had rendered that cultivation moot. However, through his earlier insights into martial techniques, Lu Jiyuan's physical prowess had significantly improved, allowing him to reach the 5th layer. 5 layers. I seem to have inadvertently created a low-grade yellow-tier martial technique while in the mines. Lu Jiyuan mused, the creator of the technique. He was well aware of its rank. Li Lao, upon hearing this, couldn't help but express admiration. If not for your lack of immortal affinity, your talent in martial technique creation would surely attract the attention of major factions. Regrettably, due to his lack of innate talent, Lu Jiyuan remained beneath their notice, despite possessing materials capable of enhancing cultivation potential. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Jiyuan rubbed his nose. Now, this is the purification pool, where you can refine your physique and ascend to the 9th layer of the body refinement stage. Go on in. With that, Li Bo promptly pushed Lu Jiyuan into the purification pool. Upon entering, Lu Jiyuan felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his body, as if a mysterious energy flowed within him. He involuntarily moaned in pleasure, while Li Bo simply shook his head and departed, intending to investigate the earlier sensed presence of the nascent soul cultivator. Despite being at the initial stage of nascent soul himself, Li Bo could feel that this other presence was far more formidable. For both the princess's safety and his own curiosity, he felt compelled to look into this the Lu family? Soon, the 5 golden core cultivators arrived at the ruins of the Lu family. Qin Lei expressed surprise, while the other 4 heads remained silent, gazing at the distant figure. Esteemed one, I am Li Shukuan, head of the Li family in Qingfeng town, wishing to make your acquaintance. Might you grant me the honor? Li Shukuan stepped forward, bowing deeply, humbling himself before the formidable nascent soul cultivator. If he were to inadvertently offend this powerful being, his Li family could face annihilation. Observing Li Shukuan's actions, the other heads silently cursed him as a crafty fox, then stepped forward to establish rapport with the nascent soul cultivator. Just then, the figure slowly turned, coldly inquiring, Do you know who destroyed my Lu family? At the sound of these words, Qin Lei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this esteemed individual had ties to the Lu family? Realizing this, he discreetly took a step back, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Esteemed one, it was the Chun family that annihilated the Lu family. Upon hearing the figure speak, Quan Lei quickly stepped forward, pointing at Qin Lei. This is Qin Lei, head of the Chun family. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lei felt a surge of dread. Indeed, as expected, upon hearing Quan Lei's words, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by some ancient beast. His body weighed down with dread. Yet, the most pressing concern was how to survive. Esteemed one, may I inquire what relation you have with the Liu family? I genuinely had no idea you were acquainted. Otherwise, I would never have dared to act. Haha, relation. You inquire about my connection to the Liu family. I am Liu Xian, and Liu Guang is my progeny. Tell me, what relation do you think I have with the Liu family? Liu Xian laughed heartily. Oh no. Upon learning that Liu Xian was Liu Guang's father, Qinlei realized the inevitable doom awaiting the Qin family. His only option was to escape for as long as he lived. There remained a chance for the Qin family to rise again. However, it appeared that Qinlei had vastly underestimated the terror of a nascent soul cultivator and overestimated his own strength. Thinking of fleeing? Celestial palm. Liu Xian beheld Qinlei attempting to flee, and with a cold snort, he raised his left hand, conjuring a colossal handprint in the air, which he unleashed upon Qinlei. The terrifying handprint descended, obliterating Qinlei into a mist of blood. Under the overwhelming pressure of a superior realm, Qinlei had no time to react, leaving the other four clan leaders utterly stunned. Is this the terror of a Yuanying master? Truly formidable. The head of the Yin family, and swallowed hard, his heart still trembling, and only relaxed upon noticing that Liu Xian had no intention of continuing his assault. Is there still a survivor from my Liu family? Although he was aware that the annihilation of the Liu family was highly likely, Liu Xian still harbored a glimmer of hope. Yes, senior, Liu Guang's descendant was sold to the Longyuan mine. Li Shuquan hastily replied, as they had all heard about this matter in the past. Excellent, excellent. I still have a grandson remaining in this world. You are Li Shuquan, the head of the Li family. Correct? Lead me to my grandson, and I shall promise to assist your Li family once that Liu Xian laughed heartily, feeling a sense of comfort in having a grandson left by his son, a lingering thought of hope. Upon hearing this, Li Shuquan became excited as well. That is a promise from a Yuanying stage master. With a lifespan of up to 1,000 years, this means that the elder before him could protect the Li family for a millennium. Not to mention the possibility of further advancement. Regardless, the Li family would not face extinction even in his absence. Very well. Now take me to find my grandson. Just as Liu Xian was about to leave with Li Shuquan to search for Liu Jiyuan, he was halted by Li Shuquan, who wore a wry smile. Senior, you may not be aware, but the Longyuan mine is under the jurisdiction of the Yuanwu Kingdom, and it is likely closed at this hour. It would be better to wait until tomorrow. Upon hearing the mention of the Yuanwu Kingdom, a flicker of caution crossed Liu Xian's face. After all, the king of Li was a peak tribulation master. Not someone he could contend with. That if you do not mind, you may rest at my Li family until tomorrow. Li Shuquan hastily extended the invitation, and after a moment of contemplation, Liu Xian agreed. Senior, please follow me to Li Shuquan led Liu Xian away with a look of triumph, a sight that incited the ire of the other three clan leaders, yet they felt powerless, as he was a Yuanying stage master beyond their reach. It seems that Qingfeng Town will have to yield its supremacy to the Li family from now on, sighed Quan Lei. That may not necessarily be the case. Have you forgotten what the elder said earlier about the Liu family being his kin? Perhaps he will establish a Liu family in Qingfeng Town, Peng Yin remarked with a cold smile, realizing that it was not entirely impossible. Nevertheless, it would be far better than allowing the Li family to reign alone. Why should the Li family dominate us when we are all at the initial stage of the Golden Core? After they departed, Li Bo arrived late, sensing the overwhelming aura left behind, which caused his brow to furrow. I hope you are not here for the princess. Otherwise, even the mightiest would undoubtedly perish. That a glint of killing intent flashed across Li Bo's face as he coldly snorted, then hurried back towards the residence of the princess. Chapter 7. The Extreme of Body Forging. Meanwhile, Liu Jiyuan continued to soak in the cleansing pool, and as the pool's effects took hold, his physical condition improved steadily. Although those at the body forging stage could not harness the power of heaven and earth, their physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary mortals. Upon reaching the first layer of body forging, one could lift objects weighing 100 kilograms, with each subsequent breakthrough increasing strength by another 100 kilograms. However, humans have their limits. Without any innate talent, one could at most advance to the 9th layer of body forging, while those with some talent might reach the 10th layer. Only those who break through to the 11th layer could be deemed geniuses. As for the 12th layer, it was regarded as the mark of an emperor, exceedingly rare even throughout the entire Emperor Xian continent. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jiyuan's cultivation smoothly broke through to the 9th layer of body forging. Yet unexpectedly, he continued to ascend, the 10th layer of body forging, and he showed no signs of stopping. As Lu Jiyuan felt a shiver run through him, he reached the 11th layer of body forging. However, he sensed that he had yet to hit his limit, prompting him to draw upon the power from the cleansing pool to help him break through to the unparalleled 12th layer of body forging. At this moment, Li Bo returned, and upon arriving at the cleansing pool, he felt a twinge of astonishment upon discovering that the young man had yet to emerge, after probing with his divine sense. He was further shocked, even letting out an expletive. By the heavens, this lad is actually attempting to reach the 12th layer of body forging. What a monstrous anomaly! Moreover, was it not said that those lacking in cultivation talent could not surpass the 9th layer of body forging? Nonetheless, Li Bo believed in the accuracy of his divine sense, and could not help but begin to doubt. Was there a flaw with the talent assessment stone that day? It seems that once this young man emerges, a re-evaluation will be necessary. However, Li Bo was confident that even without any cultivation talent, news of Lu Jiyuan reaching the 10th layer of body forging would undoubtedly cause a stir across the entire Emperor Xian continent. At that moment, the sky above the princess's residence shifted, and Li Bo sensed an immense pressure, hastily looking up to see clusters of 9-colored clouds appearing in the sky. This, a blessing from the heavenly Tao. What is this young man's origin? How could the heavenly Tao bestow blessings upon him? It seems this lad is on the path to immortality, that in a matter of minutes, Li Bo's understanding was repeatedly challenged. It was the first time he had witnessed someone without cultivation talent surpassing the 9th layer of body forging, let alone achieving the unprecedented 12th layer. He had never seen such a terrifying phenomenon as a blessing from the heavenly Tao, which was an existence even immortals dared not provoke. The entire Emperor Xian continent lay under the sway of the heavenly Tao, a testament to its power. Li Bo stood in a daze. Lu Jiyuan ascended into the air, drawing the 9-colored clouds into his body. With the blessing of the heavenly Tao, the foundation that had been crippled by Chun Feng began to recover at an alarming rate, even surpassing its previous state. Previously, Lu Jiyuan's cultivation talent had reached the pinnacle of the Xian rank. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident, the Lu family would have produced a Yuanying stage cultivator. This was precisely why the Chun family had resorted to desperate measures against the Lu family, successfully annihilating them. But now, not only had Lu Jiyuan's foundation recovered, he had also surged to the terrifying peak of the Tian rank. Such an entity would, barring any unforeseen circumstances, find it relatively easy to break through to immortality. However, at this moment, Li Bo remained unaware of this, so he did not display much astonishment in the capital of the Yuanwu kingdom. The king of Li, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes and gazed into the distance with a hint of trepidation. That is the aura of the heavenly Tao, which fortunate soul has received its blessings. After a moment's thought, the king of Li waved his hand, summoning 10 cultivators shrouded in black mist before him. Seek out the direction of that aura. Find the one favored by the heavenly Tao and ensure they join our Yuanwu kingdom. If that fails, we must at least cultivate a good relationship. With that, the 10 shadowy cultivators set out towards Qingfeng town, acting as the king of Li's covert operatives, handling matters that require discretion. A person blessed by the heavenly Tao. I hope they will join my Yuanwu kingdom, sighed the king of Li, before resuming his seclusion, that he could sense the barrier of his own cultivation. He needed only one more step to break through to the great ascension stage and become a true immortal, a status that warranted the title of immortal. This sentiment was not unique to the king of Li. The Yumo sect cackled. Another individual blessed by the heavenly Tao has emerged. It would be best to draw them into our Yumo sect. If they refuse, then we shall devour them instead, sneered Yumo Wang, the sect leader, surrounded by a throng of demonic cultivators. At this moment, Lu Jiyuan remained oblivious to the many eyes upon him, but he had successfully absorbed the blessing of the heavenly Tao, and his cultivation talent had reached a terrifying Tian rank. Such a level of talent could easily secure a position as an inner disciple or even a core disciple in any ordinary holy land, highlighting its rarity. Yet Lu Jiyuan was unaware that his system had been destroyed, leaving him unable to see his attribute panel, only perceiving 3 attribute bars. Noticing Li Bo looking at him with a tinge of envy, Lu Jiyuan curiously inquired, "Is something wrong?" It was then that Li Bo recounted everything, and upon hearing of the blessing from the heavenly Tao, Lu Jun could no longer remain still. Could the system be that powerful? Even the heavenly Tao grants me blessings? However, from the sincere gaze of Li Bo, Lu Jun genuinely believed that the other party would not deceive him. He was merely struck by the power of the system and felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of embarking on the path of immortality. Let us proceed. We shall first reassess your qualifications, Li Bo declared, preparing to escort Lu Jiyuan for a re-evaluation of his abilities. Little did Li Bo anticipate that the events to follow would once again astonish him. Chapter 8. The arrival of Grandfather, although he had expected it to some degree, when Li Bo witnessed that Lu Jiyuan's talent had indeed reached the pinnacle of the celestial tier. He could not help but be taken aback that Lu Jun felt similarly. Given that your talent has attained the highest rank of the celestial tier, remaining as a servant in the princess's residence would be somewhat of a disservice to you. I shall now report to His Majesty and recommend you for entry into the royal family for training, where you will have access to the finest resources. Li Bo spoke without hesitation. After all, a genius at the pinnacle of the celestial tier was no trifling matter. Even the Li King himself was merely at the pinnacle of that tier. This implied that Lu Jiyuan's future achievements could very well surpass those of the Li King. If Li Bo could facilitate Lu Jiyuan's introduction into royal training, the opportunity to break through to the divine transformation stage would undoubtedly be within reach, and cultivating a good relationship with Lu Jiyuan might even yield a chance to ascend to the void refinement stage. It is worth noting that those at the void refinement stage possess lifespans of 1,000 years. As long as they live, infinite possibilities await. The royal family? I understand, Lu Jiyuan replied, naturally unwilling to refuse. It was paramount to secure a powerful ally first. However, he was unaware that his grandfather had already made his appearance. As Lu Jun entered his room to rest, Li Bo promptly retrieved a communication stone to relay Lu Jiyuan's news back to the capital. However, such transmissions required time. It was likely that the Li King would not receive the message until the following day. At the Li residence, Li Shuquan had already brought Lu Xian to the family estate. Master, you have returned. Upon seeing Li Shuquan, the steward Li Bingbing stepped forward to greet him. Li Shuquan hurriedly instructed, quickly prepare guest room 1. We have esteemed visitors today. Having accompanied Li Shuquan for some time, Li Bingbing's ability to read people was not lacking, and he soon realized that the person standing beside the master was likely someone of significant stature. With that thought, Li Bingbing promptly stood and made arrangements. Esteemed guest, please, Li Shuquan said, standing beside Lu Xian with an ingratiating demeanor. Lu Xian replied coldly, then followed Li Shuquan to guest room 1. At once inside, Li Shuquan cautiously inquired, Senior Lu, may I ask if you find this place satisfactory? It is acceptable, Lu Xian nodded. Compared to the dire circumstances he had faced outside, this place was indeed quite favorable. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well. With that, Li Shuquan prepared to exit. But Lu Xian stopped him, casually tossing a porcelain vial to him. Li Shuquan fumbled to catch it. What is this, my lord? Li Shuquan asked, hesitating to open it, curiosity evident in his voice. This is a third-grade superior breaking mirror pill. Consuming it will allow you to break through a minor realm, Lu Xian stated indifferently. Such a level of elixir held no effect for him anymore. He might as well bestow it upon Li Shuquan as a small token of appreciation. Thank you, my lord. Should you require anything in the future, my Li family will undoubtedly serve you with utmost dedication, Li Shuquan exclaimed, exhilarated upon realizing that the elixir could help him ascend a minor realm. If he were to advance just one minor realm, he could dominate the other 3 prominent families without relying on Lu Xian's renown. Very well, take your leave. Tomorrow, take me to find my grandson. Lu Xian waved his hand, and Li Shuquan promptly bowed respectfully before exiting and closing the door behind him. Once Li Shuquan departed, Lu Xian, seated cross-legged on the bed, could not help but sigh. My son, I left the family long ago to grow stronger, never expecting that you would encounter such misfortune. Yet I am fortunate to have a grandson. Wait for me, dear grandson. Grandfather will bring you home. In his youth, Lu Xian was merely a foundation establishment cultivator that he had left Qingfeng Town to seek strength and had spent decades becoming a nascent soul powerhouse, only to return and find his son and others annihilated. Regardless, he was determined to find his grandson. What a delightful feeling it was that Liu Jun awoke in the large bed, relieved to find himself no longer in the pitch-black environment of the mine. As he got up to leave, he noticed two servants had appeared at his door without him noticing. What is the meaning of this? Lu Jiyuan asked, puzzled, as he looked at the two men. You must be Lu Jiyuan. Li Bo has sent us to ensure your comfort. One of the servants quickly explained. Liu Jiyuan learned from the two that due to his awakening of the celestial tier's supreme talent, it was inconceivable for him to remain as a servant in the princess's residence. Furthermore, in a bid to befriend Lu Jiyuan, Li Bo had dispatched two servants to attend to him until the Li King sent someone to retrieve him. That Li Bo, very well, that I shall have a word with him. Why send two burly men? Lu Jiyuan remarked, bemused, as he looked at the two imposing figures that he soon learned from them where Li Bo was and hastened to follow. What? You mean the Lu Jiyuan that the young lady brought back yesterday has been blessed by the heavenly Tao and awakened his celestial tier's supreme talent? In the hall, Xiao Qing exclaimed. Incredulous. The blessing of the heavenly Tao was not something she could sense. Had Li Bo not been standing beside Lu Jiyuan at the time, it would have been impossible for her to discover such a blessing. Li Bo, is what you said absolutely true? Upon hearing this, Li Qingping expressed her disbelief. After all, while she had sensed that Lu Jiyuan was extraordinary, she had not anticipated that he would be this remarkable. From an ordinary person to breaking through to the 12th layer of body refinement, and even receiving a blessing from the heavenly Tao to awaken his celestial tier's supreme talent. This was no jest. Princess, Li Changsheng, swear by the heavenly Tao that Lu Jiyuan has indeed received the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Li Bo stated solemnly to Ayin of the Dixian continent, ordinary cultivators would not dare make such an oath. For anyone found to be lying would face annihilation by the heavenly Tao. With Li Bo's oath, Li Qingping and Xiao Qing finally accepted the reality that I never thought that this unfortunate fellow would awaken a celestial tier's supreme talent. It seems he will soon become a figure we must look up to, Xiao Qing remarked, a hint of envy in her tone. Though Lu Jiyuan was still an ordinary person, it was evident to all that transcending them was merely a matter of time. Even Li Bo and Xiao Qing were merely at the earth tier of talent. Young Master Lu, you are becoming increasingly mysterious that I wonder if you can still astonish me with even more remarkable feats. Li Qingping mused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Fortunately, she maintained a good relationship with Lu Jiyuan, so there was no need for her to harbor ill feelings towards him at that moment. A loud voice boomed from outside the door. Li Bo, can you refrain from assigning me burly men? A woman would suffice. Chapter 9. Heading to the princess's residence, you rascal. Being assigned attendance is already quite generous. What are you complaining about? Li Bo turned to face the incoming Lu Jiyuan, exuding an air of resignation. Yet you cannot assign me two burly men. What kind of arrangement is that for a man like me? Lu Jiyuan sighed, looking at the two towering figures beside him. You should be pleased. Both of them are cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Even during the height of the Lu family, we never had so many Golden Core cultivators. Li Bo retorted. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyuan felt invigorated. With two Golden Core bodyguards by his side, he could now afford to provoke others. Besides, with the support of the Yuanwu Kingdom, even if he were to attract the ire of powerful individuals, they would likely prioritize addressing the Yuanwu Kingdom first, allowing him the time he needed to develop. How splendid! For reasons unknown, as Li Bo observed the wicked grin suddenly appearing on Lu Jiyuan's face. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Meanwhile, seated upon the princess's throne, Li Qingping spoke up. If young Master Lu does not desire burly men, then Xiao Qing, have Xiao Chun and Xiao Wu attend to young Master Lu. Li Qingping commanded, looking toward Xiao Qing. Yes, miss, Xiao Qing responded before sending a message. Before long, two graceful figures entered the hall. Greetings, Your Highness. The two women bowed respectfully to Li Qingping. From this day forth, you two shall serve young Master Lu. Li Qingping instructed. Li Qingping remarked softly, while the two individuals turned their gaze towards the extraordinary Lu Jiyuan, momentarily awestruck by his astonishingly handsome visage. Upon hearing that the princess had requested their services for such a striking gentleman, they felt it was a remarkable stroke of fortune. With this thought in mind, they readily acquiesced, and Li Qingping turned to Lu Jiyuan, gently explaining, these two are my attendants who accompanied me from the capital to Qingfeng town. Both possess cultivation at the late Golden Core stage, and with their protection, you shall be quite secure in this town. Her words stirred a sense of intrigue in Lu Jiyuan. However, recalling that they were from the Yuanwu Kingdom, He deemed it prudent to remain cautious. Then I, Lu Juan, expressed my gratitude to the esteemed princess. Should she have any needs in the future, I shall certainly do my utmost, that Lu Jiyuan made his own promise. To which Li Qingping responded with a gentle smile. Thank you, young master Lu. Did I this the Longyuan mine? At dawn, Li Shuquan had brought Lu Xian to Longyuan mine at his request. Indeed, this is the Longyuan mine, a property under the Yuanwu kingdom. That I kindly ask you, senior, to refrain from causing any disturbances, Li Shuquan cautioned, aware that the Yuanwu kingdom was a formidable entity, capable of sending even a servant to ensure the Li family would never rise again. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. Now, please lead me inside swiftly, Lu Xian urged. Reluctantly, Li Shuquan complied, hoping that Elder Su would not be displeased. This tea is indeed exquisite. However, the surroundings leave much to be desired. It was still the same thatched cottage where Elder Su leisurely produced a tea set to begin brewing, but soon he sensed something amiss and turned towards the entrance that Li family had. What brings you here? Upon seeing Li Shuquan emerge from the mine, Elder Su smiled, but his expression shifted to a frown upon noticing Lu Xian at Li Shuquan's side, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. Elder Su, I have come to the mine today to redeem a miner, Li Shuquan quickly stated to which miner could possibly warrant a personal visit from the head of the Li family. Elder Su inquired with curiosity. Lu Juan Li Shuquan spoke. The smile faded from Elder Su's face, but after a moment's thought, he relayed, Lu Juan is no longer at the mine. Boom. As soon as Elder Su's words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Xian. What? Where has my grandson gone? Lu Xian exclaimed in anger, causing even Elder Su to feel a tremor of shock that a nascent soul powerhouse. Senior, please calm down. The matter is yet to be clarified, Li Shuquan managed to say, struggling against the overwhelming pressure. Only then did Lu Xian retract his aura. Where's my grandson? Lu Xian inhaled deeply, directing his gaze at Elder Su, who naturally would not withhold the truth, revealing that Lu Juan had been taken away by the princess. Let us go to the princess's residence, Lu Xian declared, striding toward the exit, while Li Shuquan repeatedly apologized to Elder Xu. My apologies, Elder Su. After their departure, Elder Su murmured to himself, could this aura belong to that nascent soul powerhouse from last night? I sensed the fluctuations then, but I could not leave the mine unguarded, and I did not expect the source to come knocking. This individual is here for Lu Jun. Could he be a relative? Meanwhile, Li Shuquan was leading Lu Xian towards the princess's residence, and along the way, he spoke with a hint of bitterness. Senior, we ought not to have treated Elder Su in such a manner earlier. After all, he is a person of the Yuanwu kingdom. What of it? Would the Yuanwu kingdom truly act for a mere golden core cultivator? Lu Xian scoffed, hastening towards the princess's residence that Li Shuquan could only offer a wry smile before following. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the princess's residence. Upon their arrival, Li Shuquan reiterated his warnings. Senior, this princess is the sixth daughter most favored by the Li king. Please do not act rashly before her. However, Lu Xian paid little heed, unleashing his aura at the entrance. Instantly, Li Bo and Xiao Qing in the hall sensed this presence. What is this? Is someone causing trouble? Li Bo grumbled before vanishing from sight. Hearing this, Lu Jun thought it an opportunity to watch the spectacle and turned to Xiao Wu, saying, Come, let us see. Chapter 10. You are truly my grandfather? Let us go. We must see a tea this moment. Li Qingping also rose, addressing Xiao Qing beside her. Yes, Mississippi in response, Xiao Qing led Li Qingping outside, where they found Li Bo already in confrontation with Lu Xian. Friend, do you not know where this is? How dare you cause a ruckus before the princess's residence? Do you not regard the Yuanwu kingdom? Li Bo asserted first. Though Lu Xian was of comparable realm, he sensed that Lu Xian was stronger, and should a conflict arise, he might not stand a chance. Not at all. I have come merely to reclaim my grandson, Lu Xian replied with dignity. Meanwhile, Li Shuquan beside him was on the verge of panic. For these were individuals from the princess's residence, and moreover, a nascent soul powerhouse that Lu Xian could escape later, but the Li family had established itself in Qingfeng town. Where could they flee? Esteemed seniors, might I implore you to temper your auras? I am struggling to endure, Li Shuquan said weakly, only to be met with cold scoffs from both Li Bo and Lu Xian. Fine, I shall remain silent. Who is your grandson? I doubt anyone in the princess's residence fits that description. Li Bo inquired, his pressure significantly lessened, that my grandson is named Lu Jiyuan. I am Lu Guang's father, Lu Xian. Upon Lu Xian's declaration, Lu Jiyuan arrived at the princess's residence, led by Xiao Wu. You are my grandfather? Lu Jiyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Having thought all his family had perished at the hands of the Qin family, never imagining a grandfather still survived as Lu Jiyuan spoke, Lu Xian noticed him, surprised at how strikingly handsome his grandson was. Indeed, I am your grandfather, provided your father is Lu Guang, that Lu Xian affirmed earnestly, stepping forward to embrace Lu Jiyuan, but was halted by Li Bo. If you claim to be Lu Jiyuan's grandfather, do you have any proof? Li Bo coldly challenged. For Lu Jiyuan was a prodigy of exceptional talent with a top-tier sky-level aptitude, having cultivated to the 12th level of body refinement. He was determined to protect Lu Jiyuan at all costs. Hearing this, Lu Xian's expression darkened, but recognizing Li Bo's status as a Yuanwu Kingdom individual, he reluctantly drew a drop of blood from his fingertip. But if you doubt me, you may utilize the bloodline recognition technique. Upon hearing this, Li Bo turned to Lu Jiyuan, who readily agreed, knowing that aiding their recognition could enhance his standing in Lu Jiyuan's eyes. Upon acquiring the blood from both Lu Jiyuan and Lu Xian, Li Bo wasted no time performing the bloodline recognition technique. Before long, he observed the two blood samples merging completely, confirming that Lu Xian was indeed Lu Jiyuan's grandfather. Only after this verification did Li Bo permit Lu Jiyuan to approach Lu Xian. Grandson, you have endured much hardship these years. Had I been here, the Lu family would never have fallen to the Qin family. Lu Xian expressed with regret that Lu Jiyuan shook his head in response. Grandfather, I have come to terms with the past and accepted my fate. However, with your return, we can rebuild the Lu family. That a glint of immense ambition flickered in Lu Jiyuan's eyes. He intended to leverage his passive abilities to forge an unparalleled Lu family, though he remained uncertain if the system's passives would still trigger under certain circumstances. Indeed, with my return, we shall ensure the continuation of the Lu family. Lu Xian nodded earnestly. The once destroyed Lu family may have vanished, but as long as he and his grandson remained, the Lu family would endure. Let us extend our congratulations to young Master Lu on reuniting with his grandfather. Should you not mind, when the Lu family is restored, the princess's residence shall surely prepare a generous gift for you at this moment. Li Qingping stepped forward with a smile and said, Thank you, Your Highness, that I appreciate your assistance during this time. That Lu Jiyuan politely performed a bow and remarked, Well, since that is the case, it would not hinder the acknowledgement between young Master Lu and Elder Lu. Uncle Li, let us return. After Li Qingping spoke, she led Uncle Li and the others back to the Duke's residence. However, her actions piqued Lu Xian's curiosity. Grandson, this lady seems quite agreeable. If possible, you should seize the opportunity, that Lu Xian said to Lu Jiyuan with a serious expression, to which Lu Jiyuan responded with a bitter smile. Grandfather, she is the beloved sixth princess of King Li. I think it is best to refrain for now. King Li, you say? I believe you can reach that level. My grandson, Lu Xian, shook his head. Just as he was about to say more, when Lu Jiyuan hurriedly interrupted, All right, grandfather, let us first seek individuals to reconstruct the Lu family. After all, there are only the two of us left now. Lu Jiyuan feared that his grandfather might say something further, lest the powerful protector of Li Qingping overheard and dealt a fatal blow. After all, Lu Jiyuan had previously witnessed a formidable being, stronger than the nascent soul stage, appearing out of thin air at the Duke's residence. Given that his grandfather could confront Uncle Li, it seemed his grandfather was merely at the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, he had never heard of his grandfather's existence from his father. It was likely that his grandfather was a mere byproduct of the system's passive background. Your Highness, are we truly going to let Lu Jiyuan leave like this? Xiao Qing asked incredulously, for they all recognized Lu Jiyuan's exceptional talent, and such a genius should ideally be kept close. Xiao Qing, you are still too naive. Such a talent must be befriended, but retaining him against his will would only foster resentment, which would be counterproductive. Xiao Qing nodded, somewhat understanding. Moreover, the news has likely already reached the capital. My father will probably send someone soon to bring young Master Lu into the royal fold. At that point, young Master Lu would likely not refuse. After all, the strength of our Yuanwu kingdom is evident. That a flicker of unusual expression crossed Li Qingping's face, but it quickly vanished. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan had already accompanied his grandfather to the renowned spirit-building shop in Qingfeng Town. P.S. A new book begins. Dear readers, if you have reached this point, please consider leaving a 5-star review. Your encouragement means a great deal to the author. Thank you. Chapter 11. Reconstructing the Lu family on the Emperor Xian continent. Buildings of mortal families are primarily constructed from mundane materials. Stronger families utilize materials imbued with spiritual energy for their structures, leading to the emergence of spirit buildings. Spirit building shops specialize in crafting these edifices, and one merely needs to pay to have a spirit building created. The previous Lu family had constructed a low-grade yellow spirit building, as the value of such structures is exceedingly high. Even golden core cultivators often struggled to afford them. It was already quite an achievement to have built a low-grade yellow spirit building. As Lu Jiyuan and Lu Xian entered, the shopkeeper soon approached them. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? We wish to construct a spirit building, Lu Xian stated directly without hesitation. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression grew even more animated, for those who could afford to build a spirit building were certainly not ordinary individuals. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the comprehensive guide. The shopkeeper hurriedly returned with a thick book and presented it to Lu Xian. Our Tianling spirit building shop is the largest in the entire Tianling prefecture. As long as you have the funds, we can even craft an immortal-grade spirit building for you. The shopkeeper said with a broad smile. Lu Jiyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the shop's reputation, while Lu Xian began to peruse the spirit building compendium. Given his current resources, he could at most construct a top-grade yellow spirit building, yet even that came at a steep price of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per square meter, after selecting and finalizing their choice. Once it was determined they were from the Lu family, the specific price was quickly estimated. Elder Lu, according to your plans, this project will likely require several million low-grade spirit stones, the shopkeeper said cautiously. In response, Lu Xian produced a storage ring, saying, according to the rules, I will provide half the deposit now, and the remaining half will be settled upon completion, Lu Xian stated calmly, while the shopkeeper inspected the storage ring with his divine sense, revealing it contained 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper quickly smiled and said, Rest assured, esteemed elder, we will have it completed within a week. After signing the contract, Lu Xian left the Tianling spirit building shop with Lu Jiyuan. Not long ago, the Lu family was destroyed by the Chen family, and it was said that only one young master of the Lu family remained. I never expected that this young master had a grandfather still alive. And from the aura, he seems to have reached the nascent soul stage, the shopkeeper remarked in amazement, radiating the presence of a golden core cultivator. Upon leaving the Tianling spirit building shop, Lu Jiyuan curiously looked at Lu Xian. Grandfather, how could you possess such wealth? Spirit stones are exceedingly precious. Even my father, with the combined strength of our family, could scarcely muster 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Over the years, I have ventured beyond Qingfeng Town, encountering numerous opportunities. It is not unusual for me to possess a modest amount of spirit stones. Lu Xian replied with a smile, and Lu Jiyuan chose to forego further inquiry, trusting that Lu Xian would not harm him. Since we still need a week, and given that you have no cultivation techniques, this will allow you to practice that technique, Lu Xian said mysteriously, which piqued Lu Jiyuan's curiosity. Technique? Yes, but this is not the right place to discuss it. Let us find a more suitable location, Lu Xian said, leading Lu Jun away. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the Yuanwu kingdom, King Li, who was in closed-door cultivation, had received news from Uncle Li. The heavenly Tao has bestowed a blessing, awakening a top-tier heavenly talent, along with a breakthrough to the 12th layer of the body refinement stage. This individual must be befriended. No, I must make a personal visit, King Li declared as he rose, heading towards Qingfeng Town, unaware that this news had also reached the ears of the members of the Yumo sect. He, a top-tier heavenly talent, combined with the 12th layer of the body refinement stage. If we can recruit this young man into our Yumo sect, it would undoubtedly elevate us beyond the Yuanwu kingdom, allowing us to devour it whole. The leader of the Yumo sect, having received the information from his informants in the Yuanwu kingdom, set off without hesitation towards Qingfeng Town. This young man must not be lost. He could very well advance the Yumo sect further. At this moment, Lu Jiyuan remained unaware that both King Li and the leader of the Yumo sect were hastening towards Qingfeng Town because of him. Under Lu Xian's guidance, Lu Jiyuan arrived at a training chamber filled with more concentrated spiritual energy than the outside world, albeit at a high cost. At a top-grade yellow training chamber required 100 low-grade spirit stones per hour. Grandfather, can you now tell me what this technique is? Lu Jiyuan asked, intrigued, while Lu Xian rummaged through his storage ring and produced a stone. That a stone? Lu Jiyuan exclaimed, surprised. Can there be a technique within this stone? Indeed, do not be deceived by its appearance. This stone contains a high-tier technique. Unfortunately, I have already reached the nascent soul stage, and switching techniques would require me to forfeit my current cultivation and start anew. However, you are different. You have no cultivation, making you the perfect candidate for this technique. Lu Xian sighed, lacking the courage to abandon his own cultivation, that he then handed the stone to Lu Jiyuan. Hold this stone tightly and attempt to communicate with it. If fate allows, you will obtain the technique within. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyuan earnestly grasped the stone and began to seek a connection. With the enhancement of his luck, he quickly established a bond with the stone. Suddenly, the stone trembled violently, and Lu Jiyuan found himself engulfed in a dilapidated space. Where on earth is this? Lu Jiyuan murmured, gazing at the vast expanse, only to notice that he was floating in the void. When he looked up again, a small stone had appeared before him. Kid, you are quite interesting. To Lu Jiyuan's astonishment, the stone spoke. What in the world? The stone can talk. Although Lu Jiyuan understood he was in a fantastical realm, witnessing a non-human entity speak was still utterly shocking. Responding to Lu Jiyuan's words, the stone seemed to express some emotion. Kid, what? Is it so strange for a stone to speak? This world is filled with wonders and oddities. Chapter 12. My fortunes are remarkably unfavorable, yet remarkably favorable. However, it wasn't long before Lu Jiyuan came to terms with the situation. So, what about my cultivation method? Lu Jiyuan inquired eagerly, his anticipation palpable as he yearned for an extraordinary technique. I must admit, I am equally perplexed as to why the Hongming Divine Stone has chosen you. Nevertheless, since it has made its selection, I can only pass this technique on to you. Brace yourself, young man. The stone declared. Upon speaking, a beam of light shot forth from its very being, penetrating Lu Jiyuan's mind. Soon, he could sense the cultivation method within his consciousness and couldn't help but recite, Hongmeng Wanfeijing. Why, you seem to absorb it rather swiftly. This Hongmeng Wanfeijing is a technique once practiced by the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor, a genuine divine-level method. Enjoy your secret delight, but do not forget, this technique is not something just anyone can master. The Hongmeng Divine Stone's choice of you does not guarantee your success in mastering it. The stone remarked teasingly. After all, the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor was once renowned as the strongest being in the Emperor Xian continent, surpassing even the Celestial Emperors. Yet he ultimately perished in pursuit of greater realms. Before his demise, the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor had a premonition and left his legacy within a Hongmeng Divine Stone, which fortuitously fell into Lu Xian's hands. The Hongmeng Wanfeijing, as the cultivation method of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor, was undeniably powerful, yet the difficulty of mastering it was equally formidable, rendering it incomprehensible to ordinary cultivators. However, before the stone's words could settle, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Lu Jiyuan had merely read the Hongmeng Wanfeijing and was soon able to operate it effortlessly. How is this possible? How can anyone possibly memorize the Hongmeng Wanfeijing and still manage to cultivate it so quickly? Yet this was not the limit of Lu Jiyuan's potential, that as he channeled the Hongmeng Wanfeijing. The spiritual energy throughout the entire cultivation building surged toward his position. I was so close to breaking through to the golden core stage. Everything I lost will be reclaimed, thought a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator next door, eagerly preparing to absorb the spiritual energy for a breakthrough. But at that moment, the previously abundant spiritual energy in the training room vanished in an instant. What is happening? Where is all my spiritual energy gone? The Peak Foundation establishment cultivator panicked, and as the spiritual energy disappeared, the cultivators throughout the building erupted in fury. Where's my spiritual energy? What nonsense is this? I was on the verge of a breakthrough, and now there's no energy left. What's going on? Where's the spiritual energy? Countless cultivators vented their frustrations in the training room, while the building's supervisor grew flustered and quickly reassured everyone. Please, do not panic. There has likely been some issue, and our staff is currently investigating. Remain calm. Upon hearing this, the cultivators present somewhat calmed down, yet they continued to grumble, for anyone would be irate if interrupted during their cultivation. Damn it, what on earth could have absorbed the spiritual energy in an instant? The supervisor, a golden core cultivator, fumed, unaware that all of this chaos stemmed from the commotion caused by a small cultivator who had yet to step into the Qi refinement stage. Meanwhile, Lu Xian stood beside Lu Jiyuan, excitement written all over his face. "Ha! You truly are my grandson. You have indeed acquired that extraordinary technique. The rise of our Lu family is now within reach." As the spiritual energy from the entire cultivation building was absorbed into Lu Jiyuan's body, his cultivation began to shift. With a resounding pop, he successfully advanced to the initial stage of Qi refinement. Yet this was not Lu Jiyuan's limit. The energy from the building could propel him beyond mere beginnings, that he soared through the mid-stage, then the late stage, finally stabilizing at the peak of Qi refinement. The next realm awaited him, the foundation establishment stage that Liu Jin intended to solidify his foundation before breaking through, ensuring he could journey further at this moment. The stone stood in stunned silence, astonished that such a prodigy existed. It could sense that while Lu Jiyuan was merely at the peak of Qi refinement, his combat strength was formidable enough to easily surpass even those at the initial foundation establishment stage. Now understanding why Lu Jiyuan had been chosen by the Hongmeng Wanfeijing, the stone encouraged, "Young man, carry forth the legacy of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor, that I believe that one day you will revive the name of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor across the entire Emperor Xian continent." As the stone finished speaking, Lu Jiyuan opened his eyes to find his grandfather before him. "Grandson, it appears you have acquired that mysterious technique." Lu Xian congratulated, pleased that someone from the Lu family had grown more powerful. "Grandfather, do you know of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor?" Lu Jun inquired with curiosity, to which Lu Xian shook his head, "That I do not know." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyuan's brow furrowed. Had the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor fallen into obscurity for so long that even his grandfather was unaware? He resolved to learn more about the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor when the opportunity arose. Having cultivated the technique of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor meant he was now akin to a successor. One day, he would ensure that the name of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor resounded throughout the Emperor Xian continent once more. However, Lu Jun soon had another thought, excitement surging within him. This was a genuinely divine-level technique, sufficient to elevate him to the Celestial Emperor realm. As far as Lu Jiyuan knew, there were not many Celestial Emperors within the entire Emperor Xian continent, suggesting that if he continued to cultivate diligently, he would inevitably become the strongest being in the land. Since you have obtained the cultivation technique, it would be wise to stabilize your realm here. The Lu family requires 7 days to complete its reconstruction. Lu Xian advised. Earlier, Lu Jiyuan had absorbed all the spiritual energy, causing the entire cultivation building to come to a halt, but it was now operational again, that I understand. Grandfather Lu Jiyuan nodded, preparing to sit down to cultivate. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Qingfeng Town. Chapter 13. Two great powers. A powerful being has arrived. Simultaneously, within the princess's residence, the heads of the 3 major families gazed upward at the sky above Qingfeng Town with trepidation, sensing a formidable figure materializing above. Accompanying this presence was a palpable aura of malevolence. Without a doubt, it is a demonic cultivator. Damn it, it's someone from the Yumo sect. Within the princess's residence, a Yuanwu kingdom expert tasked with protecting Li Qingping emerged. His aura unmistakably at the refinement void stage, that he could sense that the being above was likely a formidable figure at the tribulation stage. Such individuals were undoubtedly considered core members within the Yumo sect. Meanwhile, within the cultivation building, Lu Xian felt the ominous presence and his expression darkened. Naturally, he could discern what others sensed, and Lu Jiyuan was no exception. However, Lu Jun remained unaware that this was a demonic cultivator. He merely felt an uncomfortable sensation emanating from the aura. How could such a powerful demonic cultivator be fixated on Qingfeng Town? Lu Xian pondered, baffled. Over the years, he had traversed the land, encountering numerous formidable beings, and he could clearly identify that the individual before him was likely at the tribulation stage, a level of strength beyond his capability to confront. Meanwhile, above Qingfeng Town, the Yumo king, shrouded in a veil of black mist, greedily surveyed everything below, his terrifying consciousness recklessly searching through the town. Moments later, his attention fixated on Lu Jun. "Jijiji, I've found you, my little treasure." The Yumo king's consciousness lingered on Lu Jia. The refinement void expert within the princess's residence quickly reacted. Damn it. This fellow is after Lu Jun. Upon hearing their protector's words, Li Qingping's heart dropped. Young Master Lu was in grave danger. When would her father arrive? Lu Jun, too, felt a wave of unease, as if being scrutinized by a terrifying entity. Meanwhile, Lu Xian cursed under his breath, preparing to whisk Lu Jun away. Despite the Lu family's decline, Lu Jun was their most gifted member. Lu Xian firmly believed that under Lu Jiyuan's leadership, the Lu family would undoubtedly rise again, surpassing its former glory. Just as the Yumo king prepared to strike, another overwhelming presence descended. Yumo king, halt! This individual is under the protection of the Yuanwu kingdom. A voice resonated in the ears of every inhabitant of Qingfeng town, and Li Qingping's previously anxious heart finally found solace that MY father has arrived. This matter should be resolved. The newcomer was none other than the king of Li. Finally arriving at this critical juncture, upon hearing this declaration, Lu Xian quickly grasped the situation. The one who had come was indeed the king of Li. With the king's arrival, the Yumo king's expression noticeably darkened. Li Xianran, you cannot protect him. Besides, if this person learns of the treatment he would receive in my Yumo sect, he may very well join us. Oh, are you certain? Young man, come forth that Li Xianran chuckled lightly. And soon after, Lu Jun emerged from the training chamber under Lu Xian's guidance to greet Li Wang. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Xianran was undeniably the father of Li Qingping, and Lu Jun naturally felt compelled to show him some respect. Young man, I must inquire. Do you intend to join my Yuanwu kingdom, or do you wish to align yourself with the Yumo sect? Upon the conclusion of Li Xuanran's words, the Yumo king, standing to the side, laughed and remarked, Young man, with your talent, should you choose to join the Yumo sect, you would undoubtedly ascend to the position of a young master, and I would provide you with the resources you seek, enabling you to reach the refining void stage within a century. That Li Xianran, however, remained silent, trusting that Lu Jiyuan would know what choices to make. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Jiyuan smiled and replied, Thank you for your generous offers, esteemed elders, but I already have my family, and thus I do not intend to join any other factions. Hearing this, Li Xianran was somewhat astonished but did not feel anger. As long as the young man stayed within the Yuanwu kingdom, he was considered one of their OWN. It is only natural that one would bear responsibility for their nation in times of crisis. In stark contrast, the Yumo king's expression darkened. Young man, you would do well to reconsider, for the Yumo sect can provide you with everything you desire, that if you wish to grow stronger swiftly, it would be best to join us. Otherwise, you may find yourself at the mercy of a mysterious powerhouse one day. This statement carried an unmistakable hint of threat, yet Lu Jun, being one who yields to kindness rather than intimidation, perceived the Yumo king's threat as a path to his demise. That I must apologize, but I have no interest in your so-called Yumo sect, and frankly, the very name suggests a rather unremarkable and inferior faction. Lu Jun retorted with a cold smile, causing the surrounding atmosphere to grow chillier. You have quite the audacity, young man. Had you joined the Yumo sect, I might have taken you under my wing as a disciple. But now that you dare to insult us, you shall perish here today. With that, the Yumo king flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of demonic energy intended to annihilate Lu Jiyuan on the spot, only to have forgotten that Li Xianran was still present. You dare to kill a citizen of my Yuanwu kingdom before my very eyes. Yumo old ghost, do you hold me in such low regard? Li Xianran sighed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lu Jiyuan, shielding him from the oncoming demonic energy. Since you have chosen to intervene, Li Xianran, let us settle both old and new grievances now. The Yumo king retorted coldly, charging toward Li Xianran. Very well, if that is the case, let us engage in a battle to the death. Li Xianran, undaunted, charged forward to meet him. In an instant, the shockwaves from their collision radiated outward with terrifying speed. While a refining void stage powerhouse, covertly protecting Li Qingping, exerted all their strength to contain the aftermath. Recognizing this, Li Xianran deliberately shifted the battlefield to the skies, ensuring that Qingfeng town would not be obliterated by the residual energy. In this fantastical world, it is commonplace for battles between strong beings to upheave rivers and overturn mountains. Even a mere trace of their unleashed power could obliterate a city. As the clash between the two ascended into the heavens, Lu Jiyuan could no longer discern the details of their confrontation, But he knew that after a day had passed, the Yumo king emitted a furious cry. Well, I never anticipated that you, Li Xianran, would possess such hidden cards that we shall have ample time in the future. This young man shall certainly perish by my hand. With that, a shadow swiftly retreated into the distance, while Li Xianran descended slowly from the sky. Clearly having gained the upper hand, Li Qingping had also arrived at the battlefield, and upon seeing that her father was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief and approached Li Xianran, saying, "Father, I am so glad that you are safe. Rest assured, the Yumo king is but a trifling foe, not a match for me. The only concern now is that I cannot keep him from escaping." Li Xianran replied with a smile upon seeing his beloved daughter. "Indeed, father is the strongest." Li Qingping nodded earnestly in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xianran gradually approached Lu Jiyuan. "Young man, are you truly unwilling to join my Yuanwu kingdom's royal family? Thank you for your kind offer. Li Wang, but I, Lu Jiyuan, am already a member of the Lu family, and besides, the Yumo king has already been repelled by you, has he not?" Lu Jiyuan resolutely declined, for he now found himself within the Lu family, where he would face little constraint. Joining the royal family would only invite unnecessary complications, not to mention the constant scheming that might arise within the palace, that if it came to fighting, Lu Jiyuan was capable. But the intricacies of intrigue would be far too exhausting. "Very well. Since you wish to remain with the Lu family, I shall not force you. However, you must understand that the Yumo king is now aware of your presence in Qingfeng town, and you are likely to face a ceaseless stream of troubles ahead," Li Wang gently warned. Naturally, Lu Jiyuan was aware of this, yet he was also confident that his passive ability must have triggered. After all, the Yumo king had already targeted him. Was he not an enemy now? "If I were to perish here, it would simply be my fate," Lu Jiyuan remarked with a smile, as though he had cast aside all concern for life and death. Meanwhile, Li Qingping grew increasingly anxious. "Young Master Lu, perhaps you should reconsider. After all, the Yumo sect is not to be underestimated." Lu Jun replied earnestly, "Princess, we cultivators of the path must strive and fear nothing. If I were to cower before the Yumo sect today, my resolve would falter, impacting my future cultivation." That Li Qingping wished to persuade him further, but was halted by Li Xianran. "Daughter, since Lu Xianyu has expressed his stance, we cannot force him. Young man, should you change your mind in the future, take this token and seek me in the capital. All members of the royal family will understand its significance upon seeing it." With that, Li Xianran produced a beautifully crafted token and handed it to Lu Jiyuan. The token was palm-sized, intricately carved with the image of a divine dragon, alongside a character representing Li. Accepting the token, Lu Jiyuan replied earnestly, "Thank you for your kindness, Li Wang. Should I ever consider visiting the royal family, I will certainly do so. Haha, I shall await your arrival." Li Xianran laughed heartily, feeling pleased to have established a good rapport with Lu Jiyuan, hoping that one day, when Lu Jiyuan grew stronger, he might aid him in return. "Daughter, will you accompany me back, or do you wish to remain in Qingfeng town?" Li Xianran turned to Li Qingping, who, after casting a discreet glance at Lu Jiyuan, responded, "Father, I will temporarily remain in Qingfeng town as the princess." However, such small gestures could hardly escape Li Wang's keen perception. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Then, daughter, you may stay here, but do remember to prioritize your safety, that I have matters to attend to within the royal family, and must take my leave." With that, Li Xianran cast a final glance at Lu Jiyuan and soared back toward Yuanwu Kingdom. "Young Master Lu, since matters here have been resolved, I shall return to the princess's residence," Li Qingping remarked. "May the princess have a safe journey," Lu Jiyuan replied with a smile. This, Li Qingping's brow furrowed slightly, and she said, "If young Master Lu does not mind, you may simply call me Qingping." Hearing this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but be taken aback, pondering whether the young lady had developed feelings for Lu Jiyuan. However, Lu Jiyuan paid little mind to such thoughts, clasping his fists together as he said, "In that case, Qingping, please take care on your journey home." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Li Qingping and Xiaoqing gradually departed from sight. Lu Xian, standing to the side, shook his head and remarked, "Grandson, you have missed a splendid opportunity. Though your talent is formidable, our Lu family cannot guarantee your safety, with the Yumo king likely keeping an eye on you. You may find yourself in continuous danger." Hearing his grandfather's words, Lu Jun merely smiled without replying, turning instead to return to the training chamber to continue his cultivation, if all went as expected. His passive ability should have been activated. In the Qian Beast Mountain Range of Tianling Prefecture. Grandfather, do we truly have a chance to find Shunfeng grass within the Qian Beast Mountain Range? In the depths of the mountain range, a grandfather and grandson duo were searching for something. Rest assured, grandson, the Qian Beast Mountain Range is replete with natural treasures. Shunfeng grass is merely a low-grade spiritual herb, and with a bit of time, we shall surely find it, the elder replied with a smile. However, the next moment, the elder sensed something amiss, his hairs standing on end. Grandfather. What is it? The young boy asked curiously. The elder, now on high alert, gazed ahead, while the boy followed his gaze, spotting a mysterious cultivator standing there, appearing almost ethereal in this realm. What day and month is it today? After a prolonged stalemate, the enigmatic cultivator finally spoke up, inquiring, and the elder, upon sensing no hostility from the mysterious figure, hastily replied, Esteemed senior, it is now the year 114,514 of the Emperor Qian calendar. Upon hearing this, the mysterious cultivator raised his head, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his features. Has merely a millennium passed? I wonder if the Lu family still endures. With that, the enigmatic figure vanished without a trace, allowing the grandfather and grandson to exhale in relief. Grandfather, what level of power does this individual possess? The grandson asked with a hint of curiosity, while the elder's expression turned grave as he responded. I cannot ascertain, but for someone to make a cultivator in the transformation stage feel utterly powerless, they must be at least a formidable figure in the void refining stage. Little did he realize the individual was, in fact, a transcendent powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. At that moment, a voice echoed in the air. The divine wind grass you seek lies 100 miles ahead. Thank you for the guidance, esteemed senior, the elder exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Although the divine wind grass is not considered a high-grade spiritual herb, it is exceedingly difficult to find. With the senior's hint, his grandson's cultivation method could finally be perfected. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan remained blissfully unaware that his lineage was on its way to him, that he was currently in seclusion. Reinforcing his cultivation in hopes of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, in the Qi refinement stage, he could only wield some basic spells, akin to the fireball technique, but in essence, it bore little distinction from that of an ordinary mortal. After a century, he would still revert to the ancient form. Only upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage could his lifespan double to 200 years, and he would gain the ability to fly with a sword. Soaring through the heavens, as time passed with Lu Jiyuan's seclusion, the Lu family's spiritual construction project had commenced, and buildings began to rise majestically from the ground. The Lu family was on the path to reclaiming its former glory. Chapter 15. The house servant soon. The seventh day arrived. As the Lu family completed their renovations, Lu Jiyuan emerged from his meditative state and followed Lu Xian back to the Lu family's old site. To his astonishment, the Lu family had undergone a remarkable transformation, far surpassing its previous state. Senior Lu, please inspect this area, that if everything is satisfactory, we can settle the remaining balance, said son Xiaochuan, the proprietor of the spiritual construction store, as he approached Lu Xian and Lu Jiyuan with a smile. Very well, I shall take a look, Lu Xian replied, entering the Lu family estate to conduct his inspection, with Lu Jiyuan following closely behind. Once he confirmed that the estate was largely as he remembered, Lu Xian handed the remaining balance to son Xiaochuan. After the personnel from the spiritual construction store departed, Lu Xian shook his head as he surveyed the empty Lu family estate. It seems we need to procure a batch of house servants. Otherwise, this place feels desolate. Turning to Lu Jiyuan, he inquired, Grandson, do you know where we might find slaves for sale? Though Lu Xian's address was entirely normal, Lu Jiyuan felt an odd sense of offense. Yet he replied, Grandfather, we could check at the Wanbao Merchant Association. They should have slaves available. The Wanbao Merchant Association is the largest merchant association in the entire Tianling Prefecture. With branches scattered throughout, it can be said that wherever there are people, the shadow of the Wanbao Merchant Association is present to achieve its status as the largest merchant association. Wanbao's foundation is naturally profound. It is said that powerful beings at the Golden Immortal stage preside over it, and that it has ties to the Celestial Emperor. Wanbao Merchant Association. Is it? Let us pay a visit today. Lead the way, grandson. Lu Xian. Having heard of the association, waved his hand grandly that Liu Jun could only smile wryly, shaking his head. "Grandfather, perhaps it would be better if you just called me by my name. Being referred to as grandson feels somewhat derogatory. Very well, if you find it unpleasant, then I shall call you by your name from today onwards, grandson," Lu Xian replied earnestly. "All right, grandfather." Meanwhile, in the Qin family, damn it, the Lu family still has an ancestral figure alive. We must leave Qingfeng town at once to avoid retribution from them. Within the Qin family hall, numerous senior members were gathered, their faces etched with tension, clearly having learned of their family head's demise. Indeed, the Lu family has yet to take action against us. They must be preoccupied with something that if we do not leave now, when will we? I concur. Thus, the entire Qin family unanimously decided to depart Qingfeng town. After all, the Qin family remained intact as long as they were alive. Upon finding Qinfeng, they discovered him with bloodshot eyes and a face twisted in rage. "Liu Jun, why must you always overshadow me?" Upon learning that his father had perished at the hands of someone from the Lu family, Qinfeng was driven to madness. "Feng, it is of utmost importance that we leave Qingfeng town first. As long as we remain in the mountains, we need not worry about fuel for the fire. As long as the Chun family exists, we will eventually annihilate the Lu family," Qinfeng's second uncle, Chan Hua, stated gravely, his cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just a step away from breaking into the golden core stage. "You are right, second uncle. As long as I am alive. The Qin family has infinite possibilities. Let us depart." Qinfeng steadied himself, taking a deep breath, his expression darkening. Seeing this, Qinhua nodded in satisfaction. Qinfeng was indeed the most talented among them, having reached the foundation establishment stage by the age of 40. Considering this trajectory, he was likely to reach the nascent soul stage. Once Qinfeng attained the nascent soul stage, it would mark the time for the Chun family to retaliate. Though the Qin family operated in silence, they were still observed by those with ulterior motives. Haha, are the Qin family members planning to slip away? If so, let my Li family deliver them to Senior Lu as a congratulatory gift. Li Shuquan exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as his cultivation at the mid-golden core stage inadvertently revealed itself. After consuming the elixir bestowed by Lu Xian, Li Shuquan had effortlessly broken through to the mid-golden core stage. Having been trapped at the early golden core stage for years, due to a lack of resources and talent, on the other side, Lu Xian and Lu Jiyuan remained oblivious to these developments. They had just arrived at the resplendent Wanbao Merchant Association. Truly, it is the largest merchant association in the Tianling Prefecture. Even a branch is this affluent, Lu Xian remarked, shaking his head before entering. With Lu Jiyuan following closely behind, they stepped inside. A beautiful staff member approached them. Esteemed guests, how may we assist you today? Lu Xian stated his requirements directly. Upon hearing this, the staff member pondered for a moment before responding. If you do not mind, we can issue a notice for the recruitment of house servants. What sort of compensation can you offer them? 10 low-grade spirit stones per year, inclusive of food and accommodation. Lu Xian replied without hesitation, clarifying that he sought house servants rather than integrating them into the Lu family. Very well, we can likely have the house servants ready for you within 3 days. Additionally, there is a handling fee of 2 low-grade spirit stones per servant. The staff member replied with a smile. Once the fees were settled, the Wanbao Merchant Association promptly began searching for house servants on behalf of Lu Xian. His requirements were modest. As long as they were healthy, 10 low-grade spirit stones were a considerable sum for many mortals. Thus, it was evident that numerous individuals would likely seek to become house servants for the Lu family. Besides the house servants, Lu Xian also procured various items from the Wanbao Merchant Association that would be useful in the future, most of which were intended for Lu Jiyuan, as he was now the sole bloodline of the Lu family and deserved diligent care. In no time, 3 days passed that Liu Xian received a message from the Wanbao Merchant Association and arrived to find 100 house servants present, 50 male and 50 female, using his spiritual sense to assess their physical conditions. He found them satisfactory, nodding in approval. After signing contracts with them, he brought them back to the Lu family estate. Upon arriving at the opulent Lu family home, the 100 servants appeared somewhat anxious. Observing this, Lu Xian gathered them together and delivered a speech. From this day forth, you shall serve the Lu family. Your sustenance and daily needs will be provided within our estate, should you wish to leave. You must seek permission. However, if your performance is commendable, you may be granted the Lu surname and become one of us. These individuals are predominantly homeless or have, for various reasons, resorted to selling their bodies, descending into a state akin to servitude. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, they exhibited an extraordinary surge of excitement. After all, Lu Xian's prowess is indisputable. Becoming a member of the Lu family could hardly be deemed a hardship. Unperturbed by their expressions, Lu Xian proceeded to organize their affairs, selecting one named Lin Guiran as the steward before relinquishing his involvement. Henceforth, the matters of the Lu family commenced their journey towards proper order. However, beyond the confines of Qingfeng Town, another scene unfolded. Chapter 16. The day of the feast, with all arrangements in place, Lu Xian resolved to host a banquet a month hence, extending invitations to all families within Qingfeng Town to join the Lu family in celebration. Upon learning this news, Li Su Kuan of the Li family erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, splendid! 7 days hence, I shall accompany the Chun family to present our congratulations to the Lu family. I trust that Elder Lu will express his gratitude suitably." Shortly after the Chun family departed from Qingfeng Town, they were apprehended by the elite forces of the Li family, led personally by Li Su Kuan. After all, the Qin family was devoid of any Golden Core practitioners, while he had advanced to the mid-Golden Core stage. Thus the outcome was inevitable. However, an unfortunate turn of events occurred when Shenhua, in a bid to facilitate their escape, resorted to forbidden techniques, breaking through to the early Golden Core stage, only to be struck down by Li Su Kuan's decisive blow, leaving no member of the Chen family to escape. Since Elder Lu intends to rebuild the Lu family, we, the Quan family, shall naturally prepare a significant gift. Bring forth my Qing Lei sword to present to the Lu family as a token of our congratulations. Upon receiving this news, Peng Yuyin of the Peng family made a swift decision to bring forth her most beautiful descendants to curry favor with Lu Jiyuan, for the Lu family was now solely represented by him. Should she succeed in becoming his concubine, the Peng family would be entirely secure in Qingfeng Town. The head of the Yin family, Anwan, also prepared a lavish gift, eagerly awaiting the banquet in 7 days. "In the princess's residence, miss. This is a gift prepared by His Majesty for you. Are you truly intending to present it to the Lu family as a congratulatory offering?" Xiao Qing remarked hesitantly, gazing at the golden token in Li Qingping's hand. "Indeed, I have no use for it, especially with my father having arranged numerous powerful guardians for my protection. Thus, it serves no purpose for me," Li Qingping declared without hesitation, casually casting her gaze toward a shadowy corner. "Damn it, that rascal dares to reject me, and that Li Su Ran is nearly stepping out of line, within the domain of the demon wanderers." The demon king sat upon his throne, his face contorted with fury. Clearly, the events of that day had incensed him greatly, master. That young man's family is on the verge of reconstruction, according to reports from our spies. It seems the Li King has entered seclusion since his return. Should we not seize this opportunity to abduct that young man? One of the 5 elders of the demon wanderers proposed. Indeed, this vendetta must be avenged. However, I have sustained minor injuries and am temporarily unable to act. Therefore, great elder, I entrust you with this mission," the demon king replied darkly, casting a glance towards a withered figure seated in the corner. Upon hearing the demon king's command, the great elder opened his eyes. Understood. With that, the great elder vanished, an aura of mid-tribulation stage emanating subtly from him. Meanwhile, the Li King remained oblivious to the fact that the demon king had dispatched a mid-tribulation stage demon cultivator to abduct Lu Jiyuan, while he himself had sent a peak fusion stage guest elder under the pretense of protecting Li Qingping. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and on this day, the Lu family, under Lin Guiran's meticulous arrangements, was prepared for the festivities, exuding an atmosphere of jubilance. "Young master," as Lu Jun emerged after consolidating his cultivation, he encountered Lin Guiran, who greeted him warmly, having previously met Lin Guiran. Lu Jiyuan smiled and inquired, "Everything is set for today, correct?" "Yes, young master. All is prepared," Lin Guiran replied promptly. From Lin Guiran, Lu Jiyuan learned about the arrangements made for the day. 7 days prior, the servants had delivered invitations to every cultivation family in Qingfeng Town. Note: cultivation families refer to those with at least Qi refining stage practitioners. Although Qingfeng Town appeared vast, the number of cultivation families was only about 100, which the current scale of the Lu family could easily accommodate. "Entertain our guests for now," after all matters are attended to. This young master shall ensure you all ascend to the Qi refining stage, Lu Jiyuan said, patting Lin Giran's shoulder with a smile. His words sent a tremor of excitement through Lin Giran's frame. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, young master. We shall undoubtedly dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the Lu family. Becoming a cultivator is the lifelong aspiration of every being in the Emperor's Xian continent. Yet it is no simple endeavor, particularly for those in their servitude. Now, as Lu Jiyuan proclaimed the possibility of their ascension to cultivation, even if it were merely a jest, it warranted their profound gratitude towards him. Moreover, given the current circumstances of the Lu family, this statement might very well hold truth. After instructing Lin Guiran to attend to the preparations, Lu Jiyuan arrived at the entrance of the Lu family estate, where guests were steadily arriving. The Li family presents a gift of 20 low-grade spirit stones. The Cheng family offers 30 low-grade spirit stones. The Shui family contributes 25 low-grade spirit stones. The servant stationed at the entrance announced loudly, acknowledging that most attendees hail from Qi refining stage families, and such offerings of low-grade spirit stones were already commendable. Only foundational families would typically present over 100 low-grade spirit stones as gifts. Today, the renowned tavern, Xianren Zui, known throughout Tianling Prefecture, was responsible for catering the banquet for the Lu family. However, the costs were exorbitant, with 50 tables requiring a staggering 1 million low-grade spirit stones, indicating that each table was valued at approximately 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. In this light, their expenditure on gifts was entirely inconsequential. Naturally, guests of varying cultivation stages received different levels of hospitality. To illustrate, those at the Qi refining stage were seated together. Those at the foundation establishment stage occupied another table, while the Golden Core practitioners had a table exclusively to themselves. Albeit the number of Golden Core guests was likely to be sparse at that moment, the servants at the entrance bellowed, "Head of the Quan family." Quan Lei arrives to congratulate the Lu family on their new residence, presenting a Qing Lei sword. As the servant's proclamation rang out, the assembled cultivators turned their attention to the entrance, where Quan Lei strode in, a broad smile upon his face, flanked by 2 young Qi refining stage disciples eager to expand their horizons. The onlookers were taken aback by Quan Lei's ostentation. After all, a weapon is valued at a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the long sword might even command an additional 2,000. Is it merely a banquet? Must one present such an extravagant gift? As Quan Lei reveled in his moment, the servant shouted again with fervor. Head of the Yin family, Wan, arrives to congratulate the Lu family on their new residence, presenting a Xinxing Dan. Upon hearing this, the expression on Quan Lei's face soured visibly. The Xinxing Dan elixir significantly enhances a cultivator's speed, even allowing Golden Core practitioners to maintain a 50% increase for an hour. Tio put it plainly, this elixir could even be regarded as a life-saving remedy for Golden Core practitioners. Chapter 17. Selling Daughters for Prestige. The Li family's visit, I must say, Wan, you are exceedingly generous, even offering such an elixir, Quan Lei remarked, unable to contain his sarcasm upon seeing Wan. Wan retorted with equal disdain, and you, my friend, have presented the Qing Lei sword as a gift. Its worth is hardly inferior to my elixir. This, Quan Lei merely snorted, opting for silence. Just then, the servant shouted once more, Head of the Peng family, Peng Yuyin, arrives to congratulate the Lu family on their new residence, presenting 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Peng Yuyin's offering, both Quan Lei and Wan were taken aback. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Peng Yuyin was indeed generous. Before long, Peng Yuyin approached the 2 men, grinning as she spoke. You 2 have arrived earlier than I anticipated. Old Peng, you brought your granddaughter along. What are your intentions? Quan Lei exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise at the beautiful young woman accompanying Peng Yuyin, radiating an ethereal charm, her presence reminiscent of a celestial being, exuding an aura that demanded reverence. Why? Is it not normal to bring my granddaughter to a banquet? Peng Yuyin retorted, feigning indignation. Old Peng, by bringing Ziyin here, could it be that you were seeking to forge a union with the Lu family? And Wan, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head and remarked that Peng Yuyin's granddaughter, Peng Ziyin, was hailed as the unparalleled beauty of Qingfeng town. Of course, that was in the absence of Li Qingping. Were it not for the lack of distinguished women in their family, they would have undoubtedly chosen to bring forth the fairest maiden from their lineage. perhaps even catching the eye of Lu Jiyuan, leading to a potential alliance with the Lu family. Currently, the Lu family boasted only Lu Jiyuan as the sole heir of the main bloodline, which signified that he would inevitably become the future head of the Lu family. Establishing a good rapport with Lu Jiyuan could prove advantageous should any unforeseen circumstances arise. At that moment, a servant shouted once more, Li Su Kuan, the head of the Li family, has come to congratulate the Lu family on their new residence, bringing the entire Chen family as a gift. The servant's expression was peculiar as he uttered the words about the entire Chen family. Upon hearing this, the cultivators present were left in stunned silence. And the three heads of the Golden Core families inwardly cursed their misfortune. Li Su Kuan, that old rascal, had beaten them to the punch. Quan Lei slapped his thigh in regret, never anticipating that Li Su Kuan would actually choose to bring the entire Chen family along. The Lu family and the Chun family shared an irreconcilable enmity, meaning that the Chen family was surely destined for annihilation at the hands of the Lu family. It was clear that this congratulatory gift was of immense value. As Quan Lei and the others turned to look, they saw Li Su Kuan standing at the forefront, with the members of the Chun family, bound by ropes, trailing behind him. Li Su Kuan, you certainly have a clever mind to devise such a scheme. Quan Lei gritted his teeth in frustration. If he had been the one to capture the Chen family, who could predict what rewards that esteemed figure might have bestowed upon him? Merely a matter of using one's intellect. Li Su Kuan said, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Witnessing this scene, the three heads of the Golden Core families were infuriated but felt powerless. After all, Li Su Kuan had ingratiated himself with that esteemed elder, making it difficult for them to act against him. Meanwhile, the Chen family members, bound and brought before Li Su Kuan, felt as if they were being scrutinized like animals in a zoo, wishing they could dig a hole and hide. Chun Feng was consumed with humiliation, his face flushed with anger as he scratched at the ground, nearly gouging out a 3-room apartment's worth of earth. Deep within the Lu family estate, Lu Xian received the news from the servants and opened his eyes in surprise. Li Su Kuan is surprisingly perceptive, he mused. Initially planning to eradicate the Chen family after the Lu family was re-established to avenge Guanga, he now saw that the opportunity had presented itself so conveniently. With that thought, Lu Xian hurried toward the door. Simultaneously, Lu Jiyuan received the news. The Chen family members have been captured. In that case, they should all be dealt with. The memories of his original self resonated within him, and the humiliation of that day became a matter of personal vendetta. Thus, Lu Jiyuan set off toward the location of the Chen family, before the three heads of the Golden Core families could react. Lu Xian had already appeared before them. Elder Lu. The three bowed hastily, knowing better than to behave recklessly in the presence of a senior, lest they face annihilation without a word of protest. Are these all the members of the Chun family? Lu Xian inquired, casting his gaze upon them. Li Su Kuan quickly responded. Elder Lu, all the members of the Chen family are present. Those with the Chen bloodline have been brought here, and I have administered the dispelling powder, rendering them incapable of utilizing spiritual power for 12 hours. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction. The dispelling powder, a rare treasure capable of temporarily stripping cultivators of their spiritual power, could even affect formidable beings during their tribulation phase, if aged sufficiently. You have done well. The Lu family owes you a favor for this matter. Should you require assistance in the future, we shall lend our hand once. With Lu Xian's words, Li Su Kuan expressed his gratitude. Elder, this is merely my duty. Without your assistance, I might not have been able to break through to the mid-Golden Core stage. The revelation stunned the three family heads. Realizing that Li Su Kuan had secretly advanced to the mid-Golden Core stage, that a favor is a favor. You have indeed done something for the Lu family, and gratitude is warranted, Lu Xian said dismissively, while Li Su Kuan could only suppress his excitement in response. Thus, the Li family could now call upon the Lu family twice for assistance. Just then, Lu Jiyuan arrived fashionably late, and upon seeing him, Chen Feng's emotions surged with excitement. Have all the members of the Chun family gathered? Lu Jiyuan, clad in white, stepped onto the scene. The onlookers were taken aback, for it was rumored that Lu Jiyuan had been rendered powerless. However, the current situation seemed to contradict that narrative that Lu Jiyuan had regained his former peak appearance, his aura radiating with formidable might akin to a blazing sun. Lu Xiaoyu, all the surviving members of the Chun family are present, Li Su Kun stated promptly. After receiving this confirmation, Lu Jiyuan nodded in satisfaction. But at that moment, Chen Feng furiously shouted, Lu Jiyuan, what merit do you possess? Relying on the elders of your clan, if you have the courage, face me in battle and witness how I defeat you. Following the sound, Lu Jiyuan looked up to see a disheveled young man shouting in anger. And after a long search through his memories, he finally recognized him. You are the Chen fellow I defeated? Lu Jiyuan's expression was genuinely incredulous, which only incited further rage in Chen Feng, who began to struggle violently. Lu Xiaoyu, do not entertain his request. This fellow has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Even if you win, it would be an unworthy victory. Li Su Kun intervened, and Quan Lei and the others nodded in agreement. Lu Xian, however, remained silent, simply observing Lu Jiyuan that he knew well that Lu Jiyuan had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, while Chen Feng had achieved it 3 years prior. Unfazed by Chen Feng's provocation, Lu Jiyuan felt a curiosity brewing within him regarding the limits of his current combat prowess. Although he was at the pinnacle of qi refinement, he sensed that his abilities transcended mere realms. With that thought, Lu Jiyuan sneered, Very well. If you seek death, I shall ensure you meet your end in a manner that leaves you utterly convinced. Release him. Lu Jiyuan's words caused Li Su Kun's expression to shift dramatically. Should Chen Feng harm Lu Jiyuan, he would undoubtedly face repercussions for bringing the Chun family to as he contemplated intervening. Lu Xian raised a hand to stop him. He had absolute confidence in his grandson. For Lu Jiyuan was favored by the heavens. Utilizing Chen Feng as a means to forge Lu Jiyuan's unassailable resolve was an excellent strategy. Furthermore, if Chen Feng proved to be ungrateful, Lu Xian would not hesitate to take action himself. Hearing Lu Jiyuan's command, the servants hurriedly approached to untie Chen Feng. Though the effects of the dispelling powder lingered, Lu Xian was undeterred, but he stepped forward and placed his palm against Chen Feng's forehead, unleashing a torrent of power that swiftly dissipated the dispelling powder's effects. Before long, Chen Feng erupted with the strength of the initial foundation establishment stage. Observing this, Li Su Kun shook his head with a hint of sympathy. Chen Feng had promising talent. Given time, he could have advanced to the Golden Core stage, but his gravest mistake was provoking the Lu family. Let us proceed to the arena, Lu Jiyuan declared, turning to stride toward the Lu family's martial platform. The gathered guests followed eagerly, for this was a battle between prodigies, and most were cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Observing such a contest would undoubtedly enhance their own skills. Chen Feng snorted coldly and followed suit. Upon reaching the martial platform, Lu Jin effortlessly soared into the arena and turned to face Chen Feng. The latter hesitated not, recognizing the dire necessity of vanquishing Lu Jin to honor the memory of the fallen members of the Chen family. Beneath the martial platform, a considerable crowd had gathered, and just then, a servant at the entrance shouted excitedly, Princess Li Qingping has arrived to congratulate the Lu family, presenting a token of the Yuanwu order. Upon hearing this sound, the guests present turned their astonished gazes towards the entrance, for most of them were aware of the identity of the county princess, the most cherished daughter of Prince Li. However, their astonishment deepened upon seeing the Yuanwu token she presented, for possessing such a token signified one as a most esteemed guest of the Yuanwu kingdom. Simply displaying the Yuanwu token within its territories could resolve most dilemmas. Soon, the veiled Li Qingping approached the martial arts platform, casting her gaze upon Lu Jiyuan, and with a slight smile, remarked, Young Master Lu, it appears I have not missed a splendid spectacle that if you wish to watch. Qingping, you must pay close attention now, Lu Jiyuan replied with a grin, then turned to face Chen Feng and declared, Bring it on. Otherwise, I fear you may not get the chance to strike. You dare to underestimate me? Watch closely. Chen Feng retorted angrily, charging towards Lu Jiyuan with a terrifying speed that left even the qi refining stage cultivators below seeing only a blur. Yet, in Lu Jiyuan's eyes, Chen Feng's speed was merely comparable to his own, perhaps even slightly slower in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng's fist, crackling with a hint of lightning, surged towards Lu Jiyuan. That it was the yellow-tier low-grade martial technique. Thunder Fist, rumored to be capable of shattering even 10-meter-thick stone slabs with a full-powered strike. Upon witnessing this move, Li Shuqun couldn't help but feel concern for Lu Jiyuan, and the others shared his apprehension. Only Lu Xian and Li Qingping displayed no fear, firmly believing in Lu Jiyuan's prowess. Just as Chen Feng's fist was about to connect with Lu Jiyuan, calm and unhurried, extended his hand and effortlessly intercepted the thunder fist. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. And after a brief moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Heavens, I cannot be mistaken. The strength of young Master Lu is astonishing. He single-handedly blocked the thunder fist, and it appears he hasn't even reached his limits. Gasped the onlookers, their disbelief palpable. That I as someone pinching me. I feel as though I am dreaming. This defies all logic. It makes Chen Feng seem like a mere qi refining stage cultivator. The guests below were left in utter disbelief. And the four Golden Core family heads nearly had their eyes pop out in shock. Indeed, young friend Lu possesses innate divine strength, Li Shuquan finally managed to articulate after a long pause. While Quan Lei and the others could only manage a weak impressive. Young Master Lu truly is extraordinary, Li Qingping remarked as she observed Lu Jiyuan on the platform, to which Lu Xian added. He is indeed a remarkable scion of the Lu family. That moment. Chen Feng was also taken aback by Lu Jiyuan's formidable display, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? It must be a trick. An absolute fabrication. Are you finished? If so, it is now my turn. Lu Jiyuan smiled at Chen Feng, who suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Straining against Lu Jiyuan's grip, he forcefully retreated to a distance. Chapter 19. A single strike to vanquish the Foundation establishment. Thunderbolt technique. Chen Feng bellowed, forming hand seals to darken a portion of the clouds above the Lu family estate, where bolts of lightning began to crackle into existence. In response, Lu Jiyuan prepared his own counter. Against you, I shall employ this technique. Fireball technique. The fireball technique, a fundamental spell in the cultivation world, derives much of its power from the user's spiritual energy. However, as one progresses in cultivation, it tends to be discarded in favor of more formidable spells. Yet at this juncture, the fireball technique was most fitting. With both hands raised, Lu Jiyuan conjured a small fireball in the palm of his hand in mere moments. And as he infused it with spiritual energy, its size increased at a terrifying speed, soon swelling to the size of a human head. Meanwhile, a resounding boom echoed from above. Damn it, Chen Feng's thunderbolt technique charges far quicker than the fireball technique. Young friend Lu is in danger. Li Shuquan's heart raced at this realization, and the other three Golden Core family heads tensed, while only Lu Xian and Li Qingping remained unperturbed, confident that Lu Jiyuan must have anticipated the disparity in charging speeds. As the lightning descended, Lu Jiyuan's gaze bore no trace of fear, regarding Chen Feng as one might regard a mere insect. Chen Feng, sensing the imminent threat from the fireball, knew he had to make his move first. Descend! In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as 2 fingers, struck downwards towards Lu Jiyuan's position. The brilliance of the lightning was so intense that even mortals could not gaze upon it, leaving only qi refining stage cultivators capable of barely witnessing the event. The lightning crashed upon Lu Jiyuan, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned. They had expected him to evade, yet he chose to endure the full brunt of a Foundation establishment stage strike. However, when the lightning dissipated, the scene that unfolded left them even more astonished. What? Young Master Lu withstood a Foundation establishment attack unscathed. My heavens, if I were to face that strike, I would surely perish. From this moment forth, I declare young Master Lu the strongest prodigy of Qingfeng Town. Upon seeing Lu Jiyuan unharmed, Li Shuquan let out a sigh of relief. Had anything gone awry, he could hardly guarantee that Lu Xian would not unleash his wrath upon him. But soon, he noticed an ephemeral, invisible barrier that had flashed around Lu Jiyuan. That was the spiritual energy barrier only attainable by those in the Foundation establishment stage, and Lu Jiyuan had managed to conjure it while still in the qi refining stage. Truly terrifying. Goodness in comparison, my own family member feels like a waste. Quan Lei stood aside, his gaze filled with envy, pondering why his family lacked such a formidable prodigy. Beside him, Peng Yuyan, standing next to Peng Ziyan, whispered a remark that caused Ziyan's face to flush, yet she nodded in agreement. Young Master Lu is indeed astonishing, managing to utilize techniques reserved for the Foundation establishment stage while still in the qi refining stage. Li Qingping, observing the unfolding events from her seat, felt a swell of emotion. After all, she too was at the peak of the qi refining stage, and she knew that had she been in Chen Feng's position, she might not have fared any better. Lu Xian, brimming with pride, wore a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Judging by the events of this battle, Lu Jiyuan's talent surpassed even his wildest expectations. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression fraught with incredulity. The strength of Lu Jiyuan had exceeded all his imaginings. How could anyone withstand a full-force strike from the Foundation establishment stage? How is this possible? How could you possibly endure? Apologies, but I am under no obligation to explain this to you. Now, it is time for judgment. Behold, fireball of flames! Lu Jiyuan sneered, hurling forth a fireball the size of 1 meter in radius. Its intense heat warping the very space above the platform. Oh no! Chen Feng's heart sank at the sight. He needed to evade, for he sensed that this strike would undoubtedly spell his doom. Just as the fireball hurtled towards him with terrifying speed, he narrowly evaded it, exhaling in relief as he turned to Lu Jun and mockingly declared, "Young Master Lu, that strike does not seem so fearsome after all." "Oh, are you certain?" Lu Jiyuan replied with a smile that held an unsettling undertone, causing Chen Feng's heart to race with apprehension. As he turned to glance behind him, he felt a searing heat approaching. The enormous fireball was now directly behind him. There was no time to evade. In an instant, Chen Feng was engulfed by the massive fireball, and despite his attempts to activate his spiritual barrier, it proved utterly ineffective. Soon, agonizing screams echoed from within the flames, but they were short-lived, as Chen Feng was reduced to a mere charred remnant. My heavens, has young Master Lu modified the fireball technique? If I am not mistaken, it seems so. The guests below erupted in astonished exclamations, while the 4 Golden Core family heads could only praise Lu Jiyuan as a true genius, capable of refining the fireball technique even at the Qi refining stage. Yet, had they known that Lu Jiyuan had originally conceived a martial technique while still immortal, their astonishment would have only deepened. Truly, my son is worthy of the Lu family. Lu Xian rose, laughing heartily, while the members of the Qin family, witnessing Chen Feng's demise, could not contain their tears. "Young master," they cried in sorrow. Yet, it was unfortunate that Lu Jiyuan was not one to show mercy. Facing the grieving Qin family, he simply stated, "Grandfather, send them on their way. Did you hear that? Take them down, eliminate them all, and scatter their ashes." Liu Xian commanded the family servants with a glance. For now, the members of the Qin family had consumed the dispelling powder, making it exceedingly effortless for even mere mortals to dispatch them. "Yes, master." As the Qin family members were escorted away, Lu Jiyuan turned to the guests and smiled, saying, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for interrupting your meal. Please return to your banquet." Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, the guests obediently returned to their tables. That moment, Li Qingping approached Lu Jiyuan, sincerely expressing, "Sometimes I find myself curious. Young Master Lu, what manner of anomaly are you? A mortal body creating martial techniques, breaking through to the 12th level of body tempering with no innate talent, and now effortlessly defeating those in the Foundation establishment stage. Qingping, you need not concern yourself too much. Are we not friends? Besides, I too am curious about what exactly I am, and I am currently seeking the answer to that question. However, many questions need not have answers. Do they?" Lu Jiyuan smiled and deflected. "Indeed, but fortunately, I can call you a friend. Otherwise, having an adversary like you would leave me in constant dread," Li Qingping teased, prompting Lu Jiyuan to shake his head helplessly. "Let us proceed to dine. I find myself rather famished." Chapter 20. A fearsome foe approaches Lu Chongqing. During the banquet, Lu Xian had specifically arranged a table for Li Qingping and Lu Jiyuan, and no one dared to interrupt them. One was the beloved grandson of a nascent soul powerhouse, and the other was the cherished youngest daughter of the Li family. By the way, I am quite curious, why did the Qin family target your Lu family back then? Li Qingping inquired during the meal, viewing it as a simple matter. Lu Jiyuan, not one to conceal the truth, replied with a hint of sadness. "Ultimately, this matter stems from my own circumstances. My talent incited the Chun family's jealousy, and given the existing grievances between the Chun and Lu families, they chose to strike first. Moreover, at that time, my family was ill-prepared, which facilitated the Qin family's success. At that time, Lu Jiyuan had merely broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage at the age of 20. Had there been no unforeseen events, he would have likely reached the Golden Core stage before turning 60, making the Lu family a dual Golden Core clan. The Qin family had grievances with the Lu family, prompting their assault. However, prior to their attack, the Qin family sought to ally with other families, only to be rebuffed, as those families had no animosity with the Liu family and saw no need to take such risks. If even one member of the Liu family managed to escape, it would lead to a cycle of revenge. Left with no choice, the Qin family had to act alone, but they never anticipated the emergence of Liu Jiyuan. Otherwise, the Liu family's quest for vengeance would indeed have been hopeless. Though it is regrettable, what has transpired has already occurred. I sincerely hope you can move past this matter soon, Li Qingping consoled. Liu Jiyuan offered a wry smile. I have long since let it go. Besides, this is merely a temporary separation. Once I attain the realm capable of manipulating time, perhaps I could revive them. Just as Li Qingping was about to respond, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the Liu family. What a formidable presence has descended! Liu Xian exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Li Qingping. Uncle Qin, what brings you here? Li Qingping asked, surprised to see the man who had been sent by Li Xianran to protect her. Sixth Princess, there is no time for explanations. We must leave at once, Uncle Qin said gravely. However, before Li Qingping could react, a menacing figure loomed above the Liu family. I apologize, but no one shall leave today. The arrival was none other than the Grand Elder of the Yumo sect, known in the martial world as the King of 1,000 Ghosts. Feeling the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from the King of 1,000 Ghosts, Uncle Qin's expression darkened. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the Yumo sect would send such a devastating force, one in the mid-stage of tribulation transcendence, while he himself was merely at the peak of the integration stage. King of 1,000 Ghosts, I never imagined the Yumo sect would send you here. Are you not afraid of provoking a full-scale war with the Yuanwu kingdom? Uncle Qin's face was grim as he spoke, secretly sending a message to the Li King. Such a maneuver could hardly escape the notice of the King of 1,000 Ghosts, who merely snorted and unleashed a palm strike towards Uncle Qin. Seeing this, Uncle Qin dared not be negligent. He quickly summoned all his strength to counter the blow, yet was still sent flying, narrowly escaping death. Uncle Qin, Li Qingping cried out in desperation as she rushed to support him. While Uncle Qin resolutely declared, Sixth Princess, I shall expend all my strength to hold off the King of 1,000 Ghosts. You must flee at once. Hearing this, Li Qingping's expression turned bitter. Uncle Qin, the King of 1,000 Ghosts is a formidable being in the mid-stage of tribulation transcendence. How could I, a mere practitioner of Qi refinement, possibly escape from his grasp? Meanwhile, in the realm of Yuanwu Kingdom, Li Xianran had received Uncle Qin's message, and a tidal wave of fury erupted within him. King of Yumo, if anything happens to my daughter, I shall ensure that every last one of you from the Yumo sect pays dearly. The entire kingdom felt the brunt of Li Xianran's wrath, trembling in fear. Without hesitation, he surged forth at his utmost speed towards Qingfeng town, hoping that he might arrive in time for a glimmer of chance. On the other hand, the King of 1,000 Ghosts remained unfazed by the unfolding events. He had already ascertained that Li Xianran was currently in seclusion. Even if he were to emerge now, given Li Xianran's speed, it would take him at least half an hour to arrive, ample time for the King of 1,000 Ghosts to eliminate everyone present and make his escape. You there, it must be you who dared to reject our Lord's invitation. Do you not realize the might of the Yumo sect? Facing the provocation from the King of 1,000 Ghosts, Liu Jiyuan maintained a facade of calmness, though his heart was in turmoil. Where was his support? If they did not arrive soon, he would truly be facing death in a bid to uphold the dignity of the Liu family's young master. Liu Jun, undaunted, retorted, and what of it? The world knows your Yumo sect to be a band of marauders, committing heinous acts without restraint. You will surely meet your downfall one day. Upon hearing Liu Jiyuan's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the King of 1,000 Ghosts' face. Did this young man not comprehend the terror of a being in the tribulation transcended stage? The Qi refinement practitioners present, stirred by Liu Jiyuan's boldness, recognized that, given the methods of the Yumo sect, their chances of survival today were slim. It was evident that Qingfeng town would be obliterated by the King of 1,000 Ghosts. Thus, they resolved to hurl insults at him before meeting their end. With that thought, the Qi refinement practitioners gathered their courage and began to taunt the King of 1,000 Ghosts. Humph! What sort of hero are you? King of 1,000 Ghosts? If you have the ability, face me in a duel at the same level. What is your fearsome mask concealing a visage even more grotesque? King of 1,000 Ghosts. What does it matter if you slay us? There are countless others like us. Faced with the provocations of these ants, the king of 1,000 ghosts was clearly incensed. He had never encountered such insolence from those of this lowly caliber. Typically, any practitioner who saw him would tremble in fear. Moreover, his mask was a source of pain. It bore the reminder of a wound inflicted upon him by a powerful foe during his time as a transformation stage practitioner. After achieving the integration stage, the king of 1,000 ghosts vowed to take revenge on that individual, and this scar served as a constant reminder not to be bullied again. Now, with it being brought up once more, his fury was reignited. From a distance, Uncle Chin's expression turned grim as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Why provoke the king of 1,000 ghosts? Time is of the essence, as the king of 1,000 ghosts prepared to strike. Uncle Chin realized the gravity of their situation, that a massive palm print began to coalesce, radiating such power that despair gripped the hearts of all present. Though Lu Jun felt a twinge of fear, his expression remained unfazed. At that critical juncture, an even more formidable presence descended upon the king of 1,000 ghosts, accompanied by a faint voice. Who dares to bully the descendant of Lu Changxing? Chapter 21. The fear of the king of 1,000 ghosts impossible. How could such a powerful being pass through here? My lord, there must be some misunderstanding between us. At this moment, the 1,000 Ghost King was trembling in fear. Overwhelmed by a pressure that far surpassed that of the wandering Demon King, it was evident that the individual before him was at least in existence of the Great Ascension phase. One must understand that a being of such caliber could effortlessly annihilate someone of his insignificant status with a mere gesture. Before the 1,000 Ghost King stood a slender figure, appearing utterly unthreatening, even somewhat frail. Yet the 1,000 Ghost King was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by this individual. Upon hearing the name Lu Changxing, Lu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked up, finally recognizing the face before him, which was illuminated by sheer delight. You are Grandfather Lu Changxing. Upon hearing Lu Xian's voice, Lu Changxing looked down and beheld Lu Xian, his expression filled with nostalgia, lost in thoughts of the past. You must be little Xuanzi, that I recall holding you in my arms back in the day. Indeed, you are truly Grandfather Changxing. Upon hearing Lu Changxing's words, Lu Xian was instantly moved to tears, while the 1,000 Ghost King, upon hearing this exchange, felt a wave of dread wash over him and prepared to flee. However, it was clear that Lu Changxing had already discerned his intentions. With a gentle sigh, he declared, "Celestial binding." Instantly, with a flick of his fingers, a beam of light shot forth, striking the 1,000 Ghost King before he could even react, binding him in place with 2 radiant strands, rendering him utterly immobile. The spectators were still reeling from the unexpected turn of events when the previously arrogant 1,000 Ghost King was so easily subdued. The Lord truly is formidable, granting me such an impressive backing, thought Lu Jiyuan as he gazed at Lu Changxing hovering above. Meanwhile, Lu Changxing slowly descended upon the Lu family estate. Seeing this, Lu Xian hurriedly approached Lu Changxing, bowing respectfully as he said, "Descendant of the Lu family." Lu Xian pays his respects to Ancestor Changxing. Lil Xuanzi, there is no need for such formalities between us, Lu Changxing replied, shaking his head and gesturing for Lu Xian to rise. However, sensing something amiss, Lu Changxing's expression darkened with anger. What has my Lu family endured? Clearly, upon extending his divine sense, Lu Changxing discovered that among the Lu family, only Lu Xian and a certain boy bore the bloodline of their clan, while the rest had no connection whatsoever. Hearing Lu Changxing's words, Lu Xian lamented, tears flowing down his cheeks. Ancestor, I have failed in my filial duty, allowing malevolent forces to annihilate our Lu family. Upon hearing Lu Xian's lament, Lu Changxing closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he opened them and turned to Lu Jun. Young man, are you a descendant of the Lu family? Lu Jiyuan, filled with excitement, yet bearing a hint of solemnity, stepped forward. Ancestor Changxing, I am the grandson of Lu Xian. Good. As long as there is still one of the Lu family alive, our bloodline shall not be severed, Lu Changxing said, his sorrow alleviated somewhat upon learning that a member of the Lu family still existed. He murmured, I left the Lu family hundreds of years ago in search of the opportunity to attain immortality, enduring countless hardships to achieve the Great Ascension. Yet I never anticipated that time would bring such decline to my family. However, now that I have returned, it is time for the Lu family to regain its former glory. The guests present were taken aback by Lu Chongqing's words, astonished to learn of such a terrifying background within the Lu family. A great ascension cultivator? They understood that even the Yuanwu kingdom would have no guarantee of victory when faced with a being of such caliber. Meanwhile, the Thousand Ghost King, upon hearing Lu Chongqing's proclamation, inwardly cursed the wandering demon king. Is this the so-called backgroundless Lu family you spoke of? Senior, spare my life, and I shall willingly serve as a servant of the Lu family. The Thousand Ghost King begged for mercy, but Lu Chongqing remained indifferent, contemplating ending the Thousand Ghost King with a single strike. However, Lu Jun stepped forward at that moment. Ancestor, please spare him. With Lu Jiyuan's intervention, the formidable aura emanating from Lu Chongqing dissipated, and he inquired with interest. Oh, do you have a suggestion? Lu Jiyuan, emboldened by the situation, ventured cough. Ancestor, I find myself in need of guards. Perhaps we could keep the Thousand Ghost King as my protector. Feeling a bit sheepish, Lu Jiyuan explained that he lacked strong protectors and that it would be impractical to have the two ancestors constantly accompanying him. After hearing Lu Jiyuan's proposal, Lu Chongqing began to ponder its feasibility. The Thousand Ghost King, sensing an opportunity, quickly pleaded, My lord, I am willing to serve as the young master's guard. Very well, if that is the case. You must swear an oath to the heavens, vowing never to betray the Lu family for all eternity. Lu Chongqing replied after some contemplation, recognizing the current lack of capable individuals within the Lu family, thus offering the Thousand Ghost King a chance. Upon hearing the oath to the heavens, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Thousand Ghost King's face, for such a pledge would bind his life to the Lu family. Of course, should the day come when the Thousand Ghost King broke through to the realm of the immortal emperor, the oath would become null and void. Perceiving the Thousand Ghost King's reluctance, Lu Chongqing snorted coldly. It seems you are not particularly willing that if that is the case, then perish. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent emanating from Lu Chongqing, the Thousand Ghost King could no longer afford to hesitate and hastily swore the oath. A deep rumble echoed through the void, signifying that the oath had been recognized by the heavens. To dare to violate, it would result in a cataclysmic retribution. With the oath acknowledged, the Thousand Ghost King approached Lu Chongqing. Bowing respectfully, did I pay my respects to the head of the family. From this day forth, you shall primarily protect our young master, Lu Jun. Lu Chongqing instructed. The astonishment of Chen Bo, who lay on the ground observing the scene, was palpable. That I cannot believe the Lu family possesses such a terrifying background, even harboring a great ascension immortal. This level of influence surpasses that of the Yuanwu kingdom. Meanwhile, Li Qingping, upon witnessing this spectacle, sighed in relief but could not suppress a flicker of curiosity. She had never heard of such a formidable background associated with the Lu family. The other guests were left in a state of shock, while only Li Shuquan appeared utterly elated, unable to find words. The Lu family owed him 2 opportunities for intervention, and now, with their newfound strength exceeding that of the Yuanwu kingdom, did it not signify that the Li family was destined to ascend to greatness? Just then, an enraged voice echoed from afar. You ruffians of the wandering demon sect! If you dare to harm my daughter, I shall wage an all-out war against you until death. Chapter 22. The doubtful Li Wang. As the crowd remained in stunned silence, they beheld the recently emerged Li Wang hovering above the Lu family estate, his face a mask of fury. Just as Li Wang was pondering the whereabouts of the Thousand Ghost King, an odd expression crossed his face. Your Majesty, please descend. The issue with the Thousand Ghost King has already been resolved. Upon seeing Li Xianran, Chen Bo hastily conveyed the message, and the expressions of the guests below hinted that something was amiss. It was prudent to descend and assess the situation. Rushing down, Li Xianran first checked on his daughter, Li Qingping, and upon confirming her safety, he breathed a sigh of relief before turning to Chen Bo to inquire about the earlier events. After hearing Chen Bo's account, disbelief etched itself across Li Xuanran's face, and he gravely responded, Chen Keqing, are you speaking the truth? Your Majesty, I would never jest about such matters, and the Thousand Ghost King is right there. Chen Bo replied, forcing a smile. Although he too found the situation hard to believe, it was indeed the reality. Li Xianran turned to see the figure bowing respectfully beside Lu Jun. Who else could it be but the Thousand Ghost King? Taking a deep breath, Li Xianran realized it was time to reassess his stance toward the Lu family. Today is not merely a visit to the Lu family. I shall prepare a grand gift for them. With that, Li Xianran began rummaging through his storage ring. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at Li Xianran, but chose to remain silent. Esteemed guests, the matter has been resolved. Please continue with the feast. Lu Xin announced, waving his hand, and soon the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. After all, they had never encountered a cultivator beyond the Great Ascension phase, let alone dined in the presence of one from a family of such stature. This was a tale they could boast about for a lifetime. Your foundation is commendable, Lu Chongqing remarked, having approached Lu Jiyuan to assess his potential. You truly are the pride of the Lu family. Such a foundation was exceedingly rare even a millennium ago. Thank you for your praise, ancestor. Lu Jiyuan replied with humility that moment. Li Xianran approached the two of them. I pay my respects to Senior Lu in the realm of cultivation. It is paramount that the accomplished take precedence. Regardless of one's age, if their mastery surpasses yours, they must be addressed as senior. Rise, you must be Li Xianran, the emperor of Yuanwu Kingdom, Lu Chongqing remarked nonchalantly, for his realm was a full level above Li Xianran's. Under such overwhelming superiority, even if Li Xianran were to exert all his abilities, he would still fall short against Lu Chongqing. Indeed, today marks the occasion of the Lu family's entry into the estate. And thus I have prepared a significant gift for you, esteemed senior. With that, Li Xianran reverently presented a storage ring to Lu Chongqing. Upon receiving it, Lu Chongqing scanned its contents with his consciousness, and his expression shifted to one of surprise that he had not anticipated that Li Xianran possessed such treasures. It was indeed a thoughtful gesture. Well, since you have graciously accepted, I shall take my leave, as I have pressing matters to attend to. After Li Xianran spoke, he prepared to depart, but Lu Chongqing stopped him, raising a finger before he could react. This is but a fragment of insights from the Ascension stage. It should aid you in your breakthrough. Lu Chongqing imparted a glimmer of understanding from the Ascension stage to Li Xianran, for he could discern that Li Xianran was on the cusp of transcending to that very realm, merely a step away from the Ascension stage. This insight was undoubtedly a timely boon for Li Xianran. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. Should you require anything in the future, I shall do my utmost. Li Xianran exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement, and he took to the skies, heading back toward the imperial capital of Yuanwu Kingdom. Lu Chongqing's assistance would undoubtedly enable him to ascend to the Ascension stage within a year. Young Master Lu, I never imagined that your Lu family harbored such an astonishing background. It appears I, Li Qingping, must rely on your support. Approaching Lu Jiyuan, Li Qingping spoke with a tinge of envy, to which Lu Jiyuan replied with a smile. Qingping, are we not friends? True friends do not concern themselves with each other's backgrounds. Upon hearing this, Li Qingping smiled in return. Indeed, true friends do not concern themselves with such matters. Observing Li Qingping's presence beside Lu Jiyuan, Peng Yiyan felt a pang of worry for her granddaughter. Although Peng Ziyan was known as the most beautiful woman in Qingfeng town, she paled in comparison to Li Qingping. Alas, granddaughter, perhaps it is best to let this go. Lu Jiyuan is beyond our reach. Peng Yiyan consoled the visibly dejected Peng Ziyan, who merely sighed in response, offering no further comment. Thus, the day swiftly passed. Once the guests had departed, the three members of the Lu family convened to discuss their current situation. It is of utmost importance that our Lu family expands rapidly. Therefore, Jun, I entrust this matter to you. Lu Xian stated earnestly, turning his gaze toward Lu Jun, who felt a twinge of apprehension under their scrutiny, yet maintained a serious demeanor. Grandfather, ancestor, I believe this matter is not urgent. After all, one of you is in the nascent soul stage, and the other in the ascension stage. Your lifespans could be deemed that of ancient beings. Moreover, even if offspring are desired, there is no rush. In response, Lu Xian countered, you speak lightly, but our ascension family consists of only 3 members. It does not bode well for our reputation. Young Xian makes a valid point, and it is indeed time for our vast family to expand. Lu Chongqing concurred, nodding in agreement. Faced with the relentless pressure from his 2 esteemed elders, Lu Jiyuan could only smile wryly, pleading, this matter truly does not require haste. I fear that if I were to settle down too soon, it may adversely affect my cultivation progress, with Lu Jiyuan invoking the topic of cultivation. Lu Xian and Lu Chongqing found themselves in a position where they could only acquiesce, albeit with the stipulation that he must establish a family within a century. Observing Lu Jiyuan's hasty retreat, Lu Xian and Lu Chongqing exchanged exasperated glances that I believe that young Li Qingping harbors feelings for Jiyuan. Perhaps we could facilitate their union, that Lu Xian suggested, to which Lu Chongqing nodded in agreement. That young lady seems well suited for our Jin. Unbeknownst to Lu Jiyuan, his two ancestors had already chosen a prospective partner for him, as he hurried back to his room, recalling the century-long agreement he had made with his ancestors. Surely by then his background would be unmatched. The following day, Lu Jiyuan fulfilled his promise, gathering over 100 household servants, all of whom had recently learned that they had joined a family of Ascension practitioners. As the young master, I previously pledged to help you all become cultivators, and today I shall honor that promise. Lu Jun addressed them calmly, igniting a wave of excitement among the servants, for becoming cultivators meant they would no longer be ordinary mortals. Seeing their eager faces filled him with satisfaction. Such enthusiasm would surely motivate them to serve the Lu family diligently, even if it held little significance for the family itself. Meanwhile, Lu Xian and Lu Chongqing observed the spectacle with unwavering composure. Since Lu Jiyuan wished to embark on this venture, they would allow him to do so, as the resources at stake were negligible. Lu Jiyuan clapped his hands, and shortly after, two servants approached, each carrying a stone, one for assessing cultivation aptitude and the other for physical constitution. These stones are used to evaluate your potential for cultivation and any unique physical traits. Now, please form a line, and we shall commence the testing. As Lu Jiyuan's words resonated, the servants eagerly lined up, ready to undergo their evaluations. The first servant, visibly anxious about not qualifying, finally placed his hand on the testing stone after receiving encouragement from Lu Jiyuan. The stone trembled momentarily before revealing a rating of mid-level yellow grade. The servant exhaled a sigh of relief. Although somewhat disappointed, he was still on the path to immortality. As more servants underwent testing, Lu Jun was astonished to find that nearly all of them possessed some aptitude for cultivation. It must be noted that not everyone can cultivate. He had initially anticipated that few would qualify. However, considering his extraordinary fortune, it was reasonable that those who joined the Lu family would not be lacking in potential. Just then, the aptitude testing stone began to tremble, and a brilliant light erupted from it. This is celestial grade talent. Lu Xian was instantly taken aback, for even he had only attained the peak of the mystic grade. A celestial grade talent could easily attract the attention of major sects. Lu Chongqing, witnessing the scene, swiftly concealed the occurrence. Otherwise, it would not be long before others came seeking her. Fortunately, his timely intervention prevented any news from leaking out. The girl who had awakened a celestial grade talent stood frozen, her mind reeling. Had she truly awakened a celestial grade talent? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Chongqing appeared before her. I pay my respects to the ancestor. The girl quickly bowed, prompting Lu Chongqing to gesture for her to rise. What is your name, and what is your background? Upon hearing Lu Chongqing's inquiry, the girl hastily replied. Reporting to the ancestor, my name is Qin Yushuang, and I am an orphan. As she spoke, a bittersweet expression crossed Qin Yushuang's face. However, Lu Chongqing paid little heed to her plight and continued, I wish to bring you into the Lu family. From henceforth, you shall be known as Lu Yushuang. This proclamation, the surrounding servants erupted with envy. Joining the Lu family signified that Qin Yushuang would no longer be on the same level as them. Qin Yushuang stood motionless for a moment, but soon her face lit up with joy as she eagerly responded, reporting to the ancestor, I am willing. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be called Lu Yushuang. A member of the Lu family, Lu Chongqing declared with satisfaction that a genius with a celestial grade talent could, barring any unforeseen circumstances, easily reach the transcendent stage. Additionally, as an orphan, she would fit seamlessly into their family dynamic. Standing to the side, Lu Jiyuan listened to his ancestor's words without feeling any jealousy or unfairness. After all, he possessed his own advantages and did not covet what others had. Thank you, ancestor, for granting me your surname. Lu Yushuang expressed her excitement. Joining the Lu family meant she would no longer need to struggle to survive. Though she had awakened a celestial grade talent, the presence of Ascension practitioners within the Lu family meant she would not be settling for less. Since you are now a member of the Lu family, come with me. Liu Chongqing finished speaking and took Lu Yushuang away from the place. After all, as members of the Lu family, they were entitled to certain privileges. Observing the envious expressions on their faces, Lu Jiyuan chuckled and shook his head, continuing with the assessment. However, no celestial-level talents emerged thereafter, with the highest being Earth-level aptitude. Once the assessment of aptitude was completed, it was necessary to examine their physical condition, which proved to be quite significant. That I have awakened the Earth-level physique, the diamond body, exclaimed a burly man, his face brimming with excitement. Soon after, Lu Chongqing re-emerged to invite him to join the Lu family. Unsurprisingly, he too was an orphan named Cheng Guan, who would later be renamed Lu Guan. Yet true geniuses were indeed few and far between. Following this, no remarkable physiques appeared. At most, they were Earth-level. After the assessments, they were required to soak in body-forging liquid to break through to the body-forging realm. Lu Jiyuan waved his hand, and shortly, 4 family servants arrived, carrying a large wooden tub to the plaza. Liu Jiyuan approached the tub unhurriedly, tossing various rare materials that would aid in entering the body-forging realm into it. These servants had been born into extreme poverty. They had never even set foot in the body-forging realm, let alone the qi refinement stage. Liu Jiyuan, however, was generous, using even profound-level treasures for these servants. It was well known that ordinary families would consider themselves fortunate to have access to yellow-level body-forging liquids. Although they were unaware of what profound-level body-forging liquid entailed, they understood how much the young master was investing in them. Each of them resolved to repay the young master with their utmost effort. Various rare materials were cast into the wooden tub by Lu Jiyuan. A steaming pot of body-forging liquid was swiftly prepared. "Everyone, please step in," Lu Jiyuan instructed, and the servants gazed at the steaming liquid before taking a deep breath. "Let us do this, brothers." With that, they plunged into the body-forging liquid, and the violent energy surged through their pores into their bodies. In an instant, immense pain surged through their minds, and cries of agony echoed throughout the plaza. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jiyuan furrowed his brow slightly. Is it that painful? Why didn't I feel any pain back then? He recalled that when he had soaked in the body-forging liquid, it felt akin to bathing in a hot spring. Little did he know that his lack of discomfort was due to the blessings bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Chapter 24. The Qingfeng Secret Realm. As the servants continued to soak in the body-forging liquid, their realms began to break through, first to the first layer, then the second, all the way to the 10th layer. With only 2 or 3 reaching the 11th layer, this was their pinnacle. Sensing the pressure, they reluctantly exited the wooden tub. Observing this, Lu Jiyuan shook his head but still retrieved a prearranged manual from his storage ring. This is the profound-level cultivation method, the Evergreen Sutra. If you follow it diligently, you will break through to the nascent soul stage. Liu Jiyuan spoke earnestly, having received this from his ancestor, knowing it suited the vast majority of cultivators. Cultivation is not solely dependent on the grade of the method. It is even more crucial to consider the talent of the cultivator. Without the requisite talent, even a divine-level method would appear as incomprehensible as a foreign script. As they began to cultivate the Evergreen Sutra, within just a few minutes, some of the servants broke through to the qi refinement stage, followed by the second, the third, in the span of merely an hour. 50 of them had successfully advanced to the qi refinement stage. The remaining half wore expressions of dejection. Seeing this, Lu Jiyuan consoled them. Cultivation cannot be rushed. It is all about fate. When the time comes, you will naturally break through, so do not despair. Perhaps you will awaken to a breakthrough upon waking. Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, they finally calmed down. "Thank you, young master, for your guidance. That we understand that's good to hear. Now, go and attend to your duties." Lu Jiyuan waved his hand and turned to leave, only to receive a mental message from Lu Xian. "Grandson, Li Qingping is here to see you." Curiosity piqued, Lu Jiyuan wondered why Li Qingping, who seldom sought him out, had come. Did she have something significant to discuss? Shaking his head, he decided he ought to meet her regardless. "Miss, are you truly inviting young Master Lu to join you?" In the Lu family hall, Li Qingping and Xiaoqing had been waiting for quite some time. Young Master Lu has yet to break through to the foundation establishment stage, making him the perfect candidate to enter the secret realm. And with young Master Lu's unparalleled strength, having him accompany us would ensure our safety, Li Qingping said with a smile. Xiaoqing considered this and nodded in agreement, just as Lu Jiyuan entered the room. "What brings you here, Qingping?" You wouldn't come without a reason, would you? Lu Jiyuan smiled. Li Qingping returned his smile before revealing her purpose. The Qingfeng secret realm? Lu Jiyuan expressed surprise. How come I've never heard of this secret realm during my time in Qingfeng town? Seeing Lu Jiyuan's expression, Li Qingping hastily explained, the secret realm is named after its proximity to Qingfeng town. Realization dawned upon Lu Jiyuan, and he became intrigued. Are there any restrictions on this secret realm? Yes, Li Qingping replied earnestly. Only cultivators below the foundation establishment stage are permitted entry, and the least valuable treasures within are at the yellow level, with some even being profound dash level. Lu Jiyuan shook his head. With your status, these treasures would be of little significance to you, so reveal your true intentions. Otherwise, I shall not cooperate. After contemplating for a moment, Li Qingping was ready to disclose her purpose, but Xiao Qing interjected. Miss, are you truly going to tell him? Young Master Lu is my close friend. I trust he means no harm, Li Qingping insisted, shaking her head before speaking to Lu Jiyuan again. You are correct, young Master Lu. However, they believe that the most precious treasures are merely the earth-level materials. At this point, Li Qingping glanced around before softly adding, if I am not mistaken, there might be celestial-level treasures. The Lioli treasure liquid, within, upon hearing mention of celestial-level treasures, Lu Jiyuan felt a surge of interest. Although he was unfamiliar with Lioli treasure liquid, he knew that the emergence of such celestial treasures often incited fierce competition among powerful beings, including those above the Great Ascension stage. Meanwhile, Li Qingping continued, it is said that Lioli treasure liquid is an unparalleled treasure capable of altering one's fate, enhancing cultivation aptitude, and significantly benefiting those with talents below celestial level. At this revelation, Lu Jiyuan understood Li Qingping's motivations. She likely sought to find the Lioli treasure liquid to enhance her own aptitude, given that her talent was merely at the yellow level. But how are you so certain of this information? Lu Jiyuan inquired curiously. If even Li Qingping was aware, why did other powerful cultivators not know? Li Qingping's expression turned somewhat bitter as she explained. Young Master Lu, the news was once common knowledge. When the secret realm first opened, someone claimed to have discovered the Lioli treasure liquid inside. However, subsequent entrants failed to locate it, and the rumor eventually faded into obscurity. The Qingfeng secret realm has become neglected over the years, leading to a significant decrease in cultivators exploring it. Li Qingping stated earnestly. Lu Jiyuan quickly interjected. Hold on. You have no concrete evidence that the Lioli treasure liquid is within. True, but cultivation is inherently a matter of defying fate. I intend to enter solely to seek the Lioli treasure liquid and change my destiny, Li Qingping replied, shaking her head. After pondering for a long moment, Lu Jiyuan finally asked, when does the Qingfeng secret realm open? Li Qingping replied seriously, in about 7 days. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyuan's expression grew complex, but after a moment's contemplation, he agreed, if that is the case. I shall hold off on my breakthrough for these 7 days. Lu Jiyuan could sense that he was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, yet the prospect of discovering the Lioli treasure liquid was too enticing to ignore. Although he had yet to enter the secret realm, Lu Jiyuan felt confident he would find the Lioli treasure liquid. Given that he possessed an almost cheat-like ability, it seemed impossible not to find the Lioli treasure liquid. Then I shall come to the Lu family to meet you in 7 days, and we can proceed to the Qingfeng secret realm together. Li Qingping's heart swelled with happiness upon hearing this. Indeed, as Li Qingping departed, Lu Xian and Lu Chongxing appeared at his side. Jiu Yuan, do you wish to explore the Qingfeng secret realm? Lu Chongxing remarked nonchalantly, while Lu Jiuyuan's curiosity was piqued. Does the ancestor have any guidance? None. Merely a reminder that high-level foundation establishment beasts dwell within the Qingfeng secret realm. So it would be prudent for you to exercise caution, Lu Chongxing advised, shaking his head. Although foundation establishment cultivators cannot enter the Qingfeng secret realm, the beasts within can indeed reach the foundation establishment stage, yet they cannot transcend to the golden core stage. Should they attempt to do so, the laws of the realm would annihilate them. The high-level foundation establishment refers to the late and peak stages of foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan burst into laughter. Haha, ancestor, what do we cultivators fear from a battle? If one harbors timid thoughts and refrains from combat, how can we stand tall among the heavens? Lu Jiuyuan's words ignited a surge of fervor in both Lu Xian and Lu Chongxing. Indeed, It's no wonder you are the young master of the Lu family. This time, our clan shall unleash its true dragon. Chapter 25. I, the uncle, adore setting the scene. Time passed swiftly, and the 7 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. In order to suppress his cultivation level, Lu Jiuyuan dedicated this time to mastering several martial arts and celestial techniques, preparing himself for potential confrontations with high-level Foundation establishment beasts in the secret realm. Celestial techniques refer to attacks that consume spiritual power without the need for weapons, while martial arts involve channeling spiritual energy into weapons to unleash attacks. Although he could easily eliminate Chen Feng was but a low-level Foundation establishment cultivator, whose strength paled in comparison to that of high-level Foundation establishment practitioners that on the morning of the 7th day, Li Qingping arrived early at the Lu residence. And shortly thereafter, Lu Jiuyuan met her without issue. Upon seeing Li Qingping produce a flying magical artifact, Lu Jiuyuan appeared somewhat perplexed that Li Qingping explained, the Qingfeng secret realm is quite distant from Qingfeng town. Even a nascent soul cultivator would require approximately a day of flight. There is no need for that. Qin Lao, take us directly to the Qingfeng secret realm, Lu Jiuyuan declared without hesitation, casting a glance at the Qian Ghost King who accompanied him. After all, there was no harm in utilizing a subordinate of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, the as you wish, young master. Having sworn allegiance to the Lu family, he was determined to fulfill his duties as a loyal servant. Moreover, considering the current circumstances, aligning with the Lu family did not seem like a poor choice. This is unexpected, Li Qingping remarked, momentarily taken aback, before forcing a wry smile. The speed of a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator would undoubtedly surpass that of a flying magical artifact. Of course, if both were of equal cultivation level, the flying artifact would be swifter. Soon, the Qian Ghost King led Li Qingping and Lu Jiuyuan swiftly towards the Qingfeng secret realm, which proved to be a trial for the late-stage integration guest elder discreetly guarding Li Qingping. After Qinbo was injured, Li Xianran arranged for a new guest elder to protect Li Qingping. Is this truly the speed of a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator? It seems almost unreal, Lu Jiuyuan mused as he gazed down from the sky. Unable to discern anything below, the entire world appeared to blur past him. This was to be expected, as nascent soul cultivators can traverse miles in a single thought, let alone those of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, whose speed could only be described as traversing vast distances in a single step. That Li Qingping shook her head beside Lu Jiuyuan, fully aware, given that her father was Li Xianran, that's so. It seems I must hasten my breakthrough to the Tribulation Transcendent stage, Lu Jiuyuan chuckled, remarking that if one could not break through after a century of effort, it would be better to perish than to tarnish the reputation of a transmigrator. Li Qingping chuckled along, perhaps viewing his words as mere jest. After all, which Tribulation Transcendence cultivator had not invested tens of thousands of years to achieve their breakthrough, as far as Li Qingping knew? Even the rare genius of Tianling Prefecture took several hundred years to reach the Tribulation Transcendence stage, and that was considered swift. It remained to be seen what expression would grace her face should Lu Jiuyuan indeed break through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage in due course. In but a moment, the Qian Ghost King's speed diminished. Young master, we have arrived. Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping surveyed their surroundings, only to find the area teeming with people. The Qingfeng secret realm had once enjoyed great renown, and though it had since declined, many wandering cultivators still flocked there. That is the entrance to the Qingfeng secret realm. Li Qingping pointed towards a distant mountain. However, it is yet to open. It appears we may have to wait another day. A shimmering barrier adorned the mountain, and several piles of powdery residue lay beyond it, likely remnants of foolish individuals who attempted to enter forcefully, only to meet their demise, should the secret realm remain unopened. Any attempts to enter would result in being obliterated by the laws governing it, unless one possessed strength comparable to that of heaven itself. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Let us find a spot to rest. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jiuyuan spotted a suitable location in the distance and suggested it. Naturally, Li Qingping had no objections, and the Qian Ghost King, merely a bodyguard, had little to say. The group swiftly made their way to a large tree and began to settle in. However, it was not long before foolish individuals sought to stir trouble. Young master, it seems the secret realm has yet to open. Perhaps we should rest a while longer before entering. Not far from Lu Jiuyuan's group stood a young man clad in ornate attire. accompanied by an unremarkable old servant. Upon observing the situation, the old servant proposed, "Chenbo, allow me to handle this matter." The young man spoke dismissively, as if everything occurring around him bore no significance to him. Upon hearing his young master's words, Chenbo began to survey the area, swiftly identifying a suitable spot. "Young master, let us proceed." With utmost deference, Chenbo approached the young man, who promptly followed him to the large tree. Regrettably, this happened to be where Lu Jiuyuan and his companions were situated. Upon realizing they were not alone, Chenbo raised an eyebrow and approached Lu Jiuyuan and the others. Lifting his chin defiantly, "Kid, we have taken a liking to this spot. Here, take 100 low-grade spirit stones and vacate the area." Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan arched an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. He had not anticipated the melodramatic tropes of novels manifesting in his own life. Yet, Lu Jiuyuan was far from lacking in spirit stones. He possessed a considerable fortune from the elder Lu Chongqing, amounting to 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. That I am quite curious. What would happen if I refuse? Lu Jiuyuan inquired with interest, mirroring the same look from Li Qingping, who regarded the two before her with disdain. Noticing that the individuals before him were merely in the qi refinement stage, while the other bore no signs of cultivation, Chenbo felt no trepidation and sneered. "Kid, you would do well to inquire about the Yuan family's reputation in Panshi town." With that, Chenbo unleashed his nascent soul aura, clearly intending to intimidate Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping into retreating. However, much to his surprise, they remained unfazed, almost regarding him with amusement. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan could not help but let out a cold chuckle. I, the uncle, thrive on showcasing backgrounds. Chapter 26. My father, Yuan Chongqing. Chenbo. "Kid, I am a nascent soul cultivator." Seeing Lu Jiuyuan and his companions remain unmoved, their expressions resembling those of spectators observing a monkey. Chenbo's anger flared. He was about to obliterate them when the young man beside him intervened, stopping Chenbo in his tracks. "Young master?" Chenbo queried, perplexed, while the young man simply shook his head, calmly stating, "Chenbo, allow me to handle this matter." With that, the young man approached Li Qingping, his smile as warm as spring sunshine, exuding confidence as he introduced himself. "Miss, my bodyguard has offended you earlier. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Tianyi." After stating his name, he fell silent, believing this was sufficient to, and then Li Qingping frowned, her tone laced with disdain, which caused the overly confident Yuan Tianyi to feel a twinge of doubt. He reiterated, "I am Yuan Tianyi, son of Yuan Chongqing." With that, he raised his head proudly, assuming that any reasonable individual would recognize the esteemed name of Yuan Chongqing, a formidable figure at the peak of the void refinement stage. However, to his astonishment, Li Qingping remained unfazed, retorting, "Oh, and what is it you wish to convey?" If her previous annoyance was mild, this time it was tinged with genuine anger. Hearing her words, Yuan Tianyi felt deeply offended. How could anyone be unaware of the illustrious Yuan Chongqing? "My father is a mighty figure at the void refinement stage. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance, miss?" Yuan Tianyi took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself that he was a cultured and easygoing individual, not one to exhibit anger lightly. However, he was taken aback when, upon hearing his words, before Li Qingping could respond, Lu Jiuyuan scoffed disdainfully. "I thought a formidable being in the void refinement stage was before me, but it turns out you are merely a bully taking advantage of your power." Turning to face Lu Jiuyuan, Yuan Tianyi's ire began to boil. While it was acceptable for a beautiful young lady to speak to him in such a manner, what right did he have to do so? Seething with indignation, Yuan Tianyi retorted, "Young man, you may appear quite arrogant, but allow me to impart a lesson today. Do not be overly presumptuous." With that, Yuan Tianyi unleashed a powerful punch towards Lu Jiuyuan, aiming to demonstrate that there were always greater talents beyond one's own. At the same time, he sought to showcase his strength in front of Li Qingping. Yet, why was this young man still standing there foolishly, and why did Li Qingping's expression carry a hint of amusement? Nevertheless, having already made his move, he was determined to go all out. "And what should I say to you? You dare to strike at me?" Lu Jiuyuan shook his head helplessly that he merely wished to remain low-key. Yet trouble had come knocking at his door. Moreover, Lu Jiuyuan was not one to cower, so he decided to retaliate. Naturally, the commotion caught the attention of many. Senior sister, look quickly. It seems something is happening over there. Not far from Lu Jiyuan and his companions. Two young women clad in white sat cross-legged on a stone, their personalities starkly contrasting. One was vivacious and cheerful, while the other was taciturn, upon hearing her junior's words. The senior sister emerged from her meditative state, her face a picture of resignation. Junior sister, do not pay too much heed to such matters that I in this remote corner. How formidable could any genius truly be? After listening to her senior's words, the younger girl playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Senior sister, it is rather dull, and it will likely take another day to enter the Qing Feng's secret realm. We might as well take a look. Faced with her junior's playful demeanor, the senior sister could only shake her head in resignation. What else could she do but indulge her? Together, they turned their attention to Lu Jia. Others of varying strengths also took note of the scene, including those from the forces of Panshur Town. Tiske. I never imagined someone would provoke the son of Yuan Changqing. Someone is bound to suffer the consequences now. Not necessarily that we do not even know that young man. His background might be even more terrifying than Yuan Tianyi's. Are you joking? How could anyone just be casually pulled out with a background comparable to that of the Void Refinement stage? Although they felt sympathy for Lu Jiyuan and the others, they chose not to intervene, adhering to the principle of remaining uninvolved. Just as Yuan Tianyi was about to land a punch on Lu Jiyuan, the latter finally retaliated. With a resounding slap, Lu Jun struck Yuan Tianyi's face with blinding speed, sending him flying. The unexpected turn of events left most spectators momentarily stunned. However, once they regained their senses, Yuan Tianyi's rage followed suit. You dare strike this young master? Chen Bo, eliminate them all, but leave that woman for me. I intend to refine her into a cauldron. Initially, Yuan Tianyi had intended to maintain his composure. But after being struck, he cast aside any pretense of decorum. Yes, young master. Chen Bo, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel anger welling up within him that if Yuan Changqing were to learn of this incident, he too would face severe repercussions. With this thought in mind, Chen Bo resolved to strike with great force, intending to eliminate Lu Jiyuan and his companions, hoping to salvage some dignity and quell the young master's fury. The onlookers were taken aback by the unfolding drama, their expressions shifting to pity, for being targeted by a practitioner of the Void Refinement stage was no trivial matter. Wow, that young man is impressive. Senior sister, what if we try to recruit him into our Beishua sect? The younger girl exclaimed excitedly, her gaze filled with admiration. Senior sister merely shook her head in response. Junior sister, while I too appreciate his strength, our Beishua sect only accepts females that AS for males. Let us pass. Upon hearing this, the younger girl pondered for a moment before responding. Must we not make an exception? Make an exception? Let us refrain, especially since he may not survive today. Senior sister gazed toward Lu Jiyun, her eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy that in the realm of cultivation, mere strength was insufficient. One must possess a solid background and support. Solely relying on combat prowess would eventually lead to one's demise. This was why certain prodigies sought to join larger forces, to secure a comfortable environment for cultivation and to avoid oppression from rival factions. Yet, it was clear that they remained unaware of Lu Jiyuan's far more terrifying background than they could fathom. Meanwhile, Chen Bo had swiftly approached Lu Jiyuan, as he was the first target for retribution. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself facing a formidable opponent. Before Chen Bo could react, a shadow materialized before him in the blink of an eye. What? He exclaimed in disbelief. But before he could comprehend the situation, he was lifted effortlessly by an unseen force, his formidable prowess rendered utterly impotent. Next time, do not provoke me, Lu Jun remarked coldly. Thousand ghosts. Eliminate him. He stood before Chen Bo, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Chen Bo had initiated the attack, and thus he would not be spared. Please spare my life. Chen Bo pleaded, his face a mask of terror. He realized that Lu Jiyuan's background was far too formidable for him to confront. Yet, the King of Thousand Ghosts was not one to show mercy. With a mere flick of his hand, he obliterated Chen Bo, leaving him no chance to escape even into his second life. That as Chen Bo fell, Yuan Tianyi, who lay on the ground, was rendered speechless, clearly astonished that he had unwittingly provoked such a terrifying figure. In desperation, he cried out, Big brother, spare my life. I am willing to be your subordinate. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west, and I possess a talent of the heavenly tier's lower grade. The onlookers were equally stunned, their expressions mirroring Yuan Tiany's disbelief, as they had not anticipated encountering such a situation. The two disciples of the Beishua sect were particularly animated. "Senior sister, look, he is so handsome!" The younger girl exclaimed excitedly, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Senior sister's expression turned grave, as she too had not anticipated the depth of Lu Jiuan's background. She was astonished to discover that such a powerful figure could emerge from such a humble locale. One capable of having a void refinement practitioner as a protector, indicating that his backing must include those of the integration stage, an organization just slightly inferior to their Beishua sect. The Beishua sect's strength was comparable to that of the Yuanwu kingdom, both possessing formidable practitioners in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Senior sister Qing Shui had brought her junior, Lin Yuan, out for training, never expecting to encounter such a situation at that moment. Qing Shui began to contemplate establishing a rapport with Lu Jiyuan. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan approached Yuan Tiany with a smile that once led the latter to believe he would be spared. Yet, Lu Jiyuan leaned close to Yuan Tiany's ear and whispered, "Next time, do not provoke me." Upon hearing these words, Yuan Tiany's pupils constricted, and he attempted to speak, but darkness enveloped him as Lu Jiyuan's sword severed his head from his body. Having previously slain Chen Feng, Lu Jiyuan felt no particular sentiment in eliminating Yuan Tiany. Just then, Lu Jiyuan received a telepathic message from the King of Thousand Ghosts. "Young master, there are two girls from the Beishua sect over there." Following the king's guidance, Lu Jiyuan casually glanced in the direction indicated. Spotting Qing Shui and Lin Yuan in the distance, his curiosity piqued that the Beishua sect truly powerful, very powerful, comparable to the strength of the Yumo sect. The King of Thousand Ghosts replied, his expression turning serious. The cultivators of the Beishua sect were on par with Li Xianran and the Yumo king, all at the pinnacle of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. This matter need not be overly concerning. After all, the Beishua sect is not our enemy. Lu Jiyuan, upon finishing his words, shook his head and took possession of both Yuan Tiany's and Shun Bo's storage rings. The path to prosperity for every formidable individual invariably involves a measure of frugality. Although the resources within Yuan Tiany's and Shun Bo's rings were not extensive, even the legs of a mosquito can be considered meat. After addressing the troublesome matters, Lu Jiyuan approached Li Qingping with a smile and inquired, "What do you think? Did I act a bit too excessively earlier?" Li Qingping merely shook her head, that "I don't believe so. After all, they struck first, and they intended to lay hands on me. Thus, it is only natural they should bear some consequences." At this point, she huffed disdainfully, clearly harboring little fondness for the Yuan family. And what do you plan to do about it?" Lu Jiyuan had initially intended to deal with the Yuan family himself, but it seemed that Li Qingping was inclined to take matters in her own hands. Just then, a figure appeared, arriving late. It was Lu Bo, the guest elder secretly protecting Li Qingping. Upon seeing Lu Bo, Li Qingping coldly remarked, "Lu Bo, could you assist me with a task?" "Naturally, I cannot refuse the lady's request," Lu Bo replied, shaking his head lightly. "Help me eliminate the Yuan family in Panshir town. Leave not a single survivor. I want the Yuan family to be utterly eradicated, to the point where even their eggs are shattered and their worms split in half." A commanding aura radiated from Li Qingping, causing Lu Bo to feel a measure of admiration. Truly, she was the daughter of Li Xianyan, exuding overwhelming authority. "Understood, my lady," Lu Bo stated before setting off towards Panshir town. After seeing Lu Bo off, Li Qingping turned to Lu Jun and bashfully said, "Am I being a bit too extreme?" Hearing this, Lu Jun chuckled wryly, "Not at all. After all, a child's misdeed should not be borne by the father. It is entirely reasonable for an entire clan to pay the price for one person's error." Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, Li Qingping let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Lu Jiyuan would resent her for her assertiveness, so it was a relief that he did not. Meanwhile, the various factions present became animated upon witnessing Lu Bo's departure towards Panshir town, as they too felt the terrifying aura emanating from him. This implied that the eradication of the Yuan family was indeed feasible. Many began to relay the news to their respective factions. The Yuan family would be destroyed at this moment. Yuan Chongqing's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had sensed the severance of his bloodline connection, signifying Yuan Tiany's demise. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Who dares to kill Tiany?" Unbeknownst to him, Lu Bo was already en route to Panshir town, and his own demise was imminent. Chapter 28. The Secret Realm Opens Senior Sister. Why don't we go introduce ourselves to that handsome guy? Lin Yuran suggested excitedly that Liu Jiyun was not only handsome, but also powerful and well-connected. He was precisely her type. Well, all right then. Qing Shui hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Just then, someone shouted, "The secret realm is opened." Everyone, charge in. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun and Li Qingping turned their gaze towards the entrance of the secret realm, where the shimmering barrier had vanished, signifying the realm's opening. Young Master Lu, let us go. The secret realm will only be accessible for 7 days. Hold my hand when we enter. Otherwise, we risk being separated, that Li Qingping quickly stated, taking Lu Jiyuan's hand and rushing towards the secret realm. Lu Jiyuan, caught off guard, could only smile wryly as he realized this was indeed his first time holding hands with a female in this otherworldly realm. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuran felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Qing Shui merely chuckled and said, "Let us go. The secret realm is opened, that if we dawdle, we might miss our chance." Lin Yuran, somewhat absent-minded, replied with an "oh" and followed Qing Shui into the secret realm. While outside, tens of thousands of Qi refining stage cultivators surged towards the entrance. Though the Qingfeng secret realm had declined, it remained a prime location for the majority of Qi refining stage cultivators to test their skills. Feeling dizzy, Lu Jun remarked with a grimace as he stood on solid ground, clearly not fond of the disorienting sensation of teleportation. In contrast, Li Qingping seemed to fare much better. "Are you all right, Jiyuan?" Li Qingping asked, her concern evident. That Liu Jiyuan smiled and shook his head. "That I'm fine." He then surveyed his surroundings, and as he did, he noticed they were surrounded by a dense forest, accompanied by faint rustling sounds. "This doesn't seem good," Lu Jiyuan remarked with a frown. Just as he spoke, a shadow darted out from the underbrush. Before Li Qingping could react, Lu Jun had already slain the shadow with a single stroke of his sword. With a sharp crack, Li Qingping finally discerned the nature of the shadow. It was a blood spirit mouse. Judging by its condition, it has already reached the peak of the Qi refining stage. Lu Jun remarked nonchalantly, then turned to observe another area where more shadows were rushing towards them. The most terrifying aspect was that blood spirit mice were pack-dwelling beasts that if one was discovered, there would surely be at least 100 in the vicinity. That as Lu Jun finished speaking, dozens of blood spirit mice opened their gaping jaws and charged at them. That Li Qingping readied herself to strike. But Lu Jun stopped her. "Leave this to me." Li Qingping realized the wisdom of his words. After all, Lu Jiyuan had already demonstrated his ability to easily dispatch early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Surely, he could handle a swarm of blood spirit mice. With that thought, Lu Jiyuan gripped his Qingfeng sword and plunged into the horde of blood spirit mice. This sword, forged by the venerable Chongsheng, was a pinnacle-grade weapon named after Qingfeng Town. Given that Lu Chongsheng was a peak-stage Great Ascension cultivator, it was reasonable for him to possess some forging skills acquired over his long journey. The once feared horde of blood spirit mice posed no resistance under Lu Jiyuan's onslaught. Each swing of his sword resulted in the swift demise of a mouse. This scene left Li Qingping astonished, her expression reflecting her surprise. That it is said that the overall strength of blood spirit mice is quite uniform, which implies that these mice are all at the peak of the Qi refining stage. I did not expect Jiyuan to be so extraordinarily powerful. As Li Qingping marveled, Lu Jiyuan swiftly dispatched over 100 blood spirit mice, and a faint aura of killing intent began to emanate from him. If the number of slain beings were sufficient, the killing intent alone could render opponents incapable of retaliating. After eliminating the blood spirit mice, Lu Jiyuan wasted no time in collecting their corpses into his storage ring, stating with utmost seriousness, "The market value of blood spirit mice is considerable. One fetches as much as 100 low-grade spirit stones. That in total, this should amount to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Li Qingping had become accustomed to Lu Jiyuan's frugality. After he finished gathering the carcasses, she approached him, intending to speak, only for Lu Jiyuan to preemptively articulate her thoughts. "That I know what you're about to say. Wherever a swarm of blood spirit mice resides, there are bound to be heavenly materials and earthly treasures." During this time, Lu Jiyuan had also obtained comprehensive tomes on demonic beasts and precious materials from Lu Chongsheng. Thus he was well aware of the habits of blood spirit mice. That it was known that in areas frequented by these creatures, there existed a probability of finding blood spirit fruits, which could significantly enhance the physical strength of cultivators below the golden core stage when consumed. Given that, let us seek them out. After all, you might find them beneficial. Recalling Lu Jiyuan's penchant for frugality, Li Qingping promptly agreed. Nodding, Lu Jiyuan began to walk in a particular direction, with Li Qingping following curiously. How can you be so certain that the blood spirit fruit is in this direction? Li Qingping inquired, her curiosity piqued to her surprise. Lu Jiyuan regarded her, as though she were a fool. Are you foolish? The swarm of blood spirit mice came from this direction. Would the blood spirit fruit be found in the opposite direction? Realizing the logic in his words, Li Qingping felt a bit embarrassed and continued to follow Lu Jiyuan. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. As expected, they found blood spirit fruits within. This blood spirit fruit is over 500 years old. Li Qingping exclaimed in disbelief. You must understand. Blood spirit fruits are pinnacle-grade materials. They typically do not exceed 100 years in age, as anything beyond that usually withers away. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan was fixated on the blood spirit fruit, pondering deeply. Moments later, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is not a blood spirit fruit. It is a holy spirit fruit." Holy spirit fruit? Li Qingping expressed her astonishment, subsequently turning her gaze back to the blood spirit fruit for further examination. After a prolonged period of scrutiny, she finally discerned 5 faint lines etched upon the surface of the fruit, imperceptible unless one looked closely. Indeed, there exists a considerable probability that the blood spirit fruit will wither and decay after a century of growth. However, there is also a minuscule chance that it may metamorphose into a holy spirit fruit. Lu Jiyuan spoke with palpable excitement, noting that while the blood spirit fruit could only provide him with a modest advantage, the holy spirit fruit could offer substantial assistance. After all, the holy spirit fruit is a genuine treasure of the peak of the Xian rank, rumored to possess transformative properties, which, while perhaps somewhat exaggerated, nonetheless underscores its formidable nature. Regrettably, the holy spirit fruit must be consumed within 1 hour of being harvested, or it will lose its efficacy, necessitating immediate consumption here. Lu Jiyuan pondered for a moment, shaking his head, a sentiment echoed by Li Qingping. Chapter 29. A million gene of might, there are 3 here. Is it unreasonable for me to take 2? Lu Jiyuan stated, eyeing the 3 holy spirit fruits hanging before him. Li Qingping had no objections, as it was Lu Jiyuan who had vanquished the blood spirit rat horde. Once they reached a consensus, Lu Jiyuan promptly plucked 2 holy spirit fruits and consumed them. Instantly, a surge of immense power radiated from his mouth, coursing throughout his entire being. Without hesitation, Lu Jiyuan began to refine the holy spirit fruit with all his might, and Li Qingping followed suit. During the period of their refinement, chaos reigned within the secret realm, as tens of thousands of Qi refinement stage cultivators battled fiercely. The carnage was not limited to humans slaying beasts and vice versa. It also included humans turning against each other. In the face of such overwhelming temptation, trust was a rare commodity. Little girl, hand over the Xianyang grass in your possession, or don't blame us for being ruthless. A group of Qi refinement peak cultivators cornered Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran shortly after they discovered several Xianyang grasses. The Xianyang grass, a mid-grade treasure of the Xian rank, holds remarkable efficacy for cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques, and even if not taken out, it could fetch over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Unfazed by the 5 assailants, Cheng Shui turned to Lin Yuran and calmly instructed, "Junior sister, stay here obediently." With that, a cold sword manifested in her hand, and she charged toward the 5 to him. "Looks like this little girl is quite fiery. Brothers, move in, but don't harm her pretty face," the leader sneered, commanding his 4 Qi refinement peak subordinates to rush at Cheng Shui. Observing this scene, Lin Yuran merely shook her head, a trace of pity in her eyes. Cheng Shui had restrained herself at the Qi refinement peak only to enter the secret realm. Otherwise, she would have long since advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, Cheng Shui's prowess could not be measured solely by her realm. Lin Yuran had witnessed her hold her own against foundation establishment stage cultivators during her time at the Qi refinement peak. Thus, Lin Yuran was not worried that the assailants could harm her senior sister, especially since they possessed protective items bestowed by their sect. However, to the shock of the Qi refinement peak cultivator, one of his subordinates was swiftly slain by Cheng Shui with just a glance. "What? Are you all useless? Give me your all." Upon hearing their master's command, the remaining 3 suppressed their fear and unleashed their spells toward Cheng Shui, who sprinted away, effortlessly deflecting their attacks with her frost sword. Within seconds, Cheng Shui had dashed past the trio, and before they could comprehend the situation, they felt a faint cut across their necks, soon followed by their heads detaching from their bodies in utter disbelief. That moment, the young man could no longer maintain his composure, his face etched with terror as he exclaimed, "You can't kill me. My father is a transformation stage cultivator." Yet before Cheng Shui, he found no semblance of fear. The Beishua sect was not a minor sect. They were fiercely protective of their own, unless a disciple had committed a grave error. The Beishua sect would invariably provide protection, a transformation stage cultivator. Is that truly formidable? What does it matter before my Beishua sect? Cheng Shui replied with an impassive expression, and in an instant, before the young man could fully grasp the gravity of his situation, she ended his life. In his final moments, he realized he had provoked a terrifying figure. But it was far too late. After dispatching the assailants, Lin Yuan approached Cheng Shui, shaking her head. "Senior sister, don't you think this is a bit too ruthless?" Being of her disposition, it was Lin Yuan's first encounter with such violence, and the visual shock was difficult to bear. Cheng Shui merely shook her head, earnestly explaining, "Junior sister, you must understand one thing. In the world of cultivation, humans can be more terrifying than beasts. That if you wish to grow stronger and ascend, there will come a day when you must stain your hands with blood." Although Lin Yuan was not well versed in such profound truths, she trusted that Cheng Shui would never harm her, and thus she nodded obediently. After imparting this lesson, Cheng Shui's thoughts drifted to Lu Jiyun, her curiosity piqued regarding his current circumstances. Meanwhile, within the cave, both Lu Jiyun and Li Qingping, having consumed the Holy Spirit fruits, entered a state of cultivation. As they refined the fruits, their physical strength surged dramatically. With the continuous refinement of the Holy Spirit fruits, a wave of heat emanated from their bodies, and their physical prowess escalated rapidly. Soon, Lu Jun fully refined the fruit. "Now, my physical strength alone can unleash a force of 1,000,000 genes. Truly, the Holy Spirit fruit is remarkable," Lu Jiyun declared, flexing his fists and feeling the changes coursing through him. After acclimating to his newfound power, he rose and glanced at Li Qingping, who was still in the process of refining the Holy Spirit fruit, seemingly having only completed half. This was only to be expected, given her talent was merely of the yellow rank, while he was on the cusp of attaining heavenly rank talent. Naturally, their rates of refinement would differ significantly. If he could find the Lioli treasure liquid, his talent would likely break through to the heavenly rank. Although he had not shown it upon encountering Lu Yushuang as the young master, it was impossible for him not to feel a twinge of concern about his talent being overshadowed by someone who had suddenly joined the Lu family. However, one thing piqued Lu Jiyuan's curiosity. Why was there nothing peculiar about this cave, yet it produced such extraordinary treasures like the Holy Spirit fruit? Unless, Chapter 30, Lioli treasure liquid to validate his suspicions. Lu Jun approached the root of the Holy Spirit fruit. Under normal circumstances, if the fruit were uprooted, it would wither rapidly. Yet the root remained vibrant and full of life, indicating that something remarkable lay beneath. With this thought in mind, Lu Jun prepared to dig at the root of the Holy Spirit fruit when he sensed a presence behind him. Turning, he saw that Li Qingping had fully absorbed her fruit. Though not as formidable as Lu Jiyuan, achieving a physical strength of 100,000 genes at the peak of qi refinement was still commendable. Is something wrong? Li Qingping inquired, her curiosity piqued as she noticed Lu Jiyuan standing by the root. Upon hearing his thoughts, her expression turned grave. "Words are futile. Let us discover what lies below," Lu Jiyuan replied, placing his hand upon the root, his demeanor now serious. After a brief moment, he softly declared, "Break ground." As his words fell, the earth within a meter radius trembled violently, and Li Qingping watched as the ground began to collapse. Just before the ground gave way, Lu Jiyuan leaped away with force. The earth continued its descent. "Let us descend and investigate. I sense a treasure below. Perhaps the Lioli treasure liquid," Lu Jun remarked, shaking his head. Li Qingping gazed at him, astonished. If she was not mistaken, this seemed to be a low-grade Xian rank spell. One must know that to wield such a spell, one typically needed to reach the foundation establishment stage. Yet Lu Jiyuan had yet to break through to that level. What is the matter? The physical constitution among qi refinement cultivators varies. "It is entirely reasonable for me to wield a low-grade Xian rank spell," he replied. Upon witnessing Li Qingping's astonished expression, Lu Jiyuan spoke with an air of seriousness. Li Qingping, however, expressed her skepticism, thinking to herself that she could hardly believe him. Yet, the most pressing matter at hand was to ascertain whether the substance below was indeed the coveted Lioli treasure liquid. Should it prove to be so, it would bestow upon her the power to alter her fate dramatically. However, as the two of them peered into the abyss before descending, all they could see was an endless expanse of darkness. Without hesitation, Lu Jun leaped down into the void, and with a sigh, Li Qingping followed suit. Both of them hailed from distinguished backgrounds, possessing a modicum of life-preserving artifacts, which was entirely reasonable, while ordinary cultivators required a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage to fly. Both possessed treasures that allowed them to soar even during the Qi refinement stage. After a descent lasting 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Without a moment's delay, Lu Jun retrieved a talisman from his storage ring and affixed it to himself, that in an instant his weight diminished to near nothingness, and as he felt his descent slow, he landed gracefully. When he raised his gaze, he beheld Li Qingping riding upon a white cloud, descending rapidly to his side. What a peculiar artifact, Lu Jiyuan remarked, shaking his head as he surveyed their surroundings. They stood within a cavernous space, illuminated only by a few beams of light that hindered their vision. Without hesitation, Lu Jun produced several illuminating stones, channeling his power into them, causing them to erupt with a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire cavern. At last, Lu Jun and Li Qingping could discern the full extent of the cellar's condition. That Lioli treasure liquid? Lu Jun mused, gazing into the depths of the cavern where a vast pool of the radiant liquid lay. "What, we have stumbled upon it!" exclaimed Li Qingping, her excitement palpable, for the presence of the Lioli treasure liquid meant she could defy destiny itself to be cautious. After all, the Lioli treasure liquid has lingered here for so long. We cannot ascertain if any guardian spirit beasts lurk nearby, Lu Jiyuan cautioned, his demeanor remaining remarkably composed despite the discovery. Upon hearing his words, Li Qingping regained her senses, casting a wary glance around, apprehensive of any formidable guardian beast that might be near. Seeing her alertness, Lu Jun chuckled reassuringly. "Fear not, for in this secret realm, golden core beasts do not appear. Leave this to me." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingping conceded. After all, if she had so effortlessly dealt with the initial stage foundation establishment Qinfeng, confronting a mid-stage beast should be manageable. Thus, guided by Lu Jiyuan, she cautiously approached the Lioli treasure liquid. The silence in the cavern so profound that only the sound of their footsteps echoed. Finally, after a period of anxious anticipation, they arrived before the pool of Lioli treasure liquid. Without delay, Li Qingping extended her hand into the liquid, experiencing a wondrous sensation radiating throughout her body. "This truly is the Lioli treasure liquid," she declared, her certainty solidified. Lu Jun felt a surge of excitement within, for this indicated his potential breakthrough to celestial tier talent. Just then, a bubbling sound emanated from the depths of the Lioli treasure liquid. "Not good, be careful." Lu Jiyuan sensed impending danger and swiftly pulled Li Qingping back. In that very moment, a colossal figure emerged from the spot they had just vacated. Upon its appearance, the creature let out a thunderous roar. "Whoa, this is a dragon!" Li Qingping gasped in astonishment. Yet Lu Jun furrowed his brow, studying the dragon's form as realization dawned upon him. No, this dragon has been submerged in the Lioli treasure liquid for too long. It is on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. As Lu Jiyuan spoke, Li Qingping's gaze shifted to the dragon's head, where 2 horns had begun to sprout, signaling its imminent transformation. "Humans, depart from this place, or face death," the dragon bellowed, its expression imposing, radiating an aura that demanded reverence. Unfortunately for the creature, it had encountered Lu Jun, whose eyes gleamed with fervor as he licked his lips in anticipation. "I must admit, I have yet to taste true dragon meat." "What?" The dragon questioned its own ears, incredulous that it was a pinnacle foundation establishment dragon, a mere step away from becoming a true dragon, yet confined by the secret realm from advancing to the golden core stage. Conversely, the human before it was merely at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. How could he possibly possess the audacity to defeat or even kill it before the dragon could fully process its thoughts? Lu Jiyuan made his move. With a swift motion, he vanished from the dragon's sight. Not good. The dragon felt a sense of foreboding and prepared to flee, only to find Lu Jiyuan appearing above it, raising his Qinfeng sword to strike down. Though the dragon's defenses were formidable, they could not withstand the peak of the mysterious Grade Qingfeng sword. Even the defenses of a golden core beast would be pierced, let alone those of a mere dragon. As the sword plunged into its flesh, the dragon emitted a wail of agony, descending into a frenzied state. As the dragon began its rampage, Li Qingping retreated to a safe distance, while Lu Jun maintained a steady stance atop the dragon's head, relentlessly striking with his Qingfeng sword. Damn human! Get down here! The dragon roared in fury, yet its claws were too short to reach Lu Jiyuan, who continued to evade its attempts to throw him off. Ultimately, Lu Jiyuan chose to leap down, realizing that it would be easier to dispatch the dragon with a single blow on solid ground. Human, you shall perish. The dragon lunged at Lu Jun, who remained unfazed, gripping his Qingfeng sword with a commanding presence. At that moment, the dragon sensed something ominous, its instinct screaming that death loomed near. What? This is impossible! The dragon exclaimed in disbelief, rallying its resolve to charge at Lu Jiyuan once more. However, Lu Jiyuan had already gathered his energy, swiftly withdrawing the Qingfeng sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy. Clear wind slash, he uttered softly, yet the power emanating from it surged like a tempest, ready to obliterate all in its path. This strike cannot be taken head-on. I would perish, the dragon thought frantically, its expression shifting to one of panic as it cried out, "Stop, human!" The clear wind slash narrowly dissipated just 3 meters from the dragon, barely avoiding a catastrophic collision. Do you have something to say? Lu Jun inquired nonchalantly, knowing he could unleash several more clear wind slashes without fear. I am willing to pledge my servitude to you. Just spare my life. The dragon implored earnestly. Lu Jun frowned at the proposition, not out of reluctance to accept the dragon, but rather due to uncertainty about whether he could bring it with him upon leaving the secret realm. Seemingly sensing Lu Jiyuan's hesitation, the dragon quickly added, "Do not worry. Once the spirit pet contract is established, I shall be regarded as your possession. When the secret realm closes, I will be transported alongside you." After contemplating the dragon's words, Lu Jun mused that possessing a true dragon as a mount would indeed be a remarkable boon. While others traveled on flying artifacts, he would soar upon a true dragon, elevating his prestige significantly. With this thought in mind, Lu Jun extended his hand. "Now, relinquish your true spirit." Upon hearing this, the dragon's face flickered with hesitation. Yet it soon recalled its inability to break through to a more powerful state within the secret realm. Reluctantly, it surrendered a portion of its true spirit. The true spirit held immense value for any cultivator. Possessing a fragment of another's true spirit granted dominion over their life and death, regardless of their strength. "Human, you ought to know how to establish a spirit pet contract," the dragon said, eyeing Lu Jiyuan with skepticism. Lu Jun scoffed lightly. "A mere spirit pet contract. How difficult could it be? Just watch closely." With confidence, he formed a series of intricate hand seals, summoning an ethereal force that enveloped him. The dragon, sensing something extraordinary, looked on in astonishment. "This is the Heavenly Tao contract." To comprehend the essence of the spirit pet contract, one must acknowledge that it inherently binds the spirit pet's loyalty to its master. However, should the spirit pet's realm surpass that of its master by 2 significant levels, the contract would be automatically nullified. The celestial contract, in contrast, operates differently. Once established, even a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage can command a spirit pet of the celestial king level. "Curse it, cease at once." The flood dragon bellowed in fury. Initially, his scheme was to break through to the Golden Core stage immediately after accompanying Lu Jiyuan, thus ensuring that the spirit pet contract would dissolve due to his elevation above Lu Jiyuan by 2 major realms. However, he had not anticipated Lu Jiyuan's knowledge of the celestial contract. Though the flood dragon was swift, Lu Jiyuan's actions were swifter. By the time the flood dragon realized the implications, Lu Jiyuan had already successfully forged the celestial contract with him. "Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be my spirit pet," Lu Jiyuan declared with satisfaction, sensing an indescribable connection between himself and the flood dragon. The flood dragon stood frozen, for as he was on the verge of transforming into a true dragon, he could perceive what others could not. After signing the celestial contract with Lu Jiyuan, he felt an overwhelming aura of fortune emanating from him, at least 100-fold more substantial than that of an ordinary person. Upon establishing the celestial contract, the Flood Dragon was naturally infused with Lu Jiuan's abundant fortune, which obliterated the previous barriers preventing his transformation into a true dragon. Simultaneously, the sky above the secret realm darkened ominously. This must be the emergence of a supreme treasure. Numerous Qi refinement cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback and hastened towards the source, unaware that they were merely observing a Flood Dragon's metamorphosis into a true dragon. Go, transform into a true dragon. Otherwise, I shall stew you, Lu Jiuan remarked with a grin, his smile laced with a murderous intent that caused the Flood Dragon to tense up apprehensively before soaring towards the exit of the cave. Once the Flood Dragon departed, Lu Jiuan turned to Li Qingping, his expression grave. This place will likely be discovered by others soon. We must absorb the Lioli treasure liquid without delay. Li Qingping understood the urgency, and the two hastily plunged into the pool of Lioli treasure liquid. Their bodies became enveloped in the liquid. Both sensed an exceptionally pure energy, enhancing their innate talents. Li Qingping's transformation was particularly remarkable. Having started at the yellow rank, she swiftly ascended to the profound rank within mere minutes, and her progress showed no signs of abating as she pressed toward even higher levels. For Lu Jiuan, being already at the pinnacle of the heavenly rank, his transformation was destined to elevate him to the immortal rank, a process that would naturally require a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, countless cultivators rushed towards the scene, eager to claim the emergent supreme treasure, oblivious to the fact that they were merely confronting a Flood Dragon on the verge of becoming a true dragon. Chapter 32. Rising to the challenge. Senior sister. Are we certain we should not intervene? Lin Yuran inquired, observing the distant thunder tribulation alongside Cheng Shui. Given your strength, acquiring the supreme treasure shouldn't pose too great a challenge. Patience is key. We are not far from the treasure. It would be wiser to let them battle it out first, thus conserving our strength, Cheng Shui replied, shaking her head. Although she was powerful, confronting so many Qi refinement cultivators would still be overwhelming. Oh, Lin Yuran nodded, somewhat understanding, though she sensed that this thunder tribulation might be closely linked to Lu Jiuan. That moment, the Flood Dragon clashed with the thunder tribulation, as it needed to endure 9 layers of thunder to complete its transformation into a true dragon. Ha, bring it on! I, the great dragon, fear nothing. The Flood Dragon welcomed the terrifying bolts of lightning with abandon. After prolonged immersion in the Lioli treasure liquid, his physical form had reached an extraordinarily formidable level, rivaling that of a golden core cultivator. Outside, the Qi refinement cultivators had gathered at the edge of the thunder tribulation, feeling the power emanating from it and grimacing. They knew that had they been in its midst, they would have been obliterated. However, the allure of the supreme treasure was undeniable. It could certainly offer them significant advantages, yet none considered that the being undergoing the tribulation was a sentient creature, as only those breaking through to the Golden Core stage typically needed to face such trials, which was impossible within the secret realm. The notion that a living being's bloodline could transcend such boundaries had not crossed their minds. Meanwhile, beneath the earth, Lu Jiuan and Li Qingping's talents began to ascend under the nurturing influence of the Lioli treasure liquid. Li Qingping had already risen from the yellow rank to the pinnacle of the earth rank, showing no signs of slowing down. Seemingly on the verge of breaking into the heavenly rank. For Lu Jiuan, he felt the stirrings of transformation within him. Soon, with a tremor of his body, a brilliant golden light radiated from him, signifying that his talent had ascended from the pinnacle of the heavenly rank to the low tier of the immortal rank, yet he continued to surge forward without pause. It appeared that Lu Jiuan was on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of the immortal rank. That moment, the Flood Dragon, continuously bombarded by the thunder tribulation, found its gray scales shedding to reveal a vast expanse of gold beneath. Only when the transformation to golden scales was complete would the Flood Dragon achieve its metamorphosis into a true dragon. Simultaneously, the Qi refinement cultivators observing from afar began to sense something amiss. Wait a moment. It seems a living being is undergoing the tribulation. One sharp-eyed cultivator caught sight of something, his expression turning grave as he recalled glimpsing a massive silhouette within the thunder tribulation. Surely not. Only beings of at least the Golden Core stage can provoke a thunder tribulation. How could such a creature appear in the secret realm? Another cultivator protested. However, just then, a resounding dragon roar erupted from within the tribulation. leading many cultivators to realize that what they were witnessing was not an ordinary treasure, but a being capable of claiming their lives. Esteemed colleagues, I must take my leave. I cannot remain any longer. At that moment, one cultivator bowed and swiftly departed, unwilling to believe that so many could withstand such a lethal entity. With one leaving, others soon followed suit, and before long, only about 5,000 cultivators remained from an initial group of over 10,000. They were keen to subdue the being within the tribulation as their spirit pet, for a creature capable of invoking a thunder tribulation undoubtedly possessed an unparalleled bloodline, and if they could harness it, it would greatly enhance their own power. Of course, they stayed behind, knowing full well that their cultivation levels within the secret realm could never reach the golden core stage, and that the strength of the being after the tribulation would likely not be overly formidable. Even at the peak of Foundation establishment, they believed they could contend, that I in the distance. Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran also heard the dragon's roar, their brows furrowing in concern. Senior sister, if it were you, do you believe you could successfully subjugate that beast? Lin Yuran queried with curiosity, to which Cheng Shui merely shook her head. Challenging, exceedingly challenging. After all, one does not provoke a thunder tribulation without possessing formidable strength. Yet if so many could exhaust the creature's power, there might be a sliver of possibility for success. Cheng Shui mused, her interest piqued that a being capable of invoking a thunder tribulation would undoubtedly achieve great heights. And if she could reclaim it, it would be an immense boon. Simultaneously, with the aid of the Lioli treasure liquid, Li Qingping successfully broke through to the heavenly rank. Upon reaching this stage, she found her ability to absorb spiritual energy much more attuned to her will. Upon awakening, her gaze immediately fell upon Lu Jiyuan, who was radiating a dazzling golden light. The warmth enveloping her made her heart race, that is June about to break through to the immortal rank. Li Qingping gasped in astonishment, only to witness an event that would astonish her for an entire year. The golden light surrounding Lu Jiyuan intensified. The entire pool of Lioli treasure liquid began to surge towards him. My heavens, is he intending to absorb all the Lioli treasure liquid? Li Qingping's eyes widened in disbelief, knowing she had only consumed a fraction to achieve her breakthrough to the early heavenly rank. If Lu Jiyuan were to absorb all the liquid from the pool, would he not ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal rank? Moreover, and of utmost importance, this scenario imposes an exceedingly rigorous demand on the physical limits that the body can endure. Should one be unable to withstand it, the likelihood of catastrophic failure is alarmingly high at this moment. Lu Jiyuan remains blissfully unaware, his entire being seemingly immersed in a state of chaotic harmony between heaven and earth. His body, transformed by the glazed treasure liquid, radiates with its original brilliance. That Lu Jiyuan's innate talent has long since ascended to the celestial tier, and as the glazed treasure liquid continues to surge into his form, his potential relentlessly strives towards even higher echelons, mid-grade celestial tier, upper-grade celestial tier, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the celestial tier before pausing. Yet, the glazed treasure liquid has not yet been fully absorbed. It continues to flow into Lu Jiyuan's body. Witnessing this, Li Qingping is momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she regains her composure and, with a look of astonishment, exclaims, Jiyuan is forging the glazed celestial body. Chapter 33. The glazed celestial body legend has it that the glazed celestial body is lauded among the 100 celestial bodies as one that can be cultivated postnatally through the absorption of glazed treasure liquid. Yet no one has succeeded in such an endeavor. The glazed celestial bodies that have been discovered thus far are predominantly innate. To my astonishment, I have now witnessed a wild glazed celestial body. Li Qingping gazes in shock at Lu Jiyuan, who floats in the sky, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. Her expression then shifts to one of peculiar intrigue, for all who possess the glazed celestial body are female. Lu Jiyuan thus becomes the first male practitioner to attain the glazed celestial body. Concurrently, the exterior calamity of lightning has shed the scales of the dragon, transforming into the resplendent golden dragon scales. The aura of the entire dragon radiates an air of invincibility that the dragon successfully metamorphoses into a true dragon. The chi refining stage practitioners outside finally realize that something is amiss. What? This is a true dragon. Their faces are etched with disbelief. After all, a true dragon is a being destined for ascension, and upon this realization, they are initially stunned, but soon their thoughts coalesce that what if it's a true dragon? Under such a formidable lightning tribulation, its strength must be severely diminished. With this thought, a practitioner steps forward, declaring, "Everyone, let us charge together. Do not fear. This true dragon is at most at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. It has just undergone tribulation, and its strength is likely diminished to mere Foundation establishment mid-stage. Indeed, there are over 5,000 of us here. If we all attack together, the true dragon may not stand a chance. Let us go." With someone rallying the troops, the nearby practitioners swiftly rush towards the true dragon with reckless abandon that if they could tame a true dragon, it would mean acquiring a spirit beast capable of at least breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. Yet, the true dragon, oblivious to the situation, is suddenly besieged by a horde of practitioners, leaving it bewildered. However, once it regains its senses, it launches a furious counterattack, effortlessly dispatching a dozen Qi refining stage practitioners with a mere sweep of its tail. This scene instills dread in the hearts of the majority of practitioners, but another rises to bolster their spirits, saying, "Do not be afraid. This true dragon's attack is merely a desperate struggle before death. It has taken so much damage and is likely gravely wounded." Upon hearing this, the crowd resumes their reckless assault upon the true dragon. The true dragon, upon hearing these words, cannot help but chuckle. "Humans, you are courting your own demise." With that, the true dragon unleashes its full might against the over 5,000 practitioners, transforming the scene into one where it seems the dragon is mercilessly slaughtering them instead of being besieged. It is hardly surprising. The dragon's physique is now formidable enough to rival that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Against a throng of Qi refining practitioners, evasion is unnecessary. The unfortunate practitioners naively believe they are witnessing the dragon's final flicker of life. Even if they cannot tame the true dragon, acquiring its flesh and blood would still be immensely beneficial. However, after the loss of over 1,000 of their ranks, they finally recognize the gravity of their mistake. Damn it, who was the fool that said the true dragon was about to perish? It seems barely scratched. Enough talk, we must flee. In a panic, the practitioners scatter in all directions. Yet even so, the true dragon manages to slay hundreds more. Of course, this is not due to the dragon's inability to eliminate them all. Rather, it simply lacks the inclination to pursue, as it still relies on Lu Jiyuan to facilitate its escape. With this in mind, the dragon's massive form begins to shrink, and it swiftly retreats into the cave from whence it came. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran gaze at the true dragon with eyes full of trepidation. Clearly, should they engage, their fate would not be much better than that of the Qi refining practitioners. Who could have imagined that a true dragon would emerge in the Qing Feng's secret realm? This will surely alter the entire landscape of the realm. Cheng Shui takes a deep breath, calming her racing heart, while Lin Yuran, still shaken, remarks, "Indeed, the pressure from that true dragon is palpable even from this distance. It truly is terrifying. But I am curious, how did this true dragon come into existence?" Cheng Shui looks towards the cave where the true dragon descended, her face reflecting a hint of curiosity. Lin Yuran, knowing Cheng Shui's character, hesitates before saying, "Sister, this could be perilous if the true dragon detects us. We may not escape unscathed." Her words. Cheng Shui simply shakes her head, determination etched on her face. "Junior sister, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. Moreover, I have a feeling that the true dragon must have utilized some rare, heavenly materials to successfully transform into its current state." As Cheng Shui's words hang in the air, Lin Yuran quickly grasps her meaning. "Sister, you mean there is glazed treasure liquid below?" "Who knows? But we won't know until we investigate," Cheng Shui replies. Making her way towards the deep pit, Lin Yuran hesitates for a moment before resolutely following. "Sister, wait for me." "Master, is this the forging of the glazed celestial body?" After the true dragon descends, what unfolds before them is Lu Jiyuan, floating in the sky. Unable to believe her eyes, Li Qingping, upon hearing the true dragon's words, looks at it in surprise. "How do you know of the glazed celestial body?" The true dragon responds with solemnity. "Our true dragon lineage possesses bloodline memory. Many matters can be understood simply through bloodline awakening." Upon hearing this, Li Qingping realizes having heard of such matters before and often. Meanwhile, as the true dragon and Li Qingping await Lu Jiyuan's successful forging of the glazed celestial body, Two heads peek over the edge of the deep pit, inadvertently drawing the true dragon's attention. Who is it? Show yourself. The true dragon snorts coldly, appearing before the deep pit, curious yet seeing nothing. Strange, I distinctly sense something. Though puzzled, the dragon dismisses its curiosity, shaking its head and returning to Li Qingping's side. What is the matter? Li Qingping inquires solemnly, still processing the dragon's sudden disappearance. That it's nothing, just an illusion. The true dragon shakes its head and resumes its watch over Lu Jiyuan, for Lu Jiyuan is its acknowledged master. However, unbeknownst to the true dragon, at the edge of the deep pit, two figures tremble in fear. Chapter 34. Breaking through the foundation establishment stage. How could this be? The true dragon has a master, and it's that guy. Cheng Shui stands at the edge of the deep pit, gazing at Lu Jiyuan floating in the sky. She has never seen the glazed treasure liquid, nor could she have imagined that Lu Jiyuan is currently forging the glazed celestial body. They had indeed been detected by the true dragon earlier. But thanks to a concealment talisman bestowed by an elder from their sect, they remained unnoticed. That young man is so powerful. I must get to know him, Lin Yuan exclaims, her face alight with admiration. To tame a true dragon, Lu Jiyuan's strength must be unfathomably immense. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan is forging of the glazed celestial body reaches a critical juncture, and the sky beyond the deep pit darkens once more, causing the practitioners within the secret realm to gasp in shock. Another lightning tribulation is the true dragon about to break through to the golden core stage. My heavens, let this secret realm come to an end. If that true dragon ascends to the golden core stage, will we have any hope of survival? But it said that one cannot break through to the golden core stage within the secret realm. With a true dragon appearing, what is so rare about breaking through to the golden core stage? All the practitioners within the secret realm cast grave expressions towards the brewing storm of lightning in the distance, utterly unaware that this is merely the manifestation of Lu Jiyuan's celestial body emergence, triggering the lightning tribulation. And at this moment, there are still 2 days remaining until the secret realm closes. As the lightning tribulation manifests, Lu Jiyuan involuntarily awakens. What has happened? Upon noticing the peculiar exchange of glances between Li Qingping and Jinlong, Lu Jiyuan inquired with a hint of curiosity that Li Qingping, contemplating her words, eventually urged, "You should first venture out to face the tribulation." Tribulation? Lu Jiyuan expressed his astonishment, yet sensed an ominous force locking onto him. Without further deliberation, he leaped from the deep pit and made his way toward the surface. Li Qingping and Jinlong remained in the depths, aware that if they emerged, they would likely be the immediate targets of the impending thunder tribulation. At this moment, Li Qingping lacked the confidence to confront such a challenge. Upon reaching the surface, Lu Jiyuan beheld the ominous, rumbling clouds overhead, his expression turning grave. That wasn't he merely advancing to the celestial tier of talent? Did it warrant a tribulation? But as the thunderstorm loomed, he had no choice but to draw the Qing Feng sword, gazing skyward with a serious demeanor. This was his inaugural encounter with a tribulation, and he was uncertain of the thunder's might. That it was said that those who faced tribulations often danced on the precipice of death. He wondered if such claims held any truth. That Lu Jiyuan's serious expression settled. The thunder tribulation descended. He resolved to test its power first, channeling a fraction of his strength. That the thunder drew near. He called out, "Yang slash." In an instant, the terrifying bolt was cleaved in two. Lu Jiyuan. Thunder? The thunder was taken aback. Having never encountered such a formidable human before, it hesitated, uncertain about striking him again. What now? I'm rather anxious. Is this thunder not as fearsome as I anticipated? If that's the case, I possess ample confidence to that moment. Lu Jiyuan truly grasped the extent of his combat prowess, realizing he could easily contend with the tribulation. With this newfound assurance, he tightened his grip on the Qing Feng sword, channeling all his might into in a dazzling flash. A brilliant sword light erupted from the blade. "Qing Feng slash," he bellowed, unleashing the fearsome radiance toward the descending thunder. A sight that left distant cultivators utterly astounded. My heavens, am I seeing this correctly? Someone dares to strike at the very essence of the thunder tribulation. Is this not courting disaster? How terrifying! I'd rather remain a bystander. Throughout history, cultivators typically allowed the thunder to descend unopposed during tribulations, few would dare to strike back, for such defiance against the heavenly will could evoke even more fearsome tribulations, transforming a near-death experience into a certain demise. Yet, to their astonishment, under Lu Juan's strike, the darkened sky cleared as if the thunder had never existed. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. My heavens, am I truly witnessing someone cleave the thunder apart? How enviable. I must try this next time. How terrifying. What has this man consumed to grow so powerful? From afar, the onlookers could only perceive a figure shattering the thunder, unable to discern Lu Juan's features. After successfully navigating the tribulation, he wasted no time and leaped back into the deep pit, compelled by a premonition that he was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Utilizing the familiar method of descent, upon witnessing Lu Juan's return, Li Qingping sensed his success. Just as she prepared to discuss the Liuli celestial body, Lu Juan interrupted her. Let us discuss later. I can no longer suppress my cultivation. I must face the tribulation. With that, he seated himself, entering a meditative state, while the spiritual energy within the secret realm surged toward him like a tidal wave. My spiritual energy. Where is all my spiritual energy gone? Curse it! Why are there so many anomalies in this secret realm? First Xinlong, then a sword cleaving the thunder, and now the spiritual energy vanishes. That a multitude of cultivators within the secret realm gazed in shock as the spiritual energy dissipated entirely. This phenomenon, if disclosed, would be deemed utterly absurd, yet it undeniably occurred. Meanwhile, Li Qingping and the others in the deep pit were equally astonished by the spectacle. His body can withstand such an abundance of spiritual energy. He truly is a celestial body. Only someone of such formidable strength could become my master, Xinlong remarked with satisfaction, having established a heavenly contract with Lu Juan and resolved to remain by his side. The fortune radiating from Lu Juan made it a stroke of luck to be his companion. Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran stood frozen, realizing he was breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Those unaware might think he was ascending to the nascent soul stage. Unbelievable. A typical Qi refinement cultivator would perish if they dared absorb such an immense amount of spiritual energy. Not even a foundation establishment cultivator could endure it without exploding. Yet Lu Juan appeared unaffected, his expression betraying no sign of distress at that moment. Immersed in his own thoughts, Lu Jing focused on forging the foundational path as outlined in the Hongmeng 10,000 methods. The foundation establishment stage involved creating a solid foundation for future breakthroughs to more formidable realms, with varying tiers of foundation. Typically, a cultivator's foundation would measure no more than 10 zhang in size. Those surpassing 10 zhang, but remaining below 100 were deemed prodigies. Those exceeding 100 zhang, but below 1,000 were classified as extraordinary prodigies. The Hongmeng Foundation, however, involved refining oneself into the foundation itself. Establishing the strongest possible foundation, the spiritual energy from the entire secret realm flowed into Lu Juan. His Hongmeng Foundation was nearing completion. Emanating an ancient and majestic aura, he appeared as an untouchable deity, prompting even Xinlong to nearly bow in reverence. What kind of foundation has my master forged to elicit such terror? Xinlong expressed, visibly shaken. Upon sensing this aura, Li Qingping could scarcely believe her eyes. A prodigious talent, undoubtedly a prodigious talent-level foundation. It was known that her father, Li Xianran, possessed a foundation measuring 199 zhang, yet it seemed Lu Juan's foundation had reached an astounding 999 zhang. The notion of being unparalleled in the ages did not cross Li Qingping's mind, as those with such foundations typically ascended beyond the human immortal stage, becoming formidable entities. This terrifying scene left Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran trembling, feeling as though Lu Juan could crush them effortlessly, reminiscent of a dragon gazing down upon mere ants. However, this sensation did not linger long. A day later, Lu Juan's realm finally stabilized at the initial stage of foundation establishment. In the Qi refinement stage, one could only wield rudimentary, celestial techniques and martial skills, while only upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage could one ride the sword to soar among the heavens. A lifespan exceeding 200 years marked the threshold of being called an immortal. Moreover, upon achieving the foundation establishment stage, one could manifest divine consciousness, perceiving the surroundings in their entirety, along with many things typically unseen. Ordinarily, A newly ascended cultivator's divine consciousness would span a mere 2 meters, pitifully limited. However, those with extraordinary gifts might extend it to 10 meters. Only through cultivation and breakthroughs could this range expand. And of course, one could enhance their divine consciousness through specific training methods. Yet Lu Jiyuan remained contemplative, pondering why his divine consciousness extended to a radius of 200 meters. Ultimately, he attributed it to studying the Hongming 10,000 methods, a divine-level technique. It was reasonable for the divine consciousness birthed from such a practice to be remarkably powerful. You have now advanced to the foundation establishment stage, haven't you? Li Qingping inquired as she approached with concern. Lu Jiyuan glanced toward the cave entrance, his brow furrowing. Observing this, Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran showed no hesitation and swiftly departed. Sensing the dissipating aura, Lu Jiyuan merely shook his head, dismissing it as an illusion, then turned to Li Qingping. Yes, if all goes well, I should now be a foundation establishment cultivator. Hearing this, Li Qingping breathed a sigh of relief before looking at Lu Jiyuan with a complex expression. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Lu Jiyuan appeared perplexed at no. Why do you ask? After some contemplation, Li Qingping chose to reveal the matter of the Lioli celestial body. Got a celestial body. Isn't that splendid? Upon mentioning the celestial body, Lu Jiyuan instinctively responded, while Li Qingping sighed. Indeed, a celestial body is remarkable, but this is the Lioli celestial body, renowned as the celestial body of women. While the Lioli celestial body ranks favorably among the 100 celestial bodies, it is famed as a premier cultivation furnace, even holding great allure for cultivators at the great ascension stage. Upon hearing Li Qingping's words, the smile on Lu Jiyuan's face vanished, and he promptly knelt on the ground. No! This exclamation of sorrow reverberated throughout the deep pit. However, at this moment, Li Qingping quickly interjected, as long as you do not expose the matter of your Lioli Xiantian, there should be no issues. Moreover, you yourself do not seem to have any problems, do you? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyuan felt a significant relief within, while Li Qingping smiled and continued. Furthermore, the Lioli Xiantian cultivates at an extraordinarily rapid pace before its body is broken. Coupled with your innate talent, it is likely that you will break through to the transformation stage in merely a century to reach the transformation stage. Who do you underestimate? At the very least, it should be the crossing tribulation stage. Lu Jiyuan, feeling indignant at the mention of reaching the transformation stage in a century, protested, for he was already a wall hanging, and surely he would not remain stagnant for 100 years without achieving the crossing tribulation stage. Li Qingping intended to refute him, but upon seeing the confidence radiating from Lu Jiyuan, she reconsidered and chose not to dampen his spirits, thinking that the truth would reveal itself in a century. After discussing the matter of the Lioli Xiantian, Lu Jiyuan turned his gaze towards the nearby True Dragon. By the way, do you have a name? I cannot simply keep calling you True Dragon. Hearing this, the True Dragon hurriedly replied, Master, I do not have a name. I beseech you to bestow one upon me. No name? In that case, let us call you Aon. You are, after all, of the dragon lineage. So Dragon Aotian, it shall be. Lu Jiyuan pondered for a moment before uttering this with a hint of mischief, while the True Dragon, oblivious to the underlying meaning, found the name to be quite imposing and exclaimed excitedly. Dragon Aotian, thanks Master for the name. Very well, the secret realm is about to close. Dragon Aotian, how will you accompany us out? Li Qingping reminded at this juncture. It then dawned on Lu Jiyuan that the secret realm was indeed on the verge of closing. He turned to Dragon Aotian, who promptly assured, Master need not worry. I can control my size. Having said that, Dragon Aotian began to manipulate his form, swiftly shrinking down to the size of a palm-sized mini-dragon, obediently perching upon Lu Jiyuan's shoulder. Just then, a powerful repulsive force surged throughout Lu Jiyuan's body, causing him to glance at Li Qingping, which signified that the secret realm was about to seal. As the repulsive force intensified, the trio, 2 individuals and 1 dragon, vanished from the secret realm, while the remaining cultivators were successively teleported out. Outside the secret realm, the Thousand Ghost King had long awaited their emergence, surrounded by a palpable aura that discouraged any cultivators from approaching him. After all, the Thousand Ghost King possessed such formidable strength that even transformation stage cultivators could be vanquished in an instant. And coupled with his aura of no trespassing, few dared to seek unnecessary trouble at that moment. The Thousand Ghost King opened his eyes and gazed towards the secret realm. They have emerged as his words fell. Numerous figures appeared before the secret realm, some weeping bitterly, others relieved to have survived, while some, upon emerging, succumbed immediately to their grievous injuries, being labeled as those who could not escape calamity. Soon after, Lu Jiyuan and Li Qingping were teleported out, with a small dragon lazily resting on Lu Jiyuan's shoulder. Although he yearned to break through to the Golden Core stage, he understood that this was not an opportune place for such an endeavor. The atmosphere outside is much more pleasant. Being within was quite uncomfortable, Lu Jiyuan remarked as he approached the Thousand Ghost King, with Li Qingping nodding in agreement beside him. Young master, you have returned? Oh, what is this? The Thousand Ghost King greeted Lu Jiyuan warmly, but his attention was soon captivated by the dragon resting on Lu Jiyuan's shoulder. Oh, this is a true dragon, is it not? Lu Jiyuan stated without hesitation. The Thousand Ghost King gasped in surprise, and then sincerely congratulated. Congratulations, young master, on acquiring such a cherished companion. Let us keep it low-key. It's merely a trivial matter, Lu Jiyuan replied modestly. The Thousand Ghost King then fell silent, casting Lu Jiyuan an understanding glance. For every true dragon, if not cut short, was destined to become a formidable presence at the Ascension stage. Very well, the journey through the secret realm has concluded. Please take us back, Lu Jiyuan commanded, and the Thousand Ghost King promptly led him and Li Qingping back towards Qingfeng Town. Meanwhile, Lu Bo, who had just returned, felt perplexed but had no choice but to head towards Qingfeng Town. Concurrently, within the city lord's mansion in Panshur Town, a youth clad in azure surveyed the now-vanquished Yuan family with curiosity that I wonder how Yuan Chongqing managed to provoke this lass, Qingping. Nevertheless, he is merely a cultivator of the void refinement stage. His demise holds little significance for our Yuan Wu kingdom. This azure-clad youth was none other than the city lord of Panshur Town, Li Qingping's third uncle, Li Xuanyu. Years ago, he had grown disinterested in court politics and had opted to reside in Panshur Town, where he served as the city lord, and he was indeed a genuine pinnacle cultivator of the unity stage. The Thousand Ghost King's speed was remarkable, and soon, Lu Jiyuan and his companions returned to Qingfeng Town. Halting before the Lu residence, before Lu Jiyuan could speak, Lu Xian and Lu Chongsheng appeared before him. Jiyuan, have you broken through to the Foundation establishment stage? They sensed Lu Jiyuan's transformation and expressed their astonishment. Lu Jiyuan, naturally, would not deny before the two elders that he nodded earnestly and stated, I found some opportunities within the secret realm and fortuitously broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. I see. Lu Chongsheng and Lu Xian nodded in understanding, while Li Qingping interjected, Senior Lu, Jiyuan, if you have matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. I too sense the opportunity to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Having said this, Li Qingping turned to depart, while Lu Jiyuan addressed the Thousand Ghost King. Thousand Ghost, please escort Qingping back to the princess's residence. Thank you. Li Qingping was taken aback for a moment, but then bowed respectfully. And soon, the Thousand Ghost King led her away. Vanishing from sight, at this juncture, Lu Jiyuan began recounting the events that transpired within the secret realm. Upon hearing about the Lioli treasure liquid, both Lu Chongsheng and Lu Xian were taken aback. For the opportunities that eluded others had been discovered by Lu Jiyuan, indicating that his fortune was indeed considerable. Though fortune was intangible, it undeniably existed, and it played a crucial role in a cultivator's growth. Those with extraordinary fortune could often ascend to profound realms with minimal effort. Then, upon hearing about Lu Jiyuan's Lioli Xiantian, both their brows furrowed, for they had never heard of a male possessing the Lioli Xiantian. Throughout history, the holders of the Lioli Xiantian were predominantly female. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chongqing's expression grew serious as he cautioned, Jun, you must not disclose your possession of the Lioli Xiantian to anyone. Doing so may invite significant calamity. Understood, Lu Jiyuan replied earnestly, and Lu Chongqing further inquired, by the way, who else knows about your Lioli Xiantian? Li Qingping knows, but our relationship is very close. She should not leak this matter. Lu Jiyuan reflected before responding that Lu Chongsheng and Lu Xian exchanged glances, concluding that, given the budding relationship between Li Qingping and Lu Jiyuan, she would likely refrain from acting against their interests at this juncture. In any case, focus on your cultivation and absolutely refrain from revealing the matter of the Lioli Xiantian. Lu Chongsheng reiterated earnestly, to which Lu Jiyuan nodded once more. At that moment, Lu Chongqing noticed the true dragon perched on Lu Jiyuan's shoulder. His expression shifting to one of surprise that a true dragon within the Qingfeng's secret realm. At this moment, Dragon Ao Tian was coiled on Lu Jiyuan's shoulder, remaining motionless that he had sensed the formidable presence of the Thousand Ghost King earlier and now felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Chongqing. It was a sensation akin to being instantly vanquished by a mere gaze, one that he may not even withstand, and he found himself curious about just what kind of terrifying family his master belonged to. Yes, he has now become my spirit companion, named Dragon Ao Tian, Lu Jiyuan introduced, and Dragon Ao Tian respectfully greeted. I am Dragon Ao Tian. Greetings to the two esteemed elders that Dragon Ao Tian, is it? Be sure to serve well as the spirit companion of our Lu family's young master. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Lu Chongqing warned with a cold snort. That it was clear that Lu Jiyuan was the most talented individual in the history of the Lu family, and he would not allow anything to pose a threat to him. Yes, esteemed elder, I shall support my master diligently, Dragon Ao Tian promptly replied under the weight of their pressure. Here, take this drop of dragon blood. I acquired it by chance in one of my secret realms. Lu Chongqing said as he produced a drop of dragon blood from his storage ring, which exuded a terrifying aura, indicating its previous owner's formidable cultivation level. Hiss, thank you for your generous gift. Esteemed ancestor, Long Ao Tian sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the dragon blood, realizing that absorbing it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to him, that he expressed his gratitude to Lu Chongqing repeatedly. As Long Ao Tian drew the dragon blood into his body, Lu Jiyuan spoke up, Old ancestor, I have just emerged from the secret realm and am feeling somewhat fatigued, so I shall not intrude further. Farewell. With that, Lu Jiyuan turned and made his way back into the Lu family estate. Liu Xian and Lu Chongqing exchanged glances, shaking their heads that it was impossible to deny the weight of the responsibility Lu Jiyuan bore for the prosperity of the Lu family. It seemed imperative to expedite the union between Jiyuan and that girl Qingping. Finding a suitable woman for Jiyuan would not only help him relax, but also allow the Lu family to flourish further. Lu Chongqing sighed, acknowledging that given the elevated cultivation levels of himself and Liu Xian, it would take considerable time for them to expand the family lineage on their OWN.AT this moment. Lu Jiyuan remained oblivious to the worries his marriage prospects caused the two elders, and the same could be said for Li Qingping. Upon returning to the princess's manor, Li Qingping immersed herself in seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, unlike Lu Jiyuan, her advancement would require a bit more time. Chapter 37. The great competition of 100 nations Miss has been in seclusion for 2.5 days. There should be no cause for concern, right? Outside the seclusion chamber, Xiaoqing paced anxiously at the door. Had it not been for her spirit sense confirming Li Qingping's stable condition, she might have already barged in. Inside the chamber, Li Qingping was diligently refining her foundation. After 2 days of effort, her foundation had successfully expanded to an impressive 99 zhang. Yet, she chose not to break through just yet, opting instead to continue her refinement, that I must exert myself further. Otherwise, I shall not be able to keep pace with him. Li Qingping thought resolutely that it was this unwavering determination that allowed her to shatter her bottleneck and successfully advance her foundation to 399 zhang, which was quite commendable. That a deep rumble echoed from within the seclusion chamber, causing Xiaoqing to pause momentarily before exclaiming with joy, the princess has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Following her breakthrough, however, Li Qingping did not emerge immediately. She continued her seclusion to solidify her newfound realm, finally exiting after 3 days with her foundation firmly established at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Congratulations, miss, on your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Xiaoqing hurriedly offered her congratulations upon seeing Li Qingping, who merely shook her head in response. Xiaoqing, you have worked hard staying outside during this time. Miss, this is my duty, Xiaoqing replied earnestly, prompting Li Qingping to chuckle helplessly that there's no need for such formality. Now that I've reached the foundation establishment stage, you should return and rest well. Xiaoqing contemplated refusing, but upon meeting Li Qingping's firm gaze, she relented. Understood, Mississippi in the capital of Yuanwu Kingdom. Li Xian ransacked gravely within the imperial palace, facing the high-ranking officials of the realm. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Li Xian asked, tossing an envelope onto the table, which bore the bold inscription, "Invitation to the Great Competition of 100 Nations." Upon seeing the invitation, the officials' expressions changed dramatically, clearly indicating that the event was not favorable news. Your Majesty, 10 years ago, our Yuanwu Kingdom did not rank highly in the last competition. Perhaps we should refrain from participating this time. One official quickly suggested, only to be met with immediate dissent. I Ching Tian. What do you mean by that? If we do not attend, will it not reflect poorly on our Yuanwu Kingdom? Would we not appear as cowards in the eyes of others? A burly man retorted coldly. Cheng Wu Gua. What difference would it make? Can attending truly alter our current circumstances? Li Cheng Tian countered. Better to go to our deaths than to be labeled as cowards. Cheng Wu Gua stood firm. As the arguments escalated, the assembly of hundreds began to divide into factions, creating a chaotic scene. While Li Xian took a deep breath and allowed the discord to continue. Eventually, both men turned to Li Xian and bowed. Your Majesty, we request your wisdom in this matter. Goodness, I did not expect this dilemma to fall back on me. Li Xian mused, raising an eyebrow while sighing heavily. Very well, let us allocate the 5 spots for the great competition of 100 nations starting now. Should anyone achieve a rank within the top 100, I shall bestow generous rewards, Li Xian declared with authority, a commanding presence emanating from him. Hearing this, Cheng Wugua's excitement was palpable. I shall obey. Once the officials departed, only Cheng Wugua and Li Chengtian remained. Your Majesty, may I inquire as to why you have retained us? Li Chengtian asked, bowing, and Cheng Wugua mirrored his action. Sigh, in recent years, the number of prodigies in our Yuanwu Kingdom has dwindled significantly, rendering us weaker than other nations, which troubles me greatly. Li Xian lamented, a frown etched on his face. Your Majesty need not worry. As far as I know, our Yuanwu Kingdom has seen an increase in young prodigies in recent years, with some even breaking through to the nascent soul stage before the age of 30, that they should secure commendable rankings for our kingdom. Cheng Wugua hastily reassured. Upon hearing this, Li Xian merely shook his head. Let us hope so. Yet during the last great competition of 100 nations, we encountered prodigies at the mid-nascent soul stage. I wonder what anomalies we may face this time. I Xian's words left Cheng Wugua speechless. The last competition had been a disastrous defeat for Yuanwu Kingdom. They had assumed sending cultivators at the Golden Core stage would suffice, only to find numerous Golden Core cultivators under the age of 30. Not to mention the presence of nascent soul cultivators. The great competition was organized by the nearby 4th-rank power, Tianquan Kingdom, and naturally, Yuanwu Kingdom, as a 5th-rank power, was included in the invitation list. The purpose was to facilitate the ranking of prodigies from various factions, particularly those under the age of 30. Tianquan Kingdom was home to formidable beings at the peak of the human immortal stage. So Li Xian needed to maintain a modicum of respect. Soon, news of the great competition spread throughout the Yuanwu Kingdom, piquing the interest of many prodigies. Boom! In a remote forest, a massive 10-meter bear charged towards a slender figure, which turned out to be a young man. Faced with the bear's assault, the youth exhibited no fear. Instead, he prepared to strike. Just as the bear opened its jaws to bite, the youth unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the bear's head with a single blow. The bear's lifeless body collapsed. An elder appeared seemingly out of nowhere, gazing at the young man with pride. Tian, you have now reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. It is time for you to emerge from your seclusion. The elder spoke calmly, and the bear's carcass emitted a faint aura of Golden Core energy. Yes, master, but if I emerge, where should I go? The young man respectfully inquired as he donned his clothing. Very well, the great competition of 100 nations is about to commence, and there are still few from our Yuanwu Kingdom who have chosen to participate. I shall secure a spot for you, the elder contemplated before replying. He was none other than the renowned initial stage tribulation transcender of Yuanwu Kingdom, known as Zhejian or Yin, the sword immortal sect of Yuanwu Kingdom. A young man was practicing swordplay. Initially, his movements were slow, but soon he accelerated, until finally, his actions became mere afterimages that in the end, he appeared to be standing still, while sword energy enveloped his entire being. It was only when an elder from the sect approached that the young man ceased his practice. Elder Wu, is there something you need? The young man inquired respectfully, and Elder Wu regarded him with a hint of admiration. Jianzi, The sect master requests your presence. Shortly thereafter, the young man followed Elder Wu to the sect's hall, where numerous elders awaited. Zhang Chengfeng pays his respects to all esteemed elders and the sect master. Seated in the position of sect master was an elder with flowing white beard, who regarded Zhang Chengfeng with a warm smile. Chengfeng, if my memory serves me right, you have recently broken through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Correct? Indeed, sect master, that I fortuitously achieved this breakthrough not long ago. Zhang Chengfeng replied with humility. Very well. Do you wish to bring glory to our Sword Immortal sect? With that, the sect master, Xie Jianxian, began to elaborate on the details of the great competition of 100 nations. With my name on the line, I can certainly secure you an opportunity. Xie Jianxian spoke earnestly, but Zhang Chengfeng's focus was not solely on this. He was far more concerned about the presence of prodigies at the competition. Will there be prodigies present? Naturally. Then what is there to fear? I accept that as Zhang Chengfeng strapped his sword to his back. He swiftly made his way towards the capital. Meanwhile, the prominent factions of the Yuanwu kingdom dispatched their own prodigies towards the capital, clearly eager to make their presence known at the grand tournament of the 100 Kingdoms and to seize the rewards offered by Li Xianyan. It was evident that they did not doubt the value of the gifts bestowed by Li Xianyan that asked the princess of Yuanwu kingdom. Li Qingping naturally received the news as well. Chapter 38. What is this feeling of excitement? Miss, do you intend to participate as well? Inquiringly asked Xiao Qing as she found Li Qingping, who was holding a message sent from the capital detailing the grand tournament of the 100 Kingdoms. Li Qingping merely shook her head, that I am well aware of my own capabilities. Perhaps it is best if I refrain from participating in the grand tournament that I SA Foundation establishment stage cultivator. I would likely be eliminated at the outset. What is your intention then, miss? Xiao Qing asked with curiosity, clearly skeptical that her mistress would be content to merely observe. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingping responded, I was pondering whether Master Lu possesses the strength to compete. Perhaps not. After all, he is merely at the foundation establishment stage, while most participants in the grand tournament have already attained the core formation stage. And last year, even those at the nascent soul stage made an appearance. Xiao Qing's expression grew serious as she contemplated this, yet Li Qingping continued, regardless, I believe it is necessary to inform him about this matter. Finally stabilizing his strength at the initial foundation establishment stage, Lu Jun emerged from his meditative state in the secluded chamber. His power had notably increased, and it had already been 5 days since he left the Qingfeng secret realm. After dedicating 5 days to his cultivation, Lu Jiyuan had successfully solidified his strength at the initial foundation establishment stage, a pace that was not considered slow. That moment, a message from the Thousand Ghost King reached him. Young master, the princess is seeking you. Qingping is looking for me? Lu Jun mused with curiosity. Having just completed his cultivation, he decided to pay her a visit. From Li Qingping, he learned about the grand tournament of the 100 Kingdoms. What are your thoughts on this matter, Jiyuan? Li Qingping inquired, while Lu Jiyuan fell in a deep thought that he was acutely aware of his own capabilities, having just broken through to the initial foundation establishment stage. He was able to contend against those at the initial core formation stage. This was even more true now. What intrigued him most was the opportunity to venture to the Tianquan Kingdom, a realm far superior to the Yuanwu Kingdom, that if he could establish connections there, he would gain a formidable ally in the Earth Immortal realm. Do you know when the grand tournament will commence? He asked in a month. Young master, are you interested? Li Qingping replied after considering the information relayed by her father, indicating that they would depart in a month's time. Indeed, I wish to experience the world beyond. A month is ample time for me to break through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Thus participating in the grand tournament would not be out of the question. Lu Jun nodded. Li Qingping, understanding that Lu Jun's prowess could not be measured solely by his cultivation realm, remarked, in that case, I shall accompany you, as it would also be an opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. Very well. When Lu Jiyuan conveyed the news to Lu Chongqing and Lu Xian, Lu Chongqing remained silent, instead producing a jade pendant and handing it to Lu Jiyuan. This pendant is personally crafted by me, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a peak ascending cultivator. Within it resides a trace of my divine soul. Once activated, it will ensure your safety, that Lu Chongqing declared with an air of authority, which filled Lu Jiyuan with warmth that he replied earnestly, rest assured, ancestor. This journey will undoubtedly uphold the honor of the Lu family. Go then. Regardless of what transpires, the ancestor shall have your back. Shortly thereafter, Lu Changsheng and Li Qingping boarded a flying artifact towards the capital. This time, there was no need to rush, especially since Lu Jiyuan was focused on breaking through, allowing for a leisurely pace. The Thousand Ghost King accompanied Lu Jiyuan to ensure his safety during the grand tournament. Once Lu Jiyuan departed, Lu Changsheng casually remarked, "Speaking of which, we still have unsettled scores with the Yumo sect." With that, he vanished, heading towards the location of the Yumo sect. His prior absence did not imply that the enmity between him and the Yumo sect had dissipated. The Yumo sect's desire to eliminate Lu Jiyuan was a deep-seated grudge, and at that moment, the Yumo King was unaware of the impending calamity. Damn it, what is taking the Thousand Ghost King so long to return? After sending the Thousand Ghost King away, the Yumo King entered seclusion to recover from his injuries. Finally emerging after a lengthy period, he was met with the troubling news that the Thousand Ghost King had not yet returned. Inciting his anger, at this juncture, a tremendous pressure descended upon the entire Yumo sect, obliterating those capable of resisting a transformation stage cultivator. Which esteemed elder is passing by my Yumo sect? The Yumo King nearly staggered, panic evident on his face. Under this overwhelming pressure, he felt akin to an ant, utterly powerless to resist. "Did I ask this the Yumo sect?" A voice from the sky inquired, to which the Yumo King hastily replied, "Indeed, this is the Yumo sect. What brings you here?" The moment those words left his lips, Lu Changsheng in the sky confirmed his objective. As long as it's the Yumo sect, then it's settled. Compassionate palm of the world. A colossal palm print materialized, descending upon the Yumo sect that no. In the face of such an insurmountable disparity in strength, the Yumo King had no means of resistance, and both he and the entire Yumo sect were reduced to mere dust. After annihilating the Yumo sect, Lu Changsheng cast a glance in a certain direction before making his way back to the Lu family. Not long after Lu Changsheng's departure, a figure appeared, trembling with fear. That esteemed one must have discovered my presence. I must swiftly relay this information to His Majesty. With that, the figure hurriedly soared back towards the capital of Yuanwu Kingdom, having been sent by Li Xinyan to monitor the Yumo sect. Chapter 39. Able to defend, but only marginally truly, Lu Changsheng is as formidable as rumored. From the viewing stone, Li Xinyan witnessed the awe-inspiring scene of Lu Changsheng obliterating the Yumo sect with a single strike, leaving him profoundly shaken. Given Lu Changsheng's displayed strength, it was evident that he was at least a high-level ascendant, compelling Li Xinyan to tread carefully around the Lu family, especially as he contemplated his own breakthrough to the ascendant stage. By the way, as Pinger returned to the capital with Lu Jiyuan, Li Xinyan turned to a shadowy figure nearby. "Your Majesty, the princess and young Master Lu are currently en route to the capital and are expected to arrive in approximately 3 days." The figure that materialized in the void spoke respectfully to Li Xinyan. Previously, when Lu Jiyuan agreed to participate in the grand tournament, Li Qingping had informed him, so this news did not come as a surprise. However, considering Lu Jiyuan was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he feared that if he were to compete in the grand tournament, he would face a humiliating defeat. Thus, he mused to himself that a plausible excuse should be found to allow Lu Jiyuan to withdraw. Li Xinyan recalled Lu Jiyuan's cultivation level, shaking his head in resignation, that he had learned from Li Qingping that Lu Jiyuan was capable of contending against those at the initial foundation establishment stage. But this was the grand tournament, where opponents would not engage in battles of equal realms. Despite Lu Jiyuan's recent breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, it was still insufficient in the face of the numerous core formation cultivators present. However, Li Xinyan could not have anticipated that Lu Jiyuan, who was approaching the capital, would soon deliver a shocking surprise. Meanwhile, aboard the 1,000-mile shuttle, Li Qingping felt a tinge of boredom and made her way to the deck to gaze outside. "Xiao Qing, how much longer until we reach the capital?" "Miss, we have only just returned to the Black Wind Ridge. It will take approximately 5 more days to reach the capital," Xiao Qing promptly replied. Standing beside Li Qingping, 5 days. Young Master Lu has been in seclusion for so long. I wonder when he will emerge. Gazing at the secluded chamber aboard the vessel, Li Qingping let out a sigh and remarked, "When we first boarded the Qinli shuttle, Lu Jiyuan mentioned that he felt the opportunity for a breakthrough, that he then entered the chamber and has since been in seclusion for 5 days without any signs of activity." On the deck, enjoying the scenery, stood the Thousand Ghost King, whose face was graced with an unusual smile as he looked towards the annihilated Yumo sect. He could feel that a trace of the servant mark imposed upon him by the Yumo king had vanished, signifying that he was no longer bound by the latter's influence. Also on the deck was Long Outyin, who was comfortably nestled in the small nook arranged for him by Li Qingping, sleeping soundly, emanating a faint aura of golden core cultivation. During his time in the Lu family, Long Outyin had refined some dragon blood, which had facilitated his breakthrough to the golden core stage. After this breakthrough, he was astonished to sense that the owner of that drop of dragon blood had once reached the tribulation transcendent stage, indicating that this drop of blood was potent enough to elevate him to at least the divine transformation stage. Thus, although Long Outyin appeared to be merely napping, he was actually refining the dragon blood within him, gradually enhancing his cultivation. Suddenly, a rumbling echoed from within the seclusion chamber, the sound of Lu Jiuwen's foundational energy consolidating. At last, as his foundational energy solidified to a new level, Lu Jiuwen's cultivation stabilized at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Achieving this level in just over a month, one could only wonder if such speed would bring shame upon the Traverser. As he opened his eyes, it seemed as though another realm unfolded within his gaze. Clenching his fist to acknowledge his newfound power, he rose and pushed open the door of the chamber with a creak. "Young Master Lu, have you successfully broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment?" Li Qingping asked, her face unable to conceal her delight upon hearing the commotion. "Indeed, as we are soon to participate in the great competition of the 100 nations. It is essential to strengthen one's cultivation," Lu Jiuwen replied earnestly. Though he remained unaware of the caliber of opponents he would face, he understood the benefits of powerful cultivation. "Hey, Outyin, wake up," he said, turning to the still sleeping Long Outyin. And with a flick of his hand, he unleashed a wave of spiritual energy to rouse him from his slumber. Startled, Long Outyin's face reflected a hint of annoyance. "What are you doing, Master?" "Nothing serious. I merely wanted to confirm that you are still alive." "Now, continue your cultivation," Lu Jiuwen said with a serious demeanor, a look that almost convinced Long Outyin, until he remembered their heavenly Dao contract. Questioning how Lu Jiuwen could possibly be unaware of his vitality. Yet there was no alternative. He was indeed his master, and so he could only indulge him, watching Long Outyin, now sulking as he returned to sleep. Li Qingping could not help but stifle a laugh. "Jiuwen, you are quite mischievous." He was sleeping so peacefully. "Mischievous? I simply wanted to remind him not to sleep too long, as it is detrimental to his health." Lu Jiuwen replied, somewhat surprised, though the expression on his face was amusing, prompting laughter. "All right, where are we, and how much longer will it take?" Time flows differently in seclusion, and Lu Jiuwen had lost track of how long he had been cultivating. "We are at Haifeng Ridge, a realm of demon beasts where humans rarely tread. Yet the most formidable of these beasts seldom exceed the nascent soul stage, so there is no need for concern," Li Qingping proclaimed proudly, for her Qinli shuttle was indeed a genuine top-tier Earth-grade flying treasure. Gifted to her by Li Xianran on her 18th birthday, it was sufficient to withstand beasts of the divine transformation stage, rendering the nascent soul stage a trivial matter. Indeed, Lu Jun nodded, but the Thousand Ghost King sensed something and shook his head. While it can withstand beasts of the divine transformation stage, what of those at the void refinement stage? Void refinement stage? Certainly. That would be beyond our capability to withstand, Li Qingping replied without hesitation, only to realize her words had cast a shadow over her countenance. "Senior, do you imply that there are void refinement stage beasts nearby?" "Indeed, I shall handle this," the Thousand Ghost King replied, his technique primarily revolving around absorbing the blood essence of enemies to rapidly elevate his cultivation. However, after being subdued by Lu Jiuwen, he had been forbidden from doing so. Yet now, absorbing the blood essence of a beast, Lu Jiuwen likely would not object. "Be swift and decisive. Return promptly," Lu Jiuwen advised, fully aware of the Thousand Ghost King's intentions, and he did not oppose the absorption of blood essence. Merely curious about what type of blood essence it would be. "Understood, young master," the Thousand Ghost King responded before leaping from the deck, swiftly vanishing from Li Qingping and the other's sight. Chapter 40. Seeking one's own demise. Ha ha ha. I have regained my void refinement stage power in such a short time. If I can devour a bit more blood essence, I shall soon return to the tribulation transcendent stage. Nearby, the Qinli shuttle. A four-legged beast with wings followed closely. Upon sensing something, the beast's breathing quickened. That a true dragon is nearby. Upon uttering this, the four-legged beast spotted the Qianli shuttle whizzing past in the distance. A glimmer of greed flashing in its eyes, that if I can devour a true dragon, I will have ample confidence to swiftly recover to the harmonization stage. Consider yourselves unfortunate. Ha! With that, the four-legged beast flapped its wings and surged towards the Qianli shuttle at a terrifying speed, only to find a black figure had inexplicably appeared before it just as it was about to destroy the shuttle. The four-legged beast. Before the four-legged beast could react, the Thousand Ghost King had seized it by the neck. What? This individual is a Tribulation Transcendent Stage cultivator, and a demonic one at that. The four-legged beast's face was filled with disbelief, for as a Tribulation Transcendent Stage Beast King, it could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the Thousand Ghost King, which far surpassed its own senior. Spare my life? I was merely passing through. The four-legged beast pleaded, only to receive a look of incredulity from the Thousand Ghost King. Do you think I would believe that? Go quietly to your demise. With that, the Thousand Ghost King unleashed a terrifying suction force, drawing in all the blood essence from the four-legged beast, before a Tribulation Transcendence mid-stage being, the four-legged beast, having just regained a fraction of its strength, stood no chance of escape from the Thousand Ghost King's grasp. That I hate this, the four-legged beast cried out in fury, but it was swiftly slain by the Thousand Ghost King. After dispatching the beast, the Thousand Ghost King furrowed his brow that he could absorb not only the blood essence of his foe, but also their memories, which was how he had managed to ascend to the Tribulation Transcendent stage in just a mere 10,000 years. Without hesitation, the Thousand Ghost King quickly returned to the Qianli shuttle. Have all matters been resolved? Lu Jun inquired casually, though the expression on the Thousand Ghost King's face suggested the situation was more complex than it appeared. Yes, it has been resolved, but the adversary was a reincarnated Tribulation Transcendence early-stage beast. The Thousand Ghost King recounted the details gleaned from the memories of his opponent to Lu Jiyuan. Tio think that in such a remote place, there exists a Tribulation Transcendence Beast King, and one that was betrayed by his own brother. Lu Jiyuan said, astonished, upon learning from the Thousand Ghost King. The adversary in his prime had been a newly ascended Tribulation Transcendence stage Devourer Python, who was ambushed by his brother, motivated by a desire to seize the Devourer bloodline within him to purify his own bloodline and enhance his strength. Unbeknownst to him, his brother had unhesitatingly chosen to abandon his own body, escaping with the Devourer bloodline in tow. After a series of twists and turns, he had ended up here. However, this Devourer bloodline holds little value for Outyin. It is better left untouched for now. Lu Jun observed the Devourer bloodline that the Thousand Ghost King had procured from the four-legged beast and shook his head, recognizing that while the bloodline was formidable, it paled in comparison to that of the true dragon. The reason the Devourer Python had transformed into a four-legged beast was simply that its nascent soul was on the verge of dissipating, and it had chosen to take the form of a more promising beast to survive. At that moment, however, Li Qingping was staring intently at the Devourer bloodline in Lu Jiyuan's hand, a glimmer of desire flickering in her gaze. What is wrong? Lu Jiyuan naturally took note of her reaction and inquired with curiosity. Jiyuan, could you sell me that Devourer bloodline? I am willing to pay a handsome price. That Li Qingping took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. That a handsome price, you say? Very well, since we are friends. You may offer whatever you deem appropriate, Lu Jiyuan replied. That Lu Jiyuan shook his head and remarked, in any case, I have no use for this devouring bloodline. That if that is the case, let us proceed according to the market price. A piece of the original devouring bloodline typically costs around 100 million top-tier spirit stones. However, since the essence in your possession is somewhat lacking, I propose 50 million top-tier spirit stones. Li Qingping, with a serious expression, responded, and the price momentarily left Lu Jun in a state of daze as he stared blankly at the essence in his hand. Even he had not anticipated that such a mere fragment of essence could be valued at an astonishing 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Without hesitation, Lu Jun directly handed over the devouring bloodline to Li Qingping, saying, as for the payment, you may settle it with me later. He spoke with a generous demeanor, as he was not particularly short of spirit stones at the moment. Rest assured, I will ensure it is delivered to you promptly, Li Qingping replied, taking a deep breath before looking at Lu Jiyuan. Thank you, Jing. You truly are a good person, Dada. Please refrain from calling me a good person. Such terms carry significant taboos. Lu Jiyuan hastily interjected upon hearing her words, jesting, "Are you handing me a good person card already?" Although Li Qingping was somewhat puzzled by Lu Jiyuan's reluctance to accept the title of good person, her immediate priority was to inform her father about the discovery of the devouring bloodline. Meanwhile, in the capital, Li Xianran, who was occupied with state affairs, soon noticed the message sent by Li Qingping and curiously opened it. "Father, I have located the devouring bloodline. The issue concerning the national divine beast is about to be resolved." Upon hearing this, Li Xianran could not remain calm. "Are you certain?" He promptly received all the news relayed by Li Qingping. Without delay, he hurried to the depths of the royal palace, an area known as the Forbidden Ground of the Yuanwu Kingdom, where even members of the royal family were not permitted to enter lightly. Before long, Li Xianran arrived deep within the Forbidden Ground, where an unexpected sight awaited him, a vast, deep pool. Approaching the pool, he noticed a faint white mist lingering over the water's surface, devouring python. "Come forth for a discussion." With Li Xuanran's command, the once calm lake surface began to tremble violently, the water surging tumultuously. Amidst the raging waters, a colossal figure emerged, revealing itself to be the devouring python. "Li Wang, what is it that you summoned me for?" The devouring python spoke, exuding an aura of supreme authority as it gazed at Li Xianran. "There is news regarding the devouring bloodline." Li Xianran conveyed the information, and the immense devouring python immediately exhibited signs of agitation. "Are you certain of this?" "Naturally. How could this king deceive you?" Li Xianran replied with a smile. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the devouring python snorted in dissatisfaction. "Had it not been for your sweet words and deceit, how could I have agreed to become the national divine beast of your Yuanwu kingdom?" At the devouring python's words, Li Xianran sheepishly rubbed his nose, acknowledging, "Indeed, I had my eye on the potential of the devouring python's bloodline and persuaded the ancient ancestor before me to become the national divine beast." Though the devouring python bore the name Python, its potential for advancement was merely slightly inferior to that of a true dragon. Yet it could still break through to the realm of the immortal king, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Hence its renowned title. You have also reaped considerable benefits, have you not? Moreover, I have located the devouring bloodline for you. Should your bloodline undergo further refinement, it is likely you will break through to the great ascendant stage. Shifting the topic, Li Xianran hastily continued, to which the devouring python remarked, "Indeed, if my bloodline undergoes further refinement, I should be able to smoothly advance to the great ascendant stage, and potentially beyond." With that, the devouring python emanated an aura of peak tribulation, prompting Li Xianran to shake his head. "In that case, prepare yourself well. It will take a few days for the devouring bloodline to reach us." Upon hearing Li Xuanran's words, the ancient ancestor of the devouring python did not rush, instead submerging itself into the cold pool. "Call for me again when the bloodline arrives." After the ancient ancestor departed, Li Xianran swiftly returned to the national government. Unbeknownst to him, he had achieved a breakthrough to the great ascendant stage, yet he refrained from revealing this, perhaps plotting something. 50 million top-tier spirit stones. Even for our Yuanwu kingdom, this is somewhat burdensome. However, if we can procure another great ascendant stage national divine beast, this amount of spirit stones is still manageable. Li Xianran mused, fully aware of the transaction price Li Qingping had set. He promptly issued orders to prepare the spirit stones, as he could not afford to offend the ancestral figure of the Lu family, a high-tier great ascendants. On the other hand, after handing over the essence of the devouring bloodline to Li Qingping, Lu Jiyuan retreated once more into a secluded chamber to engage in meditation. Holding the exceptionally volatile essence of the devouring bloodline, Li Qingping appeared lost in thought, her face flushing red as she began to giggle foolishly. Is the young lady falling into the throes of infatuation? Xiao Qing observed this scene and shook her head helplessly, not daring to voice any objections. After all, the pair's compatibility was evident, and it was hardly her place as a maid to interfere. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan began to push through to the late foundation establishment stage. His foundation was already exceptionally stable, having reached the foundation establishment stage prior to his arrival in this realm. Thus, the obstacles to his current breakthrough were not particularly daunting. As time passed, the 1,000-mile shuttle soon arrived in the capital of the Yuanwu Kingdom. At this moment, Lu Jiyuan successfully broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. just as Li Qingping approached the seclusion chamber to inform Lu Jiyuan that the flying vessel had arrived in the capital. The door swung open. "Qingping, what brings you here?" Lu Jiyuan inquired with curiosity. "That we have arrived in the capital," Li Qingping promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyuan hurried to the deck, where he beheld the scene outside. The capital's splendor far surpassed that of Qingfeng Town. While there were only 5 gold core stage cultivators in Qingfeng Town, in the capital they were ubiquitous, and even Yuaning stage cultivators were commonplace. As the 1,000-mile shuttle soared into the capital, the waiting cultivators outside expressed their frustration. "Why does that flying treasure get to enter directly while we must wait in line?" The inspecting soldiers scoffed. "Do you know whose flying treasure that is?" "Whose is it?" a Yuaning stage cultivator asked anxiously, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. "That is the 6th princess's vessel." Upon hearing this, the Yuaning stage cultivator panicked. Yet fortunately, the guards did not pursue the matter further, and after paying the entrance fee, he vanished from sight. The 1,000-mile shuttle swiftly returned to the national government, and the entire populace recognized the vessel. Instantly aware that Li Qingping had returned, Li Qingping and her companions arrived at the national government. They stowed away the 1,000-mile shuttle and gently descended before the government entrance. "Young Master Lu, welcome to the capital as our guest." Li Qingping greeted with a smile. Lu Jun, upon witnessing the capital for the first time, was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, for he was aware of his formidable background. Such splendor would be insignificant in his eyes in the future. Upon reaching the entrance of the national government, the 2 guards respectfully greeted Li Qingping. "We pay our respects to the 6th princess." Their auras clearly indicated to Lu Jiyuan that both were at least of Yuan stage cultivation level. Yet in the national government, such prowess was relegated to gatekeepers. "There is no need for formalities," Li Qingping replied, displaying a kind demeanor only in the presence of her own people, while to outsiders, she maintained the demeanor of an aloof and exalted princess. Yes. Following Li Qingping's lead, Lu Jun and the others were smoothly ushered into the national government. And in the blink of an eye, Li Xianran had appeared before them. "Long time no see, young friend Lu," Li Xianran greeted warmly, having previously been cordial to Lu Jiyuan solely due to his background. Now, with Lu Jiyuan having helped him find the essence of the devouring bloodline and aided his daughter in elevating her talent to the heavenly tier, his satisfaction with Lu Jiyuan had only deepened. Observing her father greet Lu Jiyuan first, Li Qingping felt a twinge of jealousy and pouted, voicing her discontent. "Father, am I not your daughter? Or is Lu Jiyuan your daughter?" "Ah, such words are misguided. Of course. You are my daughter. Come, I have prepared a banquet for you, as a gesture to welcome you both." Li Xianran waved his hand nonchalantly, his expression one of indifference. "Then we must trouble you, Li Wang." Lu Jiyuan spoke with neither humility nor arrogance, while the king of 1,000 ghosts stood silently beside him. Soon, Lu Jun and the others followed Li Xianran to the banquet that had been prepared. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the national government, Lu Jiyuan mused, "Ah, my sick sister has returned. It has indeed been some time since we last met. I should pay her a visit." Chapter 42 Li Qingdi Lu Xiaoyu. "How do you find the steamed, 9-headed lion?" Li Xianran inquired with a smile at the dining table, continuously serving meat into Lu Jiyuan's bowl. Observing this, Li Qingping could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "It is quite to my liking. The 9-headed lion is a formidable beast of the nascent soul stage, and consuming its flesh greatly benefits me," Lu Jiyuan replied earnestly, feeling the enhancement of his physical strength as the meat entered his body. "By the way, I wonder where the origin of the devouring heaven bloodline is?" After satisfying their appetites, Li Xianran cautiously asked, to which Lu Jiyuan turned his gaze towards Li Qingping that it has already been entrusted to Qingping for safekeeping. Li Qingping promptly stated, retrieving the tumultuous origin of the devouring heaven bloodline from her storage ring. Indeed, it is the origin of the devouring heaven bloodline, truly formidable. Here are all the spirit stones. Lu Xiaoyu, please take a look. Upon seeing the origin, Li Xianran immediately recognized its authenticity and handed Lu Jiyuan a storage ring containing 50 million top-grade spirit stones. That there's no need for that. "I trust in the integrity of King Li," Lu Jiyuan chuckled, accepting the storage ring with a smile. Li Xianran, inwardly pleased yet feigning annoyance, remarked, "Oh, Lu Xiaoyu, do you consider me an outsider, since you are a close friend of my daughter? It would be appropriate for you to address me as Uncle Li." "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyuan hesitated, responding, "That seems rather inappropriate." "Uncle Li did very well," Li Xianran replied, somewhat satisfied, for in every aspect, Lu Jiyuan was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a son-in-law. However, Li Xianran then recalled something, his expression turning slightly troubled, "That Liu Xiaoyu, I have heard that you wish to represent our Yuanwu Kingdom in the Hundred Kingdoms tournament?" As the conversation turned serious, Lu Jiyuan's demeanor shifted, and he set down his chopsticks. "Indeed, Uncle Li, do you have any insights to share?" Insights may be too grand a term. However, the Hundred Kingdoms tournament is filled with hidden talents and formidable experts. I fear that if you participate, you may not gain much benefit. Li Xianran sighed, acknowledging the reality of the situation. Liu Jun merely shook his head with a smile. "Uncle Li, I am inherently a prodigy. If prodigies do not compete against one another, how can we discern who truly deserves that title? Moreover, I am eager to witness the prowess of other great talents in the Hundred Kingdoms tournament." Lu Jiyuan's tone was imbued with defiance and an air of supremacy, which even Li Xianran found compelling, nearly leading him to acquiesce. Yet considering Lu Jiyuan's background, he hesitated, recognizing the potential repercussions if any misfortune were to befall him. Especially given the cutthroat nature of the tournament where life and death were at stake, and only voluntary surrender would halt the conflict. The last time the Yuanwu Kingdom competed, their entire force was annihilated, with 5 prodigies perishing on the arena. This matter seems rather precarious. That Liu Xiaoyu, I urge you to reconsider, Li Xianran said delicately, implying that Lu Jiyuan should withdraw his intent. However, Lu Jiyuan was resolute in his desire to participate. "Uncle Li, please be straightforward. What must I do to gain your approval to attend the Hundred Kingdoms tournament? There are no absolutes in this world, and if there are, they are not sufficiently absolute. If you insist on going, I will hold a competition in the capital in 7 days. The top 5 participants will represent our Yuanwu Kingdom in the Hundred Kingdoms tournament. How does that sound?" Li Xianran proposed with a smile, to which Lu Jiyuan readily agreed. "That is merely a jest. I am currently at the late stage of foundation establishment. Surely, I can secure a position in the top 5. Furthermore, with 7 days to prepare, I will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment." With his breakthrough to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Lu Jiyuan felt confident he could contend against those at the peak of the Golden Core stage. And with a slight application of secret techniques, even the nascent soul stage would not be beyond his reach. In that case, I have prepared a residence for you, Lu Xiaoyu, as a place for your stay during your time in the capital. Li Xianran generously offered, intending to escort Lu Jiyuan to his new abode. Just then, a voice interrupted. "Sister, you return without seeking me? As your brother, I must admit this brings me a touch of sadness." A young man in a blue robe entered, and upon his arrival, Li Qingping exclaimed with delight, "Third brother, I have missed you dearly." She rushed to embrace him, while the young man bowed slightly to Li Xianran, saying, "Greetings, father. Rise out, Lu Xiaoyu, allow me to introduce you. This is my third son, Li Qingdi. Qingdi, this is Lu Jiyuan, Lu Xiaoyu." Li Xianran introduced warmly. Li Qingdi regarded Lu Jiyuan with a friendly smile. "Fellow Taoist Lu, since you have garnered such esteem from my father, you must possess exceptional qualities. I am Li Qingdi, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Likewise, Lu Jiyuan replied, extending his hand for a handshake, which they shared for a brief moment before releasing. At that moment, Li Xianran interjected, "Qingdi, Lu Xiaoyu will be residing in the Qingshan courtyard during his time in the capital. That I have gifted it to him, so please take him around and show him the sights while he is here." Li Qingdi's face registered surprise upon hearing this, for Qingshan courtyard was originally intended for his own use. The unexpected gift piqued his interest in Lu Jiyuan. After Li Xianran departed with Li Qingping and Lu Jiyuan, Li Qingdi remained behind, speaking calmly. "Dark Guard, investigate the origins of this Lu Jiyuan so discreetly. Ensure you remain undetected." As he finished speaking, a figure materialized from the void beside him. "As you command, young master." After the Dark Guard left, Li Qingdi shook his head in resignation. "Liu Jiyuan, regardless of your true identity, I hope you pose no threat to our Yuanwu Kingdom." With that, a powerful aura of the refining void stage emanated from Li Qingdi. Chapter 43. Li Xianran fell silent. "So, this is Qingshan courtyard? Truly impressive." Lu Jun marveled at the luxurious surroundings. Astonished that Li Xianran had bestowed such an extravagant estate upon him, he resolved to offer a token of gratitude in return. Indeed, beneath Qingshan courtyard lies a high-grade spiritual vein of the earth level. Even six-tier forces covet it. Li Xianran replied with pride, casting a glance at Li Qingping, his eyes insinuating a desire for her to stay the night. "Qingping, will you return with me or remain here?" he inquired. "Father, I believe I shall return. I am rather fatigued and wish to rest," Li Qingping replied, then turned to Lu Ju. "I shall visit you again tomorrow." "Very well. Until tomorrow," Lu Juan agreed, refraining from insisting. Although he felt a flicker of desire, he recognized that now was not the time for such pursuits that Lu Xiaoyu. "Rest well," Li Xianran said with a smile as he waved goodbye. Departing with Li Qingping, leaving Lu Jiyuan and the King of Thousand Ghosts behind, that Li Xianran was indeed thorough in his preparations. He had arranged for dozens of servants within Qingshan Courtyard to attend to Lu Jiyuan's needs during his stay in the capital. Before long, a striking young woman approached Lu Jiyuan, kneeling respectfully. "Master, I am Lin Jiling, the steward of Qingshan Courtyard, that I will be responsible for all your needs here. Should you require anything, please feel free to ask me directly." Gazing at Lin Jiling's alluring figure, Lu Jun playfully remarked, "Oh, all my needs. Is that truly so?" Lin Jiling, perceiving the implication in his tone, felt her cheeks flush that if the master requires it, I shall certainly accommodate your wishes. As Lin Jiling anticipated a more forward response, Lu Jiyuan merely chuckled and shook his head that that's enough for now. "I am a bit weary. Please show me to my bedroom, and arrange a room for my guard as well." "Of course, master." Lin Jiling was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. With a decisive command, she instructed two maidens to escort the Thousand Ghost King away. After all, they were in the capital of the Yuan Wu Kingdom. And given that the Thousand Ghost King was a formidable figure at the mid-stage of tribulation, any incident could swiftly bring him to her side. Thus, Lu Jiuyuan had no intention of allowing the Thousand Ghost King to accompany him into the chamber. During the 10 days spent with the Celestial Shuttle, Lu Jiuyuan had been immersed in cultivation, which inevitably began to feel somewhat monotonous. While the experience of cultivation bore a resemblance to slumber, it could not quite compare to the true restful state of sleep. This was, in part, why some powerful beings opted for deep slumber over continuous cultivation. Inside the main chamber, the decor was exquisitely refined, with even the bed crafted from thousand-year-old starwood, providing a tranquil and restorative sleep, greatly benefiting cultivators at the harmonization stage. "Master of the house, do you have any further instructions?" After ushering Lu Jiuyuan inside, Lin Jiling closed her eyes and took a deep breath, bracing herself for the impending fate. Although she was the overseer, she was acutely aware of her position, which could easily be described as a concubine assigned to Lu Jiuyuan by Li Xianran. In light of Lu Jiuyuan's status and background, it was only fitting that he should have multiple wives that him. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's nod, Lin Jiling prepared herself, about to remove her garments. When Lu Jiuyuan casually interjected, "Go and take care of matters at Qingshan Courtyard. I shall be going out tomorrow." Lin Jiling was momentarily dumbfounded. "You tell me this after I've removed my trousers?" "What's going on?" Curiosity piqued, Lu Jiuyuan inquired, to which Lin Jiling hastily responded, "No, nothing," wishing the master sweet dreams. With that, she fled, shutting the door behind her with a hurried motion. Witnessing this, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware of Lin Jiling's intentions. It would be no exaggeration to say that as a transmigrator, he could not be devoid of lust. However, his aspirations were directed towards a more captivating target, Li Qingping. Before pursuing Li Qingping, he decided to set aside Lin Jiling for the time being, ensuring he wouldn't miss an opportunity. Once Lin Jiling departed, Lu Jiuyuan reclined upon the thousand-year-old starwood, savoring the sensation as if his spirit were being gently massaged. Truly, the thousand-year-old starwood was a delight. Meanwhile, Lin Jiling, having escaped outside, paused in contemplation, and a smile crept across her face. "This master of the house is quite amusing," she remarked, shaking her head with a chuckle before proceeding to attend to matters within Qingshan Courtyard. That on the other side, the Thousand Ghost King, having been settled into his chamber, chose not to rest, but instead to cultivate. After all, under Lu Chongqing's guidance, he was perilously close to breaking through to the later stage of tribulation, needing merely a bit more time to achieve that advancement. At that moment, the Thousand Ghost King sensed something, opening his eyes to gaze in a particular direction, only to close them again almost immediately. That he had detected numerous spies lurking outside Qingshan Courtyard, but they bore no malice. Otherwise, he would have swiftly eliminated them. With the Lu family as his backing, he no longer had to tread lightly. As Li Xianran dispatched Qingshan Courtyard, numerous prominent families within the capital received the news, speculating about the significant figure that could warrant such an honor from Li Xianran. They promptly deployed spies to lurk outside Qingshan Courtyard, eager to discern the identity of the esteemed guest within, hoping to forge beneficial relations, which could present a splendid opportunity to end the Yuan Wu kingdom. The government was not the sole power. Numerous families thrived under its aegis, many of which housed formidable beings. Some even of the tribulation stage, the Li family of Yuan Wu kingdom. How intriguing. Li Xianran has indeed sent Qingshan Courtyard away. The background of this guest must command even Li Xuanran's respect. Dispatch orders to investigate who has taken residence in Qingshan Courtyard. Gua family, ascertain the origins of that individual and curry favor with him that I wish to obtain his information in the shortest time possible. If we secure his assistance, we might just supplant the Li family's position. Many families harbored similar thoughts, and as Lu Jiuyuan arrived, the undercurrents within the Yuan Wu kingdom began to stir. Unbeknownst to him, as he lay comfortably in bed, even turning over for added comfort. Chapter 44. A day of exploration in the capital. How curious. Is it truly impossible to trace his origins? He must be a guest of such stature that even my father holds him in high regard. After a night of investigation, Emperor Li Qing had found no trace of Lu Jiuyuan in any of the major towns. Oblivious to the fact that Lu Jiuyuan hailed from a humble little town, the absence of information did not alleviate Emperor Li Qing's wariness. Rather, it intensified it as dawn began to break. Recalling Li Xuanran's suggestion for him to take Lu Jiuyuan on a tour of the capital, Emperor Li Qing rose from his seat. Lu Jiuyuan, I am most curious to discover who you truly are. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan had enjoyed a restful night upon the 1,000-year-old Starwood, achieving an optimal state with even a faint enhancement in his cultivation. Should this trend continue, he might very well reach the golden core stage before the grand competition among the 100 nations, potentially securing a commendable rank. As he mused, Lin Ji-ling softly called from outside, "Master, it's time for a meal." "Yes, I understand," Lu Jiuyuan replied, rising. While cultivation was indeed paramount, even the mightiest cultivators, when reaching profound heights, could live without sustenance. Yet, what resemblance would they bear to humanity if they abstained from food? With that thought, he quickly donned his clothing and opened the door to find Lin Ji-ling awaiting him. Upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan, Lin Ji-ling's face flushed crimson, while Lu Jiuyuan curiously remarked, "Why are you blushing like a teapot?" "I haven't done anything." Nevertheless, maintaining a calm demeanor, he said, "Let us proceed. Lead me to dine." Only then did Lin Ji-ling snap back to reality. Once they reached the dining table, the Thousand Ghost King had been waiting for some time, surveying the lavish spread before him. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head. "Truly the bane of capitalism. Yet I find it quite delightful that as they dined, an untimely voice echoed from outside. "Ah, it seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment, Lu brother." Lu Jiuyuan looked up to find none other than Emperor Li Qing, to whom he warmly replied, "No, Li brother, your timing is impeccable. Please join us for a meal, since Lu brother has extended the invitation." "I shall graciously accept." Emperor Li Qing responded with familiarity, promptly taking his seat with chopsticks in hand. Just as they were about to begin, another voice chimed in, "Jiuyuan, I have arrived." Who else but Li Qingping? However, upon entering, she was met with the sight of her brother, and her smile faltered. "Brother, what a coincidence. How come you are here?" She pouted, somewhat disgruntled that her brother had outpaced her in arriving. "How could I not be here? It is mealtime. After all, it is only reasonable for me to join for a meal." Emperor Li Qing replied earnestly. Had she not known her brother's character, Li Qingping might have believed him. Li Qingping contemplated a response. Lu Jiuyuan interjected, "Well then, since we're all here, let us dine together." Li Qingping then chose to sit beside Lu Jiuyuan, while Emperor Li Qing paid no mind. Diving into the feast, he soon spoke again. "Lu brother, since you have come to the capital, allow me to extend my hospitality and show you around. Since Li brother is so warmly inviting, I cannot refuse." "Thank you, Li brother," Lu Jiuyuan replied with a smile, contemplating that he had no intention of solely cultivating for the next few days. Taking some time for leisure was perfectly acceptable. "That I wish to join as well," Li Qingping exclaimed, raising her hand. Lu Jiuyuan and Emperor Li Qing readily agreed to include her. However, throughout the meal, Emperor Li Qing frequently cast furtive glances at the Thousand-Ghost King, sensing an inexplicable, ominous aura emanating from him. Yet upon closer inspection, he appeared as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any discernible cultivation. After the meal, Emperor Li Qing led Lu Jiuyuan and the others toward the capital. Truly, the capital is remarkable. Such scenes of prosperity are indeed rare, that Lu Jiuyuan remarked sincerely, observing the bustling streets, to which Emperor Li Qing inquired with curiosity. "Oh, I suspect your hometown must be equally prosperous, if not more so than our capital. How could it possibly be rare? Indeed, it is precisely to seize this opportunity to uncover the true nature of Lu Jiuyuan that I have approached him. Although Lu Jiuyuan is somewhat naive to the ways of the world, he is perceptive enough to grasp the intentions of Emperor Li Qing. With a smile, he remarked, to speak candidly, my family belongs to a reclusive lineage, thus I have had little exposure to such vibrant scenes." "Ah, I see," Emperor Li Qing exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him, accompanied by a hint of surprise that a reclusive family refers to one that has vanished from the public eye, seldom engaging with the outside world. Which explains why he was unable to investigate Lu Jiuyuan's background. That being said, are there any interesting places to visit in the capital? Lu Jiuyuan inquired curiously, for while there were indeed some amusements, they seemed rather mundane to him. This. Emperor Li Qing fell into contemplation, and after a brief pause, he spoke, "If you desire, my friend Lu, I have a splendid place to recommend." "Oh, what place might that be?" Lu Jiuyuan asked with growing intrigue, to which Emperor Li Qing replied with utmost seriousness, "The Tianyong Beast Arena." Before Lu Jiuyuan could respond, Li Qingping, astonished, interjected, "Brother, are you mistaken? You wish to take someone to the Beast Arena on their first visit?" Nonetheless, it was true that there were not many entertaining options within the capital, and the Tianyong Beast Arena could be considered one of them. Upon hearing about the arena, Lu Jiuyuan's curiosity was piqued. "What exactly is the Tianyong Beast Arena like?" he inquired. With a smile, Emperor Li Qing explained, "The Tianyong Beast Arena, as its name suggests, is a place for beast fights. Patrons can place bets on the outcomes, which is akin to gambling. Provided one possesses keen insight, it is not impossible to make a modest profit." As the narrative progressed, Lu Jiuyuan remarked, "Oh, I see. Since there is nowhere else to go, visiting the Tianyong Beast Arena could be worthwhile. However, is this arena owned by your Li family?" Lu Jiuyuan agreed to the visit, but was left with a lingering curiosity. Before Emperor Li Qing could respond, Li Qingping shook her head. "Not at all. While our Li family holds sway in the Yuanwu Kingdom, there are numerous families within it, including some formidable beings in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. The Tianyong Beast Arena is an asset of the Qin family." Though she was a princess, Li Qingping was not one to be easily deceived. She had long since investigated the current state of the Yuanwu Kingdom. Nodding in understanding, Lu Jiuyuan reflected that this was reminiscent of the dynasties of his previous life. Though the royal family held significant power, there were still influential families in existence. "Since you wish to explore, allow me to cover your expenses today," Emperor Li Qing offered with a smile, to which Lu Jiuyuan responded with a slight bow. "If that is the case, I am most grateful to you, Brother Li." Observing the two as they made their way towards the Tianyong Beast Arena, Li Qingping sighed and followed suit, for she harbored a certain distaste for such venues. At the entrance of the Tianyong Beast Arena, two Yuaning stage beast guards stood watch, accompanied by a gatekeeper of the transformation stage. Being one of the Chun family's primary assets, the arena was well guarded. As Lu Jiuyuan and his companions arrived, they found the entrance bustling with activity. After all, it was the largest beast arena in the capital and naturally attracted a crowd seeking amusement. "Let us go in and take a look," Emperor Li Qing declared, ready to lead Lu Jiuyuan inside. Just then, an unusual voice rang out from the side. "Is that not the third prince? What brings you to such a place?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Li Qing's brows furrowed, and Li Qingping retorted, "What? Just because Miss Shui is here, we cannot come." At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan turned to see a strikingly androgynous figure, whose gender was difficult to discern. Having appeared behind them, it was evident that the previous remark had originated from this individual. After Li Qingping explained, this person is the second son of the Shui family, Shui Qinye. However, for reasons unknown, he possesses a rather effeminate demeanor and has a poor relationship with our Li family. With this clarification, Lu Jiuyuan understood. "Ah, So this is a person of ambiguous gender, with a hint of disdain. Lu Jiyuan commented, "Brother Li, I never anticipated encountering such peculiarities in your capital. A being neither man nor woman, claiming to be a man, yet lacking all semblance of masculinity." The sound of Lu Jiyuan's words. Xue Qinyang's expression turned furious. "Who are you, brat? I do not recall seeing you within the royal family." Although seething with anger, Xue Qinyang maintained a level of composure, recognizing that anyone treated with such respect by Emperor Li Qing was likely no ordinary person. "What I am is of no concern to you, that I ask for you. Being neither man nor woman, I suspect your family is much the same." Lu Jiyuan replied dismissively. Standing beside him was the Thousand Ghost King. His source of confidence, should the need arise, he could easily eliminate Xue Qinyang. That, of course, if Lu Jiyuan were insulted, he would also summon the Thousand Ghost King to deal with the offender. "You are quite audacious. Young man, that I only hope you continue in your arrogance," Xue Qinyang spat, though he chose to bide his time. Not yet ready to make an enemy of Lu Jiyuan, Xue Qinyang prepared to enter the Tianyong Beast Arena. Lu Jiyuan casually remarked, "Filthy wretch." At these words, Xue Qinyang faltered momentarily, his face growing cold as he retorted, "You would do well to tread carefully, boy." The fury in Xue Qinyang's voice indicated that he was reaching his limit. Meanwhile, Li Qingping, contemplating intervening, was silenced by a glance from Emperor Li Qing, who understood the implications of Lu Jiyuan's background. "That I stand by my words." "Filthy wretch. What of it?" Lu Jiyuan replied with an impassive demeanor. Xue Qinyang, rather than growing angrier, broke into a chilling smile. "Very well, if you insist on such terms, then Xue Lao, teach him a lesson." Having reached his breaking point, Xue Qinyang resolved to no longer endure the insults. As it was Lu Jiyuan who had initiated the provocation, Dadaesh Xue Lao materialized to confront Lu Jiyuan. Emperor Li Qing raised an eyebrow, noting that this elder was in the initial stages of integration. Has the Xue family truly reached such heights in power? He pondered, recognizing the elder's formidable presence. However, Emperor Li Qing remained unfazed, confident that Lu Jiyuan had a means to handle the situation at that moment. Xue Lao stood before Lu Jiyuan, coldly declaring, "Boy, mind your tongue in your next life." Clearly, Xue Lao could not tolerate Lu Jiyuan's affront against Xue Qinyang, viewing it as a blatant insult to their family. Yet, Lu Jiyuan remained unperturbed, his calm expression unsettling Xue Lao, who wondered whether the young man was simply ignorant or had some hidden backing. With no turning back now, Xue Lao prepared to strike down Lu Jiyuan. But just as he was about to act, the Thousand Ghost King finally moved. By the time Xue Lao registered the shift, he found himself grasped by the throat by the Thousand Ghost King. "What?" Xue Lao gasped, momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted, it was too late. "Remember not to act recklessly against others in your next life," the Thousand Ghost King coldly admonished, draining the Elder of Life force without a hint of struggle. For the Thousand Ghost King, an initial stage cultivator was no more significant than a drop of water in the ocean. Meanwhile, Xue Qinyang's previously jovial expression stiffened, and as realization dawned upon him, his face paled. "Li Qing, do you dare harbor demonic cultivators within the royal family? Do you intend to fall into the grasp of dark forces?" he accused. In response, Emperor Li Qing regarded him with a look of incredulity. "Are you quite mad? I never claimed he was one of ours. From which did you discern that he belongs to our royal family?" Upon reflection, Xue Qinyang recognized his error, understanding that he had misjudged Lu Jiyuan's connections with the royal family. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern was survival, for given the current circumstances, fleeing was an impossibility. Chapter 46. The competition. Li Qingdi, you must persuade him to stop. If I perish here, the Xue family will undoubtedly seek vengeance." Xue Qinyang exclaimed with a countenance brimming with fury. However, Li Qingdi harbored a desire for Xue Qinyang's demise, and thus, he had no intention of intervening. Moreover, the current circumstances suggested that Lu Jiyuan's connections were far more formidable than he had previously envisioned. Recently, he had received news of the annihilation of the Yumo sect, and now, the formidable Qin Guang, a linchpin of that sect, had inexplicably become Lu Jiyuan's bodyguard. This was ample evidence of the intricate ties between Lu Jiyuan and the forces responsible for the sect's destruction. It was likely that Lu Jiyuan held a significant position within that faction. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with Qin Guang's protection. With this in mind, Li Qingdi let out a sigh. "Miss Xue, it is not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, This matter pertains to Brother Liu, and I do not wish to meddle. Implicitly, he conveyed that the ultimate decision rested with Liu Jiyun. And even if Xue Qinyang were to meet his end here, it would bear no consequence for the royal family. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinyang turned to Liu Jiyun, who wore a smile, and urgently pleaded. Fellow Daoist, I surrender. I am willing to offer compensation, provided you spare my life. Faced with the specter of death, Xue Qinyang cast aside all notions of dignity, fully aware that returning to the Xue family would entail severe repercussions. Oh, so you've come to fear now? Where was your bravado earlier? Liu Jiyun remarked with a sigh. Seeing this, Xue Qinyang thought there might be a glimmer of hope. Just as he was about to say something, Liu Jiyun coolly responded, It's quite all right. I am indifferent. Just be more cautious in your next life. With Liu Jiyuan's words, Qian Gui Wang received his orders and sprang into action, swiftly absorbing Xue Qinyang entirely. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Little by little, it accumulates. Witnessing this scene, Li Qingdi couldn't help but furrow his brow. Liu Jiyun was indeed decisive and ruthless. After dealing with Xue Qinyang, Liu Jiyun turned to Li Qingdi with a smile. Brother Li, I have completed your test. Let us proceed inside and enjoy ourselves. With that, Liu Jiyun strode inside, and the guards at the entrance, in the stage of transformation, dared not utter a word, allowing Liu Jiyun to enter unimpeded. After all, even a cultivator at the harmonization stage had been swiftly eliminated by Qian Gui Wang. What chance did a mere transformation stage guard have? Moreover, it was well known that demonic cultivators were notoriously volatile. Any misstep could lead to tragedy. Upon hearing Liu Jiyuan's words, a cold sweat broke out on Li Qingdi's brow. Could it be that Liu Jiyun had seen through him? However, given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that Liu Jiyun was particularly concerned. Li Qingdi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned to Li Qingping. His expression somewhat complex. Liu Jiyun is far more inscrutable than we had anticipated. I have agreed to your matters with him. After saying this, Li Qingdi followed suit, and Li Qingping, momentarily perplexed by her father's words, flushed upon realizing their implication. However, she chose not to comment further and simply followed behind. After all, Liu Jiyun was not only exceptionally talented but also strikingly handsome, and with such a powerful background, it was impossible for Li Qingping to deny her feelings for him after spending so much time together. Meanwhile, Liu Jiyun merely smiled, well aware that Li Qingdi was attempting to probe into his background. Otherwise, given the royal family's influence, a mere word from Li Qingdi could have easily deterred Xue Qinyang from making a move. Nonetheless, Liu Jiyun was unperturbed by such probing. In fact, he found himself rather hopeful that the Xue family's strength might increase, as this could potentially enhance his own standing as well. However, upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely that the Xue family would grow significantly stronger. Otherwise, the Yuanwu kingdom would not fall under the dominion of the Li family. Soon, Li Qingdi caught up with Liu Jiyun, and with the understanding that he no longer needed to conceal anything. He spoke candidly that I must apologize for my earlier offense. I merely wish to ascertain your true origins that to this. Liu Jiyun responded with a smile. Brother Li, since that is the case, let us enjoy ourselves as a form of atonement. Upon hearing this, Li Qingdi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly burst into hearty laughter. Since Brother Liu has extended such a generous invitation, I shall gladly accompany you. Li Qingping, who had been a bit late to the scene, observed the two men appearing as if their rapport had strengthened rather than weakened. She was somewhat astonished. Had it not been said that Liu Jiyun had uncovered her brother's scheme? By all rights, they should have been at odds. Yet if their relationship had improved, it was ultimately a positive development, for harmonious relations were always preferable to discord. Thus, the four of them meandered through the Tianyong Beast Arena, where Li Qingdi elaborated on the various attractions within the Tianyong Beast Arena. One could purchase demonic beasts, some of which were powerful enough to reach the refining void stage. Additionally, the arena featured several combat platforms where participants could either bring their own demonic beasts or purchase them for competition. Victorious streaks would yield substantial rewards from the arena, with the prizes growing increasingly lavish with each consecutive win. It was rumored that a 10-match winning streak could net one up to 10 million top-tier spirit stones. Though no one had ever achieved such a feat, that as Li Qingdi spoke, his expression grew complex, revealing the inherent intricacies of the arena's operations. That it was evident that the Tianyong Beast Arena would not easily part with 10 million spirit stones, as that sum represented the entirety of the arena's annual profits. What are the rules for the demonic beast battles? Lu Jiyuan inquired, curious. Surely, it cannot permit battles between beasts of differing realms. That would be grossly unfair. Seemingly anticipating Lu Jiyuan's thoughts, Li Qingdi chuckled and explained. Naturally, the Tianyong Beast Arena arranges battles between demonic beasts of the same realm. Otherwise, it would be deemed unjust. I see that in that case. I shall purchase a demonic beast here for the competition. Lu Jiyuan contemplated, recognizing that 10 million spirit stones held a certain allure for him. However, he felt it would be rather unfair to let a dragon Aotion take part, so he resolved to search for a suitable contender within the arena. With his good fortune, it seemed improbable that he would fail to find a beast capable of securing a 10-match winning streak. Chapter 47. An unassuming little dog not quite right. Still too weak. Lu Jiyuan sifted through the demonic beasts, yet none met his expectations. Meanwhile, the Tianyong Beast Arena's staff trailed behind, wearing forced smiles, aware that none of these individuals were of their caliber. That Li Qingdi walked alongside Lu Jiyuan, occasionally offering suggestions, for his discerning eye as a refining void cultivator allowed him to see far more than Lu Jiyuan could. However, Lu Jiyuan politely declined his advice, trusting his own instincts instead. After all, given his extraordinary fortune, it seemed entirely plausible that he could select an exceptional demonic beast. That Li Qingping quietly accompanied Lu Jiyuan, refraining from speaking. She had faith in Lu Jiyuan's ability to make a commendable choice. After all, he had led her to the elusive Liuli Baoi, so surely he could find a suitable demonic beast as well as various demonic beasts paraded before him. Lu Jiyuan strode past them without hesitation, sensing that the right opportunity had yet to present itself. Thus, he continued his search in the demonic beast area for half an hour, yet still found nothing satisfactory. Even the staff following them began to grow impatient. Were these individuals merely here to cause trouble? At that moment, Lu Jiyuan's gaze was drawn to something, and Li Qingdi followed suit. In a corner, they spotted a small, scruffy dog lying down. The staff, noticing their interest, quickly explained, "This is merely a small dog we captured during a hunt in the Tianqing mountain range. Although it is just a little dog, it has at least reached the refining qi stage, which is why we brought it here." Upon hearing the mention of the Tianqing mountain range, Li Qingdi and the others appeared surprised, for the Tianqing mountain range was known as a gathering place for demonic beasts within the Yuanwu kingdom, where the most formidable beasts could even reach the integration stage. However, considering the Chun family's strength, this was not entirely unexpected. Li Qingdi chuckled as he addressed Lu Jiyuan. "Brother Lu, this is merely a little dog. Do you truly intend to purchase it?" "Indeed, this shall be the one," Lu Jiyuan replied with a smile, waving his hand to signal his decision to buy it. Hearing this, Li Qingdi grew somewhat anxious. "Brother Lu, this is just a little dog. If it were to enter the arena, it would likely be eliminated in a single round. Perhaps you should reconsider. After all, the demonic beasts allowed to compete on the platforms were all exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, they would not be sent into battle. This little dog appeared to have just barely broken through to the refining qi stage, and it would likely be dispatched in an instant. No, this one shall do." Lu Jiyuan's mind was resolute, for he sensed that this humble dog was a choice predestined by fate. Previously, he had caught a glimpse of disdain in the creature's eyes. Was it not absurd for a mere mutt to exhibit such an expression? Thus, Lu Jiyuan confidently asserted that this small dog must possess hidden depths. Meanwhile, Li Qingdi could only sigh in resignation, expressing his respect, yet silently hoping that his brother Lu would possess some measure of strength. However, that dog appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary canine. Down on the other side, the staff, witnessing Lu Jiyuan finally placing his order, exclaimed with excitement, "Guest, allow me to make the arrangements," under the staff's guidance. The small dog soon found itself nestled in Lu Jiyuan's arms. Being merely in the qi refining stage, and considering that Lu Jiyuan had already established his foundation, there was little risk involved. Naturally, upon encountering such an adorable creature, the girls were drawn to it. Li Qingping approached Lu Jiyuan with a radiant smile, extending her hand to caress the dog's head. "What a cute little puppy. Come here, let your sister hold you." With that, she scooped the small dog into her embrace, and the pup seemed to revel in the affection, turning its head in delight, further enhancing the joy on Li Qingping's face. "Now, please arrange for the beast battle." After acquiring the small dog, Lu Jiyuan turned to the staff and spoke. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Esteemed guest, may I inquire which beast you wish to enter the arena?" "That one," Lu Jun pointed towards a small dog in Li Qingping's arms. The staff, well aware of the dog's meager strength, hesitated before saying, "Esteemed guest, perhaps you might consider a different choice. This one may not fare well in the arena." The staff had been quite tactful, yet Lu Jiyuan remained steadfast in his decision to let the small dog compete. The ASA result. The staff could not refuse and promptly proceeded with the registration process. Once the staff departed, Li Qingping, holding the small dog, approached Lu Jiyuan with a hint of concern. "Are you certain you want this little dog to compete? It seems quite weak," did at her words. The small dog emitted a couple of soft whines, appearing exceedingly humble and pitiful. "Let it compete. The outcome is uncertain, and we both might emerge as dark horses. Who knows what surprises this little one might bring us?" Lu Jiyuan replied with a smile, then addressed the small dog. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of indignation crossed the dog's face. "After hiding for so long, must I now be discovered?" The small dog thought to itself. Though it outwardly resembled an ordinary mutt, it harbored a trace of white tiger bloodline within. If it unleashed its true power, even the most formidable beasts of its level would stand no chance against it. Meanwhile, within the Xue family, the head of the clan, Xue Changjiang, sat with a solemn expression in the family hall, surrounded by other elders. That it was evident they were already aware of Xue Qinyang's demise to a family slightly weaker than the Li clan. The open assassination of their second son was a blatant affront. "Patriarch, we cannot tolerate this. This act is no different than a declaration of war upon our Xue family," an elder at the peak of the integration stage exclaimed, his anger palpable. Yet, as with any assembly, there were proponents and opponents. "Patriarch, I believe we must deliberate this matter carefully, that we must remember that the second son was accompanied by an elder of the integration stage for protection. And it is said that Li Qingdi and Li Qingping were also present. Clearly, their background is not to be underestimated. I suggest we conduct an investigation first. Elder Changzheng, you are simply afraid. Has our Xue family lost its former vigor after so many years in the Yuanwu kingdom?" The elder who had earlier suggested eliminating Lu Jiyuan scoffed, while Elder Changzheng retorted, "Tianlong, I am merely considering the greater good of our Xue family." "Nonsense. You are merely fearful." Elder Tianlong shot back, and at that moment, Xue Changjiang could no longer contain his frustration. With a grim expression, he stated, "As my beloved son, Qinyang's death pains me deeply as a father. However, we cannot act impulsively, and we must first ascertain who our adversary is before deciding how to proceed." Upon uttering these words, an overpowering aura unique to a patriarch, resonating with the might of a late-stage tribulation-crossing cultivator, emanated from him. "Yes, patriarch." With Xue Changjiang's command, none dared to voice further objections, and they complied. Meanwhile, news of the incident had also reached Xue Qinyang's elder brother, Xue Qintian, the true prodigy of the Xue family. "Damn, my dear brother, how could you have been killed?" Standing by the window, Xue Qintian sighed. A hint of disappointment etched on his face. Though he did not hold much regard for his brother, the shame of his death reflected poorly on him as well. Xue Qintian was the true jewel of the Xue family, while Xue Qinyang was but a frivolous playboy. Having labored for over a century to reach the Yuaning stage, Xue Qintian had achieved the refining void stage at the mere age of 200, earning the title of the family's greatest hope. "Well, since my father has assured me that arrangements will be made, I shall wait and see that if necessary, I can always seek revenge when I grow stronger." However, as someone regarded as a prodigy, Xue Qintian was not one to act rashly without sufficient assurance. Contemplating this, he settled down to resume his cultivation, and it became evident from the fluctuations in his aura that he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of refining void. "Damn it, get in there, curse it, I've staked my entire year's income on you, make it happen." In the stands of the Tianyong beast fighting arena, countless gamblers yelled hoarsely as they watched the battles unfold in the arena. Where there were beast fights, there were betting opportunities, and Tianyong Arena was the largest bookmaker among them. Conversely, news of Lu Jiyuan and his companions had reached Qin Shi, a high-ranking member of the Qin family, who was overseeing operations at Tianyong Arena. "Since the Li family wishes to play here, let's accommodate them that we'll let them win a few rounds, and when they reach the 5th consecutive victory, we shall eliminate them." Upon receiving word of Li Qingdi and the others, Qin Shi quickly issued orders. And once his subordinates departed, he couldn't help but wonder about the origins of those brought by Li Qingdi. They dared to kill Xue Qinyang openly. Do they not fear retribution from the Xue family? Regardless, it seems the power dynamics in the Yuanwu kingdom are about to shift, with Xue Qinyang, the second son of the Xue family, brazenly slain. It was certain that the Xue family would not let this matter rest. As the arrangements progressed at Tianyong Arena, Lu Jiyuan's small dog was soon matched against an opponent, a Qi refining stage soft-bone rabbit. Although it too was in the Qi refining stage, it possessed little strength, merely having a swifter pace than an ordinary rabbit, making it no match for the small dog. Upon seeing its opponent was merely a rabbit, a look of disdain appeared on the small dog's face, a moment that did not go unnoticed by Li Qingping and the others. "Look, it seems to be showing disdain," Li Qingping exclaimed in surprise. And even Li Qingdi appeared somewhat astonished. After all, Qi refining stage beasts had yet to awaken their intelligence. In other words, they might not even comprehend human speech. How could it possibly display such an expression? Could there truly be some hidden profundity at play? Lu Jiyuan felt increasingly assured that this little dog was indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, Long Outyin had chosen to remain behind at King Shanyuan to refine dragon blood. Otherwise, he might have discerned the little dog's secrets. "All right, time is running short. Let us prepare," Lu Jiyuan proclaimed, then scooped up the small dog and headed towards the preparation area. As they approached the entrance, he paused and turned to Li Qingdi, inquiring, "By the way, if my opponent's beast is slain, may I purchase it with spirit stones?" "That is certainly permissible, though it depends on whether the opponent agrees." Li Qingdi initially hesitated but quickly responded, then curiously asked, "Brother Lu, why do you ask?" "Nothing much. I heard that soft-bone rabbit has delicious meat, and I merely wish to acquire a spicy rabbit head to enjoy." After saying this, Lu Jiyuan entered with the small dog, while Li Qingdi prepared to head to the spectator stands. However, Li Qingping stopped him. "What's wrong?" "Brother, let us place a bet. After all, we should give Ji Yuan some face." Li Qingping pondered for a moment, stating that it was only reasonable for those attending the beast fights to place bets. Supporting Lu Jiyuan's victory was indeed a rational choice. Very well, that Li Qingdi could surmise that the individuals at the Tianyong beast fighting arena would likely afford him a measure of respect, intentionally allowing Lu Jiyuan to secure a few consecutive victories. However, this also implied that the odds for the earlier matches would likely be rather low. During each intermission, further betting would be permitted. With this thought in mind, Li Qingdi accompanied Li Qingping to the betting window, where they encountered a throng of people and had no choice but to wait patiently. Before long, it was their turn, and upon glancing at the odds for Lu Jiyuan, they were somewhat taken aback, as both Lu Jiyuan and his opponent had even odds of 1-to-1. That this meant that any wager placed would merely return the initial stake. Nevertheless, in the spirit of supporting Lu Jiyuan, Li Qingdi decided to stake 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, a considerable amount for him. Li Qingping, on the other hand, brought forth 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. As that was all she had accumulated in a month's allowance, as they were about to depart, Li Qingdi noticed a few individuals placing bets on Lu Jiyuan's victory. It was unfortunate that the identities of the bettors would not be disclosed. Otherwise, Li Qingdi would have been quite curious about who was wagering on Lu Jiyuan's success. After placing their bets, Li Qingdi and Li Qingping made their way to the arena where Lu Jiyuan was to compete. The Tianyong Beast Fighting Arena boasted more than one fighting stage, with a total of 10, each hosting a different audience. The stage on which Lu Jiyuan was to fight was the 9th. Chapter 49. Let us welcome the Little Earth Dog. In the preparation area, Lu Jiyuan observed many individuals soothing their mystical beasts, including several at the Foundation establishment stage. Naturally, he would not neglect the Little Earth Dog. With a serious expression, Lu Jiyuan declared, "If you secure a victory for me, I shall find you 9 adorable little female dogs upon our return." Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, the Little Earth Dog felt a wave of exasperation, its eyes betraying a hint of disdain. How could a beast of the white tiger bloodline possibly find ordinary female dogs appealing? However, Lu Jiyuan interpreted this display as an affirmative response from the Little Earth Dog. Soon after, Lu Jiyuan pondered aloud, "Yet, calling you Little Earth Dog may not be the most fitting. Perhaps I should bestow upon you a name." With that, Lu Jiyuan began to contemplate deeply. The name of a mystical beast he had acquired could not be ordinary. It must embody the Little Earth Dog's majesty. With this thought, a name swiftly emerged in his mind. Thus, You shall be called Little Huang, taking my surname, and be known as Lu Huang. After all, you should be able to transform into a human in the future. Making a human name quite reasonable, no? Typically, mystical beasts gain sentience at the Foundation establishment stage, allowing them to comprehend human language, though they cannot yet speak, relying solely on mental communication, to articulate human speech. They must reach the Golden Core stage, and upon advancing to the nascent soul stage, they may assume human form. Upon hearing the name Little Huang, the little earth dog immediately began to struggle frantically. I refuse such an unpleasant name. It sounds so rustic. Yet in Lu Jiyuan's eyes, this was merely a display of excitement at having received a name. With a pleased smile, Lu Jiyuan remarked, Little Huang. It seems you are quite fond of this name. Henceforth, you shall be called Little Huang. With the name now established, a look of profound disillusionment spread across Little Huang's face. No. Once I reach the Foundation establishment stage, I must change this name. As the surrounding competitors took to the stage one by one, it soon came time for Lu Jiyuan. Little Huang, it is your moment to shine. Achieve 10 consecutive victories and win back millions of spirit stones for me. Lu Jiyuan encouraged, leading Little Huang toward the 9th fighting stage. Damn it, this is infuriating. I lost all my 10,000 spirit stones here. I'll have to kneel on a washboard when I get home. What is 10,000? I've lost 100,000 spirit stones. What kind of spirit stones do you possess? I'm of the low-grade variety. I'm of the mid-grade. In the audience, as they gazed upon the lifeless body of a crimson blood wolf sprawled on the ground, those who had bet on its victory lamented in agony. Gambling is inherently a game of chance, a dance between heaven and hell. Losing is a common occurrence. The opponent of the crimson blood wolf was a blue sky python. Witnessing its adversary fall, the python's master, a middle-aged man with green hair, commanded the blue sky python to return to him. The arena was soon cleared. Ladies and gentlemen, the next battle features the gentle bone rabbit against the little earth dog. What fireworks will erupt between them? Let us await the spectacle. Upon reviewing the list of combatants, the referee's expression turned somewhat peculiar, for their assessments indicated that Little Huang was indeed just a simple little earth dog. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, the audience erupted in derision. Such a lowly battle should not even be taking place. It is a waste of time. This match is real. I thought it was merely a gimmick. Let us skip this. What interest could there possibly be in such a match, especially with such pitiful odds? The participants in the arena were all at least at the Foundation establishment stage. So it seemed prudent to move on to the next match. Faced with the audience's scorn, the referee could only manage a wry smile. However, as merely an official, he had no authority to cancel the bout. Shao Qing, splendid job. I shall treat you to a feast upon our return. The middle-aged man stroked his blue sky python's head as they traversed the passageway back to the preparation area. The blue sky python nuzzled against him, displaying its affection to that moment. The middle-aged man noticed something, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he saw Lu Jiyuan pass by, cradling the little earth dog. Even a little earth dog can enter the fray? Truly, this world is full of wonders. The middle-aged man shook his head, not wishing to interfere further, his aura bursting forth with the strength of the nascent soul stage. While the blue sky python was a pinnacle Foundation establishment beast, as for Lu Jiyuan, he paid little mind to the earlier middle-aged man, for he did not recognize him. Soon enough, a glimmer of light appeared before him. 9th fighting stage, here we are. Let us welcome the gentle bone rabbit. The referee gestured toward one direction, and a swift shadow dashed from the passageway, small in stature, yet astonishingly quick, appearing in the center of the arena in the blink of an eye. Following closely behind was its master, a young man clad in blue. Xiao Wu, you can do it. You will surely triumph over your opponent. The young man encouraged the gentle bone rabbit, which nodded seriously in response. The referee, observing this exchange, wore a somewhat bemused expression. They're sending the gentle bone rabbit in a battle. Could it possibly win? Yet, adhering to his professional ethics, he remained composed, only allowing himself a smile if he could not contain it. But who was the opponent of the gentle bone rabbit? Let us welcome the little earth dog, the referee announced, extending his hand once more toward another direction that a figure ambled leisurely from the passageway. Its soft and fluffy body leading one to suspect it had not yet weaned, and Lu Jiyuan followed at a relaxed pace behind the little earth dog, as though the outcome had already been predetermined. Oomph, just a mere little earth dog cannot possibly compare to my Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, be sure to teach it a lesson, the young man scoffed, introducing himself as Tang San, the young master of the Tang sect. A minor faction that he had brought the gentle bone rabbit to the Tianyong beast fighting arena to enhance its combat experience, endearingly naming it Xiao Wu, that a pleasing name fosters a bond with one's pet and enhances their synergy. Upon witnessing this peculiar pairing, Lu Jiuan's brow furrowed in discomfort. Why does this feeling seem so familiar? How strange. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation as the referee approached them. Competitors, please take your positions. Chapter 50. The slaughterhouse, you little rascal. I never expected you would dare bring a little earth dog here. Are you seeking death? Tang San glared at Lu Jiuan, whose handsomeness eclipsed his own. And for reasons unbeknownst to him, a surge of unnameable rage welled within him. Seeking death? I hardly think so. That I merely heard that the gentle bone rabbit possesses delectably tender meat, perfect for preparing spicy rabbit heads. Since I have yet to indulge, perhaps you could sell it to me after it's defeated? Lu Jiuan replied earnestly, though the outcome was already quite apparent in his mind. Moreover, he had no doubt that little Huang would not be bested by a mere rabbit. Even one quick on its feet. You seek death. I have never tasted dog meat stew. You can sell it to me as well, and I assure you, the price will be fair, Tang San, filled with rage, exclaimed, just as the referee arrived at the center of the two competitors. Please have both beasts take their positions. With the referee's command, Xiao Huang and Xiao Wu immediately positioned themselves opposite one another. Let us get started quickly. I have bets on the next match. The gamblers in the audience shouted persistently, and the referee, no longer hesitating, announced the match begins. As the referee's voice reverberated, Tang San swiftly called out from behind the soft-boned rabbit. Xiao Wu, employ the tornado tactic. After several days of training, a bond had formed between Tang San and Xiao Wu at Tang San's command. The soft-boned rabbit propelled itself forward with the speed of a released arrow. Its muscular thighs, clearly visible, appearing quite delectable. The so-called tornado tactic involved the soft-boned rabbit racing circles around the enemy at remarkable speed, disorienting them before delivering a powerful kick to their head, potentially inflicting a fatal blow. Although the soft-boned rabbit was ranked low among beasts, a kick from it would still cause considerable pain, especially to the head. A well-placed strike could very well lead to death. However, unfortunately for Xiao Wu, she faced Xiao Huang, who possessed the bloodline of a white tiger. As Xiao Wu dashed around, Xiao Huang stood calmly in place, seemingly unfazed. Yet in Tang San's eyes, it appeared that Xiao Huang was rendered dumbstruck by Xiao Wu's movements, unsure of how to react, prompting Tang San to encourage, Xiao Wu, keep it up. The little mutt across from you is nearly dizzy from your speed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's speed increased significantly, while Tang San began to boast in front of Lu Jiuan. Kid, do you now see the gap between us? Not just any rubbish can step into the beast arena, especially not this little mutt. However, Tang San was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Huang's lack of shock. Perhaps he was simply stunned. What was even more puzzling was Lu Jiuan, the master, remaining indifferent that, oh, are you certain? Xiao Huang, you can decide for yourself. Lu Jiuan merely shook his head and then turned to the racing Xiao Huang, softly commenting, kid, stop your futile struggles. Your little mutt has already been intimidated into submission. Tang San scoffed coldly, yet Xiao Huang remained motionless at that moment. Xiao Wu finally sprang into action. Suddenly, she halted, then charged toward Xiao Huang, leaping into the air to kick downwards with all her might that instant. Xiao Huang also began to act, opening his mouth and letting out a howl. Oh, the childish tone evoked a sense of cuteness, which prompted Tang San to scoff. What? You think a few howls will subdue my Xiao Wu? That is absolutely impossible. Before Tang San could finish his sentence, he witnessed Xiao Wu, who had launched a decisive strike in midair, suddenly become startled by an unseen force, curling up on the ground and trembling incessantly. Xiao Wu, what on earth are you doing? It's just a little mutt. What are you afraid of? Tang San bellowed, while Xiao Wu lay on the ground, lost in fear, embodying weakness and vulnerability. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang turned to face the trembling Xiao Wu, taking small steps towards her, which caught the attention of the gamblers in the audience. This seems rather peculiar. Could it be some sort of soul attack? Are you foolish? This is merely the Qi refinement stage. Where would a soul attack come from? Could this little mutt be more formidable than it appears? Although the audience sensed something amiss, they did not dwell on it too much, as Xiao Huang was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. Anyone present could easily defeat him, so they remained indifferent. As Xiao Huang drew nearer, Xiao Wu continued to curl up on the ground as if paralyzed by fear. Xiao Wu, damn it. Just you wait. Tang San could no longer contain himself. He could not stand idly by while Xiao Wu faced danger. Having forgotten the rule that beast masters must not interfere in battles, and charged at Xiao Huang, he could not allow a mere mutt to kill his Xiao Wu. Doing so would be a disgrace to his position as the young master of the Tang sect. Seeking death. The referee, seeing Tang San intervene, felt a thrill of excitement. Finally, this referee would take action. Although merely a referee, how could one maintain order without any cultivation? The referee erupted with the aura of a pinnacle golden elixir cultivator, instantly suppressing Tang San to the ground. Damn it, how could I forget this? As he felt the referee's pressure, Tang San finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the Tian Yong Beast Arena, and he could not act recklessly. Not only was he powerless, but even the Tang sect behind him would be utterly incapable of withstanding the referee's authority. Realizing this, Tang San hastily pleaded, "Senior, please show mercy. I was merely momentarily blinded by rage. I beg you to lift your pressure. I will spare you this time. Should you attempt such folly again, prepare to meet your demise," the referee coldly retorted. Retracting his pressure, Tang San scrambled to his feet, disheveled, that as he stood up, a flicker of hatred flashed in his eyes. Although he feigned submission, he was far from compliant, that in his view. The referee had crossed the line, and he was merely at the Foundation establishment peak. When he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly make the referee pay dearly. Yet the most pressing matter was Xiao Wu. Tang San quickly raised his head and saw Xiao Huang had reached Xiao Wu. Chapter 51. The Wang Jingzi Law. Xiao Huang opened his mouth wide and lunged at Xiao Wu to know. Tang San shouted in fury, but with the referee still watching him closely, he could only helplessly witness the helpless Xiao Wu being bitten on the neck by Xiao Huang, ending her life. This was somewhat expected. Within Xiao Huang flowed a trace of white tiger blood. Though minuscule, it was sufficient to overpower ordinary beings. This was why Xiao Huang could render Xiao Wu immobile with just a single call. The victor is the little mutt, the referee announced loudly as Xiao Wu was dispatched, while Xiao Huang lazily returned to Lu Jiuyuan's side. At that moment, Tang San's fury reached a boiling point. Yet he understood that if he dared to cause a scene, even the Tang sect could not protect him. With this thought, he approached Xiao Wu's lifeless body, intending to take her away, but Lu Jiuyuan interjected. "I find the soft-boned rabbit rather intriguing. Since it is merely a corpse, why not sell it to me?" Turning to face him, Tang San seethed with resentment, unwilling to agree to Lu Jiuyuan's request to sell Xiao Wu's corpse. Doing so would imply his defeat. One may lose, but one must never lose face. With this in mind, Tang San was about to refuse, when Lu Jiuyuan softly added, "I offer 10,000 top-grade spirit stones." Anticipating Tang San's reaction, Lu Jiuyuan stated his price without hesitation. When the figure was revealed, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, that was 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, an amount that even the entirety of the Tang sect might struggle to accumulate. Yet, a voice of reason quelled his greed that if he accepted the spirit stones, would that not signify his inferiority to Lu Jiuyuan? Such a concession would shatter his indomitable spirit, potentially hindering his future endeavors. Just as Tang San was about to refuse, Lu Jiuyuan's voice interrupted again. "Is 10,000 unsatisfactory? Then how about 20,000? Deal, you take it." With the staggering offer of 20,000 spirit stones, Tang San immediately agreed without hesitation. After all, that was an enormous sum that even the Tang sect could scarcely produce. With 20,000 top-grade spirit stones, he could rapidly advance to the golden elixir stage, at which point he could exact his revenge. Although he accepted the money, his plans for retribution remained unyielding. Upon hearing Tang San's swift agreement, Lu Jiuyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a stronger resistance, as his expectation had been 10 times that amount. Throughout history, purchasing a mere qi refinement stage soft-boned rabbit for such a sum was unprecedented, likely only achievable by Lu Jiuyuan alone. Take it that Lu Jun casually tossed out a storage bag, which contained precisely 20,000 superior spirit stones that he deemed the storage ring unnecessary for Tang San, as the value of the storage ring far surpassed that of the storage bag. Moreover, his inventory of storage bags exceeded that of storage rings, thus alleviating the burden on his stock. Upon receiving the storage bag from Lu Jiyuan and counting the superior spirit stones within, Tang San hastily departed, eager to procure resources and expedite his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Hey, what a scoundrel, Lu Jiyuan muttered, shaking his head. He then approached the corpse of the supple-boned rabbit and stored Xiao Wu away, knowing that the rabbit needed to be prepared while fresh, lest it lose its delectable taste. During this time, Xiao Huang quietly followed Lu Jiyuan. That be by the way, should I continue as is, or what? Just before departing, Lu Jiyuan curiously glanced at the judge, who bore a rather peculiar expression that he could hardly believe that those who came to the Tianyong Beast Arena were unaware of the duel's rules. Nevertheless, the judge patiently explained, "You may choose to continue, but it will require an hour's time to match you with a suitable opponent." Upon hearing the judge's words, Lu Jiyuan did not hesitate and chose to proceed, subsequently waiting for the match to commence. Meanwhile, the audience, initially curious, quickly became engrossed in the next bout, as only a few had placed bets on this particular fight. Yet there were still a handful who wagered on the contest, viewing it as a form of entertainment, considering the lack of profit. Senior sister, I told you my foresight was superior. You believe me now, don't you? In the audience, Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran, who had previously been in the secret realm, were present. Lin Yuran exclaimed excitedly. Having consumed her fair share of supple-boned rabbits, she understood that they possessed little combat prowess. Once captured, they were doomed. Cheng Shui, however, focused on something entirely different. To think that an unremarkable little soiled dog emerged victorious. No wonder he can tame a true dragon. Truly, it is terrifying. The two had already recognized Lu Jiyuan, but at this moment, Cheng Shui had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, while Lin Yuran had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Senior sister, you promised that if you lost, you would gift me that heavenly silkworm robe, Lin Yuran reminded, recalling their earlier agreement. Cheng Shui merely shook her head with a smile. How could I possibly lack for that heavenly silkworm robe? Here, take it. With that, she retrieved a garment as white as snow from her storage ring and handed it to Lin Yuran, who quickly donned it. The heavenly silkworm robe adjusted to fit her perfectly. Should any connoisseur have been present, they would have recognized that this robe was crafted from the silken thread spun by the Scarlet Fire heavenly silkworm, a genuine low-grade defensive artifact of the mysterious tier, capable of withstanding attacks from early Golden Core cultivators. Meanwhile, Li Qingdi and Li Qingping rushed toward the preparation area upon witnessing Lu Jiyuan's victory. That on the way, Li Qingdi expressed his astonishment. I never imagined that the little soiled dog chosen by Brother Lu could annihilate the supple-boned rabbit so effortlessly. Though the rabbit is weak, the fact that it was subdued by Xiao Huang's mere bark signifies something extraordinary. Upon arriving at the preparation area, they found Lu Jiyuan already preparing a fire for cooking. You've arrived? Care for a taste? Chapter 52. Be cautious, but not overly so. Well, perhaps just a bite. That Li Qingdi, who had long been fasting, could not resist Lu Jiyuan's warm invitation and took a small taste. However, once the morsel was swallowed, he found himself unable to restrain his appetite, devouring it eagerly. Brother, don't eat so fast. I haven't eaten much yet, Li Qingping complained, watching in disbelief as her brother gorged himself. Li Qingdi, however, paid no heed, driven by the sensation that the supple-boned rabbit was remarkably beneficial for him. That as the rabbit was devoured, Li Qingdi felt that his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-qi refinement stage, needing only a bit of practice afterward. This saved him nearly a century of arduous cultivation. Initially, he had expected that it would take him 100 years to achieve this breakthrough. This was not due to Li Qingdi's lack of talent, but rather, with his low-grade heavenly talent, achieving a breakthrough in a century was commendable. Upon reaching the qi refinement stage, his lifespan would extend to an astounding 10,000 years. Thus, a mere century would seem equivalent to a year for mortals. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your assistance. After finishing, Li Qingdi expressed his gratitude, while Lu Jiyuan appeared somewhat perplexed, responding with surprise. It's nothing. Feel free to seek me out whenever you need. In his past life, Lu Jiyuan often cooked for himself, and while it wasn't bad, he had never anticipated such a claim after arriving in the Dushuan continent. and honing his culinary skills during his free time. "Thank you, Brother Lu." Li Qingdi smiled, while Li Qingping, glancing at the lone rabbit leg she held, wore an expression of resignation. She had barely registered what was happening before the supple-boned rabbit was nearly consumed. Fortunately, she had been quick enough to snatch a rabbit leg. Is it truly that delicious? Skeptical of Li Qingdi's enthusiasm, Li Qingping took a bite of the rabbit leg in her hand. Oh no! Seeing this, Li Qingdi's heart sank, and he rushed to her side. Just as the rabbit leg entered her stomach, Lin Yuran felt a surge of violent energy raging within her, threatening to explode. Fortunately, Li Qingdi intervened in time, helping her stabilize the internal force, preventing a catastrophic outcome. This tumultuous energy propelled Lin Yuran from her previous breakthrough in the Foundation establishment stage all the way to its zenith, without any adverse effects. At this moment, Lin Yuran understood why her brother had been so grateful to Lu Jiyun. It was no joke. Merely consuming a rabbit leg had enabled her to leap 3 minor realms, not to mention the half-rabbit her brother had consumed. "Jiyun, thank you," Lin Yuran said, her expression complex as she turned to Lu Jiyun. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyun began to grasp that his cooking was indeed extraordinary. Why had he not realized this sooner? However, after a moment's reflection, he decided not to dwell on it, as his cultivation speed was remarkably swift, and he estimated that he would break through to the golden core stage within a month without relying on his meals for enhancement. "It's nothing, just a casual act," Lu Jiyun replied nonchalantly, and at that moment, his image was magnified infinitely in the eyes of Li Qingping and Li Qingdi, portraying him as an unequivocal paragon of virtue. However, it was not long before Li Qingdi recalled something and turned to Lu Jiyun, his expression serious. "Brother Lu, could it be that this little soiled dog possesses some hidden profundity?" Lu Jiyun simply shook his head. He had not sensed anything unusual about Xiao Huang, only feeling a connection that prompted him to take in the little creature. Upon hearing Lu Jiyun's words, Li Qingdi felt a tinge of disappointment. But it was understandable. If a mid-chi refinement cultivator could not discern the dog's secrets, it would be embarrassing for a Foundation establishment cultivator to try. "All right, I must prepare for the second match." "Xiao Huang, are you ready?" Lu Jiyun called to the lazily lounging little dog, who merely lifted its head to glance at him before returning to its slumber. "In that case, we shall not disturb you further." "Brother Lu, let us go," Li Qingdi said, pulling Li Qingping away as they headed off to place further bets, wondering if Lu Jiyun might actually achieve 10 consecutive victories. Meanwhile, news of Lu Jiyun's victory quickly reached Chen Qi's ears. Although he had anticipated the little soiled dog's victory, he was surprised by how effortlessly it had triumphed. Something feels off. Could it be that this little soiled dog is not as simple as it seems? However, the experts at Tianyong Beast Arena thoroughly examined it and found nothing amiss. It must be an illusion. Nevertheless, if the little soiled dog had won, it indicated that its strength likely surpassed that of the supple-boned rabbit. Thus, he ordered for an even more formidable beast to face Lu Jiyun. Chen Qi promptly issued instructions to arrange for a more powerful beast to confront Lu Jiyun and his companions. On the other side, Lu Jiyun's next match was soon announced, capturing the attention of many gamblers present. "Hey, that little soiled dog dares to continue. Hiss, the odds are quite high. They VE reached 1-1. 2 but its opponent is a venomous mantis. This time, the little soiled dog might meet a grim fate." Upon witnessing the odds for the little, numerous gamblers felt tempted to place their bets. However, upon realizing that its opponent was the venomous mantis, they hesitated and ultimately decided against it. After all, the claws of the venomous mantis were known to carry paralyzing effects. A mere scratch could lead to swift incapacitation, rendering one nothing more than prey. Yet Li Qingping and Li Qingdi exhibited no such reluctance, promptly placing substantial wagers on Lu Jiyun. Their motivations were twofold. They were not financially constrained, and they were eager to ascertain the true limits of the little, perhaps even anticipating a streak of 10 consecutive victories. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui and her companions observed this turn of events with astonishment. Shouldn't one typically know when to quit while ahead? Lin Yuran, however, seemed to have had a sudden inspiration. Casting a mischievous glance toward Cheng Shui, she suggested, "Sister, how about we place another bet? I still believe the little will triumph." Cheng Shui quickly shook her head in refusal. "Let us not. Shall we? You've already taken one of mine. I have nothing of greater value left." She was keen to avoid a second misstep. "Well, fine then," Lin Yuran replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "But shall we continue to bet on the little winning?" Cheng Shui, her expression grave, remarked. "I, too, am curious to discover the true extent of this little's capabilities that in the previous round I wagered on thee and suffered significant losses. This time, I intend to reclaim what I lost through the little." Chapter 53. The relentless onslaught. Time flew by, and soon an hour had elapsed. "Little Huang, it's time for you to enter," Lu Jun announced as he nudged the drowsy little awake, who followed him at a leisurely pace toward the arena. Meanwhile, the referee at the number 9 beast fighting platform adopted a serious demeanor upon recognizing Lu Jiyuan's presence, for it was known that he was associated with a formidable individual. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the little, who previously achieved a swift victory over the—" As Lu Jun and Little ascended the stage, the referee calmly gestured toward the opposing side. And what formidable opponent awaited the little this time? "Let us welcome the venomous mantis." At the referee's command, a middle-aged man dressed in black emerged from the entrance, with a deep green mantis perched upon his shoulder, exuding an aura of subtle menace from its claws. This was indeed the venomous mantis. A single scratch would lead to debilitating paralysis. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man declared, "Young man, you would do well to concede early that my venomous mantis is not a foe your little can contend with. Though it has entered the refining stage, it remains no match for my prized creature to Liu Jun." "However," responded with disdain, "Uncle, your venomous mantis hardly appears larger than my little's claw. Perhaps you should be more concerned about whether your precious creature will survive a single strike from little." Fine, fine. My dear, do not hold back. I want him to witness the demise of his little." The middle-aged man retorted coldly that he had initially hoped to intimidate his opponent into retreat, but now saw that the young man was courting disaster. "Competitors, please maintain your composure. The match is about to begin," the referee interjected, as the middle-aged man signaled to the venomous mantis, which leaped to the ground. Little, upon seeing this, also stood up, albeit looking rather lethargic. "Begin." With the referee's command, the venomous mantis dashed toward Little. At this moment, some spectators began to doubt the little's chances, for despite the mantis's small size, its speed was remarkable, comparable even to that of the. Indeed, but more critically, the mantis's claws are infused with potent paralyzing toxins. Should it land a scratch, defeat is all but guaranteed. Yet, inexplicably, I sense that the little might deliver an unexpected surprise that the spectators in the stands gradually ceased to underestimate Little. Some even began to wonder if it could defeat the venomous mantis. The venomous mantis approached Little. Lu Jiyuan calmly instructed, "Little Huang, end this quickly. Do not prolong the battle. At his command." Little sprang into action. Racing toward the venomous mantis, the spectators, its speed appeared rather slow, merely a slight improvement over that of an ordinary. Soon enough, the dog and the mantis met. The mantis extended its claws, aiming to inflict a wound on Little. A successful strike would almost certainly ensure victory. The middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The outcome is already determined. "Not so fast," Lu Jiyuan said with a faint smile. As his words fell, Little swiftly extended its paw, obliterating the venomous mantis into a bloody pulp. This sudden turn of events left both the middle-aged man and the gambling spectators in stunned silence, while only Li Qingdi expressed astonishment. Another instant victory. What is this little's origin? Moments later, the arena erupted with a cacophony of disbelief. Impossible. Did I truly witness that correctly? It defeated the venomous mantis with a single blow. Why do I have this premonition that the little might achieve a 5-game winning streak? Regardless, should the little continue to fight, I shall place my bets on its victory. For some reason, I feel that the little is far from the simple creature it appears to be. The referee quickly regained composure, exclaiming, "The winner is the little." The middle-aged man swiftly followed suit, his expression darkening as he declared, "You little rascal, you played the fool to catch the tiger. How could you be so vicious?" Had it not been for his respect for the referee and the Qin family, he would have eliminated Lu Jun long ago. Am I truly vicious? "I never claimed that my little was weak," Lu Jiyuan replied, somewhat perplexed before turning to leave. However, he paused momentarily. "But I advise you to mind your words, lest you attract calamity upon yourself one day." With that, Lu Jiyuan departed, taking Little with him, of course, ensuring that the referee arranged for his next match before leaving. After all, if he aimed for a 10-game winning streak, He would not waste time lingering. Meanwhile, Chen Shui remained rooted in place, a smile gracing her lips moments later. Who would have thought a little could defeat the venomous mantis? When did the world change so drastically? Yet, this little is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. I must investigate further when the time is right. Nevertheless, she felt grateful to the little for allowing her to effortlessly earn 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Having originally wagered 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, she was poised to reclaim her stake, and then some, a lucrative outcome indeed. That moment, Lu Jun had returned to the preparation area with Little. Once there, he unhesitatingly scooped up Little, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Little Huang, I find myself increasingly intrigued. What breed of dog are you that you could defeat the venomous mantis? You're a dog. And your entire family are dogs. Little retorted vehemently. Unfortunately, to Lu Jiyuan, it merely sounded like a series of yaps, as the creature would need to advance to the Golden Core stage to speak human language. All right, I almost forgot you're just a dog. I'll have to let Long Outyin examine you when we return to Qingshan Courtyard. He should be able to discern your true nature. Lu Jiyuan shook his head and set Little down. Long Outyin, now a genuine dragon, possessed the keen perception to identify Little species. Long Outyin's ability to speak human language at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage was a testament to his exceptional bloodline, making such an accomplishment less surprising. Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, Little felt a flicker of curiosity. Could it be that Lu Jiyuan had other pets? Qingshan Courtyard Chu, who was calling my name while refining dragon blood. Long Outyin sneezed. Skepticism etched upon his face. After all, at his level, how could he possibly sneeze? The truth was clear. Someone was thinking of him. However, Long Outyin dismissed the thought and resumed his focus on refining the dragon blood. At that moment, he had already advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. Chapter 54, The Unsettled Qinchi. Yi Chongqing's astonishment before long. News of Little's decisive victory over the venomous mantis reached Qinchi's ears. Upon hearing this, Qinchi's composure began to fray. Are you certain? He asked, his expression grave as he looked intently at his subordinate, who nodded earnestly in response that I am sure. That Little struck just once and eliminated the venomous mantis. Is this the case? It seems that we have indeed misjudged the situation this time. However, even if we have erred in our judgment, how formidable can a mere little mutt truly be? Relay my orders. For the next match, arrange for a more powerful opponent that if possible, let this be the end of the line for him. Qinchi remarked nonchalantly, and once his subordinates received the command, they swiftly set about executing it. The identity of the little mutt's next adversary was soon revealed, causing the audience to become quite agitated. Is the Tianyong Beast Arena truly intent on abandoning this match? They are deploying a Silver Moon Wolf against a mere little mutt. Iske. This no longer constitutes a trivial affair. It seems the little mutt is destined to be halted here. Indeed, the combat prowess of the Silver Moon Wolf is exceptionally fierce, and the little mutt is likely to become nothing more than a delicacy for it. Although the odds of 1.5 in favor of the little yellow dog were highly enticing. The overwhelming disparity in strength deterred most from taking such a risk. Consequently, the majority of gamblers shifted their bets to the Silver Moon Wolf, which had odds of 1.1. Though modest, it promised to secure victory. Nevertheless, a select few still wagered on the little yellow dog, for they were gamblers at heart, skilled in the art of betting. Moreover, based on prior performances, it appeared that the little mutt had yet to display its full potential. Who could say it might not actually triumph over the Silver Moon Wolf? Li Qingping and Li Qingdi, without hesitation, placed their bets on the little yellow dog, as they were already committed to supporting Lu Jiyuan. And they had begun to realize that the little yellow dog was indeed no ordinary creature. Yet, they were also aware that among quadrupeds, there existed numerous terrifying entities, leaving them uncertain about the true nature of the little yellow dog. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui and Lin Yuran also joined in on the betting. Cheng Shui's wager was merely to gauge the little yellow dog's limits, while Lin Yuran, who had no financial constraints, placed her bets generously. As both were favored disciples of the North Snow Sect's elders that in the preparation area, Lu Jiyuan received word of his opponent and couldn't help but smirk that the Tianyong Beast Arena truly trying to thwart my progress? I came here solely for the 10 million reward. How could I possibly abandon it halfway? Little Yellow, you should have no significant issues dealing with the Silver Moon Wolf, right? Lu Jiyuan inquired of the little yellow dog. which merely lifted its head to glance at him, its gaze conveying an unmistakable sentiment. A mere silver moon wolf is hardly a cause for concern, and if that is the case, let us prepare well. They are bound to be astonished shortly that Liu Jiyuan shook his head and resumed his training, anticipating a breakthrough in his prowess soon, so that he would not be embarrassed even if he were to compete in the grand tournament of 100 nations. Meanwhile, the owner of the Silver Moon Wolf also received the news and couldn't help but scoff. Just a little mutt. The only reason it triumphed over the soft-bone rabbit and the poison mantis was due to the latter's underestimation. Little Silver, unleash your full strength. Do not grant them even a sliver of opportunity. Arf, arf. The Silver Moon Wolf lying beside him responded with a couple of barks, and soon it was time for the Silver Moon Wolf to take the stage. Upon seeing the little mutt's opponent, the referee initially questioned his own vision. However, after a closer inspection, it seemed that this decision had indeed come from above if a little mutt were to achieve consecutive victories. How would that reflect on the Tianyong Beast Arena? Though he felt it somewhat regrettable, the referee still wore a smile as he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our two-time champion, the Little Mutt, alongside its formidable opponent, the Silver Moon Wolf. Will the Little Mutt surprise us once more? Let us await the outcome." Soon, the little yellow dog ambled leisurely to the center of the arena at the same time. Liu Jiyuan recognized the owner of the Silver Moon Wolf, who appeared to be of a similar age to himself, likely a young master from some affluent family. "Kid, I advise you to surrender promptly. My little Silver will not show mercy. The previous two merely underestimated you. I shall not make that foolish mistake." The youth opposite him declared with a cold snort. Liu Jiyuan, intrigued, pondered how this young man could discern that the soft-bone rabbit and poison mantis had held back. "Young man, what is your name?" Liu Jiyuan inquired, unperturbed, for anyone capable of inciting his ire had already perished. However, he did not anticipate that the young man would not only be arrogant, but also display a lack of intelligence. "I have no name," was the reply, causing Liu Jiyuan to feel a surge of exasperation. "Young man, I am asking for your name." "Oh, so you wish to know the name of the one who shall defeat you?" "I am Yi Changqing." "Yi, you say?" Liu Jun murmured, but upon further reflection, he dismissed it, for he was determined to secure that 10 million spirit stones. Let the battle commence with the referee's command. Yi Changqing was the first to shout. Little Silver, attack without holding back. With that, the Silver Moon Wolf sprang forward like a shadow, charging at the little yellow dog. Upon witnessing the fierce advance of the Silver Moon Wolf, the little yellow dog promptly shook off its lethargy. It swiftly exerted force with its hind legs and dashed toward the Silver Moon Wolf. That in a mere 2 seconds, the distance between the wolf and the dog rapidly diminished. This little mutt is certainly no simple creature. Its speed is surprisingly comparable to that of my little Silver. While Yi Changqing was brash, he was not devoid of intellect. After observing the little yellow dog's performance, he realized that it was far from the simpleton it appeared to be. In no time, the two animals were upon each other. The Silver Moon Wolf raised its paw, aiming a fierce strike at the little yellow dog, but the latter expertly sidestepped with a nimble retreat. The little yellow dog then let out a howl, perhaps insignificant to ordinary ears, but to Yi Changqing, it resonated like thunder. This is the pressure of the white tiger. Chapter 55. I surrendered as the little yellow dog howled. Yi Changqing's composure faltered. While others may not have discerned it, how could he, born into the Yi family, fail to recognize that the little yellow dog's roar carried a hint of white tiger pressure? Though it was but a trace, the combat boost it provided to the little yellow dog was nothing short of terrifying, that as expected. With the little yellow dog's howl, the Silver Moon Wolf's movements were instantly hindered. It stumbled, its entire body rendered rigid in place. Seizing the opportunity, the little yellow dog charged forward, its jaws wide open, ready to bite down, but the Silver Moon Wolf was rendered incapable of action under the weight of the white tiger pressure. In that critical moment, Yi Changqing shouted, "We concede." With his declaration, Liu Jun also called out, "Little Yellow, that is enough." Upon hearing this, the little yellow dog shook its head and returned to Liu Jiyuan's side. While the spectators began to realize that something was amiss. Could this little mutt truly be a divine beast? It was able to directly subdue the Silver Moon Wolf. Hiss, this won't do, no matter who the little mutt's next opponent is. I must bet on its victory. TSK. This is shaping up to be quite the spectacle. Many gamblers expressed their astonishment, but none were more shocked than Cheng Shui and Lin Yuan. This kid actually defeated the Silver Moon Wolf with a mere little mutt? Cheng Shui's face was filled with disbelief, while Lin Yuan, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, exclaimed with delight, as expected of my idol. Simply remarkable. There was something amiss. That little mutt was undeniably extraordinary. However, given young Master Lu's favorable relationship with the Li family, it was unlikely the Tianyong Beast Arena would take any action. Cheng Shui quickly pieced together the implications, but then recalled Lu Jiyuan's strong ties to the imperial family, leading her to believe that the Tianyong Beast Arena would exercise caution. When the news reached Chen Qi's ears, he stood up in disbelief. How could it be? A mere little mutt defeating a Silver Moon wolf? Could it be that this little mutt possesses some extraordinary secret? As he pondered this, Chen Qi's expression darkened. After all, this little mutt had been evaluated by their appraiser. Yet, even so, they had failed to detect any anomalies. What did this signify? The little mutt undoubtedly harbored a lineage far beyond what their appraisers had ever encountered. He sought to reclaim the little mutt, but then remembered Lu Jiyuan's strong rapport with the Li family, compounded by the fact that the Shui family had yet to seek revenge against Lu Jiyuan. This indicated the seriousness of the situation. Sigh, it seems there is nothing to be done. However, the little mutt must not be allowed to progress any further. Arrange for it to face an even more formidable opponent. Chen Qi swiftly issued orders, ensuring that Lu Jiyuan and his companions must not achieve 10 consecutive victories. It is essential to note that winning 10 matches would yield a reward amounting to a staggering 10 million premium spirit stones, a figure that represents the entire annual profit of their Tianyong Beast Arena. Should the family discover this, even if it does not result in his demise, it would undoubtedly lead to a most difficult predicament for him. However, Chen Qi had not anticipated that Xiao Huang's bloodline was far more formidable than he had imagined. Although it merely possessed a trace of the White Tiger bloodline, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Huang's future minimum potential would reach the Great Ascension stage that if fortune favors. A breakthrough to the Celestial Immortal stage would not be out of the question. After all, a fully realized White Tiger bloodline is a terrifying creature capable of ascending to the Immortal King stage. Meanwhile, atop the 9th beast fighting platform, Yi Changqing gazed at Lu Jiyuan with a complex expression. Alas, I never expected to be defeated by you. Such a result is quite normal, for even an immortal emperor would not dare to claim victory without absolute certainty. Lu Jiyuan replied, shaking his head. Though the immortal emperor is powerful, to me, he is merely a target, not an unattainable entity. Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, Yi Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You speak of the immortal emperor as if he were insignificant. How can one be so audacious? Yi Changqing shook his head then, with a serious demeanor, continued. Regardless, you are among the most intriguing individuals I have encountered in Tianling Prefecture. Should fortune allow, if you ever step beyond Tianling Prefecture toward Guhuan Continent, do present my Yi family's name. I would be most pleased to welcome you. After issuing his command, Yi Changqing let out a hum, and the Silver Moon Wolf promptly came to his side, following him as he departed. Upon hearing Yi Changqing's words, Lu Jiyuan's expression turned grave. An entity beyond Tianling Prefecture. The Yi family of Guhuan Continent may not be far from my reach. The referee, witnessing this scene, proclaimed loudly. Let us congratulate Xiao Tugu for winning the 3rd match. Will Xiao Tugu continue his victorious streak and secure the 10th match? Let us await the outcome. With that, Lu Jiyuan returned to the preparation area with Xiao Huang. Although Xiao Huang could exert the White Tiger's pressure, its usage was limited, and given the intensity of this battle, the next beast dispatched by Tianyong Beast Arena would likely be formidable. Soon, Li Qingdi and Li Qingping arrived. Curious about Guhuan Continent since they had not heard of it, upon mentioning Guhuan Continent, Li Qingdi's expression grew solemn, and he sighed, Brother Lu, you are unaware of Guhuan Continent. Indeed, I seldom concern myself with such matters. As I am usually engrossed in cultivation, Lu Jiyuan replied nonchalantly. Li Qingdi, taken aback, clarified, Brother Lu, you must know that our Dushuan Continent comprises 3,000 Dao prefectures. Among these, they are categorized in a top tier, upper tier, middle tier, and lower tier. Tianling Prefecture is classified as middle tier, while Guhuan Continent is an upper tier prefecture, abundant in celestial energy, though one must reach the Great Ascension stage to absorb it. Li Qingdi shook his head, filled with yearning. Yet even my father has yet to reach the Great Ascension stage, let alone myself. Upon reaching the Great Ascension stage, One may choose to remain in lower or middle-tier prefectures, as practitioners at this stage can convert spiritual energy into celestial energy. Albeit slowly. That's so? Lu Jiyuan pondered, then inquired curiously, what standard does Guhuang Continent hold among upper-tier prefectures? Among the top 10, Li Qingdi replied earnestly. Being in the top 10 signifies Guhuang Continent's formidable strength. Even so, Yi Changqing still mentioned seeking assistance from his Yi family. This revelation illustrated the considerable influence of the Yi family in Guhuang Continent, and it was likely that Yi Changqing held a significant position within that family. Previously, Lu Jiyuan might have felt some trepidation or envy, but now, he was unperturbed. Even if the Lu family surpassed the Yi family, it would not take long. Chapter 56. The Yi family on the other side. Outside Tunyong Beast Arena, at an unknown time, Yi Changqing had already ascended to the high skies, accompanied by an elderly man. Young master, has the outing concluded? Are you returning to the family? The elder inquired with utmost respect. Yi Changqing nodded coolly. Yes, it is time to return. After spending so long in Tianling Prefecture, it is time to focus on cultivation. Did you encounter anything interesting during your travels, young master? Interesting, it hardly qualifies. I merely wonder if fate will allow us to meet again, he replied, recalling Lu Jiyuan with a smile and a shake of his head. The elder moved. Yi Changqing vanished from sight. The elder being a powerful earth immortal whose might had gone unnoticed by all of Yuanwu Kingdom. What? Another victory! Chen Qi's fury was palpable upon learning of Lu Jiyuan's continued success. After Yi Changqing's departure, Lu Jiyuan had triumphed in 3 more matches, meaning he needed only 4 more victories to claim 10 million premium spirit stones, a sum capable of driving anyone to madness. That I cannot allow him to win 10 matches. If he does, my family will surely tear me apart. Yet confronting Lu Jiyuan directly is not an option. Curse it, I shall send forth the Berserk Bear. With a determined heart, Chen Qi resolved to send out the Berserk Bear. Recognizing that he could not afford to offend either side, the Berserk Bear, possessing an unparalleled size among Qi refinement stage beasts, boasted strength and defense far beyond ordinary early-stage monsters. Thus, Chen Qi believed Xiao Huang would undoubtedly fall to the Berserk Bear. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen Qi, Lu Jiyuan remained unfazed. What a joke! The Berserk Bear is nothing compared to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang and Lu Jiyuan faced the Berserk Bear. The latter disdainfully regarded them. The sheer size of the Berserk Bear dwarfed Xiao Huang by nearly 100-fold, requiring Lu Jiyuan to look up to meet its gaze. Xiao Huang, you should be fine, yes? Lu Jiyuan remarked nonchalantly. Aru, Xiao Huang responded with a single bark, offering no further commentary, and Lu Jiyuan understood that Xiao Huang dismissed the Berserk Bear entirely. With the absolute pressure of bloodlines in play, size mattered little. In Xiao Huang's eyes, the Berserk Bear was insignificant. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, the Berserk Bear charged first, its thunderous steps shaking the arena, making Xiao Huang appear all the more vulnerable. However, Xiao Huang remained unperturbed. Just as the bear's paw was about to descend, Xiao Huang launched its counterattack, darting swiftly to evade the Berserk Bear's strike. Though formidable, the Berserk Bear was slow, and its attacks moved at a pace easily sidestepped by Xiao Huang. Such assaults could be executed only a limited number of times, meaning that as long as Xiao Huang persevered, it would soon find its moment to retaliate when the bear grew fatigued. Yet, I am curious whether Xiao Huang can breach the Berserk Bear's defenses. Li Qingdi observed the immense creature with concern, while Li Qingping, serious in demeanor, asserted it can, without a doubt. I believe Xiao Huang can create miracles. Besides, who would have thought Xiao Huang would make it this far? Reflecting on Li Qingping's words, Li Qingdi considered, and then chuckled. We shall see how it unfolds. As events progressed as anticipated, despite the Berserk Bear's overwhelming power. It could not sustain its momentum. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, the bear's movements began to slow. Now's the time. Go, Xiao Huang. With Lu Jiyuan's command, Xiao Huang dashed toward the Berserk Bear, reaching its feet in mere seconds. The Berserk Bear, seeing this, struck down with its paw without hesitation. Xiao Huang roared in response, unleashing the white tiger's pressure, momentarily slowing the bear's speed. With determination, Xiao Huang leapt onto the bear's back and sank its teeth into its neck. The once formidable defense crumbled beneath Xiao Huang's bite, blood gushing forth. With a few more strikes, even the mighty Berserk Bear met its end. The onlookers erupted into frenzied cheers. Xiao Tugu, Xiao Tugu, little earth dog. Relishing in the cheers of the crowd, Xiao Huang calmly returned to Lu Jiyuan's side, who merely patted his head before leading him back to the preparation area. Let us congratulate little earth dog on achieving 7 consecutive victories. With just 3 more wins, its master will be rewarded with 10 million top-tier spirit stones. The referee exclaimed with fervor. The gamblers present, upon hearing this, quickly reacted. Indeed, I hadn't considered that. After all, no beast had ever achieved 10 consecutive victories. Should little earth dog manage to do so, the Tianyong Beast Arena would certainly suffer a considerable loss of face. TSK. Yet I believe the Tianyong Beast Arena would not allow anyone to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Especially since 10 million top-tier spirit stones could easily hire a tribulation stage cultivator. While everyone assumed the Tianyong Beast Arena would not permit Lu Jiyuan to walk away with 10 million spirit stones, they were unaware that Qinshi was already at his wit's end. Damn it, am I truly going to let Lu Jiyuan win 10 million top-tier spirit stones? Qinshi seethed, yet the most pressing concern was preserving that 10 million spirit stones. With that thought, he took a deep breath, stood up, and headed outside to seek out Lu Jiyuan. Chapter 57. Threat? I prefer threats, TSK. Brother Lu, you are indeed formidable, achieving 7 consecutive victories so swiftly. At this rate, that 10 million spirit stones will likely be yours, Li Qingdi sincerely remarked in the preparation area, for such a substantial sum of spirit stones was something he could not easily part with. It's merely a trifle. A mere 10 million spirit stones hold little significance for me, Lu Jiyuan replied modestly, and at that moment, admiration shone brightly in Li Qingping's eyes. Just as Li Qingdi intended to say something further, he sensed an approaching presence and, with a hint of amusement on his face, remarked, Brother Lu, it seems someone has come to find you. Turning to look in a particular direction, he noticed a middle-aged figure had appeared there unbeknownst to him. Oh, someone is here for me, Lu Jin mused, curious, for he had no acquaintances in the capital. The visitor was none other than Qinshi, and upon noticing both Li Qingdi and Li Qingping present, his expression remained largely unchanged. Greetings, third prince, sixth princess, Qinshi said, stepping forward to acknowledge Li Qingdi and Li Qingping. Despite his cultivation reaching the combined stage, it was still necessary to greet them in the Yuanwu Kingdom, where the Li family held power. Indeed, Brother Lu, this is Qinshi, a high-ranking member of the Qin family, responsible for managing the Tianyong Beast Arena. Li Qingdi noted that Lu Jiyuan, however, paid little heed to this introduction and turned to Qinshi, inquiring, Senior Qin, what brings you to seek me? Qinshi smiled and then probed, I am merely curious about your identity, young friend Lu. After all, it seems there are no major powers with the surname Lu in the Yuanwu Kingdom. There was no other choice. Had it not been for his apprehensions, Qinshi would have taken a more forceful approach. His words were clearly understood by Lu Jiyuan, who responded with a smile. Senior Qin, you need not inquire further. My influence is beyond your reach. Upon hearing this, even Qinshi, known for his amiable disposition, could not suppress a hint of irritation that he was aware of his backing from the Qin family, and that mysterious forces were not to be trifled with. Even if it were a celestial being's power, he had heard whispers. However, considering that Lu Jiyuan was someone whom even Li Qingdi respected, perhaps his background truly was formidable. Taking a deep breath, Qinshi forced a smile and said, What you say is true, but since you are visiting my Tianyong Beast Arena, I feel I have not adequately hosted you. Here is 1 million top-tier spirit stones, a token of our meeting. I hope you will enjoy your time elsewhere. With that, Qinshi produced a storage ring to present to Lu Jiyuan, who unhesitatingly accepted it. After all, this was a rare gift that should not be declined. Li Qingdi observed this with some surprise, initially expecting Lu Jiyuan to refuse, considering that no beast in the Tianyong Beast Arena could withstand Xiao Huang now. The distinction between 10 million spirit stones and 1 million should be clear enough. However, it was for the best, as the Chun family's influence was not insignificant. Avoiding conflict was wise. Yet he was unprepared for Lu Jiyuan's earnest response. I appreciate your generosity, Senior Chun, but I find the Tianyong Beast Arena quite delightful and wish to remain here for a while longer. At this, Chun Shi's smile faded, while Li Qingdi and Li Qingping were momentarily stunned before their faces flushed with suppressed laughter. They could not laugh, yet they struggled to contain their amusement as Chun Shi's veins visibly throbbed with anger. Cough, cough, cough. Spare my life. I am a member of the Qin family, that if you dare to kill me, the Qin family will not let this matter rest, that I in the face of overwhelming power. Qin Shi finally felt fear and began to plead for mercy. However, Lu Jiun was no saint. Since the other party dared to threaten him, retribution was inevitable, that I in that case. Let us cripple his cultivation, Lu Jiun stated coldly, considering that sparing his life was already a considerable concession to the Qin family. Yes, upon hearing this, Qin Shi's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he was stripped of all his cultivation by the Thousand Ghost King. His aura dwindled, soon resembling a candle flickering in the wind. On the verge of extinguishing. Begone! If you dare to threaten me again, there will be no mercy. Lu Jiun scoffed. Qin Shi's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet he refrained from further comment, simply glaring at Lu Jiun before departing in frustration. Brother Lu, do you not worry that this may pose a hidden danger? After all, the Qin family is not one to let things go lightly, Li Qingdi cautioned, his tone laced with concern at Lu Jiun. However, dismiss the notion, stating, Brother Li, you should understand that I came here for the 10 million top-tier spirit stones. The Qin family will not idly watch me walk away with them. Thus, our conflict was destined from the outset. Besides, they are merely the Qin family. Should they dare to confront me, annihilation is not out of the question. Hearing this, Li Qingdi could only sigh, realizing that this matter was beyond his capacity to resolve. He would have to inform the king. Chapter 58. 10 million spirit stones, the wrath of the Qin family. Ah, damn it. How dare he back in his room? After setting up a barrier, Qin Shi erupted in fury. He had toiled for thousands of years to break through to the combined stage, only to see it all undone. Had he not taken a life-saving pill in time, he might have already perished. This matter must be reported to the family. No matter what, he had done his utmost. Qin Shi took out the communication stone and promptly informed the Qin family of the situation here. He then hurriedly sat down to cultivate, as the most pressing matter was to replenish his depleted cultivation. Fortunately, with prior experience in cultivation, Qin Shi swiftly broke through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. However, he encountered some difficulties in advancing to the golden core stage. Meanwhile, Lu Jiun was quickly preparing for his next battle and successfully achieved the remarkable feat of 9 consecutive victories within the Qin family. The patriarch Qin Fenglai had already received news from Qin Shi and gathered the senior members. With a somber expression, Qin Fenglai addressed the assembly. What are your thoughts on this matter? Sitting in the patriarch's seat, he regarded the elders, his cultivation at the late stage of tribulation, revealing an extreme anger that was barely contained. Humph! What else can we do? How dare they incapacitate a member of our Qin family? Even Li Xianran wouldn't dare to be so audacious. An elder at the late stage of integration scoffed, clearly dismissing Lu Jiun. Many other elders voiced their dissent as well. After all, someone who could provoke the Qing emperor's ire certainly had an extraordinary background. According to Qin Shi, he had been crippled by a cultivator at the tribulation stage, implying that someone of significant stature was covertly protecting him, likely at least at the Mahayana stage. Regardless, our Qin family cannot swallow this humiliation. It is said that the second son of the Shui family has already been dealt with by the opposition, that if that is the case, we should send someone to negotiate with the Shui family. With both families exerting pressure, I refuse to believe they can find a way out. Qin Fenglai declared coldly that a Mahayana background. That's nothing I haven't dealt with before. My eldest daughter, Qin Xuan, has already been taken under the wing of an elder from the Eighth Thunder sect. It is well known that the Eighth Thunder sect has a powerful celestial being stationed there, and her master, the Sacred Thunder Taoist, has attained Mahayana cultivation. That I in this situation, what do I have to fear? On the other side, Lu Jiun remained oblivious to the impending threat from the Qin family. Xiao Huang, finish the battle quickly, and then let's return with the spirit stones, Lu Jiun urged Xiao Huang. For the final match, Qin Shi certainly would not go easy on Lu Jiun, assigning him a flood dragon as an opponent. Despite the extreme difficulty, Xiao Huang managed to secure a hard-fought victory. As Lu Jiun achieved 10 consecutive victories, the gamblers present erupted in excitement, standing and shouting in unison that no way, did I really see that right? Someone actually achieved 10 consecutive victories. Did the Qin family not intervene? That's a miracle. Regardless, I'm going home with a fortune, many gamblers exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement as they had bet on Lu Jiun's victory, earning them a significant amount of spirit stones. Cheng Shui's astonishment was evident in her wide eyes. Young Master Lu, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic, she mused. Brother Lu is so impressive. Senior sister. Let's go meet Brother Lu later. Lin Yuan stood nearby, her eyes filled with admiration. What girl does not harbor youthful infatuations? However, the timing was not right. It was clear that Lu Jiyuan had become the object of affection for many. Unaware of this attention, Lu Jiyuan approached the referee with a smile, saying, if I am not mistaken, achieving 10 consecutive victories allows one to claim 10 million top-grade spirit stones at the Tianyong Beast Fighting Arena, correct? The referee, already aware of the trouble Lu Jiyuan had stirred, felt powerless to intervene due to Lu Jiyuan's background. Otherwise, he would not be the only one in peril. Yes, we have registered your information. Just head to the front desk to collect your prize, the referee replied, his expression dark that Lu Jiyuan waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Xiao Huang, let's go. Upon jumping down from the arena, a throng of young women immediately surrounded him. After all, Lu Jiyuan was now the most sought-after figure in their eyes, if they did not seize the moment now. When would they? Sensing the commotion, Lu Jiyuan frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. Suddenly, the Qing Emperor appeared, effortlessly exerting his aura to keep the young women at bay. Lu, my friend, you've certainly become quite the catch. The Qing Emperor teased. Lu Jiyuan could only manage a wry smile in response. Brotherly, you jest. With your status and looks, if you wanted it, you could easily surpass my current situation in no time. That may be true, the Qing Emperor acknowledged, and then Li Qingping approached Lu Jiyuan with a radiant smile. Jiyuan, you're so impressive. What exactly is so special about Xiao Huang that I cannot discern? She glanced curiously at the languid Xiao Huang, who was lounging nearby. I believe Xiao Huang must possess the bloodline of the White Tiger. Lu Jiyuan recalled the words of Yi Changqing, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet it caught their attention. What, the White Tiger bloodline? Both Li Qing Emperor and Li Qingping were taken aback. The White Tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts. Typically, a fully matured white tiger would possess terrifying strength comparable to that of a celestial being, with some even breaking through to the realms of immortal kings and emperors. The notion that the seemingly unremarkable Xiao Huang could possess the white tiger bloodline was utterly staggering. Indeed, while it may be just a trace, it is sufficient for Xiao Huang to be unmatched among peers of the same realm. Lu Jiyuan asserted earnestly, and Li Qingping scooped up Xiao Huang, her smile fading as she exclaimed, I never expected you to possess the white tiger bloodline. I truly hope to witness your growth. Humph. Xiao Huang responded with a few soft grunts from Li Qingping's embrace. After wasting much time at the Tianyong Beast Fighting Arena, Lu Jiyuan felt a sense of fatigue. Let's head back for now. Chapter 59. Reaching an agreement. Tianling Auction House, Yu Shui family should not be able to swallow this grievance either. The Chen family's elder stated expressionlessly while visiting the Shui family to discuss cooperation. So what do you mean? Shui Changjiang replied calmly from across the table. After losing his son for so long, his inner fury had finally subsided. With our 2 families joining forces, even the royal family cannot shield that brat. Furthermore, you should be aware that my Chen family's young lady has already become a disciple under an elder of the 8th Thunder Sect, should they dare to act against us. The 8th Thunder Sect will not stand idly by. The Chen elder huffed, his confidence bolstered. While the Chen family could not summon strong fighters from the 8th Thunder Sect directly, should their family face existential threats, Chen Shuyan would not sit idly by while her family was annihilated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of apprehension crossed Shui Changjiang's face. After all, the 8th Thunder Sect was an absolute behemoth in their eyes. With the memory of his son's tragic death fresh in his mind, a glint of hatred and determination soon returned to his expression. Very well. I shall join forces with your Chun family patriarch to take action. I refuse to believe that Brat has a Mahayana cultivator protecting him. Agreed, it's settled then, the Chen elder replied, a faint smile crossing his face. Clearly, he placed great importance on family honor, and eliminating that Brat would be ideal, especially with the support of the Shui family. Even the Li family would not dare to shield him too readily. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan remained unaware that both the Chun and Shui families had resolved to take action against him. He had already returned to King Shanyuan with Xiao Huang. Brother Li, are you sure you don't want to join us for a drink? Lu Jiyuan enthusiastically invited. The Qing Emperor shook his head with a smile. No, I have gained some insights recently and wish to return to refine them. The spicy rabbit heads he had enjoyed at the Tianyong beast fighting arena had provided him with ample food for thought, and he had yet to fully digest them. That's so? Then I won't disturb you. Brotherly Lu Jiyuan replied, not pressing the matter further, while Li Qingping expressed a reluctance. Jin, see you again? Yes, we will meet again soon. Lu Jiyuan said, preparing to turn and enter. Just then, the Qing Emperor remembered something and stopped him. Oh, by the way, in 7 days, the Tianling auction house will be holding an auction. Are you interested, Lu? Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered across Lu Jiyuan's face. As he was not particularly familiar with the Tianling auction house, that I am indeed interested, but I know very little about it. Could Brotherly enlighten me? The Qing Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? You don't even know about the Tianling auction house. However, recalling Lu Jiyuan's prior demeanor, it seemed all too plausible. After a moment's thought, the Qing Emperor proceeded to explain, and through his words, Lu Jiyuan finally learned what the Tianling auction house was all about. In every Dao continent, there exists a supreme being, and this supreme being bears a Dao title derived from their respective continent. The Tianling auction house is the dominion of the mightiest in Tianling continent, presided over by the Tianling Daoist, a formidable entity who has attained the zenith of the golden, immortal realm. Naturally, under the aegis of the Tianling Daoist's immense power, the Tianling auction house has become the most significant auction establishment throughout the entire Tianling continent, with branches established in the Yuanwu Kingdom. Recently, the Tianling auction house is poised to host an auction event, and upon considering Lu Jiyuan, Emperor Li Qing issued an invitation accordingly. That's so. Then let us proceed together. However, I anticipate that I shall have little time over the next 7 days. As I am on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, Lu Jiyuan stated earnestly. Upon hearing his words, Emperor Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. It was astonishing how rapid such a breakthrough could be. He recalled that even during his own foundation establishment period, advancing a minor realm had required several months of arduous effort. Moreover, through Li Qingping, Emperor Li Qing learned that Lu Jiyuan had seemingly been a mere mortal not long ago, transitioning from an ordinary life to the foundation establishment stage in less than a month, and now on the cusp of reaching its peak. Can you believe this? Li Qingping remarked, her eyes flashing with urgency. She felt the gap between herself and Lu Jiyuan widening, and if she did not intensify her efforts, she feared she might never catch a glimpse of his shadow again. Then it is settled. We shall meet in 7 days. Take care, Brother Lu. After bidding farewell to Li Qingping, Emperor Li Qing vanished with her. Xiao Huang, let us return home, Lu Jiyuan said with a smile, turning to Xiao Huang before entering the Qingshan courtyard, where he was greeted by Lin Jiling Master. Lin Jiling bowed respectfully, having managed all affairs of the Qingshan courtyard during this period. Has Ao Tian encountered any matters of importance lately? Lu Jiyuan inquired coolly, recalling that his time in the Tianyong beast arena had been brief, yet it had been over 2 days since then. Nothing significant. Ao Tian has been engrossed in his training, Lin Jiling replied, a peculiar expression crossing her face as she hesitated. He has been sequestered in his little den, sleeping. Understood, Lu Jiyuan responded, making his way towards Ao Tian's dwelling with Xiao Huang in tow. Upon noticing the little dog by Lu Jiyuan's side, Lin Jiling's curiosity was piqued. It was evident she had not anticipated Lu Jiyuan to bring back a little mutt, but upon reflection, she considered that he was unlikely to engage in any odd antics. Perhaps this little dog harbored hidden potential. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan paid no heed to such thoughts as he soon arrived before a vast little den, where a resounding thud echoed from within. Furrowing his brow at the sound, Lu Jiyuan scanned the surroundings and promptly picked up a stone, which he tossed towards Ao Tian. Who dares disturb this esteemed one's sweet dreams? Ao Tian, roused from slumber by the sudden impact, grumbled angrily, but his ire dissipated in an instant upon recognizing his master, his expression shifting to one of eager fawning. Boss, I've missed you terribly during your absence. As Ao Tian rose, Xiao Huang, standing beside Lu Jiyuan, felt a surge of anxiety. How could a true dragon exist? It seemed his master shared an exceptionally close bond with such a being, or perhaps the dragon was merely a servant or mount to his master. Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, Xiao Huang's face registered astonishment. Noticing this, Lu Jiyuan inquired curiously, "This little mud is one I happened upon by chance. Ao Tian, can you discern its origins?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ao Tian's face as he replied sincerely. "Boss, You truly are a person of extraordinary fortune. To acquire a beast with the bloodline of a divine beast so casually is remarkable. If I am not mistaken, this little one possesses a trace of white tiger bloodline. Divine beasts inherently possess a unique sensitivity towards one another, and upon seeing Xiao Huang, Ao Tian immediately sensed the faint essence of the white tiger bloodline within Lu Jiyuan. Having previously heard of the white tiger bloodline from Yi Chanqi, was not overly astonished. However, considering that both of these beings were divine beasts, perhaps it would be wise for them to bond. Thus, Xiao Huang, you shall accompany Ao Teng. Under his guidance, you are likely to develop rapidly, Lu Jiyuan declared. Instantly, Xiao Huang became agitated. What a ludicrous proposition. This was a true dragon. To follow in its wake would be tantamount to courting death, while the power of divine beast bloodlines may not differ greatly among equals. Xiao Huang's lineage was but a mere trace, whereas Ao Teng possessed a complete true dragon bloodline. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Huang struggled frantically, but Lu Jiyuan interpreted this as exuberance. Chuckling as he said, Xiao Huang, you seem rather pleased at Ao Tian. I entrust Xiao Huang to you. Please do not mistreat him. That Lu Jiyuan fixed Ao Tian with a serious gaze, and Ao Tian responded with a knowing smile. Rest assured, boss, I will treat Xiao Huang well. Right, Xiao Huang? Sensing the grim fate that awaited him, Xiao Huang's struggles intensified. All right, Xiao Huang, do not be overly excited that I must enter seclusion to break through to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. The two of you must remain composed, Lu Jiyuan stated before departing with unwavering resolve. Oh. Only Xiao Huang remained, howling helplessly, the cries echoing with despair. Indeed, Master is truly a person of extraordinary fortune, on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment in such a short span. Ao Tian mused, shaking his head as he observed Lu Jiyuan's departing figure. It was perplexing that, as a true dragon, he felt his own progress was lagging behind Lu Jiyuan's. Once Lu Jiyuan had left, Ao Tian turned his attention to the trembling Xiao Huang. Listen, little one, I have no interest in you. Your master is my priority. Do not provoke him, or even I shall be unable to save you. With that, Ao Tian curled up and resumed his meditation, while Xiao Huang, astonished, contemplated his next move. Initially, he feared Ao Tian would eliminate him, for the White Tiger clan and the True Dragon clan had a history of enmity, often clashing with fatal consequences. Seeing the feeble security around, a fleeting thought of escape entered Xiao Huang's mind. After all, he had not pledged any binding contract with Lu Jiyuan. If he fled, Lu Jiyuan would likely be unable to locate him. The wilderness had always been where he thrived most. However, Ao Tian's voice halted him, that if you seek death, feel free to venture outside. I would not hesitate to obliterate you. Faced with Ao Tian's blatant threat, Xiao Huang could only curl up meekly by the dragon's lair, beginning his own training. Seeing that Xiao Huang was inactive, Ao Tian felt at ease to continue refining the dragon's blood, despite Xiao Huang's desire to cultivate. The overwhelming noise produced by Ao Tian's training rendered him incapable of entering a meditative state, leaving him to gaze forlornly at Ao Tian. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, after departing, arrived at the seclusion chamber within Qingshan Courtyard. He retrieved hundreds of top-tier spirit stones, embedding them into the grooves of the chamber, instantly filling the space with a rich aura of spiritual energy. This energy should suffice for my breakthrough to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Thus, I shall commence my ascent. Lu Jiyuan spoke with a satisfied expression, then seated himself in a meditative posture to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. His form oscillated between illusion and solidity, perpetually vacillating. Outside the closed chamber, the King of 1,000 Ghosts observed this scene with a smile, for it was evident that Lu Jiyuan's future achievements would far surpass their own. Even attaining the realm of a human immortal seemed entirely possible. As Lu Jiyuan's guardian, his sole duty was to ensure Lu Jiyuan's safety, for once Lu Jiyuan flourished, he might also find an opportunity to break through to the Great Ascension stage. It must be noted that the lifespan during the Tribulation stage merely spans 100,000 years, while one must reach the Great Ascension stage to be truly called an immortal, with a lifespan extending into the tens of millions. Furthermore, the formidable power would transform from spiritual essence into immortal essence, far exceeding that of practitioners in the Tribulation stage. In the realm of cultivation, The law dictates that 100 peak tribulation cultivators together would scarcely match a single practitioner at the initial stage of Great Ascension. Illustrating the vast disparity between the two realms that it seems, this time, I have indeed overreached. The king of 1,000 ghosts shook his head and once again concealed himself within the void, silently safeguarding Lu Jiyuan's safety. Meanwhile, at the Tianling auction house, preparations for the upcoming auction were already underway. P.S. Dear friends, please send some free gifts and leave a 5-star review. The performance of this book is dismal, and the author is on their knees before you all. Chapter 61. Tianling Auction House. My lord, the invitations for this auction have already been dispatched. A respectful figure spoke within the Tianling auction house, standing before a dignified individual. This was Qin Yuan, the branch manager of the Tianling auction house in the Yuanwu Kingdom, whose cultivation had reached the terrifying level of Great Ascension. Has anything noteworthy occurred recently in the Yuanwu Kingdom? Qin Yuan inquired nonchalantly of his subordinate. Yes, the Yumo sect has been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. The Yumo sect was not a weak force, and the strength of the Yumo king had reached the peak of the tribulation stage. Could it be that a Great Ascension cultivator intervened? Do you know who was responsible? Qin Yuan asked with curiosity, merely wishing to befriend the one who had vanquished the Yumo sect. The subordinate wore a troubled expression. This remains unknown. The Yumo sect was obliterated by a mysterious powerhouse in a single strike, and by the time other forces discovered it, the assailant had already vanished. Though Qin Yuan felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this. He also deemed it understandable, as Great Ascension practitioners were known for their discretion. Is there anything else? Yes, it seems the Chun and Shui families have joined forces, intending to target a mysterious young man. The Tianling auction house wielded considerable influence in the Yuanwu Kingdom, and it was no exaggeration to say that it could even facilitate a change in dynasty. Thus, the alliance between the Chun and Shui families could not escape their notice. Oh, these two families are actually uniting against a single youth. What on earth transpired? What is the background of this young man? Qin Yuan remarked, somewhat astonished. While the Shui family was insignificant, he could not overlook the Qin family, especially given what he had heard about Chun Shuyuan joining the Eighth Thunder sect. Before long, Qin Yuan learned from his subordinate about Lu Jiyuan's exploits, and he was taken aback. Killing Shui Chenye, incapacitating Qin Shi, and winning millions of spiritual stones from the Tianyong Beast Arena. Each of these actions alone would shock a multitude, let alone all three combined, when it came to Lu Jiyuan's origins. However, the subordinate shook his head, indicating that no information had been uncovered. This was largely due to Li Xuanyan's efforts. Knowing Lu Jiyuan to be a low-key individual, Li Xuanyan had deliberately helped erase traces of the Lu family. I see. The young man is currently in the capital, is he not? In that case, let us send him an invitation as well. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yuan issued the order. Being in a high position, he was acutely aware of many nuances. Since Lu Jiyuan could provoke an alliance between the Chun and Shui families, the forces behind him must be formidable, likely boasting at least one peak tribulation powerhouse. Understood. The subordinate withdrew, and Qin Yuan approached the window, gazing out at the bustling capital, shaking his head. Given the present circumstances, it would not be long before the Yuanwu Kingdom experienced another upheaval. That I am simply curious. What is the origin of that young man? It seems there is no significant force named Lu within the Yuanwu Kingdom. Could he possibly hail from a power beyond its borders, for someone to receive such warm hospitality from Emperor Li Qing? Lu Jiyuan's backing must include a figure as powerful as Li Xuanyan, or perhaps even a Great Ascension cultivator. Regardless, I must learn more. If I can establish a connection, it would be most fortuitous. On the other side, when the subordinate delivered the invitation to Qingshan Courtyard, Lu Jiyuan was deep in meditation, and the invitation was received by Lin Jiling. The invitation to the Tianling auction house. Lin Jiling exclaimed in disbelief, as a pinnacle golden core cultivator. She was well aware of what the Tianling auction house represented. It is no exaggeration to say that even the weakest branch requires verification of at least 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones or an invitation from the Tianling auction house to enter. Otherwise, not even a powerhouse in the tribulation stage could gain entry. Yet now, the head of the family had received an invitation, and it seemed that the head did not possess much renown in the Yuanwu Kingdom. Why would he receive such an invitation? The tangible quality of the invitation was undeniable. Indeed, Lu Jiyuan himself will attend the Tianling auction house in 4 days to participate in the auction. The envoy stated before departing, leaving Lin Jiling feeling a twinge of envy. Even the envoy who arrived possessed cultivation at the nascent soul stage, a testament to the formidable power of the Tianling auction house. After receiving the invitation, Lin Jiling's expression grew conflicted as she glanced towards the closed chamber. Earlier, Lu Jiyuan had instructed her not to disturb him during his meditation, regardless of any occurrences. With this in mind, her heart waged a battle between reason and emotion. Ultimately, she chose to forego any interruption, for nothing was more crucial than the family's head achieving a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan's endeavor to reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage had reached a critical juncture. His body was now adorned with intricate and mysterious Dao patterns, their solidification indicating the imminent completion of his breakthrough. Boom! With a series of thunderous roars echoing forth, the patterns of Dao on Lu Jiyuan's surface finally advanced, transitioning from ancient Dao patterns to chaotic Dao patterns. However, at this moment, Lu Jiyuan remained oblivious to the transformation he had undergone. The hierarchy of Dao patterns ascends from the 9th rank to the 1st rank, above which lies the celestial Dao pattern, further classified into upper, middle, lower, and supreme tiers. Additionally, beyond celestial Dao patterns exists ancient Dao patterns, and above them are primordial Dao patterns, with chaotic Dao patterns reigning at the pinnacle. Typically, Dao patterns signify the strength that a foundational realm cultivator can wield, and it is no surprise that with the acquisition of chaotic Dao patterns, Lu Jiyuan had reached the zenith of the foundational realm. Although Lu Jiyuan was merely at the peak of the foundational stage, his true power might even surpass that of a pinnacle golden core cultivator, rendering them unable to contend with him. Exhale, rejoice, emerge from seclusion. Lu Jiyuan opened his eyes, and the terrifying chaotic Dao patterns on his skin receded beneath the surface. Otherwise, should he reveal such overwhelming Dao patterns, he feared he would be captured for study before he could even react. With that thought, Lu Jiyuan rose, gazing outside. 7 days had passed. It was time to attend the auction. 7 days have slipped by in the blink of an eye, Lu Jiyuan murmured. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped out, only to find the expressions of Qian Gui Wang and others outside were already grave. Long Outyin rushed to Lu Jiyuan the moment he emerged. "Master, what level of monstrosity are you? I am no match for you even now," Long Outyin exclaimed, feeling the disparity between them. Despite being in the mid-golden core stage, he recognized that he was no longer Lu Jiyuan's adversary. After all, even when Lu Jiyuan was at the peak of the Qi refining stage, he had easily subdued Long Outyin, who was then at the peak of the foundational stage. Although he had now transformed into a true dragon, the gap between him and Lu Jiyuan was closing at an alarming rate. He could hardly believe that merely becoming a true dragon would allow him to stand on equal footing with Lu Jiyuan. "You wish to know? Come spar with me," Lu Jiyuan said, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he looked at Long Outyin. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin's head shook vigorously in refusal. "No, I am not your opponent, master. Unfortunately, that is not up to you," Lu Jiyuan declared before vanishing without a trace. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out over Long Outyin, a sensation akin to death gripping him. "Oh no, master. Are you serious?" Long Outyin exclaimed, startled, as he hurriedly braced himself. Yet before Lu Jiyuan, he stood no chance. With a single punch, Lu Jiyuan sent Long Outyin flying. "Master, you are ruthless." Long Outyin's voice echoed through the heavens, quickly fading into the horizon. Observing this scene, Xiao Huang wagged his tail joyfully, while Qian Gui Wang wore an expression of nonchalance, having grown accustomed to such displays. He had anticipated that when Lu Jiyuan broke through to the peak of the foundational stage, he would unleash an aura akin to that of the transformation into the godly stage. Thus he was certain that Lu Jiyuan's current strength could not be compared to an ordinary foundational peak cultivator. However, curiosity lingered in Qian Gui Wang's mind. "Young master, what level are your Dao patterns?" Xiao Huang also cast a curious glance toward Lu Jiyuan, who simply shook his head. The next moment, intricate Dao patterns began to manifest on his right hand. Witnessing this, even Qian Gui Wang, who was accustomed to astonishment, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Wait, what is this phenomenon of Dao patterns manifesting so freely? And why was I unaware of such a level of Dao patterns?" Setting aside his ignorance of Lu Jiyuan's Dao pattern rank, It was astonishing that Lu Jiyuan could cause the patterns to materialize on his body. Could it be that he had refined himself into Tao patterns? Given Lu Jiyuan's prodigious talent, it did not seem entirely implausible. Moreover, regarding the rank of Tao patterns, it was noteworthy that even celestial Tao patterns were not foreign to him, considering he himself possessed first-tier Tao patterns and wielded considerable strength. Even celestial Tao patterns were within his experience. Yet Lu Jiyuan's situation hinted at the possibility of ancient Tao patterns. Perhaps not, as considering Lu Jiyuan's circumstances, it could very well be primordial Tao patterns that it was known that every being that forged primordial Tao patterns possessed at least the cultivation of a celestial king. Thus, it signified that Lu Jiyuan was destined to become a celestial king. With this thought, Qiange Wang felt increasingly validated in his decision, recognizing that should Lu Jiyuan ascend to celestial king status, the benefits would surely extend to himself, estimating that it could elevate him to the human celestial stage. Once Lu Jiyuan concealed the Tao patterns, a resentful Long Outyin returned from the horizon, his expression akin to that of a wronged spouse. Enough with the facade. I know that my previous punch could not harm you, Lu Jiyuan stated bluntly, having only exerted a mere fraction of his strength, thus unable to inflict any damage to Long Outyin, a situation that echoed the phrase much ado about nothing. Yet, despite this understanding, Long Outyin maintained his disgruntled demeanor. Noticing Lin Jiling's arrival, Lu Jiyuan inquired, "Jiling, is there something you need?" Upon witnessing Lu Jiyuan's emergence from seclusion, Lin Jiling breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully handed him an invitation. "Master, while you were in seclusion, the Tianling auction house sent you an invitation." Realizing that Lu Jiyuan may not be familiar with Tianling auction house, Lin Jiling prepared to introduce it to him. Upon receiving the invitation, Lu Jiyuan appeared somewhat astonished that, I initially intended to accompany Brother Li and the others, but I did not expect Tianling auction house to send me an invitation. This certainly alleviates some of my troubles." Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, Lin Jiling suddenly comprehended that the master had indeed planned to attend the Tianling auction. Relieved that she had not interrupted his seclusion, just then, a voice called out from the side, "Brother Lu, you have emerged from seclusion?" Chapter 63. Shuicheng. It seems that Brother Lu has successfully broken through to the peak of the foundational stage. "The golden core path is within reach," Li Qingdi remarked, his eyes filled with admiration that he knew that even he had taken nearly a year to reach the peak of the foundational stage. Feeling like a mere waste in comparison to Lu Jiyuan, that I did not expect it to happen so quickly. I was just casually cultivating. Lu Jiyuan sighed, his understated words causing Li Qingdi's lips to twitch, wondering what kind of tone that was. However, the Tianling auction was about to commence, and he had no time for idle chatter. "Brother Lu, you must be ready. The Tianling auction is about to start." "Let us proceed," Li Qingdi stated, prompting Lu Jiyuan to nod. Yet, as he pondered, he retrieved an invitation from his belongings to be, "By the way, I wonder why the Tianling auction house sent me this invitation." Upon hearing that Lu Jiyuan had received an invitation, Li Qingdi was taken aback, responding with surprise. An invitation to the Tianling auction is quite rare to obtain, especially for you, Brother Lu. However, considering the strength of the forces behind Tianling auction house, they likely investigated recent events and thus deemed it appropriate to extend an invitation to you. After all, Lu Jiyuan had recently provoked two top-tier forces in the Yuanwu Kingdom. If the Tianling auction house was even slightly informed, they would undoubtedly have learned of Lu Jiyuan's exploits for sending the invitation. It was probably because they recognized the formidable background Lu Jiyuan possessed in that case. Let us go. It appears that there is still an hour before the auction begins. Glancing at the time marked on the invitation, Lu Jiyuan noted that the auction was indeed set to begin in an hour. Following this, Li Qingdi guided Lu Jiyuan toward the location of the Tianling auction house. On the way, Lu Jiyuan curiously inquired, "Brother Li, where is Qingping?" "Oh, that girl Qingping. She is currently at the Tianyong Beast Arena, processing the fortuitous encounter you provided her. She still requires time to digest that insight," Li Qingdi replied without hesitation. During their time at the Tianyong Beast Arena, Li Qingping had consumed a delicacy meticulously prepared by Lu Jiyuan, successfully breaking through to the peak of the foundational stage. However, her combat prowess had not yet matched that of a typical foundational peak cultivator. Thus, she was currently refining her newfound understanding within the royal family. Upon hearing Li Qingdi's words, Lu Jiyuan was somewhat astonished. Had a simple spicy rabbit head he made produced such remarkable effects? Why had he not utilized it himself? What Lu Jun did not anticipate was that he had been blessed by the Tao of heaven and was endowed with extraordinary fortune. How could the meals he diligently prepared be so easily attained? Outside the Tianling auction house, a considerable number of individuals were queuing at the entrance, for each Tianling auction showcased numerous rare treasures, including many exceedingly scarce celestial materials and earthly gems, naturally attracting a throng of attendees. Soon, under the guidance of Emperor Li Qing, the two arrived before the Tianliang auction house, just as an unfriendly voice echoed nearby. Isn't that the third prince? Why is he accompanied by a useless cultivator at the Pika Foundation establishment? Upon hearing this voice, Emperor Li Qing's brow furrowed in displeasure, while Lu Jun turned to see the source, a young man standing before him. Noticing the expression on Lu Jiyuan's face, Emperor Li Qing communicated telepathically, "Brother Lu, this is Xue Qintian, the brother of the Xue Qinyang you defeated earlier. He is at the early stage of void refinement." As he spoke, a hint of apprehension appeared on Emperor Li Qing's countenance. Although both were at the same early stage of void refinement, Xue Qintian had spent over 500 years achieving his breakthrough, while Xue Qinyang was merely in his 200 years, indicating that Xue Qintian's talent was considerably superior. Though I thought it was someone significant, it turns out to be the brother of that dead demon. By the way, are you aware that your brother has become a dead demon? Or perhaps he transformed due to some unspeakable secret between you two? Given that you have a brother who is a dead demon, you shouldn't be so simple yourself. Let me investigate. Do you have a penchant for men? Lu Jiyuan feigned enlightenment. Ah, so you are the enemy. Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, Xue Qintian's expression darkened. At that moment, he realized that the person before him was the culprit behind his brother's demise. He contemplated taking action, but quickly recalled that his brother had been slain even with the protection of a composite body elder, leaving him without the confidence to confront a formidable being of the composite body stage. After a moment of thought, Xue Qintian sneered. "You are quite arrogant. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner, though we have plenty of time ahead. Let's see what unfolds." With that, he presented his invitation and strode inside. Xue Qintian's decision not to engage left Lu Jiyuan feeling somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to provoke Xue Qintian into attacking, allowing him to have the Qian Wang deal with him. No other reason, but it would appear more straightforward at this moment. Emperor Li Qing looked at Lu Jiyuan with admiration for his audacity, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother Lu, you are remarkable. However, I suspect that Xue Qintian is here for something specific and will likely confront you later. Not to worry. If he dares to provoke me again, I shall not hesitate to teach him the true meaning of using my entire fortune to challenge his pocket change." Lu Jiyuan replied earnestly. At this moment, he had not even mentioned the 1 million top-grade spirit stones he had acquired from the Tianyong Beast Arena. Before arriving in the capital, the Eternal Life Ancestor had entrusted him with 100 million top-grade spirit stones, urging him to indulge a little and leave behind the hardships of his past. Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, Emperor Li Qing couldn't help but smirk, but had no retort, promptly glancing at the entrance. "Let us proceed. If we delay any longer, we shall be late." Chapter 64. Reunion with Qing Xuelin and Lin Yuran. How intriguing. I did not expect the Tianling auction house to be so adept at arranging matters. "Bringing us together," Lu Jiyuan remarked in surprise, while in proximity was Emperor Li Qing's private box, which could only be reserved for those of noble status, while the majority sat below, mingling with others. However, Lu Jiyuan chose not to occupy his own box, as accompanying Emperor Li Qing would allow him to gain insights. The private box of the Tianling auction house was adorned with a unique charm. It was protected by special formations, rendering it impossible for even powerful beings at the composite body stage to discern the happenings within. Naturally, since they provide private boxes, they must prioritize privacy, that if esteemed guests were to engage in any personal affairs and be discovered, it would be quite embarrassing. Emperor Li Qing explained. Lu Jun nodded thoughtfully as the two approached the window of the box, observing the unfolding scene outside. Inside the auction hall, there were nearly 10,000 seats. With 100 private boxes designated for guests of varying status, Lu Jun stood by the window, continuously watching the attendees enter, and as time progressed, the auction was soon to commence. Unexpectedly, he spotted two familiar figures in a nearby box, none other than Qing Xue and Lin Yuran. At this moment, Cheng Shui had already advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Lin Yuran had also reached the foundation establishment stage. Their visit to the Yuanwu Kingdom was not solely for the Qingfeng secret realm, but primarily for the Tianling auction. Given their master status, securing a box was certainly within the realm of possibility. From their excited demeanor, it was evident that it was their first time attending an auction. After a brief moment, Lin Yuran suddenly pondered aloud. "Sister, do you think young Master Lu will attend this auction?" Upon hearing Lin Yuran's words, Cheng Shui's expression shifted. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Given his status, it is certainly plausible for him to attend. It is just uncertain whether he will." During their time at the Tianyong Beast Arena, they had learned of Lu Jiyuan's presence in the capital, but were unaware if he would come to the auction. As they indulged in their thoughts, they were oblivious to Lu Jiyuan, who was not far from them, intently watching the auction stage. As a woman gradually approached the stage to attend her appearance, the crowd of bidders erupted in excitement. Bai Susu, the woman, with a radiant smile, waved her hand and proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone, to this Tianling auction. I am the auctioneer Bai Susu, and I will be introducing all the auction items to you. Without further ado, let us unveil the first item for auction." Bai Susu, exuding confidence, waved her hand, and in the next moment, an attendant from the Tianling auction house appeared, carrying a platter covered with red cloth. "Wait, it can actually block spiritual senses?" Lu Jiyuan probed with his spiritual sense onto the platter, only to be astonished to find that he could not penetrate the fabric. It is worth noting that although Lu Jiyuan was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, his profound foundation allowed his spiritual sense to rival that of the peak of Golden Core and extend its reach up to 5 kilometers. Yet he could not even unveil a piece of red cloth. Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's remark, Emperor Li Qing chuckled and explained, "Brother Lu, you may not be aware, but this red cloth is known as the Heavenly Veil Cloth, which has been imbued with restrictions by a powerful cultivator. Even a being at the Great Ascension stage cannot peer through it to uncover what lies beneath. This is done both to maintain an air of mystery and to uphold the dignity of the Tianling auction house. After all, it would be quite shameful if guests discovered the auction items before they were unveiled." Hearing this, Lu Jiyuan finally understood and turned his gaze back to the auction stage that as the platter was presented before Bai Susu. She swiftly unveiled the Heavenly Veil Cloth and announced, "The first auction item is a low-grade spirit sword of the heavenly tier, crafted by the renowned Master Qianshui. Even among low-grade heavenly tier weapons, it is considered an exceptional weapon. The starting bid is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." As Bai Susu concluded her introduction, the bidders below erupted with excitement. My heavens! Is it true that this sword was forged by the legendary Qianshui, who even crafted immortal artifacts? If so, this sword is definitely worth bidding for. Everyone, I am a sword cultivator. Might you allow me to have it? Step aside. There are more sword cultivators here than just you. The bidders went into a frenzy, and the initial price of 100,000 quickly soared to several billion low-grade spirit stones. And it showed no signs of stopping. "Brother Lu, do you not wish to place a bid?" Emperor Li Qing inquired, noting Lu Jiyuan's expression that he too was tempted, but he understood that the final price for this weapon would likely hover around 100 million top-grade spirit stones, a sum difficult even for him to muster. "Let us pass on this one. I am not particularly interested," Lu Jiyuan replied, shaking his head. Although he appreciated fine swords, this particular weapon did not catch his fancy. Moreover, he sensed that something more suited to him lay ahead, which might prove more rewarding. Emperor Li Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, without sufficient cultivation, one could not unleash the true might of a low-grade heavenly tier spirit sword. It was akin to a mere mortal possessing a divine artifact, yet failing to slay an immortal emperor, for they could not harness the weapon's true potential. Chapter 65. The relics of unknown rank. The subsequent items that appeared one after another piqued Lu Jiyuan's interest. Yet he refrained from bidding, for it seemed that these items were already quite abundant in his ancestor's possession. Could that young man possibly be short on funds to not bid even once? Shui Qindian sat in his private box nearby, his expression dark as he pondered. His box was number 5, while Lu Jiyuan and Li Qingdi occupied box number 2, which he had naturally observed. Meanwhile, box number 1 was reserved specifically for Qin Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Shui Qindian sought to calm himself. Redirecting his gaze to the auction stage, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had come here solely for one particular item. The rest held little significance for him. Yet he was not the only one privy to this information. In box number 9, the Chun family's elder, with a solemn demeanor, fixed his gaze upon the auction stage. Well aware that this item was of great interest to more than just these two factions, the Hawan sect, a renowned fifth-tier force in the vicinity, had dispatched a powerful elder in the mid-transformation stage to compete for the item, as their leader possessed a cultivation level rivaling that of Li Wang. Likewise, the Sword Immortal sect and the Overlord sect had also sent formidable representatives to participate in the bidding at this moment. However, Lu Juan remained oblivious to the brewing competition. Soon, as a mid-tier heavenly-grade broken mirror pill was auctioned off for 5 million exquisite spirit stones, Bai Susu's expression turned grave as a messenger approached with a tray. Bai Susu began to explain, the next item for auction is a map to a relic of unknown rank. At her announcement, the various factions present could hardly contain their excitement, clearly having come with this very item in mind. This map was fortuitously acquired by our Tianling auction house. It corresponds to the remnants left behind by a formidable being of unknown rank. Our estimates suggest that at the very least, it is a relic from a transformation stage expert. With these words, the bidders in attendance erupted with enthusiasm. After all, a transformation stage cultivator could boast a lifespan of up to 1,000,000 years, wielding countless spells and supernatural abilities. According to our regulations, the starting bid for this map is set at 100,000 exquisite spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100,000. Bai Susu announced the starting price, causing many cultivators to hesitate, for it was evident that the final price would be exorbitant. The auction begins. With Bai Susu's command, the atmosphere shifted as someone could no longer remain seated. I bid 1 million, a soft, feminine voice emerged from box 15, only to be swiftly outbid. That I am from the Wang family. Give Wang Tung some face. That I bid 5 million. A domineering voice resonated from box 10, prompting astonishment among the audience. My heavens, it's the Wang family. And it's that Wang Tung fellow, reputedly having broken through to the transformation stage at merely 1,000 years old, hailed as an emperor in the making. Never mind, perhaps we should give the Wang family some consideration. Following Wang Tung's declaration, many factions quickly abandoned their intentions to compete, recognizing the potential of his remarkable talent. Yet, some were undeterred, and naturally. That included Xue Qintian. Is Wang Tung truly that formidable? How does he measure against me? Xue Qintian. I bid 10 million. Xue Qintian scoffed, and upon hearing his bid, Wang Tung's previously golden visage darkened considerably. He had heard of Xue Qintian's talents, but in comparison to himself, they paled. After all, he had reached the initial stage of the void refinement at merely 200 years of age. Young man. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. I bid 15 million. Wang Tung retorted, aware of the vital importance of the relic to him. Oh, how intriguing. I shall join in as well. 20 million at this moment. The Chen family's elder boldly raised the stakes, for their family had the backing of their daughter, who had joined the Eighth Thunder sect, making them formidable contenders. 20 million. That seems a bit low. I bid 30 million. A robust voice boomed from box 15, eliciting wary expressions from many in attendance. Isn't the Overlord sect reluctant to involve themselves in such matters? Why are you joining in? Wang Tung's face soured, for the Overlord sect was notorious for their aggressive nature, and few wished to engage with them. Humph, the Overlord sect requires no explanation for our actions. We simply seek to stabilize our Dao heart. Within box 15 sat a muscular man, the elder of the Overlord sect, Pang Tian, alongside a slender figure, whom Li Tai would recognize if present. Chapter 66. An impromptu bid. How amusing. The previously calm Lu Jun suddenly felt a stirring of interest upon glimpsing the relic map. Li Qingdi, noticing his reaction, inquired with curiosity, Brother Lu, are you perhaps intrigued? Yes, it seems fateful that I shall bid on it. Lu Jun smiled as he raised his bidding plate. I bid 50 million. At this declaration, the prominent figures in attendance were taken aback, questioning the identity of this individual capable of such a staggering bid. Xue Qintian immediately recognized Lu Jun's voice, his expression darkening, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. How could that brat possess such abundant spirit stones? Xue Qintian mused in frustration, for securing that relic map was paramount. According to intelligence from the Xue family, this map was likely left behind by a great ascendant before their demise, possibly holding the key to acquiring their legacy. If they could obtain such a legacy, the Shui family might soon witness the emergence of a great ascendant of their own. Other factions were well aware of this news, hence the fierce competition for the map of unknown rank. Yet they had not anticipated Lu Jiyuan's intervention, that in terms of spirit stones. Lu Jiyuan was not lacking. He currently possessed over 100 million exquisite spirit stones and would not hesitate to invest them all if necessary. He trusted his judgment, sensing that the relic map could yield immense returns. Such was the advantage of exceptional fortune, where intuition often manifested into reality. Who exactly is this young man? Pang Tian's expression darkened upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's bid. Wally Tai beside him expressed surprise. Could it be Brother Lu? Having spent time together, he recognized Lu Jiyuan's voice, but quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that Lu Jiyuan lacked cultivation talent and was likely still at the county lord's residence. Humph, who are you? I, Wang Tung, bids 70 million. I hope you will consider my request. Wang Tung coldly challenged, seeking to pressure Lu Jiyuan into conceding, as he too needed the item to facilitate his breakthrough to the ascendant stage. Wang Tung had assumed Lu Jiyuan would grant him some leeway, but to his surprise, Lu Jiyuan was unfazed. What a joke! Who in the entire Emperor Xian continent was worthy of his consideration? Oh, do you consider yourself powerful? But what does that matter to me? I shall not concede that I bid 100 million spirit stones. Very well. Since you insist, I shan't say more. Just be cautious. The Tianling auction house will not shelter you forever. Wang Tung coldly replied, choosing not to raise his bid any further. 100 million exquisite spirit stones was beyond his means, even requiring enormous sacrifices from the entire Wang family to muster such an amount. The other factions, too, recognized their inability to match such a sum, and thus they bore resentment towards Lu Jun. Yet, regrettably, none among their ranks held the status of a great ascendant, leaving them powerless to sway Lu Jiyuan's resolve. 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million thrice. Congratulations to the guest in box number 2 for acquiring the map to the relic of unknown rank. This auction concludes here. We thank all guests for their participation. Within Bai Susu's heart lingered a tinge of disappointment. Yet she maintained her smile as she remarked, it was evident she believed the relic map was worth far more than the price it fetched. However, the final decision of the auction house was unyielding. That young man has likely become quite the prized possession in the eyes of many, that I hope he can survive what lies ahead. Shui Qintian snorted coldly, his expression darkening as he stated, with such a grand display today, Lu Jiyuan has certainly drawn the attention of many by acquiring the relic map, especially since he presented 1 billion top-tier spirit stones. It is likely that numerous individuals will seize the opportunity to act, and he is no exception, relaying the news back to his family. Many factions share this sentiment. We're a renowned power to acquire the relic map. They would be more than willing, but if a nameless nobody possesses such a precious item, their fate is sealed, death. Yet, Lu Jun seemed unfazed, remaining in the private room, while Li Qingdi expressed his apprehension. Brother Lu, given your current situation, it is likely that many have already set their sights on you. Shouldn't you exercise a bit more caution? After all, the principle of keeping wealth hidden is one that should be adhered to. However, Lu Jiyuan simply shook his head, stating, there is no need for that I am fully aware of this. Should they dare to come, I shall ensure they return empty-handed, with confidence etched across his face. He showed no fear even in the presence of a peak tribulation expert, for he harbored a divine decree from the ancestor of eternal life. Once invoked, he could summon the incarnation of the ancestor of eternal life, a power capable of effortlessly dispatching even late-stage Mahayana cultivators. Yet, a thought crossed Lu Jiyuan's mind, prompting him to curiously inquire, I am rather curious. Did the Li family not send anyone to bid on this relic map? I am unaware of this. Perhaps other families possess special information, Li Qingdi replied, though he himself found it hard to believe, for the Li family had received no news until his arrival. Naturally, he would not attempt to seize it from Lu Jiyuan, as he was uncertain whether the hidden king of 1,000 ghosts would eliminate him in an instant. That moment, the door to the room swung open, revealing a figure in the doorway. Upon seeing this figure, Li Qingdi's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully. I greet you, Elder Qin. Rise, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. You must be Li Xuanran's third son. I recall meeting you before. Qin Yuan then turned his gaze towards Lu Jiyuan, his expression growing serious, as he sensed the exceptional nature of Lu Jiyuan and the lurking presence of the king of 1,000 ghosts. If I am not mistaken, it seems your family has annihilated the Yumo sect, young friend. Qin Yuan remarked with a smile, leaving Lu Jiyuan momentarily dazed that he had yet to receive such news. But from Qin Yuan's words, he deduced that the Yumo sect had indeed been eradicated, likely at the hands of the ancestor of eternal life. Composed, Lu Jiyuan responded, "If all goes as expected, that should be the case." Hearing this, Qin Yuan smiled even wider, then continued, "This is not a convenient place for conversation. Please, young friend." In a private room of the Tianling auction house, Lu Jiyuan and his companions were seated, while Li Qingdi stood respectfully behind him. After all, the figure across from them was Qin Yuan, a presence that commanded reverence even from his own father. If he were to sit before Qin Yuan, it would surely disrupt the hierarchy. Yet, Lu Jiyuan was unperturbed. Having been invited by Qin Yuan himself, he took a seat directly opposite him. Qin Yuan, unbothered by the seating arrangement, calmly stated, "King of 1,000 ghosts, do come forth that I did not expect you to have become someone else's protector." As he spoke, a swirl of black mist appeared behind Lu Jiyuan, revealing the king of 1,000 ghosts. Although aware of Lu Jiyuan's hidden bodyguard, Li Qingdi was still taken aback, for he had not anticipated it to be the king of 1,000 ghosts. As the third prince, he was well aware of the king's prowess, which could easily obliterate a fifth-rate faction. "Did I greet you, Elder Qin?" The king of 1,000 ghosts remained respectful, bowing to Qin Yuan despite his association with the Lu family. Qin Yuan observed the king for a moment before shaking his head, choosing not to dwell on it, and turned his curiosity towards Lu Jiyuan. "Speaking of which, I seem to recall no powerful Lu family near the Yuanwu kingdom. Might I inquire about your origins, young friend?" Lu Jiyuan smiled and shook his head. "It is not a secret of identity. My Lu family has merely remained hidden in Qingfeng town, making it normal for outsiders to be unaware of our existence." Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan mention the Lu family, Qin Yuan's thoughts quickly turned to a certain figure, Lu Chongsheng, who had emerged years ago, challenging late-stage Mahayana cultivators before vanishing. "Might Lu Chongsheng be your ancestor?" Qin Yuan inquired tentatively. Lu Jiyuan was momentarily taken aback that Qin Yuan was familiar with his ancestor, but he smiled and confirmed, "Indeed." "Ah, I see that I have heard of the feats of Chongsheng Daoists from years past. To confront late-stage Mahayana cultivators at the peak of tribulation is a feat few can achieve," Qin Yuan remarked sincerely. Yet, his expression shifted to one of concern as he looked at Lu Jiyuan. "Young friend, I presume you acquired the relic map. It is likely that many will be eyeing you. The king of 1,000 ghosts alone may not suffice to fend them off. Would you require my assistance?" As the auction house president, he was acutely aware of the many who coveted the relic map, though he was uncertain who had leaked the information. Lu Jiyuan shook his head, then inquired thoughtfully. "There is no need for concern, Elder Qin, that I am merely curious as to why your auction house would put such a precious item up for bid." Lu Jiyuan trusted his instincts. This item could not simply be a relic of the Mahayana stage. It should be of a higher caliber, as it evoked such a strong reaction within him. As for that, we truly cannot discern its value. According to the seller, they possess no celestial destiny, Qin Yuan replied with a wry smile. For he too could not grasp its mysteries. The individual who brought it for auction was merely immortal. Yet inexplicably, Qin Yuan sensed an almost imperceptible aura of threat emanating from him. Coupled with the rules established by the Tianling auction house, he refrained from probing further or participating in the bidding. "Is that so?" Lu Jiyuan mused, yet he did not linger on it. Indeed, without celestial destiny, one might as well exchange it for a lifetime of riches. However, whether the seller could consume 1,000,000,000 top-tier spirit stones remained uncertain. As time pressed on, Lu Jiyuan rose to take his leave. Glancing at the clock, Qin Yuan smiled and remarked, "If I have the opportunity, I shall pay a visit to the Lu family, though we shall await your esteemed visit, Elder Qin," Lu Jiyuan responded before departing with Li Qingdi. Only after their exit did Qin Yuan's expression turn grave, murmuring to himself, "So it is Elder Lu. In that case, a visit is indeed warranted." Little did anyone know, years prior, Qin Yuan had received assistance from Lu Chongsheng when he was merely a novice at the initial stage of tribulation, while Lu Chongsheng had already advanced to the late stage. During a trial in the Tianma Mountains, he encountered a mid-tribulation beast, and it was Lu Changsheng who intervened to slay the beast, allowing Qin Yuan to survive. Now, upon learning of Lu Changsheng's whereabouts, Qin Yuan felt compelled to visit, especially considering the many who had set their sights on the map, posing a potential threat to Lu Jiyuan. Realizing that Lu Jiyuan was a descendant of Lu Changsheng, Qin Yuan discreetly followed, seeking to ensure Lu Jiyuan's safety. Unbeknownst to Lu Jiyuan, he was entirely unaware of this unfolding scene, as he and Li Qingdi stood at the entrance of the Tianling auction house. With the King of 1,000 Ghosts once again concealed within the void, silently safeguarding Lu Jun. Meanwhile, within the Chun family, the elder had relayed the news back home, and upon hearing it, Chen Fenglai decisively declared, "The matter of the relic map is of utmost importance. For safety's sake, I shall undertake the journey myself." Having spoken, Chen Fenglai's figure vanished into the hall of the Chen family, making his way towards the Tianling auction house. Naturally, many factions with ulterior motives had sent their people to seize the relic map, including prominent forces such as the Huan sect. As for Lu Jiyuan, he remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Even if he were to learn of them, he would not be concerned, provided that no formidable beings beyond the Mahayana stage were involved. Upon arriving at the Tianling auction house, Li Qingdi's gaze towards Lu Jiyuan revealed his astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lu's ancestral figure was none other than the esteemed Lu Changsheng. "Oh, you know my ancestor as well?" Lu Jiyuan inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. Clearly taken aback by the number of individuals in Yuanwu Kingdom who recognized his forebear. Indeed, Ancestor Changsheng was one of the foremost prodigies of his time. After all, it is a rarity to find someone capable of contending against a cultivator at the initial stage of Mahayana during the tribulation peak. P.S. Dear readers, as you reach this point, it wouldn't be too much to leave a review, would it? The book's performance has been dismal, and if things do not change, it may very well conclude by the end of this month. The author is currently dedicating himself full-time to this endeavor, earning merely a few coins each day. Truly a labor of love that I humbly beseech you all. The author bows before you. Chapter 68, Gathering of the Strong. The 1,000 Ghost King strikes, through Li Qingdi's words. Lu Jun gleaned the illustrious history of his ancestor, yet he was perplexed as to why he had never heard of it before. He couldn't help but commend the system for its remarkable efficiency. By the way, Brother Lu, now that you have acquired the relic map, when do you intend to embark on your exploration? Li Qingdi inquired curiously as he prepared to take his leave. But then quickly added, "Please do not misunderstand, Brother Lu. My curiosity is purely benign." Lu Jiyuan, however, was not overly concerned and pondered for a moment before replying, "I am uncertain about that, as I do not even know the whereabouts of the relic map. To search aimlessly would yield nothing. It is better to let fate guide me. When the time is right, I shall surely find it." His words prompted Li Qingdi to nod in agreement. Indeed, the map's origin remained a mystery. Yet after a moment's thought, Li Qingdi cautioned, "You may encounter dangers on your way back, as there are many eyes watching you. Exercise caution, Brother Lu." "Indeed," Lu Jun acknowledged, a proud expression gracing his face, "that if they dare to come, I would not hesitate to annihilate them. After all, with a solid backing, who could rival him?" Li Qingdi, observing this, could only sigh before taking his leave towards the royal palace, while Lu Jun turned his gaze towards the void. 1,000 Ghosts, should anyone make a move, show no mercy. Understood. The 1,000 Ghost King was well aware of what awaited him, yet he believed that the esteemed one had left behind methods for Lu Jiyuan, and he merely needed to play his part. Soon, Lu Jun soared towards the location of Qing's Hanyuan. As he departed, countless factions stirred into action, laying ambush along Lu Jiyuan's path. That on the journey home, Lu Jun sensed an unusual stillness, an unsettling quiet that was almost palpable. Possessing exceptional luck, he was attuned to the underlying currents of his surroundings. Thus, without hesitation, he halted mid-journey, turning his back with an air of nonchalance, and declared, "Everyone, there is no need to hide. Come forth, the hidden powerful beings." Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, momentarily froze. Had he truly discovered their presence, or was he merely feigning? However, considering they had set up restrictions here, even peak tribulation cultivators could not sense anything amiss. Moreover, they had come for the relic map, so they had no intention of remaining concealed. The next moment, a boisterous voice resonated from the shadows. "Ha, kid, hand over the relic map, and I shall spare your life." A figure, brimming with terrifying muscles, emerged from the void, none other than Pang Tian of the Batian sect. After careful consideration, Pang Tian decided to take action, for the relic map held immense importance, even stirring his own desires to, "Oh, which faction do you represent?" Lu Jiyuan inquired curiously, looking at Pang Tian, who replied with an imposing demeanor, "I am the Grand Elder of Batian sect, Pang Tian, but if you surrender the relic map, we shall ensure your safety, of course. We will not take it for free. We can offer you 80 million top-tier spirit stones." In response to Pang Tian's proposition, Lu Jun merely chuckled and shook his head. "Everyone present, come forth. Surely there are more of you than just this handful." As his words echoed, numerous powerful figures revealed themselves from the void. The Grand Elder of the Huan sect, the joyful Taoist, urged, "Young friend, please hand over the relic map. I can take you as my personal disciple." The Chen family declared, "We have come to claim your life, young friend. We kindly request you hand it over." The Shui family insisted, "We wish you safe travels." Wang Tung from the Wang family added, "I wish to befriend you. May I request the relic map?" Among the various factions, apart from the Chun and Shui families, most sought to recruit Lu Jiyuan, recognizing that his possession of such spirit stones indicated a significant background. Offending him would be ill-advised. "Oh, but I have heard that some wish for my demise. How about this? If you eliminate those two who seek my life, I shall willingly hand over the relic map," Lu Jiyuan feigned fear and suggested. The assembled powerful beings were stirred, glancing towards Chen Fenglei and Shui Changjiang. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Chen Fenglei and Shui Changjiang's expressions darkened, and they angrily exclaimed, "Can't you see? This kid is merely inciting discord." Shui Changjiang's words prompted a moment of contemplation among the others, as they realized the truth in his statement. The joyful Taoist stepped forward, asserting, "Indeed, do you not see? This is a clear case of inciting conflict." Unbeknownst to them, the joyful Taoist had stealthily positioned himself beside Shui Changjiang. Just as Shui Changjiang assumed the joyful Taoist was an ally, the latter struck with a swift palm. What Shui Changjiang's expression darkened, but he retaliated with a palm of his own. However, the joyful Taoist was evidently well prepared. Shui Changjiang was unable to block the attack and was sent flying several dozen meters away. "What is the meaning of this?" Shui Changjiang demanded, his countenance grim, while the joyful Taoist shrugged, saying, "Regrettably, I find myself tempted. If what he claims is true, eliminating you would reduce my competition to..." As the joyful Taoist spoke, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. While Chen Fenglei, still processing the situation, suddenly felt a piercing sensation from behind. "What?" Chen Fenglei exclaimed in disbelief, and upon turning, he countered with a punch, only to be sent flying by Pang Tian's blow. "My apologies, but I believe that young man will indeed hand it over to me, so it is time for you two to depart," Pang Tian expressed, a hint of regret in his tone. As a cultivator of physical refinement, if he were to get close to Chen Fenglei, it would certainly spell the latter's doom. "Damn it, Brother Shui, let's join forces," Chen Fenglei urged, casting a glance at Shui Changjiang without hesitation. With over 10 tribulation cultivators present, although Chen Fenglei was slightly stronger, he was merely at the peak of tribulation. Against such a multitude, the outcome remained uncertain. "Agreed," Shui Changjiang nodded grimly. With their alliance, the 10 or so tribulation cultivators present sprang into action. Chapter 69. The intervention of the Holy Thunder Taoist. The fierce battle erupted among the more than 10 tribulation cultivators. Observing the chaos, Lu Jun casually retrieved a stool from his storage ring, sat down, and began to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the face of the combined assault from over 10 tribulation cultivators, even Chen Fenglei, having reached the peak of tribulation, felt the immense pressure mounting that he could not help but exclaim in frustration. "Can't you all see? This fellow is merely toying with you." Although they were fully aware that it was a scam, they willingly immersed themselves in the battle against Chen Fenglei. After all, no one dared to guarantee that what Lu Jiyuan claimed was false. What if Lu Jiyuan was indeed telling the truth? Furthermore, eliminating Chen Fenglei would mean one less formidable opponent for them. After a few minutes of chaotic fighting, it was evident that Chen Fenglei was already covered in numerous injuries. However, thanks to the robust vitality of a tribulation period expert, as long as he was not killed instantly, these injuries were hardly significant. And on the other hand, Shui Changjiang found himself in a more dire predicament. Having lost his left hand to the joyful Taoist at some point, making the situation increasingly difficult. Enough! My daughter's master is an elder of the Eighth Thunder Sect. Do you not fear the retribution from the Eighth Thunder Sect if you wish to kill me? Upon hearing Chen Fenglai's words, the tribulation period experts present could not help but pause, while Xue Changjiang's expression grew somewhat agitated. After all, the experts of the Eighth Thunder Sect did not permit Chen Fenglai to casually invoke their name. Yet now, with Chen Fenglai facing life and death, could the Eighth Thunder Sect truly remain indifferent? Observing the halted tribulation period experts, Chen Fenglai wasted no time, directly taking out a transmission stone and channeling his power into it. Meanwhile, in the boundless sky above, endless lightning raged within the dark clouds. However, no one anticipated the presence of an enormous continent floating amidst the clouds. This was indeed the domain of the Eighth Thunder Sect. Residing within the thunderclouds, hence its name, down on one of the peaks of the Eighth Thunder Sect, a young girl was training her swordsmanship amidst the fierce lightning. Each move she made unleashing powerful bolts of electricity. This was the hallmark of a disciple of the Eighth Thunder Sect. Not far from her, an elderly man with flowing white hair watched her practice, shaking his head in disapproval. The girl was Chun Shu, while the elderly man was an elder of the Eighth Thunder Sect, a formidable expert at the peak of the Great Ascension stage. After she completed her practice of the Sacred Thunder Sword technique, the Sacred Thunder Taoist slowly approached Chen Shu. "Chen, your heart is in turmoil," the Sacred Thunder Taoist remarked, shaking his head. Upon seeing her master arrive, Chen Shun respectfully bowed. "Master, I cannot fathom why, but while practicing the Sacred Thunder Sword technique earlier, I was beset by an unsettling feeling, as if something dreadful were about to occur." Chen Shun furrowed her brows, disquieted, while the Sacred Thunder Taoist appeared somewhat astonished. After all, cultivators place great faith in their inner feelings. And given that Chen Shuyuan had already broken through to the void refinement stage, her apprehension could hardly be dismissed as baseless at that moment. Sensing something amiss, Chen Shuyuan retrieved a stone from her storage ring. A surge of power erupted from it, and the next instant, through the transmission stone, she witnessed the events unfolding in Yuanwu Kingdom. On the other side, upon seeing his daughter, Chen Fenglai could no longer maintain his composure. Exclaiming pitifully, "Daughter, I am being bullied. They disregard our Chun family." Naturally, Chen Shuyuan was not inclined to take her father's word at face value. After surveying the surroundings, it indeed seemed that her father had been wronged. Contemplating this, a shadow of anger crossed her face, and just as she was about to speak, the Sacred Thunder Taoist interjected. "Everyone, Chen Taoist is our friend in the Eighth Thunder Sect. I implore you to show some courtesy and refrain from causing chaos. Otherwise, I shall personally pay each of you a visit." The Sacred Thunder Taoist's words inevitably instilled a sense of trepidation among the tribulation period experts present, for they could not afford to underestimate the colossal entity that was the Eighth Thunder Sect. Joyful Taoist was the first to step forward, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Since it is the esteemed Sacred Thunder's request, I shall indeed show some courtesy. Until we meet again." With that, Joyful Taoist prepared to leave, and the other tribulation period experts followed suit. For with the Sacred Thunder Taoist speaking, they certainly would not seek further trouble, in the presence of the Eighth Thunder Sect. They had no capacity to resist, for a mere intervention from the Sacred Thunder Taoist would spell their doom, given that he was an unparalleled expert at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. When facing such fifth-rate forces, he need not exert his full strength to annihilate them. Though Peng Tian was a body refinement cultivator, he was not a fool. Recognizing the futility of provoking the Eighth Thunder Sect, he too prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Lu Jiyuan rose to his feet. Hey, I never said you could leave." That Lu Jiyuan stood up, speaking nonchalantly. "What a joke. You think you can offend me and just walk away? Not a chance. Only Peng Tian might show some leniency toward Xiao Tai, refraining from outright murder, while the others were all destined to perish." Upon hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, the countenances of the tribulation period cultivators darkened. They were showing courtesy to the Sacred Thunder Taoist, not to some insignificant foundation-building weakling. "Oh, little brat, you have quite the audacity. Do you not fear for your life?" Peng Tian said, now intrigued, while Lu Jiyuan merely shook his head and gazed at them. Stating flatly, "Today all present shall die." Chapter 70. Qin Yuan takes action. "Ha! You have quite the audacity, young man. Chen Taoist, may I dispose of him? I shall take nothing from his belongings." Provoked by this, Joyful Daoist could no longer sit idle and stepped forward, letting out a cold snort, to which Chen Fenglai paid no heed. Feel free. With Chen Fenglai's consent, Joyful Daoist vanished in an instant, reappearing before Lu Jiyuan, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, devoid of any reaction. Remember this. Young man, that do not seek death in your next life. Joyful Daoist sneered, and just as he was about to eliminate Lu Jiyuan, a sigh interrupted him. Everyone, grant me a moment of your time. The next instant, a figure appeared before Lu Jiyuan, effortlessly blocking Joyful Daoist's attack with a single hand. Upon seeing the identity of the intervening figure, all present were taken aback. Hiss, it is Elder Qin. Wow, this is going to be interesting. Even Elder Qin has taken an interest. The figure standing before Lu Jiyuan was none other than Qin Yuan. After Lu Jiyuan's departure, Qin Yuan had stealthily followed him, intending to protect him at a critical moment. Yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming assembly of adversaries. Apologies, Elder Qin, but it seems the Tianling auction house has regulations against interfering in the conflicts of other factions. Upon recognizing Qin Yuan, Joyful Daoist was taken aback, hastily apologizing while recalling something that piqued his curiosity. Qin Yuan's expression darkened slightly, and he replied coolly, "What? Do I need to explain my actions to you?" "Of course not." Joyful Daoist, being astute, quickly recognized Qin Yuan's displeasure, repeatedly expressing his understanding. I hold this young man in high regard. Please, everyone, disperse." Qin Yuan stated indifferently, relying on his formidable Great Ascension stage cultivation to compel them to depart. Naturally, Joyful Daoist and the others had no choice but to swallow their pride and back down, although one among them remained undeterred by Qin Yuan's authority. Chen Fenglai. "Elder Qin, it is not that I am unwilling to accommodate you. But this young man has repeatedly insulted my Tianyong Beast Arena and has even crippled my Chun family's Chun Chi. This grudge cannot go unavenged," Chen Fenglai asserted, maintaining his dignity. As Qin Yuan prepared to express his anger, he noticed Chen Xuan's expression darken upon hearing that Chun Chi had been crippled. "Father, is my third uncle all right?" "He is fine. Fortunately, he has retained his life," Chen Fenglai replied, shaking his head. That moment, Qin Yuan's attention shifted to the sacred Thunder Daoist, and his expression grew increasingly grim. While he could suppress ordinary tribulation period cultivators, he could not contend with the sacred Thunder Daoist at the peak of the Great Ascension stage. Qin Yuan intended to say more, but the sacred Thunder Daoist interjected. "Daoist Qin, this matter is beyond your jurisdiction. Kindly withdraw." Seeing the sacred Thunder Daoist stand up, Chen Fenglai's pride swelled even further. With Chen Xuan's exceptional talent and innate Yin Thunder physique, she excelled at cultivating thunder-based techniques, which naturally warranted the sacred Thunder Daoist's careful attention. Qin Yuan contemplated bringing up Lu Jiyuan's background to caution the sacred Thunder Daoist, but was interrupted by Lu Jiyuan. "Elder Qin, I appreciate your kindness, but I shall handle the ensuing matters myself." My stance remains unchanged. "Today, all who strike shall meet their end." Lu Jun spoke with an air of nonchalance, while Qin Yuan was about to caution him to be wary. However, he was struck by Lu Jiyuan's expression. What kind of expression was it? It was one of calmness, fearlessness, and even carried a hint of mockery. Considering that his ancestor was the esteemed Chongqing, Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Given Chongqing's character, how could he possibly leave his descendants without a means of defense? Furthermore, with Lu Jiyuan's prodigious talent and the protection of the King of Thousand Ghosts, Qin Yuan naturally found it hard to believe that he lacked any trump cards. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuan earnestly advised, "In that case, do take care." Having said this, he stepped aside, yet the powerful figures present during the tribulation phase did not leave. Instead, they gazed at Lu Jiyuan with expressions filled with mockery, eager to witness how he would meet his demise. Only Pang Tian harbored a modicum of respect for Lu Jiyuan, yet he understood that unless Lu Jiyuan's background could withstand the Eighth Thunder sect, today might indeed be his day of reckoning. After Qin Yuan stepped aside, Chen Fenglai let out a cold snort and declared, "Young man, when you crippled a member of my Chen family, you should have foreseen this day would come. Therefore, prepare to meet your end." Chen Fenglai spoke, and in the next moment he launched his attack, only to be caught off guard when Lu Jiyuan also made his move. Chapter 71. Great Ascension Law Decree in the face of Chen Fenglai's assault. Lu Jiyuan remained utterly unperturbed. His composed demeanor instilled a sense of unease in Chen Fenglai. However, upon recalling that the Holy Thunder Taoist stood behind him, he quickly dismissed his trepidation that I in the blink of an eye. Chen Fenglai was before Lu Jiyuan, aiming to strike him down on the spot. Yet to his astonishment, his attack was thwarted by an invisible barrier just before it reached Lu Jiyuan. What? Chen Fenglai exclaimed in disbelief. And in the next moment, a golden radiance erupted from Lu Jiyuan's body. Chen Fenglai swiftly retreated, covering a distance of a kilometer in mere seconds. The other tribulation phase powerhouses were equally astonished, their faces displaying horror as they contemplated fleeing. Yet in the next instant, an unseen force emanated from Lu Jiyuan, sealing off the space within 100 miles. Impossible! Break through! The joyful Taoist sensed the barrier's existence and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike, only for it to produce no reaction against the barrier. Simultaneously, in Qingfeng town, the reclusive Lu Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes, his face contorted with fury as he demanded, "Who dares to lay a hand on my Lu family's descendant?" This furious voice resonated throughout Qingfeng town, leaving its inhabitants curious about the identity of the fool who had provoked the Lu family. Given the current circumstances, they had come to understand that the Lu family's power had likely surpassed that of the Yuanwu kingdom, and their presence in Qingfeng town was likely due to the ancestral grounds being located there. Receiving the news, Lu Xian promptly arrived before Lu Chongqing, his expression dark as he inquired, "Ancestor, who has dared to strike at Jun?" In the midst of his words, Lu Xian's cultivation level had evidently advanced to the mid-Yuaning stage. For he had initially been at the early Yuaning stage, that it was no surprise that, with Lu Chongqing's assistance, he had achieved this rapid progression that I do not know, but Jiyuan bears my law decree, allowing me to take command. Lu Chongqing replied with a cold snort, his aura brimming with murderous intent. That I in the next moment, he sat cross-legged, connecting his consciousness to the law decree that resided within Lu Jiyuan. Lu Xian, filled with killing intent, declared, "Whoever dares to strike at a member of the Lu family shall face no mercy." How can it be? This young man possesses a Great Ascension Law decree. The Holy Thunder Taoist could distinctly sense the presence of the Great Ascension Law decree on Lu Jiyuan, knowing that only cultivators of the Great Ascension stage and above could leave such a mark. And it required profound mastery in the Great Ascension stage to accomplish it. Seeing this unfold, Qin Yuan's expression morphed into one of realization. With the endorsement of a senior, he felt a sense of reassurance. Yet he also felt a twinge of astonishment, for even he could not currently condense a law decree. Only cultivators of the mid-Great Ascension stage and beyond could achieve such a feat. This implied that his friend Chongqing had indeed broken through to a level beyond the mid-Great Ascension stage. However, recalling that Lu Chongqing's previous cultivation had surpassed his own, he found it acceptable and resolved to seek an occasion to pay a visit to the senior, that I in the span of mere seconds. The golden light from Lu Jiyuan soared into the air, instantly transforming into a colossal figure, the true form of Lu Chongqing's law decree. Each law decree required immense dedication from its creator, and upon completion, it could manifest as an avatar one minor realm below the creator's own level, allowing the creator's consciousness to control it. Lu Chongqing opened his eyes, his gaze filled with rage as he demanded, "Who dares to act against my Lu family's prodigy?" Upon uttering these words, a terrifying aura radiated from him, causing the present cultivators to grow tense. Feeling Lu Chongqing's overwhelming pressure, Qin Yuan's shock deepened, and he muttered, "Impossible! This pressure is at least that of the late Great Ascension stage, meaning Ancestor has already attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, having witnessed the presence of a late Great Ascension stage cultivator in his early years." He could clearly perceive that this aura was at least at the pinnacle, and he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. That in the past, he and Lu Chongqing had merely been two minor realms apart. Yet now they had diverged by 3. Truly, Lu Chongqing was a prodigy of remarkable talent. Qin Yuan was left astounded, and the other tribulation phase powerhouses trembled in fear. Shui Changjiang's expression darkened, for this meant his vendetta against Lu Jiyuan would likely remain unfulfilled. As for Chen Fenglai, although his expression was grim, he did not seem overly concerned, for with the Holy Thunder Taoist present, he doubted that anyone would dare to act against him. The Eight Thunder sect was a third-rate power known to instill fear across hundreds of light years, with its Earth immortal strongmen being exceedingly terrifying, capable of obliterating vast expanses of space with a mere wave of their hands. However, Lu Juan remained unfazed, as he did not believe that the Eighth Thunder Sect would dispatch Earth immortal experts to confront them at the outset. If given a day, all issues could be resolved effortlessly. Ancestor, these people intend to seize a relic map I acquired. All of them have made their move. Lu Juan stated calmly as his words fell. Chen Fenglai stepped forward. This senior, I believe there may have been some misunderstanding between us that I apologize, and furthermore, my daughter has become a direct disciple of an elder from the Eighth Thunder Sect. Let this matter be settled here. Chen Fenglai spoke with an air of indifference, as if merely mentioning the Eighth Thunder Sect would compel Lu Chongsheng to relent. The Holy Thunder Taoist observed this scene, confident that Lu Chongsheng would make a wise decision. Yet, what the Holy Thunder Taoist did not anticipate was that Lu Chongsheng had always been a fearless individual. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront a great Ascension Stage cultivator at the peak of the Tribulation Stage. Chapter 72. The Death of Numerous Tribulation Phase Powerhouses. Oh, if I were to say that I would show you no mercy, what could you possibly do? Lu Chongsheng's brows furrowed as an aura of extreme danger emanated from him, causing all present, including Qin Yuan, to grow solemn. In the next moment, disregarding the Holy Thunder Taoist Council, Lu Chongsheng launched his attack. In his eyes, there was no one who could warrant his caution. Die. Lu Chongsheng uttered softly. And in the blink of an eye, a sharp surge of celestial energy shot forth from his fingertip, targeting a tribulation phase cultivator. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, no elaborate techniques were necessary. A simple, casual strike was sufficient to end their existence 1,000 times over. The tribulation phase cultivator barely had time to register the situation before being struck by Lu Chongsheng's attack. His body swelled like a balloon, and in the next instant he exploded, his Yuaning unable to escape. Curse it, everyone flee! The joyful Taoist exclaimed in terror upon witnessing this scene, immediately attempting to break through the barrier erected by Lu Chongsheng. The notion that uniting would grant them a fighting chance was laughable, for if great Ascension Stage cultivators were truly so easily dealt with, it would become a farce. Yet, how could they hope to escape in the face of Lu Chongsheng's wrath? As Lu Chongsheng's relentless assaults continued, the bodies of those present, cultivators undergoing tribulation, were mercilessly torn apart, quickly saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent of blood. At that moment, Lu Juan recalled something and bowed respectfully to the frenzied Lu Chongsheng, saying, Ancestor, please spare that bald man. He has some connections to an old acquaintance of mine, and he did not attack me earlier. After all, Xiao Tai is at the Ba Tian sect, and Pang Tian is an elder there. He might know Xiao Tai. I understand, Lu Chongsheng replied with a mere nod, then deliberately bypassed Pang Tian, casually unleashing a stream of celestial energy aimed directly at the joyous Taoist. Senior, please cease your actions. The leader of my Hawan sect is on the verge of breaking through to the Great Ascension Stage. If that happens, the joyous Taoist pleaded desperately, but his words did not halt Lu Chongsheng's advance. What did he just say? Lu Chongsheng mused curiously as the joyous Taoist's words fell, but the joyous Taoist was already slain. So Lu Chongsheng had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Moreover, he would later seek an explanation from the powers present. Should he find their response unsatisfactory, he would not hesitate to obliterate the entire faction. The realm of cultivation was inherently fraught with bloodshed. The annihilation of a faction was merely a matter of moments, for in this world, strength reigns supreme. Could it be that my Ba Tian sect has some connection with this young friend? Pang Tian pondered, having heard Lu Jiyuan's words, but regardless of the outcome, he felt he had survived. Under the nearly terrifying might of Lu Chongsheng, within a mere minute, only Chen Fenglai and Shui Changjiang remained among the tribulation stage experts. Aside from Pang Tian Sr., please show mercy. I will not pursue this matter any further. I implore you, spare my life for the sake of the Ba Lei sect. Chen Fenglai, having witnessed Lu Chongsheng's decisive nature, was gripped by fear, yet it was unfortunate that Lu Chongsheng had never intended to let him off. Since I began my cultivation journey, I have encountered countless individuals who were arrogant before me. But in the end, they all knelt down and begged for mercy, and I, in a moment of compassion, spared their lives. Yet instead of gratitude, I was met with their even more frenzied revenge, placing me in peril. Thus, from that moment on, I resolved that once I strike, it will be to the death. Therefore, It is best for you to depart this life, Lu Chongqing stated, causing flickers of fear to cross the faces of Xue Changjiang and Chen Fenglei. With Chen Fenglei's visage darkening ominously, since you seek my life, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. Even if we cannot perish together, I will at least injure you, upon finishing his words. Chen Fenglei's body swelled ominously. What? Is he going to self-destruct? Qin Yuan remarked in surprise, fully aware that a self-detonation could lead to certain death. Even he would suffer significant injuries should he encounter a peak tribulation stage cultivator in such a state. However, it was rare for a peak tribulation stage cultivator to self-detonate in the presence of a great ascension cultivator, as the latter would likely have dispatched them before such an act could occur. As expected, Lu Chongqing remarked nonchalantly, "If you truly manage to self-detonate before me, I might as well abandon my path." Jiyuan observed this sword closely. Chongqing Feixian. As a rare sword cultivator, Lu Chongqing's prowess was undeniable, and he had attained profound mastery in the sword arts. With Lu Jiyuan positioned behind him, he wished to gauge Lu Jiyuan's innate talent and discern whether he could glean any insights from this strike. Upon hearing Lu Chongqing's words, Lu Jiyuan's expression turned serious as he regarded Lu Changxing. Lu Chongqing merely extended his hand, and a snow-white longsword materialized in his grasp. This was none other than his weapon, the Celestial Longxing Sword. Chapter 73. The Grudge Against the Ba Lei Sect, the Celestial Ancestor. What? Is it truly this sword? Qin Yuan exclaimed, suddenly agitated, for he knew that it was with this very sword that Lu Chongqing had slain a nascent great ascension cultivator. This sword was rightfully regarded as Lu Chongqing's most formidable trump card. To think that he would willingly wield it for Lu Jiyuan's sake. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, Lu Jiyuan's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness, clearly moved by the underlying sentiment. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing's hand gently brushed the blade of the Longxing sword, his nostalgic gaze akin to that of a lover beholding their beloved. Though the description unfolded at length to those observing, it transpired in less than a second, while Chen Fenglei's form had already become unrecognizable. Seeing this, Lu Chongqing hesitated not a moment longer and launched his strike. Chongsheng, Feixian Slash. This sword technique was born from Lu Chongqing's insights gained during a life-threatening crisis, a moment of near-death in battle against a nascent great ascension cultivator that as he swung the Longxing sword. It seemed as if an enchanting celestial maiden emerged, clad in flowing white garments, her every movement exuding an alluring charm. Yet beneath such beauty lay an unfathomable danger, and this sword was no exception. In the blink of an eye, the celestial maiden surged forth towards Chen Fenglei, piercing directly through him. That moment, Chen Fenglei's inflated form began to revert back to its original state, and he appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Before he could react, his body began to dissipate from the feet upwards that in a mere second. Both of his legs vanished entirely, and in that instant, he understood he was doomed, unable to inflict harm upon Lu Chongqing and his companions. Only able to turn in rage towards the communication stone. "Daughter, avenge me." With that, Chen Fenglei transformed into ashes, completely vanishing from existence. Simultaneously, within the Chen family, the higher-ups anxiously awaited good news when an elder responsible for the Soul Lantern rushed in. His face pale with terror. "It's bad. The family head as Soul Lantern has extinguished." Before the gathered elders could respond, the elder continued breathlessly. Upon hearing his words, the elders stood in shock, disbelief etched upon their faces. "Impossible! Our family head is unparalleled. How could anyone kill him?" A senior elder of the Chen family, at the peak of integration, remarked grimly, aware of the family head's intentions, yet refusing to believe anyone could threaten him. Moreover, if the family head were to call upon the Ba Lei sect, no one would dare to harm him. However, upon witnessing the extinguished Soul Lantern bearing Chen Fenglei's name, they fell into a stunned silence. At that moment, Chen Fenglei's younger brother, Chen Shuimu, the highest-ranking member of the Chen family aside from Chen Fenglei, stepped forward. With his tribulation stage mid-level cultivation erupting, he commanded the attention of the elders. This matter must not be leaked. Additionally, dispatch someone to the Ba Lei sect to inform Shuan. Our utmost priority is to stabilize the Chun family situation. After all, there are numerous factions eyeing us hungrily that if they learn of our calamity, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine our power. Chen Shuimu's words prompted an immediate consensus among the elders present, but he continued, furthermore, with Xun allied with the Ba Lei sect and the Holy Thunder Taoist as her backing. It is only a matter of time before our Chun family rises. Thus, it is imperative that we maintain morale. Chen Shuimu's statements quickly set the elders into action, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the threat they had provoked was far more formidable than the Ba Lei sect. Meanwhile, various factions sensed the extinguishing of their own tribulation-stage expert soul lanterns, igniting a wave of fury, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate, as the Chun family had intervened, and they dared not strike against them. On the other side, Chen Shun, witnessing her father's tragic demise before her eyes, wore an expression of profound anguish as she glared intently at Lu Changsheng and Lu Jiyun. You will pay for this. Our days are far from over. The vengeance for her father's death would not go unpunished, and she was resolute in ensuring they would not escape unscathed. The Holy Thunder Taoist's expression darkened as well. After all, his dignity had been disregarded in front of him, making it impossible for him to simply overlook the matter. Who exactly are you people? The Saint Thunder Taoist inquired with a somber expression. For he was no fool. He merely wished to discern the exact affiliations of Lu Jiyuan and his companions. Should they belong to a minor faction or be inferior to the Eighth Thunder sect? Their annihilation would be a trivial matter. Naturally, Lu Changsheng was aware of his intentions and felt no fear within. He coldly retorted, "We are of the Lu family from Qingfeng Town, and we are also a force within the realm of Yuanwu. If you seek vengeance, then by all means come." Lu Changsheng's words instilled in the Saint Thunder Taoist a resolute determination to eliminate them. Splendid, from this day forth, your Lu family of Qingfeng Town shall be our adversaries in the Eighth Thunder sect. Prepare to face our wrath. With that, the Saint Thunder Taoist furiously severed the communication with the transmission stone. Master, I implore you to assist me in avenging this grievance. If I do not settle this score, I fear my Dao heart will waver, making it difficult for me to ascend to a higher realm. After the communication was cut off, Chen Shun immediately pleaded before the Saint Thunder Taoist, who merely sighed, his expression growing serious. Rest assured, we of the Eighth Thunder sect will not let this matter slide. Not only have they provoked us, but their blatant disrespect towards our sect seals their fate. Moreover, given Chen Shun's current standing within the Eighth Thunder sect, it was only fitting that they avenge her grievances. Thank you, Master. Chen Shun exhaled in relief, completely unaware of the formidable foe they had unwittingly provoked today. Chapter 74. Comprehending the sword intent of the primordial chaos. Meanwhile, after vanquishing all the tribulation phase cultivators, Lu Changsheng turned to Lu Jiyun, who had seated himself in contemplation, seemingly having gleaned some insight from his singular sword strike. Truly remarkable, my descendant, to gain enlightenment from a single sword stroke. Lu Changsheng laughed heartily, clearly elated by Lu Jun's presence, which promised to illuminate the Lu family's future and perhaps even surpass their former glory. On the other hand, Qin Yuan, witnessing this scene, could not help but gasp in astonishment. This young friend Lu possesses an extraordinary talent. As he truly comprehended the sword intent, it was well known that among 3,000 cultivators, sword cultivators were undeniably in the top 10, with sword intent regarded as a supreme existence, for its comprehension was exceedingly arduous. Even he, not being a sword cultivator, had yet to grasp it as Lu Jiyun meditated. Lu Changsheng's avatar fixed his gaze upon Qin Yuan, causing him to feel an imminent threat that I am Qin Yuan. Honored to meet you, senior. Upon sensing Qin Yuan's goodwill, Lu Changsheng refrained from eliminating him and instead remarked thoughtfully, if memory serves, several hundred years ago, I saved a lad named Qin Yuan. That would be you, correct? Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Qin Yuan's heart surged with excitement. He had not expected the senior to remember him. He quickly responded, indeed, it is I. I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I might not have ascended to my current level. Very well, then did I hope you will keep today's events confidential. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences. Lu Changsheng stated calmly, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Qin Yuan understood the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. Senior Lu is my savior, and given my friendship with young friend Lu, I would never be foolish enough to disclose what has transpired here. Satisfied, Lu Changsheng nodded in agreement. You had better, but for now, it is imperative that my junior focus on comprehending the sword intent. Given Jiyuan's current state, the sword intent he perceives is likely to be exceedingly formidable. While the precise nature of Lu Jiyuan's sword intent remained unknown, Lu Changsheng sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him. It was likely that Lu Jiyuan's comprehension of sword intent would not be trivial. Although Qin Yuan was unaware of the intricacies of sword intent, he too could discern the ancient and extraordinary aura surrounding Lu Jiyuan, suggesting that the grade of the sword intent was far from LOW. At the same time, within his mental realm, Lu Jiyuan found himself immersed in a world of the spirit, where a colossal giant appeared before him. Wielding a long sword, the giant gently swung the sword. It cleaved the heavens and earth asunder, casting everything into a state of destruction. Yet, following this destruction came rebirth, and Lu Jiyuan stood in awe, momentarily frozen in place, before enlightenment dawned upon him, an enigmatic aura enveloping him. Meanwhile, in the external world, Lu Changsheng's countenance was filled with joy, clearly delighted by his descendant's extraordinary talent. However, this elation was short-lived, as a terrifying thunder tribulation manifested in the sky. What is this? A celestial calamity has descended. Could it be Jin? Lu Changsheng's expression darkened as he gazed toward Lu Jiyuan, and the impending thunder tribulation confirmed his suspicions. What kind of sword intent has my descendant comprehended to invoke such a divine tribulation? Lu Changsheng's eyes brimmed with disbelief, yet he could do nothing but watch. After all, he could not withstand the heavenly tribulation. Any attempt to intervene would only amplify its power. Moreover, he chose to trust Lu Jiyuan. Given his current state, it was unlikely that a mere tribulation would pose a threat to him, on the other side. Qin Yuan was even more astonished, inwardly cursing. The members of the Lu family are all prodigies. First, there's Lu Changsheng at the peak of the tribulation phase, who slays those of the great ascension stage. And now Lu Jiyuan possesses even greater talent. Fortunately, his relationship with the Lu family was favorable. If he could solidify this connection now, he would be aligning himself with a powerful ally for the future. Just as the thunder tribulation was about to strike Lu Jiyuan, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The moment they did, the very sky seemed to change hue as a grayish-white light emanated from his gaze. Reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, imbued with the essence of the path of the primordial chaos, Lu Jiyuan calmly regarded the thunder tribulation above, and in the next instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted forth from his Qin Feng sword, in Lu Changsheng's mind. A terrifying thought flashed through, and he spoke with incredulity. Could it be this aura? Is it the legendary primordial chaos sword intent? Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Qin Yuan's face mirrored his shock. How is that possible? The primordial chaos sword intent is not the exclusive sword intent of that figure, is it? How could anyone comprehend it? The figure in question referred to the primordial chaos immortal emperor, an existence above the realm of immortal kings. Merely uttering his true name could invoke ominous events. Even mentioning his title would draw his attention. So they refrained from speaking the name of the primordial chaos immortal emperor, lest they be discovered. This could spell trouble. Lu Changsheng's brow furrowed with concern. After all, the primordial chaos immortal emperor was notoriously ruthless. If he learned that someone else had comprehended the primordial chaos sword intent, he would either recruit them as a disciple or eliminate them without mercy. There were no other possibilities. That today's events must remain known only to us few. Or at the very least, to the members of our Lu family. You understand? Lu Changsheng warned, and Qin Yuan, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, nodded repeatedly. Ultimately, he swore a heavenly oath under Lu Changsheng's threat, ensuring his silence. Once Qin Yuan had been dealt with, Lu Changsheng turned his attention back to Lu Jiyuan, who was braving the thunder tribulation. My descendant possesses the demeanor of an immortal emperor. After all, having grasped the primordial chaos sword intent, with diligent cultivation, he might one day reach the heights of the primordial chaos immortal emperor. At that time, the Lu family would truly rise to prominence. Chapter 75. One sword to shatter the thunder tribulation. The sensing of the primordial chaos immortal emperor in the present realm of Dihua, where the immortal emperors were absent. The immortal emperor stood as the strongest entity. If a single immortal emperor were to emerge, the Lu family would rise above the first-tier forces, gaining immense renown throughout the Dihua realm. With such thoughts, Lu Changsheng Qin Yuan and the Thousand Ghost King gazed solemnly at Lu Jun undergoing the tribulation. Eager to discern the extent of his newfound power, Liu Jin, gripping the Qingfeng sword, cast his expressionless gaze upon the thundered tribulation above, murmuring, "This sword embodies the primordial chaos sword. Intent, I have comprehended from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. And this strike is named Opening the Heavens." As the words of Lu Jun reverberated, an overwhelming sword intent, spanning the ages, erupted from his being to end that moment. Lu Jun transformed into an ancient and fearsome entity, striking forth with a sword aimed at the impending tribulation. This sword, imbued with the essence of primordial chaos, shattered the thunderous tribulation upon mere contact, leaving no trace of resistance in its wake. Yet, it did not cease there. The sword continued its trajectory towards the ominous clouds above, intent on fragmenting them as well. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of Lu Changsheng and the others turned to one of astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Lu Changsheng would breach the tribulation in such a manner. However, moments later, Lu Changsheng erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, my descendant possesses the bearing of an immortal emperor. My descendant possesses the bearing of an immortal emperor." Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, the expressions of the Thousand Ghost King and Qin Yuan grew solemn, for it was evident that they were on the brink of ascension, that if they were to align themselves with a future immortal emperor, their rise would be inevitable. That it is known that the great ascension stage is constrained by the limits of lifespan, typically capping at several million years. Yet, should one transcend to the human immortal stage, their lifespan would no longer be bound by the heavens, earning them the right to be considered as having a lifespan equal to that of the heavens themselves. The act of shattering the tribulation was not Lu Jiyuan's original intent. He merely sought to test the full extent of his current abilities. Clearly, the tribulation served as an excellent subject for this experiment. What Lu Jiyuan had not anticipated was how fragile this tribulation would prove to be, so easily extinguished by his sword. Of course, one cannot disregard the possibility that his strength had grown significantly. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the Emperor Xian continent, an ancient being concealed within the chaos seemed to sense something. Slowly opening its eyes, a hint of surprise gracing its visage. Could it be that someone has comprehended the primordial sword intent? Let me deduce where this individual might be the supreme being of the primordial sword intent. The primordial immortal emperor could indeed perceive its emergence. Should he wish, he could ascertain the information of the one who had grasped the primordial sword intent. Yet, as the primordial immortal emperor began his calculations, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Soon, he halted, disbelief etched across his face as he murmured, "How is it possible that there exists one whom I cannot deduce within the Emperor Xian continent? Could it be that this individual is the son of an immortal emperor? No, I must find this person, that if my senses are correct, their location should be in the southwestern direction." The primordial immortal emperor mused, soon calling out, "Anlin, come to me." Almost immediately, a figure materialized before him, emanating a terrifying aura, yet appearing trivial in the presence of the primordial immortal emperor. Should anyone have been present, they would surely recognize this formidable being as the renowned Anlin Jingxian, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Jingxian, merely a step away from breaking through to become an immortal king, a figure of immense power. Upon his arrival, Anlin bowed respectfully, inquiring, "Master, what is your command?" "Indeed, I sense that someone has comprehended the primordial sword intent. Yet there is something peculiar about this individual, rendering me unable to ascertain their existence. Therefore, I need you to locate them for me." The primordial immortal emperor replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Anlin's face flashed with shock, for he understood the immense power of his master. His own pinnacle Jingxian cultivation might appear overwhelmingly powerful to the outside world, capable of ruling an entire domain, but in the presence of his master, he felt no different from a mere mortal. The only distinction being that a mortal could be erased with a mere thought, whereas he would require a bit more effort, needing but a finger to eliminate. The individual is in the southwestern direction. You need only seek them out, that if you encounter any formidable beings, shatter this jade token, and I shall come forth to assist you." The primordial immortal emperor concluded, handing Anlin a small, exquisitely crafted jade token, imbued with a trace of his power. To be wise, simply shattering the token, Anlin could summon the primordial immortal emperor, who, though not in his true form, would be more than sufficient to vanquish an immortal king. Understood, Master. I shall not fail your command. Amlin replied, taking the token and hastening towards the southwestern direction, unaware of how long his journey might take. Once Amlin had departed, the primordial immortal emperor rose, and as he did so, the very heavens seemed to tremble. The primordial sword intent has not emerged for ages. I recall the last occurrence was during the previous epoch. I hope this individual has the wisdom to seek my tutelage. The primordial immortal emperor sighed, reminiscing about the last person to comprehend the primordial sword intent, who had emerged 1 billion years prior. He had successfully located that individual and expressed his intention to accept them as a disciple, to which they had eagerly agreed upon learning of his identity. Under his guidance, 1 billion years passed, and that individual had ascended to the early stages of Immortal King, a truly terrifying feat. After that, the primordial sword intent vanished once more, and he had entered seclusion, awakening for the first time in 1 billion years. For an immortal emperor, time had become a mere construct, with countless years slipping away in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Lu Jiun remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of the primordial immortal emperor. After obliterating the tribulation, Lu Jiun calmly sheathed his Qingfeng sword, only to observe the astonished expressions of the three around him. Curiously, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Alas, sometimes I find myself questioning whether our Lu family's foundation is truly capable of producing a prodigy such as yourself. Lu Chongqing sighed. Lu Jin merely smiled and shook his head. Ancestor, I, Lu Jin, was born into the Lu family, hence I am a part of the Lu family. My strength is not merely the result of fortune, but rather a testament to my slightly superior talent. He paused, then added, "By the way, did you truly comprehend the primordial sword intent just now?" Lu Chongqing queried again. Eager for confirmation, Lu Jiun chose to say little. Simply extending his hand, in an instant, a sword intent, rich with ancient essence, surged forth from his palm. That moment, the three were convinced that Lu Jiun had indeed grasped the primordial sword intent. Lu Chongqing, with a grave expression, cautioned, "Jin, if it can be avoided, it is best not to utilize the primordial sword intent, for the depths of its mysteries are profound, and you may not fully grasp them." Upon hearing Lu Chongqing's warning, Lu Jiun let out a cold laugh, exuding an air of dominance as he declared, "Ancestor, you need not worry that I, Lu Jun, was born to be invincible, with an innate heart of invincibility. Should I fear the primordial immortal emperor, it would only hinder my cultivation. Moreover, with my current talent, I dare assert that within 10,000 years, I will undoubtedly become a figure of immortal emperor caliber. At that time, even the primordial immortal emperor will not intimidate me in the slightest." His words left the three again in shock, prompting Qin Yuan to bitterly smile. "Young friend Lu, the strength of an immortal emperor is not as simple as you make it out to be. To my knowledge, the fastest prodigy to ascend to the rank of immortal emperor within the entire Emperor Xian continent took a full 1,000,000 years." In response, Lu Jiun merely smiled, offering no retort. Some matters are best left unspoken. Let time be the judge. Moreover, he was confident that within a century his background would likely render him invincible. At that point, he would not even need to intervene personally. His lineage would suffice to handle all matters within the Emperor Xian continent. Now that everything has been resolved, let us return. Lu Chongqing shook his head helplessly, pondering whether his descendant was excessively brash. However, what would a prodigy be if not a bit audacious? Just then, Lu Jiun recalled something and shook his head in resignation. "Ancestor, the grand competition of the 100 nations has yet to conclude. I still need to visit the royal family." "Very well. However, regardless of what circumstances you encounter outside, you must invoke my decree of absolution, that do not put yourself at risk," Lu Chongqing instructed earnestly, warming Lu Jiun's heart. "Affirming the bond of family." "Understood, Ancestor," Lu Jiun replied with utmost respect, and as those words fell, Lu Chongqing transformed into a decree, merging back into Lu Jiun's being. At that moment, Qin Yuan understood that he needed to ingratiate himself with Lu Jiun. Resolutely, he retrieved a purple token from his possession, presenting it to Lu Jiun. "Master Lu, this token is the esteemed guest token of my Tianling auction house. Simply holding this token will grant you a 30% discount on all purchases at our establishment." This was the finest offering he could muster. Is this truly appropriate? Lu Jiun was unaware of the value of the token, yet he smiled and stored it in his storage ring. Meanwhile, the King of Thousand Ghosts wore an expression of astonishment. It is well known that the guest tokens at the Tianling auction house are classified into 4 tiers. The bronze guest token, which affords a 10% discount. The silver token, offering a 15% discount. The golden token with a 20% discount. And finally, the esteemed purple gold guest token, which grants a 30% discount. There is nothing amiss. One could merely say that this token is fated to be with young friend Liu. Furthermore, if young friend Liu finds the time, I would be most grateful if you could support the business of Tianling Auction House, Qin Yuan remarked with a smile. After making an excuse that there were matters to attend to at Tianling Auction House, he promptly departed. Once he left, Lu Juan exchanged a knowing glance with the King of Thousand Ghosts, who instantly understood and led Lu Juan swiftly towards the royal family of the Yuanwu Kingdom. Simultaneously, deep within the forbidden grounds of the Yuanwu royal family, under the guidance of Lu Chongsheng and with the assistance of Lu Jiyuan, Li Xianran, and the national divine beast, the devouring python, were currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the great ascension stage. Li Xianran emanated an extraordinarily terrifying aura, as waves of imperial energy surged within him, continuously washing over his body. Beside him lay the devouring python, coiled in a tight spiral. Though its aura fluctuated, it remained on the cusp of becoming stronger at that moment. Both Li Xianran and the python simultaneously heard the sound of a bottleneck shattering. The previously clear skies over Yuanwu Kingdom turned ominous, as an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone, nearly preventing them from lifting their heads. Many powerful individuals of Yuanwu Kingdom looked up in astonishment, witnessing terrifying lightning tribulations manifesting in the sky above. Upon witnessing this scene, the citizens of Yuanwu Kingdom quickly grasped the significance. A powerful figure was about to emerge from the Great Ascension stage. Excitement coursed through the crowd, for the appearance of a Great Ascension expert meant that Yuanwu Kingdom would soon ascend to a Tier 4 power. In the Chun family, Chen Shuimu's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this spectacle. Clearly, the source of the commotion was the Li family. Has that fellow Li Xianran truly broken through to the Great Ascension stage? I can only hope he is struck down by the lightning tribulation. Otherwise, our Qin family will surely suffer, Chen Shuimu lamented. The Qin family and the Li family have always been at odds. And with Chen Fenglai now eliminated, if Li Xianran were to break through, it could spell disaster for the Qin family. Moreover, those watching the developments of the Yuanwu Kingdom's ruler were equally dismayed. Li Xuanran's breakthrough to the Great Ascension stage signified that their chances of success had grown increasingly slim. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyuan and the King of Thousand Ghosts had reached the borders of Yuanwu Kingdom. Observing the unfolding events, Lu Jiyuan expressed his surprise. Li Wang has actually broken through to the Great Ascension stage. This is indeed a cause for celebration. The King of Thousand Ghosts shook his head in response, stating, Li Wang will not face the tribulation here in Yuanwu Kingdom. He is likely to seek a more suitable location, as undergoing the tribulation here would cause too much destruction. The King of Thousand Ghosts spoke. Li Xianran and the devouring python soared into the sky from the depths of the palace, heading towards the distance. Let us follow and observe, Lu Jun exclaimed with newfound interest, and the King of Thousand Ghosts readily agreed. As witnessing a great ascension, lightning tribulation would undoubtedly aid his own future breakthrough. Notably, Lu Jun was not the only one with such thoughts that in the demon-infested mountains of northern Yuanwu Kingdom. The Swordbreaker, in seclusion, sensed something amiss and gazed in astonishment towards the capital of Yuanwu Kingdom. That aura indicative of Li Xianran breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. I must go and see. With that thought, the Swordbreaker hurried towards the location of Li Xianran and the devouring python's tribulation. Meanwhile, in the Sword Immortal sect, the reclined Sword Immortal, upon feeling the commotion, opened his eyes in surprise and looked towards the distant lightning tribulation. Is that the aura of Li Xianran breaking through to the Great Ascension stage? With a sense of urgency, the Sword Immortal rushed towards the source the Beishan Song. The sect leader, the Berserker, opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Has Daoist Li broken through to the Great Ascension stage? It seems it is time for me to venture out, especially since Daoist Li's people recently delivered a prodigy to me. With that, the Berserker took a step forward and vanished from the secret chamber. On the other hand, after leaving the capital of Yuanwu Kingdom, Li Xianran and the devouring python soon reached the ruins of the Yumo sect. which had been destroyed by Liu Chang's and O1 dared to establish a sect here, making it the perfect location for the tribulation. Devouring Python, the ensuing event shall depend upon your own fortune, Li Xianran declared, positioning himself at a distance from the devouring python, as two cultivators undergoing tribulation together would only amplify the power of the lightning tribulation, with no benefits to be gained. Unless one were an exceptionally foolish individual seeking to temper their body. Regrettably, Li Xianran was not of that ilk, that as they completely separated, a considerable number of onlookers, experts in the tribulation stage, gathered around to witness the event. After all, if all went well, they too would eventually have the opportunity to reach the Great Ascension stage. Observing the birth of a Great Ascension cultivator would greatly benefit their own future tribulations. I never expected that I, Li Xianran, would break through to the Great Ascension stage so swiftly. Though I anticipated this outcome, I still feel a surge of excitement as I face the impending tribulation. Li Xianran thought, gazing calmly at the swirling lightning above, smiling and shaking his head as he spoke. A terrifying lightning bolt descended. Ta-da! I have finally arrived. Just as Li Xianran began his tribulation, Lu Jun and the King of Thousand Ghosts arrived, promptly beginning their observation. After all, for Lu Jiyuan, the Great Ascension stage would not be far off, and the King of Thousand Ghosts, with Lu Chongqing's assistance, was confident he could break through to the late tribulation stage within a century. Aiming for the peak within a millennium, and striving to reach the Great Ascension stage before the passage of 10,000 years. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck towards Li Xianran, who remained unfazed. He stomped his foot in the air, and a wave of golden imperial energy erupted from him, forming a protective barrier. Each emperor can channel the fortune of their nation, known as imperial energy, which grows increasingly formidable as the nation strengthens. This is why countless noble families aspire to glimpse the throne, for it significantly enhances their strength. The terrifying lightning struck against the imperial energy shield. Yet it was firmly repelled, leaving no impact. That Li Xianran remained composed, for he had anticipated this scenario. In contrast, the devouring python did not flinch as the lightning descended. Instead, when the bolt was about to strike, it leisurely opened its massive jaws, swallowing the terrifying lightning whole. The devouring python, along with the ancient divine beast Taotai and the chaos beast, is renowned as the most gluttonous divine beast of the Emperor Xian continent, capable of enhancing its power through devouring. The terrifying lightning, consumed by the devouring python, coursed around its exterior in blue arcs. Yet the python showed no change in expression, clearly unfazed by such insignificant lightning. Hiss! The devouring python is truly formidable. Even the tribulation cannot harm it. The sword breaker gasped at this sight, clearly astonished by the devouring python's might, let alone Li Xianran, who could suppress the python. Under the onslaught of the Great Ascension lightning tribulation, the protective shield formed by the imperial energy only exhibited a few cracks. Upon witnessing this, Li Xianran decisively abandoned the protection of the imperial energy. In the next instant, a terrifying sword filled with formidable energy appeared in Li Xianran's hand. That is the supreme treasure of the Yuanwu kingdom, the Xianyuan divine sword. The sword immortal, upon seeing this, expressed his surprise, for the Xianyuan divine sword is of exceedingly high caliber, almost giving the impression of being a celestial artifact, classified as a semi-celestial weapon. Something is amiss. Could Li Xianran intend to use the power of the lightning tribulation to completely transform the Xianyuan divine sword and elevate it to a celestial artifact? The berserker mused with astonishment, knowing that wielding a celestial artifact would allow even a cultivator at the integration stage to battle successfully against one at the tribulation stage. That as speculation filled the air, Li Xianran unhesitatingly hurled the Xianyuan divine sword, which soared into the sky under his control, drawing the surrounding lightning tribulations towards it, effectively absorbing them. What? To everyone's astonishment, the Xianyuan divine sword surprisingly possesses the ability to absorb the tribulation lightning. The surrounding cultivators undergoing their tribulation could not help but express their amazement. Yet, what went unnoticed by the crowd was the contemplative glimmer that flickered through Lu Jiyuan's eyes upon witnessing the terrifying punishment of lightning. He then promptly settled into a meditative posture, a profound and mysterious aura emanating from his being. Chapter 77. Great Ascension, Nine Heavens Thunder Technique.